Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are at the PTI event here in Atlanta. Look at this. The background is updated. We got Magnolia Gaming repping.
I gotta get situated here.
Frame it up. I almost wore the MinMax shirt, but I had to. I had to go the Viscera thing, but now that I realize that the background is a little different, it kind of clashes.
Well, you know what? You should have been here for the 5 a.m. production meeting.
I actually was here before you.
I was literally. I was here at 5.
No,
and then,
you were not.
Yes, I was. Then I ran 16 miles, and then I read to some blind children, and then I got here.
Do you believe this, Ethan?
No,
Ethan,
of course.
Don't patronize him. You were up at 4 a.m. is what you're saying. He was up at 4 a.m. because he was doing his 1,000 push-ups in the morning. He did the Saitama routine. No, I was here literally before both of you, and it was me and 2 other people, and it looked very strange and sad. But that's okay. Hey, we're here with you.
Yes.
This is round 1. We're about to enter in this PTI event here at the battle hardened event and weekend put on by Magnolia, put on by MinMax here in, and really, I should admit, oh, he ran away. He's gone.
He ran away. It's
He's
also
so fast.
It's incredible. He just poof ninja dusts away. But yeah, Ethan has been running like a bat out of hell to make this production as amazing as it has been. And we appreciate you guys being here. So thank you so much. And I have just been, yes, I have just been past this. This is Francis, the Ashwing, which was actually given to me by Mara Faris. And I said, Mara, because yesterday she was playing, she didn't do as well as she would have liked, but ultimately what she said was, if she's on camera, I get to hold on to this Ashwing. So this is
Frank, the Doom of
well,
Solana.
I don't have the same kind of familiarity. I still call him Francis, okay? You know,
right.
or Mr. Wing.
Okay, that's fine. You can call him whatever you want. But nevertheless, we're going to see Mara Faris, the Empress. The Empress on Dromai. She is up against someone named Michael Fang for round number 1. If you're going to get paired up in round number 1 with someone, you know, it might as well be some of the nicest people that you could possibly have on. And this is a little bit of a rematch from a casual game that they played a few months ago.
Oh, just casual.
Very casual is the finals of the, what was it again? The Pro Tour?
The Pro Tour. And look at it's like these two MFs, Mara Faris and Michael Fang,
there it is,
are playing a rematch for which was a phenomenal matchup at the Pro Tour in Baltimore, which ultimately was won by Michael Fang on Oldham. Doesn't have access to Oldham because that MF is gone. So here we are. So Mara Faris on Dromai, the Empress of Volcor herself, as has been decreed by one James White versus the sure thing, Michael Fang on Lexi. And the more we speak about it, Lexi won the Battle Hardened yesterday, and we were talking about it as well, saying, hey, this is probably the best hero. Taylor Crawford, who won it, said, no discussion, no debate. This is the hero that we're playing until something, you know, just absolutely yanks it off the top pedestal. But the discussion was always, but why isn't it winning? And I think that happened yesterday. We can finally just throw Lexi up and say, hey, she's finally crossed the finish line. All those Icelanders were put to sleep, frankly.
Okay, so interestingly enough, I sat down with both of the Icelander players. They're on the same team, Team Runaways. I think you know them. I think you're aware of them. Yeah. Good team. So I actually asked them how they felt about Icelander after the fact, whether or not, you know, it kind of catapulted them into the top 8, and whether or not they thought it was the best deck. I know, Ethan, you said that they felt that they were the best deck, right?
Oh, yes. They were. I think they're still pretty set on that, actually, after talking to them last night.
I talked to them right after the fact, and both of them, Snap said, yep, still best deck in the room, still best deck on the day, and it just so happened that they did not break the way that they intended. So, to me, it's still the de facto deck to beat, but Lexi has something to say about it for finally picking up the win last night. The question is, are we going to see that repeat here? And Michael Fang playing Lexi, trying to, you know, maybe kind of push his way and say his piece as far as Lexi being that dominant force.
Michael Fang was a top 8 finisher yesterday at the Battle Hardened. Again, 128 players competing. We capped it out. It could have been well over that, but ultimately, due to space constraints, etc., and time constraints, 128 people got to play. Today, different story. 64 competitors, I believe, at the PTI event, fighting for not just the PTI itself, but the gold foil, that coveted gold foil. Second place, steak knives.
There it is. Yeah, you can get
Third
a nice,
place,
a
you're
nice
fired.
set. And I will say this, too. Now, with the new updated rules, PTI events reward Living Legend points. So,
sweet. That wasn't the case not too long ago.
Yeah. Could we see a Briar maybe kind of make a run at a PTI
Oh!
event? And could a PTI event be what pushes Briar over the edge? Literally, if you sneeze the wrong direction, Briar Living Legends at this point. So we could see something like that today. We've got a great slate for you. Let's go ahead and jump down into round 1, though, as we open this PTI event. Dromai, Lexi, Mara versus Michael. It is a battle of the ages, if you will.
Sure.
That's what I will. You're supposed to say you will.
No, you will.
We will.
We will. The royal we, supposedly. Nonetheless, yeah, again, two world-class players, ultimately. Michael Fang, kind of a jack of all trades, plays whatever the best deck is for that particular meta, is very adept at playing, frankly, anything. He'll pick it up and he'll make it happen. Practices and plays with Brodie Spurlock and a lot of excellent players altogether. They are just incredible, incredible card players. Mara Ferris has basically been locked in to Dromai since her release from Uprising, and has honestly taken this hero from what seemed to be at the time as perhaps the weakest hero from that set, and elevated Dromai to these very competitive states where people are basically taking her lists, trusting her judgment.
Exactly.
And she has, I don't know if it's released yet, but Mara Ferris constantly talks about this gigantic manifesto she's writing about the power and potency of Dromai. And when I say that it's like 40 or 50 pages, I think I'm short selling it.
It's not hyperbolic. You're not. It's not a hyperbole. I think you actually can access it via her Patreon.
That's correct. Yeah, she's constantly adding to it, adjusting it, but ultimately it's this huge just exploration of the hero, the strategies, the matchups, the philosophy as well. And if you need any kind of solidification that it's good, well, she was the second place finisher at Pro Tour Baltimore, and then she was kind enough. We went out for dinner that night, a bunch of us, and she picked up the tab for everybody at the table. She was super kind of like that. She was just wanted to celebrate, so it was awesome. So two of the two pillars of the competitive community here.
You said at the outset of this that they are two top-notch players. I refer to them as two top-notch people. Because they are.
I don't know. I can't say that.
Wow. Okay. All right.
I'll just throw it out there.
I'm gonna tweet about that.
Hey man, my integrity's not for sale. All right, so we're shuffling up here again. Those beautiful February cards, wonderful, and you're gonna see something amazing here. You're gonna see every card of this Dromai deck be blinged to the maximum.
Yes. Will not only that, but she's created her own altars for both the hero and all of her Ash Wings. So that is very kind of spicy. She has her own altars. She did her own art. She had them printed, and you can actually play with them if you want. You can pick them up for yourself. I just have to talk about this. Michael Fang showing the width and breadth of the February sleeve backgrounds. This one's like a peach color. He's had blue. He's had green. He's had yellow. Showed off the red yesterday. At this point, I don't even understand where we're at. Like, they are so far ahead in the sleeve game that, like, can anyone catch February with the different types of sleeves that they have? I mean, you can pick any color background you want.
Not only that, but I mean, Phillip from February, who runs and curates and does an incredible job making that site so good in conjunction with not just the community, but with Talishar and other entities out there, Patreon, etc. They are they do such great work to elevate the community and give access to the tools and resources that they need. So big shout out to Phillip from February for the hard work that gets put into that site. So Phillip, if you're listening, we love you. Thank you so much. And we're about ready to go here. Taking a look at the equipment, we have the standard fare more or less for Lexi. It's the Voltaire Strike, strike twice. Why not? But Tunic, Snapdragon Scalers. You've got the Quiver of Rustling Leaves. You got a Bag of Leaves as we approach fall. That might be more. You just bought a house? You got a nice new property? Do you got like trees and leaves? But you don't have like fall in Texas.
No, we have two seasons. We have winter, which takes place between December and February. And then we have the surface of the sun, which takes place the rest of the time.
The burning inferno.
So we're currently in the surface of the sun. So I am currently in Atlanta, where it is tenable to walk outside. I just want to point out the side of Dromai to start off this game and turn 0. We have the use of the Arcanite Skullcap, which is sort of this contentious piece. I mean, some people really prefer Crown of Providence. Mara has really been on Arcanite Skullcap lately over the past month or so, or several months, I should say, simply because it gives you the extra block value. I was talking to her, about that card yesterday, and she was like, yeah, this card is literally just 3 block. I don't care about anything else except it blocks 3, and that's perfect in this exact matchup where breakpoints matter. And starting off with this round's on me, perhaps a UPF staple card that at the same time does some serious work as a blue in the deck as well, one of the few blues that you have access to, and creating a Yenderai here on turn 0 as well.
This round on me, very helpful against the Lexi matchup. It's effectively like having a frailty token out there where all the attacks are going to be -1. And frankly, at this juncture in the game, putting that out early against Michael Feng, who is holding not just an infecting shot, not just a battering bolt, but a 3 of a kind. So he will have access to all kinds of cards here. And a Yenderai, again, just a pesky dragon that can be crushed by, obviously, the Phantasm effect. And Michael Feng's list probably not holding a lot of poppers. He probably maybe has like the 2 or 3 battering bolts in order to actually get the poppers, and having one in hand right away is great. But hey, Death Touch, that's another popper as well.
So you're looking as the Dromai player, you're thinking about threats that could pop, and you're looking at things like Death Touch, Command and Conquer if they include it. Some don't. Down and Dirty was very heavily included, which I would predict and kind of plan for. And also you're looking at battering bolts. So there's a possibility that they could go as maximum as 12, but only if the deck is sort of teched to see a lot of Dromai. Outside of that, I mean, that's giving up a lot of deck space just to play around the Dromai problem. And I think more players right now are really starting to kind of favor playing a more proactive strategy into something like Icelander or into Bravo, where you're not necessarily using those cards. And so this would be an interesting matchup to see how you side that card.
I just want to put up the, if you can put up Voltaire onto the screen real quick there, because there was something that occurred here that seems a little unorthodox, where it says, once per turn instant, you may put an arrow. Michael Feng pitched away a card to activate the Voltaire and did not load an arrow. So again, the word may is incredibly important here because that's a way to filter your hand. He wants the one open space in the arsenal so that he can load with go again. Didn't want to just have an attack pattern on this particular turn, but using Voltaire here to filter your hand is, again, just finding extra value out of the weapon piece in order to fix the hand.
Well, and traditionally you would see, like on turn 0, you'd see a Lexi player maybe load 2 times, because you can do that effect twice and you can play a 6-card hand on turn 1. But we're not doing that, 1, because we don't have Boltyn shot, and 2, because we don't have, because we want the access, I should say, to play this 3 of a kind. Oh my God, he drew 2 3 of a kinds. It's not exactly what you'd like to see on the same turn, but it does allow you to maybe set up for 2 back-to-back big turns. And yeah, he has the Command and Conquers in the list, and so we're looking at a decently large number of poppers if we're looking at Command and Conquer, Battering Bolt, and then if they're running some number of Death Touch and Down and Dirty.
Problem here is you find a Command and Conquer but can't play it because 3 of a kind's limitation here. However, we're going to continue on here with you're going to pitch the blue. The blue you found was a Boltyn shot, which is tough because that's a card that you kind of want to start with the go agains, etc. But we're going to open up here with an Infecting Shot, which is a very potent arrow that Lexis have been leaning on to really threaten damage, not necessarily the disruption or the on-hits, purely damage. Get us closer to the end game state. On-hit, create a Bloodrot Pox token. And of course, the Bloodrot Pox saying at the end of your turn, take 2 damage unless you pay 3. And for these Dromai lists that are very hungry for blue cards that don't have many, it's a tall task. It's a tall order. So usually you just take that damage.
Now, I hope everyone catches this at the table, but that should be for good. He did. He caught it for 4 because this round's on me is giving you a minus on all of your attacks for the entirety of that turn, and that was a very good catch. This is a breakpoint of 4 and not 5, which does change a few things in the blocking order, but this is something you would oh my God, thank you so much, Mara. Holy crap. This is the first time I think I've ever seen on stream the play of Mischievous Meeps. That card is the best freaking card in Dromai right now. Mischievous Meeps is, like, in so many ways, a Dromai card. It is a 1 for 2, and you look at that and you're like, that card sucks. It blocks for 2. But you can pitch to create an Ash with this card. What does it also do? It is a Snatch with guaranteed go again to start your chain. It is literally a make an Ash, give me a card, or I get to do the most horrifying thing that Dromai can do, and that's draw cards. This card is so good, and I am so glad that she is on it because it makes me so excited to see someone actually playing with good effect a Mischievous Meeps.
Yeah, when somebody finds a card that has kind of just, I don't want to say been forgotten because it's relatively new. It's coming out from Dusk Till Dawn. This card is just over a month old, right? So
correct.
This is a card where, when people finally find the right utilization. Sometimes it's not just, oh, what does this combo with, or what does this pair with? Sometimes it's just, what is the right deck in the right circumstance for this card? And Mara has been an innovator for Dromai since the beginning, and here she is finding another way to just extend some of the reach of these cards that are otherwise just tossed in somebody's majestic pile. And here's Remorseless, and Remorseless can be a dangerous card, especially against a hero that can do multiple things in a turn, like Dromai. Again, on hit, basically, first of all, defense reactions can't be played from Arsenal, and Dromai will be playing Sinks and Fate for Scenes, etc. However, this one is just mainly every time, whenever they play an action card. Yeah.
So Dromai has some capability to dance around that in the fact that they can build a board of dragons, and then when they attack with the dragons, it's not playing an action card. In this scenario, you only have the one dragon that you can attack with, so there's not as much utility of getting around it. Nevertheless, you do have some capability. Michael picks up his pitch and then looks at it, and Mara has just a miniature heart attack, thinking that there are 5 more cards. That is the most powerful 3 of a kind in existence, apparently. That's almost like Codex of Frailty levels of power right there. Nevertheless, she's going to pass on over to her turn. When you identify a 3 of a kind turn, you want to consider whether or not this is one of those turns that you just need to defend your life total on. At the outset of the game, and especially when they have a second 3 of a kind in hand, you can maybe consider, like she's done, taking more of the damage. But as that kind of game plan unfolds and you get towards the end of the first cycle of the deck into the second cycle, you have to be a lot more judicious about your blocks.
Michael Fang holding on to another 3 of a kind, one expended already, and that's definitely something that Mara's keeping track of. Those big time turns that you can basically just go ahead and time it with a Tunic. You can block 3 cards, Tunic, 3 of a kind, and have a full turn if you need it. And ultimately here, Yendurai just still standing tall, buzzing about. The Bloodrot Pox still threatening 2 damage, and unless Mara wants to respect it, well, she's effectively at 30 right now. Michael Fang putting in work, and that's what you want to do on those 3 of a kind turns. That's when you want to be able to make things happen, and we're going to go ahead and drop in with a Kyloria, one of the most threatening and pesky dragons that you can toss out there.
Yeah, this is a great sequence for Mara, because as the Dromai player, there's, especially on aggro Dromai or Empress Dromai, there's a couple of ways that you can attack a Lexi player. One way is to just use conventional attacks that are sort of terrifying to deal with. Your draw your cards, draw cards like Snatch, and in this case, Mischievous Meeps is a really good card. So it makes them ask the question of if they want to stop you. The other way is to build a board of dragons and then make them deal with the dragons instead of dealing with your life total. And this is a very threatening board, and we've already seen several of those poppers be pitched or used and functioning. In the first turn of the game, he had like 3 in circulation, and now all are at the bottom of the deck. So Mara can feel very confident to just push and threaten damage and make Michael deal with this board of dragons.
Asvalai, Kyloria, Yendurai, the whole team is showing up for this one. And no word on Chromai, Miragai, the rest of the fun here. But we're going to go ahead and block out the Kyloria. The Hornet Sting revealing a Rain Razors, which is not going to go ahead and get the damage done. So a whiff on that, but the block for the Kyloria has been effective here, so no card draw. However, Michael Fang knows that there's going to be a Rain Razors coming up, which is nice. He's going to be drawing into that. He does have the 3 of a kind. The problem is that you can't play it. You basically play the 3 of a kind, you drop the Rain Razors, and that's kind of bad news. So this might be a turn off maybe for Michael Fang. No, he's going for it. All right, so he's going to look for some cards over here, draw into the Rain Razors. You can't play it unless you can Boltyn shot and load it up, but even then you're going to lose the value on the actual Boltyn shot that you play. However, this might just be a situation where you fire a couple arrows, lock and load with the Rain Razors, and then go after it for the following turn. This might just be a clean up the board, get rid of some of the threats type of turn, and then press the damage aspect of it with the Rain Razors in tow. Now there is a battering bolt, so that might actually close up shop for Mara's turn nice and tight. So Michael Fang you can see him just kind of thinking about it. What is this turn going to look like? Because he might want to just end the turn with the battering bolt in hand to block and just really snuff out whatever Mara wants to be doing on her side.
So the best thing he can do from this perspective, when he plays out this turn, is to try and remove several of the dragons from the field, and then allow Mara to attack in and pop, like you mentioned. But from Mara's perspective, her best bet is that I can just use, now that I have a board, I can use conventional attacks first to threaten damage, make them take that, and then wait until the last possible moment for them to actually use their popper and get value. I've already gotten the value on my turn from dealing you damage with conventional attacks, of which we know she has an E-Strike in hand. So I might as well just deal the damage first and then allow you at the very end to, pop one dragon that I don't necessarily care as much about.
I just want to throw Hornet Sting up on the screen real quick, if possible. Here at again, it's essentially the card that replaced Bullseye Bracers as the de facto arm piece. And I was wrong here because it says you put it on the bottom of your deck. So the Rain Racers is going to be cycling back. So that is my bad. So we're not going to see the Rain Racers for a while. But when it comes to the hand pieces here, those sneaky bands that some people might think are not good enough, you can see the value of what Bullseye Bracers was able to do because it had the built-in arcane and everything. And now you go with Hornet Sting, and yeah, you're blocking one, and maybe you sneak an extra damage in if the top of the deck just behaves. But ultimately here, this reminds me of back when everybody was talking about what are we banning from Starvo? What are we banning from Starvo? And ultimately what they got was, hey, we're going to get rid of Autumn's Touch. And people were like, really? That? And then the implications were it was just the right dialing in of the recipe.
Well, Hornet Sting is actually an MVP in this matchup because it can block an Ashwing and end your turn. Because the Ashwing is destroyed by the 1 damage that Hornet Sting can deal to an ally, you're able to stop the action point refresh because the go again doesn't resolve since the Ashwing is dead. So it can be a really, really powerful tool in this matchup, but Mara is a good enough player to know that if I create Ashwings, that can end my turn at a random point. So instead of creating Ashwings, she actually pitched away an early Rake the Embers, avoided playing it so that she didn't have that out as playable for Michael to play to, and not really creating much in the way of just like these innocuous little Ashwings on the board, instead favoring all of these big dragons that are harder to deal with and that can really only be dealt with poppers. And so she's going to start with Thamai and say, do you have a popper? I've already tried to deal you some damage with this Billowing Mirage, created the Ash, didn't make an Ashwing, ask you for 3. Do you want to block 3? Do you want to pop this dragon? And Michael, with the huge life lead right now, is going to say no.
Well, this is not necessarily the #1 threat on the board right now. When it comes to dragons, if you're an Icelander player, absolutely. This is the #1 threat. This is public enemy #1. But for Michael, Thamai is not really going to pump the brakes on his plans here. If there's a popper in hand, he wants to make sure that it's connecting with hopefully the Kyloria. That seems like the #1, the villain here that he needs to be aware of. And Asvalai can be pesky, can be annoying, but hey, that's like that. You can just kill that with a Falcon Wing, right? You can Falcon Wing it down and then go back to face. You just don't care not necessarily about the Thamai. Are there any interactions that Thamai right now is just kind of, constricting? Is there anything on Michael's side that Thamai is shutting down?
You're not going to see much defense reaction play from Lexi. You could see the innocuous or the occasional usage of the Voltaire instant ability on your opponent's turn, but you're really only seeing that in the first outset of the game, like the first turn of the game if you're going second as Lexi. At this point, there's not much in the way of instants or defense reactions that Lexi will be tapping into. So at this point, Thamai is literally just a big body on the board. It is a 3/4. It's annoying to deal with. There's the popper. He did have it in hand. He finally decided to commit it there. That was the battering bolt we talked about earlier, but it's literally just a big board. And you know what? If you're going to pop any of them, you might as well send that one out first and ask for the popper there because it keeps your other threatening dragons on board. Yindarai is super hard to deal with for Lexi because you don't have a way to effectively remove the endurance counter. Kyloria is super dangerous, like you mentioned, and then Asvalai comes in for almost guaranteed damage every single time you attack with the arcane points.
I would think that Mara must be happy that the popper was expended on Thamai when you have a Kyloria on the board, and I understand that Michael Fang also just wants to end the turn and just get back to business here, but in a deck like Lexi that doesn't have many poppers, she might be thinking also, however, though, that, I saw a Death Touch, so that's probably in there as well. So there's more than I maybe anticipate. Lexi sometimes struggles to fit those cards in there because they're hard to play with this hero. Ultimately, they're used to pop dragons, etc. But Mara's got to feel like, okay, that's one gone, and you got it on a on basically a 3 attack with no on hits, no real relevance outside of the damage value from it.
Well, she's also a great player, and she probably recognized in the first turn of the game for Michael that he pitched away that Death Touch, and he also pitched away a Command and Conquer. So if she's tracking the threats that can pop in the deck, she's putting that number at 9. She just dealt with 1 and 2 are on the bottom of the deck.
All right, well, here is a Winter's Bite. Now, this is going to, again, silver lining here for Mara is that if she does pitch away to this and it's a red card, well, she'll generate an Ash. So that is a little bit of that silver lining, which she's doing right now, a Sigil of Solace, a very cool-looking Sigil of Solace. Again, when we said that this deck was going to be blinged out, that is basically it. That is, where is that Sigil from?
I think that one's the one from calling Singapore. I think it's the Singapore one. Let us know in chat. I'm actually, yeah, it's the Singapore one. That's right. Ethan, let us know that was indeed correct. Gonna play the Codex of Frailty to, after cleaning up the Kyloria, which was a very smart move, we're gonna send a Drill Shot, which has the capability of basically making this Arcanite Skullcap always be 1 block. And so we probably see the Arcanite Skullcap used here because you might as well get the value out of it while you have it at 2.
Yeah, make it happen. Again, you don't want to just give away value for free here. Out of curiosity, Ethan, if you want to chime in here, whose deck is more blinged out, your Levia or Mara's Dromai?
All right, honest opinion, Mara cheats a little bit because she self-altered some of her cards. I know it's at least the East, right? I don't know what. I think maybe she also did her Command and Conquers where she extended the borders. I had to cough up the money.
That's
all right,
true.
I coughed up the money. She coughed up the skill. So you gotta weigh the two.
And the money. She didn't hand paint that Merlion sigil.
Okay, and the money. Yes, that's fair. Although let me tell you, Diabolic Offering promos that were given out.
Yeah,
were given out recently to people with spoilers from Dusk Till Dawn. Those suckers are insanely expensive. And they're not even that playable in Levia, but I did have to pick up a playset, so that might be the tipping point. Not gonna lie.
I can relate because that card funded my trip to Vegas, so we're definitely good on that. But
if you're gonna be starting off your turn as a Dromai player and you're playing on a 3-card hand essentially at this point, 3-card plus a arsenal, the best way to start it off is just like this: Ravenous Rabble, revealing a red. Spoiler alert: there's lots of red in this deck. And so you're able to kind of, oh, wow. But the rare blue card and the usage of another This Round's on Me, giving Lexi a 5-card hand sounds horrifying. But don't forget, it's also giving Lexi a pseudo-frailty token.
A pseudo-frailty token, exactly. Yeah. But ultimately, when you're going to be staring down 2-3 attacks, I mean, this card is essentially saving you 3 life. It's basically drawing you a card. Sure, Michael's going to have a card as well, but you're basically, it's a built-in sigil to a degree as well. And ultimately, the timing on it, you know, after the Ravenous Rabble, draw a card. Let's see what we can get going here. But that Yendurai, again, from the get-go, now protected by Miragai as well. So no Phantasm for this, but it's just three vanilla damage, no sprinkles on this Sunday, and we're going to be evaluating what the hand is here. Let's take a look at Michael Fang's hand real quick here as he's just kind of thinking through what his return fire is going to be. I see a Boltyn shot in there.
Two Boltyn shots, which is very powerful and very potent, but one of those is definitely going to be donated to the cause here. It's like it's a yellow, for example. He also has another Winter's Bite. He's got a Falcon Wing. He has an Infecting Shot as well.
Yeah.
So a very gas hand. He's got a lot of good attacks that he wants to commit to, and Mara is making a very threatening board. She just established Miragai. She's got Azvalai ready to go. She made all of your attacks -1 essentially. And this, by the way, if you were curious, that Ravenous Rabble is currently in the graveyard thanks to the play of both of Miragai and This Round's on Me. But, you know, sometimes you just leave it out there to flex on your opponent. Like, hey, you remember that time?
Hey, Mara, what is that? Is that an alpha foil? Is that, you know, like, is that a first edition foil Ravenous Rabble? That looks like a common piece of garbage. Come on, Mara, pick up your game. But seriously, you're right, because whenever you play a non-attack action, you basically close the combat chain and refresh everything. But it's okay.
You got to flex out there. You know, hey, remember that time I played Rav? It's a good card.
Little double RR action here, and
Oh, look at this. It was actually a Frostlock. Excuse me. It wasn't a Winter's Bite. Frostlock, being able to pitch blue and being able to use Voltaire. Great little usage case.
Yeah, you need a blue in your hand. I mean, the ideal situation here for Michael Fang is you flip up like a 0-cost arrow, let's say, or a 1-cost arrow. And then the blue is going to load twice, fire once. So you want like 2 0-cost arrows and a 1-cost in order to get the 3 arrows going off the 3 pitch, which is lovely. I mean, that's a great thing to do. The question is what is in Michael Fang's arsenal? We see the So there's the Winter's Bite's in there. So that's a great way to actually just double tap on your opponent. If you flip that, create a Frostbite, which is devastating against a very red list. I mean, you can pitch through it, create Ash. Again, silver lining here. But then you're taxing your opponent one cost or a pitch, again. So you're really getting a lot of Mara's reach on the turnaround here. Plus, Michael Fang is going to be firing arrows right back. So this is a decent hand here for Michael, but he's staring down this fleet of dragons that are buzzing about.
Yeah, I think it's a dumpster of dragons, if the great Brian Gottlieb had anything to say about it.
Oh, is that what he said?
It's a dumpster of dragons. Brian, if you're out there, love you, miss you. It's dumpster, right?
I don't know.
It's dumpster of dragons. That's the term.
Do you know what a group of owls is called?
Dumpster. It's a dumpster of owls.
Well, that's what this conversation is going to, the dumpster. It's a parliament of owls.
Sure, dumpster. Sure. I think it's dumpster.
Yeah, no problem. All right, well, this dumpster of dragons continues to grow here as the Boltyn shot again, blocking out on the Yendrai, but now Asvalai, Miragai sitting in the back again, probably going to stay protected, I think, just in case. If Mara is suspecting, like you mentioned, 9 potential poppers, seeing the Death Touch, seeing this Command and Conquer, and seeing the Battering Bolt, you just kind of... you automatically just, defer to the fact that there's 3 of each, right? So, especially in this particular matchup, there's no way you're not playing all 3 of each.
There's a lot of Dromai players that right here would not send that Miragai, and I think that's strictly worse than sending it, because at this point, if you've given us the capability of attacking you with 2 dragons, just so that you can bait out the popper on the Miragai, then Miragai has already done its work as far as value is concerned. And so sending the Miragai is really, really good play and really heads-up play. It's knowing the hero and knowing really what that value of that card is. Yes, living on the board and creating the first dragon attack is a very, very good thing, but also sending it for 2 damage, free damage, basically. Just free. Just there it is.
There's the pitch of the Thamai in order to pay for the Winter's Might. Again, creating an Ash, which is Ash economy incredibly important here. Here's the Falcon Wing again. So just food for the Falcon Wing. Going to kill the Asvalai, I believe, is the target here. Now, again, this rounds on me is already just shaving a little off the top of all of these attacks here. So Michael Fang's going to have to figure out how it goes. So he's picking go again off the Frostlock, dealing a little bit of damage here. And next order of business.
Oh, now this is great. Yeah, clearing out the board and just using this turn to sort of set up and try to establish a clean board-ish in this case. Obviously, that Yendrai is just going to live on the board for basically ever unless Mara sends it with a popper. But Mara's given the green light to kind of either reestablish the board or attack with conventional attacks. Got to pay through the Frostbite first, of course. But the power of an aggro list is that you can build a board, you can sit on the board, but then at times where your opponent has to establish and clear it, you just attack them conventionally. In this case, we're going to establish a burn them all and start the slow burn of arcane damage.
Building up again, the Yendrai attacking for 3, burn them all, established like you mentioned, and Mara Faris, one of the earlier innovators of having burned them all to replay, or play multiple nourishing emptinesses to full effect. Just playing it early, clearing it out with burn them all, playing another one, clearing it out with burn them all. A very effective attack, especially just, boosting up not just the dominate effect, but also the added intellect here. We're going to go and looks like Michael Fang's going to be revealing the card in Arsenal. It is a Boltyn shot. But you can't just fire it willy-nilly unless you could send it out there, but you have to find a way to give it go again, either with something like a Rain Razors, and there's no way I think that you're actually expending your Snapdragon Scalers to fire it, but ultimately here, the first pitch is of a blue infecting shot. We're going to see Voltaire activated here. What is the arrow he's holding on to? He's got some choices to make here. Again, this is just the first round of the PTI, but in a short tournament, every round matters.
I think Mara feels very down about that turn sequence because the establishment of the Frostbite, though innocuous, really kind of nerfed what she could do on that turn in a lot of different ways. And the card she drew into after Michael committed to clearing the board didn't allow her to gain any very large advantage. And now she's staring down a 5-card hand, and she's starting to get to that low life total threshold. And really, that past turn sequence could very well be the turning point, drawing into those cards and seeing something that's a little bit less powerful overall, and now having to deal with drill shot into hamstring shot is definitely a tall order. She's got a nourishing emptiness. She's got a mischievous meeps, but unfortunately, committing to the block here means that she's going to be playing a little bit more of a slow turn. Now she's holding on to perhaps the best dragon in the deck in this matchup, and that's Kyloria, and maybe able to kind of do some work with that as long as Michael doesn't draw into a popper. But it's not looking great on this turn sequence.
Yeah, well, there's the meeps and the nourishing emptiness to cover up the hamstring shot. She wants to basically protect the life total as well. She's getting dangerously close to dead, frankly. And Michael Feng, after clearing out those dragons, is reset his crosshairs straight on that life total and has gone right to face in this case with a lot of those nasty, nasty arrows. And the clapback here, well, it's an establishment of invoking Kyloria. It's a 4-attack dragon, on-hit draw card, and a very, very potent offense here, especially when you don't have equipment to basically block out the breakpoints when you're Lexi.
But yeah, that is so unfortunate to draw into the popper on that hand. You were really, as Mara, hoping that he didn't have the popper, and then he had to commit to blocking this out, or just give you the free card so that you could have a more impactful turn. But when you're at a 10 life deficit against a Lexi deck that can really go really tall or really wide, really fast, and they're holding on to a 3-card plus arsenal hand, things get a little sticky from this point.
Here comes an infecting shot. Again, the potency of this arrow is hard to match in terms of just what it's capable of for the cost and its efficiency. It's 5 attack, and it does have that added little tail end of Blood Rot Pox token. And when you're at 10, this is an arrow that gets scarier and scarier as closer and closer you get to that 0 on the life total. And ultimately here it does have go again, another card in hand, and he's showing a Heat Seeker with 1 floating. So worst case scenario here, Michael Feng can just fire that Heat Seeker for 5 and pocket another card. I mean, if this arrow commits multiple cards to block, and Michael Feng might say, all right, well, I'm content just continuously bleeding cards out of you, and maybe I'll find that Rain Razors again. Maybe I'll find the big play to just finally blow you out here. But Mara Faris is looking at potentially 2-card block, what those cards are.
Mara finally drew into a conventional attack hand. She's been looking for this for the past few turns, and she finally drew into powerful cards like Snatch and powerful cards like Rake the Embers, which is a great card in the matchup as after Hornet Sting is officially left the board. Though this is the kind of turn that she would love to just full take damage so that she can create a sort of an in-game state that Michael just can't deal with, and then protect that board state with her cards in hand and try to ride that to the finish. But it's happened at such a key point in the game where she just can't take the full brunt of this attack, and she knows it, and she's looking at this and pondering and belaboring the point, but she's gonna have to commit a 2-card block to at least stop this attack and try to bleed her life total a little bit. But this is a really, really dangerous spot for Mara Faris to be sitting in, because this is exactly the hand going Ravenous Rabble for 4 into like Rake the Embers, into attacking with dragons, into Snatch, or on a Snapdragon Scaler's turn. Like, all the pieces are there, but she just can't hold on to the cards in her hand because her life is so low.
Very close here. 10 life. Michael Feng comfortable at 20. That Yendera, I believe, has been alive and well since the dawn of time now, and still laboring through the proper blocks here. Mara may be inquiring a little bit about the clock. You got plenty of time. We are at just crossing 24 minutes left in the match here. Again, this is the first round of the MinMaxGames PTI event here. 6 rounds or 7 rounds?
7 rounds.
Yep, it will be 7 rounds today because we crossed the 64-player threshold. We're at 68. I didn't update the thing. Official number is 68. So 64 was the limit for 6. We tipped to 7. So just as long as yesterday.
That we get to have fun for the same amount of time today, Steven.
I like that.
We get to eat dinner at midnight. It's going to be amazing. But hey, the games have been
looking forward to it.
I was going to say the games have been exceptional here, and I mean we're kicking off with a Pro Tour Baltimore Finals rematch. That's a great way.
I think Mara is so happy to see this. There's not a follow-up after this with the Heat Seeker. I think you're going to see her full take exactly right here. Keep the Snatch, keep the Ravenous Rabble. Whatever the card is in Arsenal, she's most likely happy to play that. She's hoping, oh my God, and it's a down and dirty, and that is not what she wanted to see. But she has conventional attacks right now. Everything is coming up, Michael. He has been drawing what he needed. He found 3 of a kinds early. He found poppers at the perfect time. Mara has been struggling to find those pieces. She hasn't drawn the way that she would have liked this matchup to go. And what oftentimes does the matchup does go, but she's going to try to put something together here, starting off with Rav for 4.
Well, this is the danger, right? Is that, you know, you've got the permanents that remain on the board, but they're so susceptible to these easy peasy blocks of a 6 attack or better. And there is Snatch, again, a mainstay, a staple from Welcome to Wraith. A 4 attack costs you nothing. Blocks for 2, sure. That's not the case, though. You want to be sending this, not blocking with it, as if it does hit, you draw a card. Now, Snapdragon Scaler still online. This might be the last bastion of hope for Mara Faris here to actually extend this and put some pressure on Michael, as Michael has been signing the bill every single time so far, because again, he smells blood in the water, and with a down and dirty in the arsenal, there might be a situation here, depending on what else is in the arsenal for Michael here. If Mara does not attack with a dragon, Michael might be stuck with an arsenal that doesn't have natural go again. He might have to expend his Snapdragon Scalers in order to just free up that slot. And it's not ideal for Michael, and it's still going to create a very uncomfortable turn, but Mara is trying her best to perhaps make this, create as much friction on Michael's side as possible.
Now, very interestingly enough, she chose not to snap this. She just, continued on with the on-hit effect. She drew the card. She used Furnace at instant speed because she played a red card to allow you to kind of pitch that Command and Conquer out of the hand and then gain an Ash, just so that she could draw 4 new cards, probably trying to dig for something like a Sand Cover, or if she's playing like Sink Belows, if she decided those in, probably trying to find that. But unfortunately, we have the flip on the Winter's Bite to give a Frostbite. I think Mara is definitely feeling the pressure here now. She's got a Command and Conquer that she just drew into again. She's going to pitch to create an Ash and respond to that Winter's Bite's effect, not discarding instead of pitching.
Michael is finding the right recipe here again. That card in Arsenal, and the fact that it's a Winter's Bite might have been the best option. There's another one in hand, I believe. So he can just go ahead and tax another hand, an Endless Arrow, as well as a Codex. So he has an arrow. Not sure what else is in there. It looks like a Boltyn shot, I believe.
Boltyn shot, yep, Frostlock. He's definitely loaded for bear here, and he can certainly threaten lethal, and he could even consider possibly ending the entire thing off with down and dirty for 6. But at this point, you smell blood in the water as Michael Fang, and you want to consider the possibilities of just trying to push as much damage as possible and rip as many cards as you can.
Yeah, he's looking up to the stars and trying to just go ahead and do all the math possible to make sure that this is the absolute best and final turn, perhaps, to just close this out with a Codex. It's always possible. So he's doing the math, trying to find, okay, do I have any? What are my 0 cost options? What are my 1 cost options? What are even maybe a Command and Conquer, maybe something like that I can just jam in the arsenal and go crazy here. So there are certainly options to make this happen. But you basically just want to either there's two options here. Obviously, you play to go ahead and just crush the game and win out here if you're Michael. But the other thing you want to do is just peel every single last card out of Mara's hand, make it happen again. And we're starting off with a 4 go again with the Endless Arrow, initial activation of the Voltaire, strike twice. So 4 go again from the Endless Arrow.
Sending the 4, waiting for blocks. Mara is going to look at this and maybe consider trying to block as efficiently as possible by dropping a 3 and then maybe giving a piece of equipment to, like the final block, I should say, on Flamescale Furnace. But I think the easiest thing to do is just take 1. That does connect, which means it goes back to the hand. She's going down to 4. Letting that go back to the hand feels bad, but at the same time, we can see that there's, unless a Boltyn shot connects, there's not enough Voltaire counters to really push that to, huge utility in them. Unfortunately, like we mentioned earlier, the Boltyn shot does come across, so Mara is going to have to stare that down and think, all right, I need to cover this one up, otherwise we get a free activation, or a free reload, I should say, if reload effects. But down and dirty's there causing some problems as well, and reload doesn't allow you to trigger there. Nevertheless, covering up 2 taking 2 and covering up 3 of the 5 on the Boltyn shot. And then going to ask the question, what are you going to put in with Codex of Frailty? Mara's not going to be affected by this because she's got an arsenal, but Falcon Wing is a fantastic option. Because you have 1 floating and you have the Endless Arrow in hand, means you can end with down and dirty on this turn.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, no.
You can't anymore.
You can't because you got to discard.
Oh, the Tunic is up, though. Tunic is up. So is this a play of down and dirty, which you almost never get to see this played the old-fashioned way for offense?
Trying to close that damage out, and he has the exact thing. Look, I'm just going to say it. If you are drawing up your round 1 as Michael Fang, what you don't want to see is perhaps the premier specialist on her chosen hero, and what in a lot of respects can have a good matchup. If the cards break your way as Dromai, if you just establish a board, you can start to feel really comfortable in that matchup. But Michael made the right choices, looked at the board on the right time and said, we need to clear this, we need to keep things on the up and up, and was able to was able to pull out the win in that first round.
I want to give a huge shout out to Aaron Cuthbert, who brought us some exceptional goodies and loaded up with some M&Ms. We got all kinds of wonderful candy. There's the biggest monstrosity to the sweets, which is Skittles, which are absolutely just hideously disgusting, and M&Ms, which are basically tears from God. They're delicious. They're amazing. So yeah,
chocolate.
Just chocolate.
Just chocolate.
Look at this guy. Ultimately, round 1 in the books, and it was one hell of a banger because it was a rematch again, like we said, from Pro Tour Baltimore Finals. And again, Michael Fang taking that game as well, this time on a different hero, on Lexi, but meticulously fighting through the growing horde of dragons, of which Francis here, resting so calmly.
Yeah, no Ashwings created in that matchup, which is a conscious choice that was made by Mara early, and unfortunately could have helped her in that late game when she drew into that correctly assessed huge hand. Unfortunately, she just didn't have the life to establish it.
It happens, but again, a long tournament, and we're going 7 rounds here. X1s are still alive. Mara Ferris can make it happen. Absolutely, can definitely make it happen. Just gotta win out here. And in fact, when I lose my round 1, I say that's my strategy. Go into the lower bracket and then cruise the whole way and make it dramatic, right?
There you go.
Right? No, because then I lose round 2, and then we're done.
Well, but you know what? You can pull a Pablo Pintor.
Yeah, well,
if 0-2 and then just win the entire thing.
Sure, but this isn't like 16 rounds of Swiss.
That is true.
Pablo Pintor pulling that off might be one of the greatest achievements in Flesh and Blood up to now. Is opening Pro Tour number 1 by going 0-2 and then winning out the entire thing is a phenomenal feather in his cap. So there we have it. Round number 1 in the books here for the PTI event in Atlanta. The Battle Hardened was won yesterday by Taylor Crawford on Lexi, and now we find out that there are actual Living Legend points that are going to be awarded to the winning hero of this event as well. And are there Briars swimming about? That is going to be a point of discussion as well. Yeah. I think we've got some giveaways that we're going to be doing today.
Oh, yeah.
What else we got going on today?
Well, unfortunately, I forgot to make any segments for today, so we're going to ad-lib it.
We are going to make segments.
We'll come up with segments on the fly.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to cook something up. Don't you worry about us. We can get it done. But, friends,
you guys are pretty good at charades yesterday. I might just do that.
Well, then we got to, what was it, like Illustrious Skunk or something like that, and I just didn't want to touch it. But we do have a winner for charades, so we want to go ahead and shout out to our wonderful friend who actually submitted their own version of, was it Lotus Skunk or Orchid Skunk?
Orchid Skunk.
Orchid Skunk. So Orchid Skunk, we got a submission, so they won a box of Dusk Till Dawn. All they had to do was act like a skunk in their kitchen. It was incredible.
Yeah, no, they did a great job, and Orchid Skunk was a solid event code name. I want to see more event code names like being acted out. So maybe we can do something with that. I
think that game is awesome, and it's a lot of fun. But we got more competitive. I want to say competitive play, and then I want to say competition at the same. So it came out as competition.
We got games, ladies and gentlemen. We have competition, everyone. Welcome to the stream. It's competition time.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break. We'll be back shortly, friends, with round number 2 of the PTI event here in Atlanta. It is presented by Magnolia, of course, as well as MinMaxGames and Savage Feats. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. What was that? Like a guttural noise.
I was not ready for this.
I said, I got this, and you went, hey.
Yeah, a little.
Like you just did finger guns under the. Okay, anyway, we're back. It's round 2 of the PTI event here in Atlanta, sponsored by Magnolia Gaming, MinMax right there, MinMaxGames, and that wonderful human being over there. We have to show
close to my face.
Savage Feats Productions, Man Santa over there with the salute. I appreciate that. Got the haircut, looking crisp, feeling very good going into round 2 because we have we've got a good one, a little bit of a spicy one.
This is great. Now you guys can tell me if you can get what I'm coming to here in terms of what hero we're about to see. Hey, Steven, would you like this green M&M?
Sure. Is it a peanut M&M?
It's orange now.
You switched it on me.
I switched it up on you. That's what we're about to see because we have Uzuri versus Boltyn, and you wouldn't know anything about it if you don't have a soul. So in terms of filling it with deliciousness, it's not going to happen. But Phillip S versus Erik D. It's Boltyn versus Uzuri, both at 1-0. So a nice introduction to Boltyn in this current classic constructed meta because Boltyn is one of the heroes that may have gotten lost in the fray with Prism and obviously all the shadow cards, Levia, etc. that got a nice boost with Dusk Till Dawn. Boltyn's kind of on the sideline saying, hey, a lot of these cards are mine. I mean, I can use some of this stuff too.
Yeah, I know, Flake, you're new to the game of Flesh and Blood, but Boltyn is a hero that is a light warrior that has the capability of building up this zone called the Soul and using that at different times to allow your attacks to gain go again.
What does that mean?
It is a keyword in the game of Flesh and Blood that allows you to break the rules of 1 action point per turn. Isn't that awesome?
It is awesome. I play the simplified version. I play Flesh or Blood, less decisions.
That's the Oldham version, right? Yeah, you just block and swing hammer.
That's correct.
That's the one.
Before.
There it is. That is so this is a little different, but definitely playing with some more action points than you might be used to over here with the young Uzuri. By the way, young Uzuri is technically illegal in this format, but we just like the, we like the card.
We like it too, and we do have a little bit of residual from the previous match, which is Boltyn shot, but here we have Boltyn shooting his shot to continue his quest to be undefeated in this tournament, and we're wondering what kind of strategy. Where is Boltyn now in the classic constructed meta? And previously, it used to be almost primarily a combo deck. You build up, you go crazy, Lumina, go Boomina, you go pop off on your opponent and have a great time. But has that changed? And
Erik is like, hey, friend, let me help you out here. here's a cold foil Uzuri Switchblade. You're welcome. This is just a fantastic community. Look, he had the deck on him and everything. Is like, hey, I'll just borrow this for the rest of the day because, look, your drip, not good enough. All right, so Boltyn right now is now in a spot that is very much a mid-range combo using Raiden. Raiden is sort of like the de facto go-to build, but we haven't seen any of the weapons or equipment revealed on the side of Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn. So there could be, a spicy list here available to Erik, where he's using the old school, if you will, Centauri Saber build. Nevertheless, what we see most played right now is Raiden Boltyn with some of these great new charge cards, some of these fantastic like damage dealing cards that allow you to go wide and push damage. And yep, there it is. Indeed, Raiden is on the board. You have Iron Song Versus available to you, but you can still do some combo stuff. You can still use Lumina, Ascension to go Boomina.
I like it. And fist bumps to start things off. Again, Raiden, not just a wicked weapon, but also my #1 choice in Mortal Kombat.
Oh, really?
I liked Raiden. I thought it was he was just cool. God of Thunder kind of thing going on. It was, cool hat.
I agree. Yeah. I was quite partial to Sub-Zero. I just liked Ice at the time.
Yes, Ice was cool
Ice
too.
Was very cool. And in this game, Ice is quite cool.
All right, well, let's kick it off, and you're going to see a lot of this, which is flipping it around. Charging of the soul is a very key element here, much in the same vein that Dromai wants to build Ash as an part of the economy, part of the payment for certain things. Building a soul is going to be critical to having more explosive turns later on. This is a hero Boltyn that's going to probably doing a lot of slow build up, a little bit of investment in terms of a future payoff.
Yeah, now Prayer of Bellana is a fantastic card. It's one I had when the set came out. Is one I had as the top 10 cards in the set for their respective heroes. I actually really like Prayer of Bellana, and here it gets the effect, the trigger. This gives +2 to your next attack. It also reveals the top of the deck. It lets you charge a card into your soul. Just right off the top if you hit a yellow. Nevertheless, it's always go again, and it's always giving +2, and you're really looking to push extra damage so that you can trigger Boltyn's effect on the block of, like with your opponent's cards, and being able to kind of attack, react, give go again as well. Sending the Raiden on over, and on turn 0, the old casual shuffle of the die, trying to find the 3. There it is. And sending the 3 on over, going to block there with an Isolate. And
Isolate, probably one of the more important cards for Uzuri because of the built-in Dominate effect. Mm-hmm. In terms of, that's usually the 9 of, I think, when it comes to a little bit of those switcheroo smoke and mirrors plays. Because of the fact that what you're doing here is you're presenting the Isolate, and it's going to say Dominate. So Erik's going to present one card, and there's no real opportunity to go ahead and block on top of that. You can't de-react on top of it. So the 3 block there are some certain opportunities here and there. It depends. You can kind of sneak it in from Arsenal, but if you're blocking from hand, ultimately you get kind of stuck, and suddenly that 6 attack that they're going to switch out is just gets a free pass. But we're going to go with Codex of Frailty. Now, this is a card that you just immediately think is a Lexi staple. You see it most prominently in that, but Uzuri has access to this card too and can play it just as effectively.
Discards the Fate Foreseen and goes and grabs the Isolate, that blue Isolate that he just blocked with, and blue Isolate is going to come across for a casual 1, but we know that there are tricks up the sleeve, and I think, is that let's see what's in the hand there. He's going to use the Uzuri ability. We weren't able to catch it, but we're about to find out. He's going to Fate Foreseen from Arsenal. A great response, but it looks like it was a Death Touch that he swapped in. Death Touch is not going to connect here because we had the foresight to place a defense reaction there from Arsenal. So like you mentioned, though, really the one of the only ways to dance around the Dominate effect there is to have that in the Arsenal. Sending in and charging alongside is the Spirit of War, and this comes for 3, as you can see there on the screen, because we have Mansant on the production, and he's quick. We got the additional cost to play it. You can charge, and that's what we see. We are going to be playing as Boltyn a lot of these charge cards. We want the soul available to us for when our combo turn lines up, when we have 1 Lumina Ascension or maybe 2 Lumina Ascensions, and we want to stack up our ability to kind of react and give go again on to our Raiden Duskbane.
So let's talk about that right now, because while the game is just getting charged up here and the soul is getting filled, you said that you're essentially playing to a particular end game. You're playing to sort of pop off on these explosive turns. First of all, what are the key pieces to those turns, and what is like the reach? What's the damage that you could potentially output on those big turns?
Well, Lumina Ascension is a card that we are searching for actively to put into the arsenal and to have in hand, or to go and find off of the attack reaction that can go and search for it, as we see here the first attack and the first salvo sent over from Phillip. But what we're essentially trying to do is stack up 2 Lumina Ascensions, generally 2 Lumina Ascensions. Sometimes you just play the 1, but stack up 2 and allow our Raiden to be able to attack multiple times a turn, and every time it attacks, you gain or it hits, you gain life. You put things into your soul. You can attack, react, give it go again. Do this multiple times, and you can push massive damage off of the back of Lumina Ascensions comboed with, like a couple of different very powerful cards prior to that. And you're pointing at this right now, looking for a scrap, a fantastic, switch in ability, but also has the capability of getting that benefit by banishing a card from graveyard with the 1 attack.
And there will be plenty of those. I think you're going to have a lot of those, especially the blue isolates are incredibly important here. And here comes a Leave No Witnesses, one of the more potent cards from the Assassin class, which basically says, I mean, when this hits, it's effectively a Command and Conquer, banish a card from not only the top of your deck, but also the arsenal. So you're getting a lot of value out of this. And the silver token, if you do complete the contract of banishing a red card, well, hey, that's a bonus. But ultimately, it's just the fact that it's a 0 for 4 that ultimately has a high threat level to it with a 3-block just built in, which is fantastic.
Definitely one of those powerful cards that you look for and you actively block out. Use the Crown of Providence to do so alongside of the Ironsong Versus. And there, right there, pitched is one of our key combo pieces, because it allows us, if we play it on top of an attack, as an attack reaction, the Beacon of Victory allows us to go and find one of our copies of Lumina Ascension. And so if we found one, then we have another one, then we can kind of go 2 deep. Now, this is the card that you kind of like to combo alongside of it, and that is Via the Vanguard, because it allows you to charge at least 1 card or more. And every time you charge a light card off of this effect, it gives the entire thing on the combat chain, everything on the combat chain, the buff that you charged in. So if you charge 2 cards, everything on the combat chain gets +2, which is very powerful because your Raiden Duskbane can gain that buff as well.
Hey, Nationals players, if you are paying attention, this is the card that you almost want to pack one, pick one. Via the Vanguard is an incredibly potent card for the Boltyns in the draft pods, because we're going to be drafting Monarch. That is a Monarch card. If you're lucky enough to get 2 or 3 of these, you are sitting really pretty. And here's a Take Flight, which is a yellow Take Flight. If it charges, it gets go again. But again, it also has an attack value above its rate here, which means that the Boltyn ability to banish a card from Soul can right away give it go again. But if you charge, you get the go again as it stands. And hey, why not the the Raiden at the end of the chain potentially here? It costs 0, and it's incredible to see a weapon that really doesn't cost you anything, not even a life point like the Flail of Agony might require. This is merely, hey, have you charged? All right, cool. We'll give you some damage off this. It's going to cost you nothing. And it does the bonus from the Via the Vanguard as well.
Yeah, it's also kind of an interesting kind of like mind game thing. Sometimes you can kind of like throw it out there for 0 and see if your opponent plays themselves and throws a card in thinking you might have some creepy attack reaction that could just kill him in the end game. But here we're going to see Phillip is going to respect the block here. We're going to cover that up completely. He's going to send 2 cards. Now he's holding on to a Give and Take, which is a cool little attack that allows you to kind of cycle things back into your deck if it is blocked by action cards. He also has just a Sigil, and I think he's just going to play that Sigil out, maybe consider arsenaling this card, setting up for a 5-card hand.
We are all squared away at 35 apiece here. A lot of the work done here by Erik, not just on the offensive side, but also, like you said, charging up the soul. Both players are void of a headpiece. Tunic charged up here for Phillip. A Give and Take in Arsenal. And a lot of those light cards in Erik's hand. Again, it's a process for Boltyn until you can pop off and really go ham.
And one of the cards he's looking for to really send this combo into overdrive as well is the legendary Spirit of Arena. Because if you have Spirit of Arena available to you, what it means is that you no longer have to break the combat chain to play your Lumina Ascensions. You can play them instead at instant speed, and that allows you to play a V of the Vanguard, like double charge and maybe go super wide without breaking the chain and get super massive buffs on your Raiden. Here we have the Tunic, and he's going to start off with Engulfing Light. He's going to charge another Banneret in, and that is going to push for 2. I think that Banneret triggers, and yeah, it does. It gives a Courage token, so that is going to allow the next swing. That Courage token is going to give a buff to Courage, a really cool new token from Dusk Till Dawn, giving some just power overall to both warriors. Both the Light Warrior here in Boltyn, but also Dorinthia can make a Courage token every now and again with Iron Song Versus available to you.
A very non-threatening attack at 2 here, but the on-hit effect seems important enough where Phillip is just going to commit a Sink Below to a 2 attack, because if it does hit, it goes to Soul, and part of your plan against Boltyn is to try your best to limit the amount of cards that they're going to put in Soul. And sometimes you just can't do it. Cards like, Take Flight, I think Express Lightning as well is a card that just automatically has the charge built in, much like in Engulfing Light. It says as part of the cost, you may charge should you choose. And oftentimes that's just the plan, especially early on. You just play a card, you charge, and you go from there. And as it stands right now, well, Give and Take's opening up the attack pattern here for Phillip, who's playing Uzuri, a wonderful hero, again, from Outsiders, the last draft set that we had.
If you're wondering, Tunic was used to pay for that, so there's no card in the pitch, and that allows Phillip here to start with Give and Take, taking the Tunic resource, then paying it to send a 3 go again. And if we're looking at the composition of Phillip's deck, there's a couple of Uzuri decks that are really doing similar, but in a lot of ways very different things as well. You could be running a list that is just really focused on playing a couple of card hands, like a 2-card hand or a 3-card hand where they can block efficiently and then just do the Switchblade effect. You're also looking at this version of the list, which has a lot of go-again attacks. As you can see, we've played Hurl, we've played Give and Take. We have the ability to really make use of a wide combat chain and Codex of Frailty. And that is, I believe, what he's going to be cycling back in. Because a card was blocked on this Give and Take, he is going to be able to take an action card and cycle that back into the deck. Oh, I think he's giving him the opportunity to maybe not block this and instead take it back. And then from this point, he's going to be able to continue the combat chain. And this is certainly a more aggressive version in different respects. You can also play attack reactions and things like that. But here's the double pitch and floating 2 for the Send of the Spider's Bite.
Yeah, both of those, they're kind of like these souped-up Kadachis. They cost you 1 more, but they do have on-hit effects, plus Piercing. And Piercing, playing, me, I love Bravo. Playing against any type of assassin's annoying because you can't just block out something like one of these equipment pieces with one of these daggers with
your equipment.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. And then ultimately, the on-hit effects have a significant relevance here. Here's the Codex of Frailty, going to donate a Frailty token. Hey, I'll take a Ponder. That seems like a fair trade to me. But what card are we going to go ahead and discard and then ultimately put into the arsenal, which is what you discard and what did you put in?
Well, so he was able to tailor his hand because he double pitched here. He pitched a red first and then the blue. He has the resources floating to go and get Humble and not have to do a discard because his hand was empty. Codex of Frailty, very flexible in that respect and able to send just a casual 6 attack Humble that if it hits, you just get to turn off the abilities of your opponent's hero. It is certainly a powerful effect on certain heroes, and then you look at it versus Dash and you're like, well, that does nothing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it could also just be 6 damage.
It could just be 6 damage, sure, but in this case, I mean, shutting off the ability for Boltyn can be significant in the sense of like you can't necessarily get the bonus from the charge buffs. You can't get the go agains by banishing from Soul, so it does have some implications. It does slow your opponent down. It's a card that feels like a significant threat that you do have to put some cards in front of, otherwise it becomes a problem. Now, this is Illuminate, and Illuminate to me, Illuminate Red is one of the best cards that you can find out of drafting Monarch. It's light. It's not locked into Warrior or Illusionist. It's just a 0-for-4 on hit. Drop it into your Soul. I love this card. I think that this card is just a very important,
very solid staple in the limited format. 100% agree. I think this is one that a lot of people, when you're flipping through the deck lists of various heroes, you see this and you're like, wait a minute, why is that in there? But don't forget. It's a 0-for-4 with a beneficial effect to you specifically, and that is oftentimes heavily played in other heroes as well. You look at 0 for 4 Snatch, right? You look at other 0 for 4s across the board, and in this case, 0 for 4 go into the soul is a fantastic effect. Here it's buffed up by that courage token that was created previously, and so here's a 0 for 5. Both of these heroes, very cool, able to play at less than desirable hand sizes. That is a very important note to make. Both these players can play defensively if they want. The queen of the 2-card hand is Uzuri, right? Being able to have a stealth attack and then swapping it in. And the power of just being able to block 3 cards, as we saw on that previous turn, and send a 0 for 4 that goes to your soul. A very, very good play by Erik.
Still wondering how he's going to go ahead and block this out. If he wants to block this out, ultimately Illuminate, again, getting a little bit of a lift from that courage token. A lot of these cards that we're going to see Boltyn playing are going to be available in that Monarch draft. And now we're seeing, like, if it's good enough for Constructed, you got to think that it's a high pick coming out of any of these drafts. And seeing a red Illuminate wheel, like, pick 3 or 4, you feel like you're just playing with house money. These are great cards from that draft, and draft Monarch is going to be incredibly important. Now, what he's doing over here is he's going to be banishing a card, utilizing the Boltyn ability.
So he's actually doing 2 things. First thing he's doing is playing that Beacon of Victory from his arsenal, and this is going to allow him to go and search for a card because I believe he did the X is equal to 1 on Beacon of Victory. He's going to go get the Lumina Ascension. You always get Lumina Ascension because that is the combo that you're setting up. It also gives +1 to the attack that you're applying it to. He's also going ahead and pulling the card out of Soul so that he can use the Boltyn ability, so that he can give go again to this attack and actually go through and use the combo in its single form in just 1 Lumina Ascension. But this essentially will, when he plays Lumina Ascension, allow him to swing Raiden Duskbane twice for 4 damage, and every time it hits on this turn, he'll be able to look at the top of the deck. If it's a light card, put it into a soul and gain a life. Now the question is he going to do it on this turn? I think he does. 100% I believe he's going to, simply because he chose to give go again to Illuminate.
Well, there it is, the Lumina Ascension, and it's not as sparkly and exciting as it was in Pro Tour in France, where 3 of them, I believe, were played back to back to back for the Ultimate Boomina. But this
is going to go for 3 because the Frailty token exists on the board. That is the 1 saving grace on Phillip's side of things, because that is available or active right now. The overall Frailty effect is making the Raiden not go for 4, so he is going to have to trigger. I think there's a quick judge call asking the question of how this all functions, but I believe everything's on the up and up. Everything that we've been talking about, though, if I missed something or if maybe the other players missed something, the judge, of course, is there to cover the questions. So we'll go ahead and jump to the judge screen. There's a quick question on the functionality here. All right, we are back, and this is how the judge call was resolved. So we have rewound back to the last legal play, which was Beacon of Victory being played. There was no charge on this turn. There is no point at this point has your card even entered the soul. You can't close the combat chain and let Illuminate go to the soul, and it wouldn't matter anyway because there's no charge here, and the Boltyn player has received an intellect penalty of 2, so an IP2 has been applied. There is a bit of an unfortunate, just irreparable game state in that we have shuffled the deck, but the judge has ruled that this is we're just going to re-roll back to this play, and then you will receive an IP2 from that point. That card did hit. It does go to soul. You're not able to search for Illumina. We don't have the capability of pushing on that turn with our, Lumina into this just big combo, and instead we are going to continue as play resumes.
And right here is the reason why there's also a little bit of discrepancy in terms of the concept of putting a card into soul and charging a soul. Those are two different things. Illuminate says when hits goes to soul, and that is not the same as charging. So
it wouldn't have mattered either way because Beacon of Victory is being played on Illuminate, and you can't, obviously end the turn in that combat chain and get that there while you're still playing it on top.
But in this case, you saw Erik push Raiden forward, but Raiden would have been a 0 attack instead of a 3 because there was no charging that occurred. So that is also what's important here. And again, this is just a situation of just resolving the
intellect
penalty stuff. So yeah, IP2 essentially means for 2 turns, you will have an intellect penalty. You will be drawing 1 less card than you normally would. And we're back.
We are back indeed, and we are continuing on by sending Nerve Scalpel here, pitching Surgical Extraction and floating 1 resource, and this is going to allow us to deal 1 damage, and it turns off reaction cards as far as blocking for their full potential, but this is the dangerous one for that Boltyn deck, and that is the Spider's Bite, because it allows for, debuffing, if you will, the attack action cards. This is one we definitely want to cover up on the Boltyn side of things, and that's just going to be the turn. Interestingly enough, even though we had, just like a bunch, it's not going to be the turn. We're going to close the combat chain and continue on with Isolate, but oftentimes, Uzuri has a little bit of trouble using every card in their hand, and it's really only on turns where we see, like here, a lot of blue cards in hand where we actually make use of everything there. And Shakedown is the play on the Switchblade effect and the pop of the Black Tech Whispers here as well.
What's fascinating about Uzuri is that there's so much potential for trickery, obviously. It's a very difficult hero to play around and such. And Brian Gottlieb is one of the individuals, obviously, who is part of the development of the hero as well. And discussing with Brian, and Brian often says, hey, this is a hero that I think a lot of people are still shortchanging to a degree, are still undervaluing or underestimating, rather, and there's a significant potential still left to be dug out for Uzuri. And here's Death Touch.
Here's a perfect example of exactly that. So starting your turn off with both of your daggers, following it up with a swapped-in Death Touch, and actually making use of every single card in the hand and the arsenal, sending a Death Touch after this. This is a different version fundamentally of what Uzuri can do and has been doing with other lists, and it's one that's really showing up and showing out here in round 2 by Phillip.
Death Touch is a absolute brutal card, a wonderful card to see when you're playing limited. You pick up a red, you just jam it in Arsenal. It's a 1 for 6. It does so much work on hit. You choose Blood Rot Pox. Do you want Frailty, Inertia? Depending on who you're playing against, there is a silver bullet for all of them. And Death Touch here just showing the pure value as the on-hit effect, creating, in this case, Phillip choosing the Blood Rot Pox token. Again, deal 2 or pay 3 at the end of the turn. Erik now, 2 cards in Soul. On the deficit of both cards because of the intellect penalty and also on the life lead. So now Phillip taking this advantage here and coming in with a Spider's Bite for 1. And it's got the go again effect again to just they're kind of like I said, souped up Kadachis as they were with a little extra cheese. And here to finish things off is a Command and Conquer. Old Faithful.
Yeah, just for the casual 6. Now this is not attacking the arsenal at all, so we're just gonna hard play this and arsenal the card. If you're wondering why we didn't do the Switchblade effect, we might as well have an arsenal, especially when one of those stealth cards is what's making its way into the arsenal, allowing us to, at any point, use our hand defensively and then still have the ability to swap in at a later date. And we drew into some great cards. We got an E-Strike, and we've got a Surgical Extraction. We have Shakedown as well. So we might be able to make use here of all of the cards in our hand yet again if we just choose to take whatever damage is headed our way.
Erik, up to 4 cards now.
Turns out there's no damage headed our way because he just committed all the cards to blocking. So the simple pass means we are back on the offensive from Phillip's perspective.
Yeah, and when you're navigating something like an IP, sometimes it's just a matter of, you know what, like there's no, what I want to save my cards for are not going to be as important. Like he gave up an Illuminate, which would have been a 0-cost 4 attack with on-hit effects. And rather, you know what, let's just maintain the game state, keep everything on the level here in terms of life totals available. We'll get back to a point where we can start playing again. And here's an Enlightened Strike. Yeah, and we're talking about Old Faithful of Command & Conquer out of Arcane Rising. Well, this is like the OG of the generic powerhouses. It's a 5 go again. It has 3 options. You can tuck a card underneath as part of the cost. Costs you nothing, but base attack is 5. You can choose go again, draw a card, or +2. And here we're going with the go again effect again to keep these combat chains nice and wide and following this up with a Spider's Bite.
Now, Spider's Bite here allows us to threaten the debuff on the attack action cards that could be in the hand of Erik. We also have 1 card left over. It looks like it's a Humble, if I remember correctly, based on what he was showing earlier, just peeking at that hand cam. But we do know that there's a stealth attack in the arsenal from the previous turn that would allow us to start with the stealth attack, then swap it into that Humble. And if this Spider Bite connects, then it makes the possibility of blocking out Humble even more difficult.
Erik just evaluating how he wants to respond to the Spider's Bite. If there's any response, it looks like he's just going to go down to 17, meaning that, well, any next time an attack action card is used to block, it will have -1 defense, which is fairly significant. And Wither is the option here. And again, this is basically the shell game now. This is the 3-card Monty that Uzuri likes to play. Wither is a stealth attack, and if it hits, create a Frailty token. In certain cases, if you just let this go, you say, all right, Frailty, have at it or whatnot. I mean, but you might have some extra stuff in front of it. This is not uncommon, as we'll see. If it's not Isolate, you might just block for 6 and hope that that you're happy with that.
Well, here he's just blocking for 3. He's taking the second block on Iron Song Versus as his arm piece, and he is sending the 3rd copy of Beacon of Victory. Not something you want to see when you draw on both of those, and you know your first copy was already played, so no real recourse as far as setting up the combo without just hard drawing it. And the Humble is going to go through, and we flip over the beautiful gold sleeve to show that Boltyn is wiped and can't activate that hero effect or text.
Just not feeling it. And the Iron Song Versus has been expended, like you mentioned. But hey, that's not a bad turn here. I mean, setting up the Spirit of Arena, and hey, why not? I mean, you got a card in the play in hand and whatnot. You did get humbled, but I don't think that humbling Boltyn at this juncture is all that important. But you're getting damage through. As you can see, Phillip has been slow and steady, just eroding that life total of Erik. Both players 1-0 again. Round 2 of the PTI event here in Atlanta. And what's interesting to me is 68 players. We had 80 more players yesterday. Same amount of rounds. It's incredible how 7 rounds can be 65 players or 128.
That is true.
We're going the distance. We've got lots of competitive Flesh and Blood for you today here, presented by MinMaxGames. And why not? Another stealth attack. This is basically how it goes, and it's always uncomfortable when you're on the receiving end here. You do not know what the response is in this case.
He's holding on to a Shakedown, one of the best cards that you can swap in. Shakedown going to do some serious work if you don't get the 2-card block, and if you do, then you can just hold it on for later. We've got the Soul Shield in response on the other side of things, which can allow you to maybe dance around the damage a little bit. Maybe you just feel comfortable about forcing them to switch into it and then committing to it as well. But no matter what, we're going to make sure that that stealth attack in our hand left over makes its way into the arsenal at the end of the turn.
Well, here it is. This is the opportunity to go ahead and in the reaction phase, and again, the way that this is ordered is attack reactions occur first. That's where Uzuri essentially says, yeah, let's do it. And we're going to meet that with a Soul Shield, following it up with a Nerve Scalpel.
But here, no, this is
actually
Flick
Knives.
Knivesing the Nerve Scalpel over, which is going to -1 the Soul Shield when it hits, and making that Soul Shield block for 5 instead. And he's going to then choose to banish the yellow card and hand the Bolt of Courage, I believe, and leaving a defense reaction in the hand for Erik, which will most likely on his turn make his way into the arsenal.
It's always a fascinating play when you get the flick knives going on, and ultimately because it's known information, right? It's on the board, you see it there, but sometimes it just kind of gets put on the back burner and you just forget about it. And things like that is always tough when you're like, I knew it was there, but you know what can you do ultimately? As the flick knives goes ahead and tosses the nerve scalpel to go ahead and actually get the value off of the Uzuri in attack. And Spider's Bite is the lone weapon left on Uzuri's flank here. She's going to be pitching the blue card here, one floating, coming in with a Spider's Bite, one go again. It does have piercing, but there's really no equipment that you want to throw in front of this. Ultimately, it's just a matter of if this does connect, which again, one is a non-threatening number. It's just the implications for everything after this that becomes dangerous.
Well, and here's the play of the Isolate that he had in the arsenal from the previous turn, threatening a lot of possibilities here with the switch. And in this case, he's drawn into several of, well, at least one, it looks like a shred, one attack reaction that he can use in response. We knew about the Fate Foreseen, but he's going to allow that Fate Foreseen to come down and then swap in Surgical Extraction, which goes for 4. Now, this is currently being covered for 7, I believe, and he has the capability to shred here. But maybe that blocks for 2 because of the Spider's Bite, and so he's just able to squeak out this blocking for a total of 6, and the shred getting the minus on there. It's minusing 3, able to just barely squeak through, and that's a really big hit because Surgical Extraction allows you to do some seriously nasty stuff in revealing the hand and seeing if you want to banish one of those. And you were hoping generally to banish a blue card for the silver, but as far as everything else is concerned, Surgical Extraction is just really good to get the connection on and start the mill process if you want to play towards that, and just taking a card from the hand.
Well, taking the card from the hand
is the biggest part, right?
And it's a big card that you took there. You got rid of Illumina Ascension, which also is not just a matter of the combo piece that you're eliminating out of your opponent, and especially at a juncture where they're so low on life. But Lumina Ascension is also an opportunity to potentially gain life as well. So you don't want to give your opponent any one-ups, as it were, if you don't have to. A Spirit of War is a card.
Light the Way, actually. Light the Way is one of those innocuous little cards that you wouldn't expect to see like doing a lot, but this card's actually fantastic. And one of the best cards that Boltyn got is a 0 for 3, but if you charge, which in this case I don't believe we did. No, did we charge? I can't remember. But either way, it's one of those cards that really has hit Boltyn strong, because when you charge a yellow card, it gets go again off the top. And you look at a lot of the things that Boltyn wants to do as far as going wide, this can allow you to do that because it charges, it can gain go again, it can set you up for swinging Raiden. There's a lot of benefits of Light the Way here, and this is going to do a little bit of work as far as dealing some damage, but man, Phillip is in a commanding position, and I think he's comfortable just taking these and sending it back as best he can.
Yep, no blocks, he says, and feels pretty decent here. Again, a nice cushion still at 24, not even halfway down, and Erik threatening to get to the single digits, that danger zone here where you are not just afraid of the on-hits, you're more so afraid of just losing the game. And Phillip here on Uzuri has shown that a lot of those smoke and mirrors plays can be dangerous. Hey, looking for a scrap. This is a fantastic card. We mentioned it earlier on. Again, a Outsiders card that says as an additional cost, you can just basically get rid of a card that has a base of 1 attack to buff this up to 5 and go again. It's incredible value if you've got the graveyard set up that way. And with the amount of blue isolates that you're playing, all 3 of them, frankly, it's not hard actually to.
Well, every blue stealth attack actually meets the requirement. And also, if you've nerf scalp or if you've flick knifed any of your weapons, they also count.
That is true.
The banish on looking for a scrap. A really underrated card, I think.
I think it's a great card. I mean, it's a very niche card. There's cards like you mentioned in round 1, like Meeps, Mischievous Meeps. It's a card that you would probably not play in almost every single hero, but in certain scenarios, in certain formats, in certain metas, there's a hero that says, you know what, this fits the bill. This is precisely the right recipe that I want to add into here. It's an extra ingredient that just adds some flavor, and in this case, looking for a scrap probably doesn't have any play in any other decks, frankly. But in this case, hey, this is precisely where we want to play it in Classic Constructed, which is Uzuri. 5 go again for 1 cost, and let's be real here, you use your Tunic for it. So a free 5 go again, not a bad start.
No, it's a fantastic start, and it allows you on this version of Uzuri to make a lot more use of the cards in your hand when you're enabling the go again and the go wide combat chain. Sending over the Spider's Bite for 1. That is minusing all of our attack actions on the block side of things for Erik, and Erik down to 4. This is where really Uzuri makes everything so much harder to deal with because of the switch ability turn after turn. And in this case, we're not even really worried about it because we're just sending the old E-Strike and trying to cover things up. On the other side is Soul Shield, but that's still going to leak if we chose the 7 option.
Well, the 7 option looks like that was the case here, and now what Erik needs to be cognizant of is not just the fact that his life total is in a dangerous area, but if Flick Knives can, it's not just about Flick Knives dealing the damage itself. It's about Flick Knives in conjunction with a block that could potentially push this over the top.
Exactly.
But hey, Celestial Cataclysm, here's a card that you rarely see. It is a 7 for 0. Hey, that's good value, but you got to banish 3 out of the arsenal, out of your soul in order to play it, and it has built-in go again.
Yeah.
This is a nice, powerful card. It might be too little too late for Erik here, as Phillip is probably thinking, all right, well, I don't want to give anything away for free. I don't just want to take this because I'm feeling like I'm going to get there. Because the worst feeling in the world is when you take damage and you end your turn with 2 or 3 cards in your hand that you didn't want there. But Phillip's going to just, evaluate here. He's in a very comfortable spot. He's got an E-Strike in his hand. Let's take a look at Phillip's hand real quick here to see what he's looking at. Not even kidding. We don't care. We're going to just throw a 6 blocks in front of this anyways. Take
very
1.
respectful of the damage that CCAT can present. This is literally the big end game card is Celestial Cataclysm. When you're playing for that second cycle and longer matchups, Celestial Cataclysm, something you can set up after the combo turn when you filled up your soul like crazy. Light the Way here does have the hit effect, but we didn't charge on this turn. We actually removed cards from our soul in general, so you don't get the go again there. We've seen a lot of these great cards played from Erik. We saw, some of the best cards in the deck, like your Prayer of Boltyn. I'm a big fan of that card. I really like Beaming Bravado, being able to just get that +1 and push a breakpoint. Probably the best overall attack across the board in the deck. Beaming Bravado, a fantastic card, and it feels really great to play if you've ever had the opportunity to sit with Boltyn.
Well, this is dealing 1. You Flick Knives this. Oh no, never mind.
Nope, we don't have the Nerve Scalpel.
Not quite there anymore. But again, chipping away. Now you're in that danger zone. Now you can Flick Knives if the block is the right way here. So we'll see how this goes. But again, it looks like Phillip has been chipping away, and the threat of Flick Knives with that Spider's Bite. Again, it's not just the damage from of chucking the Spider's Bite. It's what that on hit will do to the blocking cards to potentially leak through a little bit more damage.
Taking the Tunic resource and using Prayer of Boltyn to flip over the top card. It's going to give +2 guaranteed and have go again, but it's also going to hit the yellow off the top, which is going to charge that card into the soul. And then we're going to send on over that Illuminate, which pushes a 0 for 4. That's another great card in this deck that we talked about earlier. It's actually coming at 4/6 thanks to the buff that we mentioned on Prayer.
Great card. Again, 6 for 0 with a non-hit effect. Can't go wrong over here. And you got to suspect that is there any, do you really want to
commit to blocking? Yeah, I don't think at this point, from Phillip's perspective, that he cares about any vanilla damage. His goal is to just put so many awkward things on the combat chain, if you will, that it just kind of closes this game out. He's got Hurl in hand. He's got a give and take. I can't make out that last card there, but he's going to start off with Hurl, which is just a bit of a back-breaking card in the late game. When you're able to use its effect as an additional cost, you can pay that 1, as you see there. You can throw a dagger and just deal that damage. Now, in this instance, you're probably not using the effect. You're just waiting until you can Flick Knives it for the guarantee. But you also have to be very cognizant of the fact that if you do choose to Flick Knives, then this can -1 and leak 1, and then your turn continues. So see how he chooses to try and close this game out.
Another one. Another just go again. Another 3 go again. Again, it's just, head jab, head jab. It's like, it's really nasty here.
He's got a pummel in hand. Like the cheeky 1 of pummel that you just throw into the deck because you have all the 6s.
Oh, there's nothing better than running 1 pummel, pitching it early, and having your opponent fear the other 2. It's just fantastic in that regard. But again, if you Flick Knives, deal 1 damage, and leak through, here's a give and take. So more free go agains, and he pitched that pummel. Erik saying, dude, you play pummel?
And he Flick Knived as well, which means that attack action cards are getting -1, which makes this a 2-card block if you have an attack action card, or you have to give the Tunic, which is most likely what we see. A 2 block on your attack action card plus Tunic can get you out of this one. scot-free, but this is going to rip every card in the hand if it doesn't win the game on the spot.
Now, I'm curious here because now, and we're finishing this off.
Right.
Okay, we got another attack. Why not? And again, with a deficit in terms of blocking, you got everything here. But now Phillip is at the mercy of draw here in terms of not having any weapons to lean on for just poke damage. So if all you have is an attack that does 6, you might just say, all right, well, Erik might just throw 6 block in front of it and be able to start attacking back. And he does have a Snapdragon Scaler, and Phillip took a lot of damage in order to get Erik to 1 here. So this game is approaching its zenith here, but we're not quite done yet. As a 3 go again is a nice way to start off the combat chain.
And this is going to guarantee get a block from a card. If it's an action card, then you're able to cycle a card into your deck. But I think the biggest point is that on hit, win the game for anything going forward for Phillip. You're right. You do have to fear the possibility of just drawing into some defensive pieces, like he has a Fate Foreseen in hand and not being able to push a ton of damage. But at the same time, you're also understanding that, like, if you, and we don't know this because we're not looking at deck lists, but if you're running Concealed Blade, you can always go get another dagger or get from your inventory, if you will, and just be able to send that. But this is a dangerous moment if he has the switch, and he does indeed have the switch. The Dominate, I think, is going to close this out because he used the Fate Foreseen on the previous, and that's going to get the fist bump, closing this one out. A bit of a tumultuous game, but we get to the finish line in the end of it.
Again, Flick Knives, a fascinating card. Again, it's just the danger of it is not a secret. It lives on the board. You see precisely what it's capable of from the get-go, and it's just you are at the mercy of it. You have to understand what it's capable of, and you just got to sort of perhaps prognosticate where your opponent's going to actually pull the trigger on it.
That's a wizard card. Prognosticate's a wizard card. It's not a. You like it's not
Skittles over M&Ms. Your opinion no longer matters.
Skittles, yeah, Skittles are better than vanilla Skittles.
No, okay. Let's throw this out here. Yeah.
Do you want vanilla? No. Put those down.
What?
Vanilla Skittles or
I would eat a vanilla Skittle.
No. Like baseline Skittles, okay, or baseline M&Ms.
Why do they have to? Why?
Because we're not putting up weird version of thing versus weird version of thing. We want to do a meta breakdown. Okay, so Ethan whispers in our ear.
Breakdown.
He's like, "Hey guys, stop talking about candy. No one cares. And instead, let's do this." All right, I like this. This is great. Is everyone seeing this currently? Hopefully, they are. 16 out of the 68 players are on Lexi. 69 players and 16 players are playing Lexi today.
That's unsurprising. What's surprising to me is the decline in Icelanders, frankly. And I think that some of them, perhaps yesterday, that saw how Lexi was performing today in this particular field, said, maybe I can't beat these Lexi players. But again, I think there's more Levias, proportionately, than there were yesterday at Dromai.
I think that's the big thing. I think maybe players are looking at their options at this PTI event and maybe seeing if they can get some high-level practice in with other heroes. And the biggest thing to me is the number of Levias went up dramatically in response to the number of Icelanders going a little bit down. So maybe these players that, picked up Icelander and, put the work in yesterday, maybe newish to the deck, are also saying, let's also get some reps in on the other heroes as well.
And poor Azalea, relegated back to reality, frankly, where she is not getting the same respect. I think it's possibly because Levi Rauch is not playing in this event. He's working the booth today at MinMax. But besides that, I mean, Katsu, I had a lot more faith in Katsu just in the competitive field right now, and he's back down to 2 players out there. Kano drop in, but Viserai, I had a lot more Viserais out in the field, if you ask me, but apparently there's just a solo out there representing the Runeblade Master. Now, all eyes are going to be on Briar. Again, this is an event now that gives Living Legend points. Like you said, a sneeze, a whisper of any kind of winning for Briar means that she is going to cross that rainbow bridge and get there, and we are all excited for it.
Looking at the chat, it does appear that Skittles are slightly edging out the vanilla M&Ms, the base M&Ms.
Throw in peanut M&Ms. This is the whole conversation.
No, it's not.
M&Ms are unrivaled.
That's a dumb thing to say, and you made everyone upset for saying it. So stop saying those things. Stop being so. I understand. I wouldn't ever say that to y'all. Trust me. Understand that I would never do such a thing. Hey, also, shout out to Brian Gottlieb for coining the term that we used in round 1 in the chat right now, a dumpster of dragons. Brian, go watch round 1. A dumpster of dragons.
Well, we've already heard a dumpster of opinions out of your mouth, so let's continue onward with this tournament here. Dude, get out of town.
If you're going to compare candy types, you're going to compare the base models first. Why would I? Okay, let me compare a cold foil Marvel Emperor to a random common card. That makes no sense. Makes literally no sense.
Yeah, but they're the same price. We can get these for like the same price. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it is round 3 that we have to look forward here. We're going to take a very brief break here. Again, this is the PTI event live in Atlanta, Georgia. We've got MinMaxGames, we've got Magnolia Games, and we've got Savage Feats, so don't go too far. back in action here as we took a little break here to discuss, frankly, the fact that Skittles are just a pack of dentine buried and then excavated years later and painted red. They're disgusting, and we don't like them. But we do have another amazing match coming up. I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. We're going to round number 3. Where are you going? You are in my personal space.
Well, you know what?
Get out of my personal space.
Nope, that's not going to happen.
Stay out of my personal space.
Okay, at some point, we are actually going to take one of every piece of candy and eat it all at the same time just for your viewing enjoyment. But right now, for your viewing enjoyment, we have round 3 of this PTI event in Atlanta. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, this thing was enormous.
It just kept going. I had to look over to see if it actually ended or if you could just keep levitating it out. All right, let's go ahead and jump down to the arena because you might recognize a few of these players as they are both great high-end players. We got Josh over here playing, who's that?
That's his first try playing Dori, from what I understand. He figured, hey, that's a really cool thing. I like swords, so let's play some Dorinthia and T-Tebow on Lexi. Again, one of the many Lexi players in the field, which, again, the debate over many weeks being what is the best hero. A lot of the results going to Icelander, but a lot of the potency and a lot of the player base just leaning on Lexi, and Lexi, again, winning yesterday. So Joshua Lau, very well known as probably one of the best, if not the best, Dorinthia player in the world right now. One of many, or one of a very select few who can really take a otherwise underutilized hero. And I know that there's players out there, people like Mitch Leslie, aka Uber, who are so into Dorinthia and really lean on Josh Lau's deck builds and guidance in terms of how to play the hero. It is a complex hero to master, but Josh Lau has certainly done his best. Josh Lau's route. I don't know if you know the story of Josh Lau's route.
I do indeed know the story, but go ahead and tell it for the viewers at home.
Josh Lau, I think he plays 1 copy of route, I believe, maybe 2, but the copy of route that he has.
That's the one. Yes, very specifically, there is a single copy of route in his deck that if he uses it to kill his opponent, he asks them to sign it.
It is
keeps a tally.
It's crazy. It has this laundry list of it's like a cemetery almost of just dead opponents that have been killed by route.
And funnily enough, I was actually walking around the tables in between rounds, and towards the end of the round, he was playing against none other than Mara Ferris, and he won off of the back of a route. And so she asked if she could do a little sketch for him. And she took the route, and she, if you could put route up on the screen, I want to kind of point this out. I can't draw it because they don't want to give us teleprompters for the danger of it all. But as you can see, the man that's attacking here with that cool mask, she turned it into an Ashwing. And then she signed it, and it is honestly quite cool.
All right, so starting off again, a lot, if not all, frankly, all the offense is going to come from Duskblade. There's, I would be surprised if maybe there's a nourishing emptiness sort of floating about in this deck, perhaps. But ultimately, keeping Duskblade in check is really. We were talking about the Uzuri matchup and feeling uncomfortable because you don't know what's going to happen. The attack reactions, a little bit of the smoke and mirror switcheroos, and in this case, hey, let's go. Let's just let's turn this 3 attack into God knows what.
So he's starting off with the Stroke of Foresight, which allows you on the reprise effect to draw a card, and then you can choose what card in your hand based on after drawing that card and where you want to place that. I believe you have the option to put that on the top or the bottom, but essentially you're tailoring your hand when you do so to allow you to maybe get a different card or just kind of go with it. But here the Iron Song Determination on turn 0 is a fantastic play. It's almost like playing a sort of like a Dominate on Bravo, right?
Moving this up to 8 attack now, and again, going to go ahead and fetch a card that you want. Again, you know, that simple
Iron Song response. Here we go. He's looking for it. He's going to find it. And oh no, he's going Glint the Quicksilver. In fact, that's a real. Does he have the resource here? He's going to draw the card off this. So Glint the Quicksilver is going to allow it. What are you doing? What are you doing over there? Look at that. Drawing the little dragon, the little Ashwing.
Am I better than Mara? You can be honest. I'll be honest.
I'll be very honest. No.
No, she will hear this, and in which case, yes, you are so much better.
She did it with a solid gold pen. So and she made the Ashwing face on the mask face, and so it was like with perspective. She spent a good 35 seconds on it.
Fine, I'll just delete it. Jeez.
Just get rid of it.
Don't put it on the fridge.
It has one. It looks like Trogdor's little brother. That's a deep cut. All right, so
wow, that's a great cut. I love that.
Old school, right? All right, going
doing that.
Quicksilver as well. Just got fetched over here again to give a weapon go again and keep going and punching through here again. That first initial that initial infecting shot that blocked 3. That seems like ages ago. That happened last Christmas, frankly, as this Dawnblade has grown to great proportions. But in response here, T-Bo's able to just go ahead and actually load up the bow, take some of the damage where necessary, and just do his own thing and get set up for a big turn. As you can see, T-Bo just talking across the table here. These are 2 players, the Card Guys, Team Magnolia. They've played against each other. They're good friends. This is a matchup that we're going to have a lot of chatter back and forth. But when you're playing this matchup as Lexi, sometimes you just ignore the damage coming through. The on-hits are not going to be devastating. Yeah, it's going to grow your Dawnblade. You're going to take damage. But as Lexi, you have to lean on your strengths, which is I can do more damage and have more devastating on-hit effects than you do. So we can race. Sure, I'll might get blown out on a turn or 2, but over time, if I'm perpetually dealing 12 to 15 damage, you're going to eventually have to respect it, especially if I have on-hits.
Now, important to note, and in that moment when he uses the Quicksilver there, it does, on the hit, allow you to kind of swing the Dawnblade a second time, but he's valuing the arsenal off of the drawn card. I didn't quite make out what he drew off the top after the shuffle, of course, but there was a couple of really interesting decision points that could have gone in different ways that you could have taken it. You could try to get a counter on the Dawnblade by swinging again, but you could also arsenal the card that you draw and set up for a nice 5-card hand. In a race scenario, maybe that makes all the difference. But really, like, I think it's so interesting to watch specialists play their specialized hero because Josh is, in my opinion, the premier and the face of Dorinthia. He is the premier hero player of Dorinthia, and it would be fantastic if you haven't already gone and watched the Card Guys channel. But it would be fantastic to just listen to him kind of go over these lines as he plays them out in the post haste of this all.
I believe Josh Lau won the Goliath Gauntlet 2 on Dorinthia.
He did indeed,
and incredible. See, I think he may have beaten Majin Bay, I believe. Just a wonderful human being, great player, and like you said, the premier Dorinthia player, just becomes synonymous, much to the degree that, Ethan and Levia, Mara and Dromai, well, Josh and Dorinthia, peanut butter and jelly. And here we see the Crown of Providence. Flake and Borvo.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good one, except I'm lacking a certain element called success. I'm still hunting that. We will get there one day.
There you go. Going to cycle the arsenal, giving him a 5-card hand. Off of the Crown of Providence, drill shot connecting and giving the -1 to the Courage of Blade Hold. As you can see, Josh Lau, a strong believer in I put my equipment in a square.
Both of them do.
Yeah, very stable shape.
Again, for those who might take offense to this, which has happened in the past, this is perfectly legal as long as your opponent is okay with it. You can have them floating above the table if you wish, I think, and as long as both players are cool with it, no big deal. So no tilts, no problems here, as the Withering Shot is going to be presenting 5 damage on hit, is a frailty token, which does have implications here because it will nerf the sword by 1 attack.
It will indeed. Dawnblade doesn't already push a breakpoint, being a 3-attack weapon, but being able to make it a 2-attack weapon just really does not feel great. That being said, you're sitting on a 5-card hand over on Josh's side of things, so you have the capability of blocking if you wanted to, but you also have some fireworks that you might be able to do with a 5-card hand, and I do believe, if I remember correctly, he did draw into another copy of Ironsong Determination on that previous draw. I can't remember if that was the case, but we will see as we look at the hand. He's got Overpower as a blue. He's got Warrior's Valor ready. Oh, he's got a Steelblade Supremacy and an Ironsong Response yellow. Drawing cards is a really good thing to do in just about any game, and oh my god, this is literally the Alpha Strike turn. This is why you take damage, because you are setting up a Steelblade Supremacy, Ironsong Determination, Warrior's Valor turn, and saying, yeah, you remember that time you gave me that token? Forget that crap. It's 8. Dominate, draw a card on hit, make you really sad.
I thought he was just showing him what he had in his hand. I didn't know he was playing all this stuff. It's incredible. Again, one blue is just basically dumping the entire, just selling the farm on this Dawnblade attack for 8. As you can see, Tebow just doing all the mathematics. It's not just about the damage here. Again, walk us through, Steven, if you can, what an on hit here means, because 3 cards to pump up a weapon to 8 feels rather pedestrian. It feels rather undervalued, but there is so much below the surface of this.
On hit, you have the capability of swinging your Dawnblade again. On hit, you draw a card off of Steelblade Supremacy. On hit, you gain Go again off Warrior's Valor. On hit, your opponent takes a boatload of damage. On hit, they feel really bad about giving you half of a token. On hit, they contemplate life decisions and why they're running Lexi, who only just converted last night for the first time in a minute. Maybe we should all be on Dorinthia.
Okay, well, sure, some of those are, we've basically devolved into some sort of existential crisis, but that's not what we're here about. We're here about the on-hits, the draw cards, and the things that are relevant to the rules, within the scope of the rules of Flesh and Blood. But still, Josh Lau did take a boatload of damage, and Tebow is likely poised to do the same. Spoils of War is what's following this up, and this is a nasty one again.
I'm just going to take a walk around. This feels like so dirty. This is the most dirty thing I think we've seen on stream. I'm going to go throw up in my mouth a little bit. Because,
yeah, no problem. I mean, this is the closest we may see to a war crime being occurred right on a broadcast here, but Spoils of War crimes is what's happening here, as basically the next weapon attack is going to be +2, Go again, and the 2 coppers. Well, that's a nice little addition.
You know, we can't swing a third time because we didn't somehow, like, magically make a Twinning Blade appear out of the thin air. Nevertheless, this is dominated. It is on hit, draw another card and get an arsenal. On hit, create a copper token. As we see, we already have 2 there available to us. On hit, be at a nice, solid life lead to our opponent who's sitting on a 5-card hand. But they are playing Lexi, and Lexi can push damage.
So let's put up Dawnblade real quick if possible, because again, everything leans on this particular weapon. Every card, particularly in Josh's deck, is meant to beef up, improve, and otherwise support this, the Dawnblade. And the Dawnblade is a 1-cost attack for 3. But if you look at it, this is a weapon that, when left unchecked, it just grows and becomes more of a problem. It just like weeds in your garden. If you don't keep this in check, it will eventually become more than you can handle. And then you got to burn the whole thing down. But ultimately, the Dawnblade is going to gain counters when they hits twice.
Oh, he's going to do it. All right, so this is the crazy part, is you don't want to give the counter to Dori if you can avoid it. But in this exact scenario, because this is dominated, the only way to avoid it is to basically just sell the farm on your equipment. You can give Perch Grapplers and Hornet Sting, you're happy with that, but you're just at 6 at that point. If you want to really commit to this, you're basically saying, I'm never going to get a Tunic resource ever in this game, and you're not getting a counter. And it looks like he's gonna get the consolation prize of 1 point of damage.
Aha,
the
take
Hornet
that, Josh.
Sting, and he says, your turn was good, but here's 1. And then he gives up the Tunic and says, why did I even run that card?
So in retrospect, what happened here? Well, the 2 coppers, sure, no problem. But the most important thing here is that even though it looked like so much fireworks, so much craziness here, Tebow took a lot of damage early. And on the second swing of Dawnblade, there wasn't a conversion there, so it was just damage. There was a lot of bark but little bite ultimately, because Dawnblade is now still at 0 counters, and blocking
That's the biggest thing.
Very expensively, again, giving up 3 of your equipment pieces, most importantly the Tunic, but you've kept Dawnblade in check, and that's important, and you still have an opportunity to fire back.
Yeah, I think if you give that counter there, this game starts to get really ugly really fast, or it has the capacity to, but it's the right play to give the equipment and say, I can't give you a counter on turn 2, essentially, and I'm going to make you play a more normal, honest game because you just drew into like 2 insanely good turns, and now we're going to play this thing out for real. And not only that, but I do get to play out a decent nice like salvo of cards. I push 5 damage with Searing Shot, 4 damage with Endless Arrow, and then maybe 4 more damage with Endless Arrow after this one.
All right, so the initial Searing Shot does connect. We're going to go now to the Endless Arrow that was fired with Go Again from hand, 1 float. There's an opportunity here to, again, fire the other Endless Arrow from hand for free, no buff, but still, breakpoints aplenty, recursion effects on these Endless Arrows. If they hit, put them back in hand. That's very important. Any arrow, frankly, that hits a breakpoint and fires for free is pretty good. Good value here. And ultimately, T-Tebow was the importance of the previous turn. It seemed like it was all Josh Lau. You were going to get up and do laps, just sort of rethink your life here. Not Skittles related, but more so how powerful that Dawnblade was. But T-Tebow did the right thing, blocked out the second swing, prevented that counter, because if Josh found another massive swing turn, that counter would have put him just a little above each time. It makes it harder and harder to ultimately nerf that Dawnblade.
All right, I was wondering this too, and chat asked the same question. I think it's a fortune from a fortune cookie. Come and tell us.
Oh, yes, I went to go ask. T went to a Chinese buffet right before he left, apparently, and he received a fortune inside of a fortune cookie that said, "You will enjoy doing something fun this weekend."
Where did that go?
So he slapped it on top of Lexi, and I guess it's either ironic or it's gonna take him the win.
That's right. I mean, either way, you're having a good time with friends too. I think that's a big deal as well. But that's a fun little addition. Come on, you gotta enjoy that, right? Also enjoying things is firing a nice little Boltyn shot for 4 Go Again.
Yeah, yellow Boltyn +1 go for the Go Again effect. 2 cards in hand. One of those is the Endless Arrow that were they fully blocked out? We missed.
I believe they were, so that you could avoid the recursion. Yeah.
No problem. And again, when it comes to blocking with equipment, Guardian seems to do it best, but ultimately Warrior has a nice kit as well, able to cover breakpoints and use the equipment to just stay alive and just use it before you lose it, which is great.
Key point early in the game, that drill shot that went through on turn 1 did put a counter on the Courage of Blade hold, which is exactly where you want that counter to be, because that has temper. And at this point, you're once it hits 0 on the block value, it is going to explode. So you've basically robbed a 2 block essentially from that single hit on the arrow. And there's the flip and the reveal. It's just a searing shot, so that does threaten some amount of damage, but we're paying the resource to flip into a Falcon Wing. I just can't get over the fact that this card, by just about everybody period, said Falcon Wing was just a just a standard little fare. It was going to be fine and limited, but man, this card is so good across the board.
It's very good. And the reason why this is a very valuable card is because sometimes if you've got the card in Arsenal, it's a way to just open up the combat chain without having to use the bow activation with the Go Again. You don't need to use Voltaire to create Go Again. Falcon Wing will take care of that. So if you've got 2 cards in Arsenal and one is an arrow without Go Again, Falcon Wing will make it happen. But here's another existential crisis that Steven Armada is going to have to deal with, as many of the pieces, equipment and non-attack actions, are going to be buffing up the Dawnblade to, how high are we going? Sky is 5.
No, because you're getting +1 from both of these buffs. You're getting Glistening Steelblade, but that's the scary one, because if anything hits here, then you're getting a counter and it's just sticking, right? And that is very dangerous on this turn. But you're also saying, if this hits, I'm drawing a card as well. And we're floating 2 cards in our hand, which can represent anywhere in that +3 range, right? You can look at any card being sort of like an Iron Song response at any moment. And so this is really kind of threatening it around that 8 sort of block point. And you've given up all your equipment on that previous big turn to avoid the counter, but this one's even harder to avoid because nothing can hit. You have to commit to this block right here, and we could see something like T just say, okay, I'm just going to give you every single card in my hand and prevent this from happening. I'm going to just lock myself out of my next turn and try to avoid you playing another crazy turn because you've been on an absolute warpath.
Well, the other option here is you basically just take it all. You're at 27. If your hand is good and Josh is at 11, he will eventually have to give up cards. And one way to remove a Dawnblade counter is not block it out, is just prevent your opponent from attacking. And that is certainly an option that T might be evaluating here. He's going to look at his hand.
Does he have an entire hand of Boltyn shots?
Well, as bad as that may seem, you buff them up and they get go again.
Yeah, no,
it's
certainly.
Just damage. You're at a point now where if Josh was at like in the 20s or 30s, those Boltyn shots are laughable. But when you're at 11 and you're firing 3 arrows for like, 4, 4, and 5, that can become problematic. Those add up quickly, and those do essentially equate to lethal. But he is also evaluating here if this turn that he has is not really, as potent as he may want. He may do what you say and block out and hope for a better draw, and then maybe take it on the next, take the damage on the next turn.
Right.
T is, if it's all Boltyn shots, then yeah, this could be a blockout turn. And I think what T is doing here is thinking, all right, how high can you go? And if the go again occurs, he's doing all the math possible, and he's trying to evaluate what the different lines and avenues that Josh can take. And Josh knows them all like the back of his hand.
I mean, if you're looking at this and you're trying to figure out how to block correctly, I mean, if you're just assuming a +3 buff on top of this, then you're looking at 8, and that's a 3-card block, and that's a high price to pay to actually get this to go through. But it looks like there's no blocks being made, and yeah, we're gonna get the +1 counter, and we're probably gonna use refraction bolters here. No, actually, you don't even need to, because the glistening gives the go again, I think, right? It does indeed, yep. And so you don't even need to pop the bolters. You're able to just go crazy. He has a twinning blade in hand as well. He has a hit and run. He actually has the capability of maybe swinging 3 times on this turn. This could actually be really, really dangerous for T, though.
Well, let's take a look at T's hand if we can.
Like it looks like it's Boltyn shots and infecting shots.
Well, he's got 4 of a kind over here. I wonder if which one of those fortune cookies is going to tell him that he would have drawn 4 Boltyn shots in a row here. Well, T. Vegas is next week, so maybe he saved the 4 of a kinds for the poker table and not this round 3 of the PTI. Nonetheless, he's at the mercy here of Josh Lau, Dorinthia Master through and through, a maestro of the Dawnblade, and it's already got a +1 counter, and that can grow to further.
Oh my God, this could be an insane turn. I think he's gonna full commit to just taking here. He's gonna send 7. That's gonna give a token. And he asks, "Twinning blade me?" And the answer is yes. Twinning blade me for 3 swings and run through.
Why
as
not
well.
run through too?
And T goes, "Okay, this is problematic because you're gonna get another card draw off of Steelblade Supremacy. You're gonna get another token off of Glistening. At the end of the turn, you're going to get another token off of Dorinthia.
I just want to see T at the end of this match, or even at the end of this turn sequence, just take that fortune out of Lexi and tear it in half and say, "You lied to me! You lied!" But we shall see. I mean, someone's having fun here. I didn't say who. The fortune didn't specifically say T. It said, someone's going to have some fun here. And right now, it looks like Josh is in the driver's seat again. T began this turn, I think, at 27, was it? I think he was that high.
27 was where we started, and now we're sitting at 15, looking at one more sword swing. We have the resource for it already. We drew a card off of the play of the, or off of the on-hit effect, I should say, of the Steelblade Supremacy, and this is...
Oh my God!
The highest of rolls.
Yeah, well, this might be Jose Canseco's Dawnblade, because it is pumped up with steroids like you would not believe. It is a 7 attack.
No, the next one he does is going to be for 9.
Block that out, T. I mean, well, okay, sure, why not? Well, Steven has gone back to the hotel room to change his clothes here. He is honestly taking a lap around the room. I wish you could see this. He has left the booth. Welcome back. How are you?
Are you freaking kidding me? This is absolutely absurd in all the best ways.
Now, we mentioned this where, remember, it's like, well, T can just take this and send it back and whatnot, but we didn't expect this kind of reach.
Fundamentally, he can. I mean, at the end of the day, this isn't lethal, sort of. It's not lethal. If he just takes this, he's going to go to 5. He's going to play a 4-card hand of, like, half Boltyn shots and half infecting shots, and he can definitely put lethal on the stack in that respect on the way back, but there's going to be 5 counters on Dawnblade if he full takes here.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
T, I believe, has aged 6 years since the beginning of this, whereas Josh is just cruising, because this is what Josh does with Dorinthia. And what I want to talk about is, like, when you see players like Josh play the less popular heroes like Dorinthia, much like when you see Ethan having played Levia for so long, it inspires others to see the actual potential. When you put the work in and you put the actual practice into the hero, seeing that heroes like Dorinthia can convert against world-class players like T. Tebow on arguably one of the best heroes in the meta right now, that inspires people to say, you know what? I'm going to try Dorinthia. It's possible. Look how explosive these turns are. Look how cool and fun drawing cards, increasing it, and then having these counters remain on my Dawnblade. This is why, in reality, not all heroes are going to be tier 1, but all heroes have the capacity to win games, win tournaments, and place. And that's what I love about this. And that's why people like Josh Lau on these heroes are so fun to watch and are so good for this game.
Let me remind you, by the way, when I read out the fortune cookie, I said it could be ironic, perhaps. You will enjoy doing something fun this weekend.
Yes.
Look at what just happened here.
I think so what happened was he opened Josh's fortune cookie and he just didn't realize it at the time.
Sure.
I blacked out for a moment. You said something about fun heroes, right? Well, Dorinthia, this is what you do. This is a normal kind of turn sequence in Dorinthia.
Yeah.
You're on turn 3.
Yeah.
We went Iron Song Determination, turn 0. Then we went Iron Song Determination into Steelblade Supremacy, turn 1. And then in turn 3, we just did the casual Steelblade Supremacy, Glistening, off of the draw, of course, off the Steelblade Supremacy, off of the Twinning Blade into a 3 Dawnblade turn. So this is kind of what you expect in general when you're playing your Dorinthia decks. So everyone, if you're not necessarily having the same sort of results, probably just go, tune in to Josh Lau, and he'll explain how you draw this like this.
Josh actually opened T Tebow's fortune, which said, you must enjoy masonry, for you will carry many bricks.
Yeah. The gift here of the New Horizon. The best part about this? He didn't have an arsenal to begin with. New Horizon's just a perfect 2-block.
Oh God, silver lining. Look at you, motivational speaker Cookus.
He's gonna give him the 2-block. He's gonna just take that casual 1.5 million damage. Give another.
We're gonna again rounding down to reality. I have to do this for you because you like to exaggerate slightly.
It's a bit hyperbolic. I just want to point out he has to go and find a different token to represent 5 counters. Okay, Ethan, have you ever seen 5 counters on a Dawnblade?
5 is, I think, my new highest.
Yeah, you have
This
now.
is incredible.
All on one turn, by the way. For the record, all on one turn. Generated on this turn. And metal fab tokens are basically going to create what's called the
Lau counter. Yeah, the Lau counter.
Yeah, so we go 1 and 2, 3 and 4, Lau and Lau +1.
My chest hurts.
Just saying, this might be like a new record on stream, because generally when the Dawnblade counters get that high, the game is over because they're spread out over the course of, you got to counter here, you got to counter here.
Now T's going to put lethal.
Never happens.
T's going to put lethal on the stack right now. It's like, what in the world is this game? It's fantastic.
Boltyn shot. All right, T, you're back in this, buddy. Let's lean on that fortune cookie. Absolutely. All right, so 5 go again. That's okay. Less exciting, but still impressive.
And just so you know, that last hit not only gave you 2 counters, it gave you an arsenal. And you can see Josh is really kind of belaboring the point here, trying to figure out how he's going to deal with this Boltyn shot.
Well, it's Boltyn with a free reload, right? And with 2 floating. So let's say that there's a 0-cost arrow and like an infecting shot in hand. So if this reloads, you drop in the infecting shot, you load up the next arrow with the remaining 1, you fire it with go again, and then with the remaining resource, you fire it. So basically what Josh might be thinking here is if he lets this go, that means that there needs to be a total cost of 1 with the 2 remaining arrows in order for this to be dangerous.
Oh, but he's looking at his hand and he's calculating his own, separate lethals, because he's holding on to a Singing Steelblade, which can, if, obviously if something is blocked, which it's going to have to be because his Dawnblade swings for a casual 8, he can Singing Steelblade out of the deck his route and win off of the Mara Ferris route to put a full meme capper on this 4-turn game.
I want T Tebow to sign the route, and I want Josh Lau to sign the fortune cookie. the fortune cookie thing said, well, one of us had fun.
But I think the biggest point here is that you probably don't want to give the reload effect, and you want to try and avoid kind of dancing around 3 arrows on this turn. And I think he's also very much respecting the instant speed, rain razors shenanigans that can come across. Yes, you can look sometimes at like a lightning press to avoid it, but no one plays lightning press in Lexi. And you probably just want to consider throwing the Brave Forge plus a card here to just keep everything in front of you on the damage side of things.
So the other aspect here is that if it's a Rain Razors, what it does is Rain Razors represents 4 damage with no additional on-hit effects. It's the same thing as having an Endless Arrow, but the Endless Arrow would be superior.
I think he has a route in the arsenal.
That's pretty close, I think.
I think he has a route just sitting in the arsenal. He's also holding on to Iron Song Pride. He's holding on to Singing Steelblade. I think he's committing to this plus, yeah, exactly. Blocking exactly 5. Feels very comfortable. Keep everything in front of you. Make them have to use the 1 card in their hand. If it is indeed a Rain Razors, they're only getting the value off of the load for the 1 other arrow, and you're protecting against a 3-arrow return. And it was another Boltyn shot. So we had the rainbow of Boltyn shots, the red, yellow, and blue here in circulation.
And the last card was it an Infecting Shot or was it the other Boltyn shot?
If it is Infecting Shot, you have the resources for it, and this overall represents 9 damage plus the Blood Rot Pox. If it's a Boltyn shot, then you're not looking at lethal in the stack here.
Well, you have the resources for an Infecting Shot if Boltyn shot hits.
Correct.
But if not, the follow-up here is if it's a 0-cost arrow.
I don't think he's going to respect any more damage on this turn. That's the thing. If this is an Infecting Shot, then I think he respects it. And is that a red Infecting Shot? If it's a red, yeah.
Oh boy! So
now damage is officially on the stack as far as lethal is concerned. This is literally the perfect, lined up play. But I don't think he's going to respect. He may chuck a card in front of this just to prevent lethal on the stack. I think his main goal here is to look at swinging Dawnblade and playing like the route from Arsenal, or swinging Dawnblade, playing that Singing Steelblade from hand. But to do that, you're going to need the resources, and that means you have to probably have a blue.
All right, so no equipment left, no Arsenal. What T-Tebow has at 7 health means that Josh Lau is saying, okay, you can potentially block 12.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Can I do 19 with what I have? If I have 19, I kill you before the Infecting Shot, before the Blood Rot Pox ends the game, because frankly this Infecting Shot is perfect lethal. It hits 5, and if Josh Lau sells the farm like we talk about to send absolutely everything, then you're in trouble.
Well, the other option is that he pays around the Blood Rot if he keeps cards in hand, so he could consider that, but that's using a blue, and we know the composition to some degree of his hand. We know he doesn't have just like a blue heavy hand. Instead, he's just going to weigh the options. We may see a single card chuck in front of this just to prevent some damage. Or we could see him be very, very cautious and just swing the Dawnblade once next turn with like a single card pitch.
Josh Lau, again, doing the math. Now, if you're looking at this, T-Tebow, the deck doesn't play D-Reacts. The best you can block out is 4 times 3 at 12. No equipment left.
Warrior's Valor yellow is the other card in hand. So we have 2 yellows and a red. That Iron Song Pride is a red pitch. So you're possibly considering that. That does give you some instant speed shenanigans that you can do.
Oh, by the way, the weapon swings, it's 1 for 8.
It is, yeah. It's a 1 for 8.
It's better than, it's like slightly better than Rock.
Yeah, it's a 1 for 8. Warrior's Valor yellow is something that you could consider, but the Singing Steelblade is the big sticking point, and if that is indeed a route in the arsenal, then if you can save 2 yellows, maybe just give the Iron Song Pride, then you have capability there of swinging and doing some stuff on the back end. You can also just keep a yellow and a red and commit to a 3 block here. I think the full cover-up of 6, giving, the red and the yellow, and then keeping a yellow so that you could just swing the Dawnblade once, or even just keeping the red, is another consideration. But it just really depends on what Josh feels like the next 2 turns are going to play out as. And being conservative and covering this up is probably his best ticket into, not putting himself on dire straits himself. I mean, when you're sitting on a Dawnblade that has 5 counters, you can kind of lean back on that to some degree. He's going to pitch the Iron Song Pride, going to swing here for the casual 8 damage. He's going to ask the question, do you think I have a, what is the 0 cost? Why did I blank? It's right there. It's Iron Song Response in Arsenal. And if you think that, then you're going to have to really commit to this.
Well, the other option here is this might be a situation where, depending on what you have in hand, you just fully cover this up. And if you think that there's no opportunity to get go again, then you basically shed all of those counters.
Yes, if you can cover this completely, you can shed all the counters, but there's a lot that you have to dance around. There's no resources floating. I mean, if you're playing like, well, really, there's no recourse as far as swinging twice on this turn. The big question, I guess, maybe Glint. If you've also arsenaled Glint, and I'm of course I'm going to commit some cards to block. You can do the go again there and draw the card off of Glint. So there's a couple of like decision points that you have to make here. Look, exactly. He asked the question. You have another Iron Song, Josh? That is the question. If you just want to commit to it, either way, though, you're looking at throwing cards in front of this like. Just chuck your hand almost.
I just want to see T open another fortune cookie, much like Teddy KGB does in Rounders with the Oreos.
And like spin the Oreo.
Yeah, and that's, do I call? Do I raise? What do I do here? And ultimately, T is just going to crack another fortune cookie, and the fortune cookie is going to say, yes, give that man his Iron Song response.
His money.
Well, I mean, look, this is a do or die situation potentially, and because if he does have it, well, danger, Will Robinson.
Well, if he does have it, then and you don't correctly block here, you just lose the game on the spot. He's probably just going to sell the farm and give him the hand. Maybe he tries to play for an arsenal. I mean, you're looking at 8 here. Iron Song response coming from the arsenal keeps the counter no matter what. So you have to basically just give the entire hand to cover this up completely and try to take the counters away. But then you're giving the best Dorinthia player in the world, sitting at 2-0, a 5-card hand essentially with the arsenal. And no arsenal, no recourse. And yeah, just a single Dawnblade with no counters is much better than 1 for 8. But that's a scary proposition as well, a 5-card hand to the best Dorinthia player ever.
I believe since T. Tebow began his previous turn, I think we're approaching like 8 or 9 minutes between the T. Tebow's first attack on the previous turn to where we are right now. It has come to this very, very crucial position where, I mean, it wasn't too long ago. T. Tebow was at 27, feeling super confident when Josh was at, like, what, 11?
11.
Yeah, and ultimately, T was saying, yeah, whatever, what can you possibly do? And, well, 5 counters, a bajillion damage, and here we are, where T. Tebow is now agonizing over the fact that that hidden card in Arsenal from Josh could potentially be a Iron Song response doing the nasty, as it were. So T is wondering here, what do I commit?
Yeah, I mean, if it's Iron Song response, it could also be Glint the Quicksilver, and because the reprise effects would draw you a card, you could draw into Iron Song response as well. But we most likely at the end of the day are going to see a full cover up here, and I don't know if maybe you could consider dancing around it with like a 2-card block, but then the counters stay on, guaranteed. They push damage over the top on you, lowering your life. You send back a paltry like arrow or 2, and it gets covered up a little bit. That sequence just doesn't seem like it's going to play out in T's favor. He's going to instead go the 3-card block, trying to keep a card. He's going to flip it over.
I hate that so much. I know, because I would do that too. Whenever they're like, do you have it? And I'm just like, you slide the card up, you look at it, you're like, pass. Pass priority. It's such a greasy play, but I love it because, Josh didn't have to do that. But so just to add a little extra spice.
But the 1-card play of the Codex of Frailty is a big play. It is going to allow you to go and put a 0-cost arrow into the arsenal, allow you to kind of fire that across. Endless arrow looks like it might be the call here. That's going to just come across for 4. Josh could completely disrespect this and go down to 3, in doing so playing a 5-card hand. He's got Warrior's Valor, Glint the Quicksilver, and a couple of other cards. I mean, at this point, if that is indeed, like I believe, a route in the arsenal, then you have the capability of just stymieing the opponent's just plan of defense. And if they don't block correctly, you win the game on the spot.
Well, look at the difference of this turn versus the previous one, right? Is that now the Dawnblade doesn't have the counters. There's a frailty token as well.
Sure.
T. Tebow is presenting damage that has recursive effects. So T is feeling a lot more confident now than he was not too long ago. Most definitely. It is certainly a different complexion to this game.
He's got the red Iron Song response in the hand with the red Warrior's Valor to Glint the Quicksilver. I wonder if there was ever a consideration here to just keep the Warrior's Valor and the second block there on the Brave Forge bracers to avoid, having the double arsenal essentially. Or I guess it would be a single arsenal. Nevertheless, here we're going to play out that Glint the Quicksilver as pitch. We are going to play out the red Warrior's Valor.
We're sending for 5. We have 1 floating. We know that there's an Iron Song response red in hand, and there's a possibility with the 1 floating of also getting that route in there. 7 is a tall order in this exact moment, unless there's complete disrespect with the block. And T is a very solid player. I think he might just drop the 2-card block. And let's see what the play is. Makes sense to just send the response. Iron Song response is going to bump it up to 8. That's going to push the life totals down. It's going to make a 3-card hand play. Now, this is the second swing here, paying the last. Now, this one is threatening a Dawnblade counter. We can swing a second time because Warrior's Valor gave go again, and we connected on this turn. And this is a tough place at the end game of this. By the way, this is turn 4 with 15 minutes left in the turn 5, I think, with 15 minutes left in the round. So this game has gone just for a while, but not very many turns, but so many decision points.
Yeah, definitely a lot to play around. And a lot of this is because what you see is not necessarily what you get when it comes to Dawnblade and Dorinthia. And T is aware of that, so you have to plug in all the potential variables, all the different realities, contact Doctor Strange, and see precisely which reality we're in, where we're winning this game. As T Tebow going down to 3 here, but does have some cards to play with. Pitching to go with the 3 of a kind. You see Josh Lau immediately saying, oh boy, and there's no better feeling than pitching a blue 3 of a kinding and having all kinds of options. What do we have in his hand? I see is that a Heat Seeker, a Searing Shot? Falcon Wing right out of the arsenal. This is perfect. This is perfect for T. This is how you want to open your combat chain.
He's got 3 cards in hand, 2 Voltaire triggers that he has access to. Gonna definitely need to play. It's a red overpower, so that's an expensive attack reaction that we have to get over the top. But if we can play defensively enough, we might get there. Does look like we have a blue in hand, so maybe we can try and find a way to use the rest of our cards and then swing, with either blues and yellows or some mixture of blue and red. If we can keep 2 cards, then we can possibly threaten that overpower for lethal. But this is a dangerous turn because the Voltaire hasn't even been activated, and the combat chain has already started with a Falcon Wing.
1 floating here, opening up with a Falcon Wing for 3 go again.
It was completely taken, and now the Withering Shot.
Following this up, Withering Shot, which would create a Frailty token.
Mm-hmm.
Again, perfect for those Dawnblades. 5 go again, breakpoints aplenty.
Oh, no, it's
Sedation. That's my bad. Yeah, which would create an Inertia token, which threatens that big card in Arsenal.
Yeah, which actually might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise because Overpower can be so expensive to play, and at these like end game states where you're shedding cards just to avoid the death, Sedation Shot might just clear that out for you. But nevertheless, this is something that you want to respect because the turn isn't over after this. You gonna have to deal with 1 more arrow. Sending across, at least if somehow you could also make use of the Quiver of Rustling Leaves, and you can maybe even have to worry about 2 arrows on this turn after this, which would be absolutely insane. Finding 3 of a kind at the key point. And look at this. T had to deal with the highest of rolls that Dorinthia has probably ever done on stream, and yet in this moment finding a very powerful card and possibly a sequence that could win them the game.
Josh thinking here. It seems like ages ago where Josh had that absolutely right home about type of turn. T has weathered quite the storm here in order to send it back. Sedation Shot on the stack. What is Josh going to toss in front of here? It's going to be block.
Yeah, run through, and I can't quite make out that second card there. Oh, it's another Glistening he chose to block out. The sun is bursting through the clouds. We have a Searing Shot representing 5 damage, is it?
That's a 2-card block.
Because he chose to buff with Voltaire here, so this is 5 or 6. And so he's going to take some damage here. If he throws 3 in front of this, then he's taking 3 down to 1, and being at 1 is where you want to be.
If he throws 3 in front of this, he's taking 2. Yeah, going down to 1. Yeah, that right. The extra on hit is putting you to, frankly, there's no more leeway, right? Because you are basically out of room here.
And this is the danger of having exactly a 3-cost attack reaction in the arsenal. It can't really make any use of that when you need the resource for the Dawnblade to attack with, and you need another card in hand like another blue in hand to pitch to just to play overpower can be a sticky situation. But definitely going to commit at least one card here because you can, at the very least, pitch to swing the Dawnblade after the fact.
His turn kicking off with a 3 of a kind into a Falcon Wing, into Sedation Shot, now Searing Shot. Looks like he's going to commit to the 3 block, going down to 1. Now the 2 damage is going to be also a little extra sprinkle there from the on-hit effect of Searing Shot, which is lose a life. Now Josh, no room for error here. He's going to swing Dawnblade for 4.
Now, at this point, T knows that the Arsenal is not an Iron Song response because he would have been dead to it already. He perhaps has sort of sniffed out that it could not be a route, but it also still, I think, based on what we've seen the past 2 turns, could be a route still. So he may be considering those possibilities and those options as well. There was an opportunity to maybe pitch away a card and, do that. But T is, at this point, if he's trying to thread, I understand, if he's trying to thread the possibilities, right? Because he doesn't know what we know and that we got a glance of the overpower there. If he's trying to think about the possibilities of what it could be, the composition that it could be there, his sort of options that are still available are route and overpower. And if we know that those are the 2 options, then we have to block in different ways for both, but really we have to block heavily for both as well.
And that's a tough ask because you're so close to completing this and so close to closing this out. And ultimately, if you send an arrow for 4 and Josh gives you 2 cards, well, it's pitch, send Dawnblade, and then combat trick. So you're still in an uncomfortable position. T, again, going to evaluate what has been used, what is potentially lurking in the depths of the arsenal there for Dorinthia. Like you said, not an Iron Song response.
Yeah, he's already sniffed that out because Iron Song response could have been played on one of the previous turns. He's going to give a 2-card block here, so not necessarily respecting the route, and maybe probably figured that out over time that this can't be a route because even though you're kind of telegraphing it with your 2 resources there, there were other opportunities maybe to play a different line on a previous turn where you pitch and then route back one of my cards. So in this instance, I think he is correctly sniffed out that it is an overpower, and you need the full 3 resources to play that out.
Winter's Bite and Drill Shot. Yeah.
2-card hand.
Yeah, it's a 2-card hand, which ultimately is it's just a. I mean, this isn't one of those days where if those 2 cards were something like Endless Arrow and and Boltyn Shot, you could have used Bullseye Bracers, load the Boltyn, go for the go again, on hit, draw. But I mean, we're at a juncture here where any on hit is a game-winning play. The T has to figure out a way, how many cards can I peel out of my opponent's hand? And he's holding on to 2 for dear life here. We know that there's an overpower in Josh's arsenal. Josh now managed to weather quite the storm here, down to 1, and he's got 4 cards in hand, and he has been pressuring Tebow. It seems like ages ago that there was a Dawnblade stacked to the sky with 5 counters.
Well, I mean, at this point, it has been about 20 minutes. And
it has been, yeah.
Few turns have really kind of been back and forth as far as like tanking and trying to figure out the perfect line, if you will.
Well, each turn on average has been about 7 minutes at this rate. Here we're opening up with a Rain Razors into a Codex of Frailty.
Okay.
Thank you, Josh. Josh just commenting on what we're saying. Josh agreeing with us, and he's along for the ride. Again, a lot of the consequence of what he's doing here is going to be right facing Josh, and the outcome of this particular matchup. And a Frailty token is a nice start. It's going to just be a free arrow, which is going to be a Searing Shot in this case, which is coming in for 6.
Now he's going to look at his hand. He's got Spoils of War. If we could jump over to his hand, that'd be great. A Sharpened Steel, a Spoils of War. Looks like a Glint the Quicksilver and a Hit and Run blue. So he's going to favor the 2 reds as far as blocking as possibly here. He wants to keep the 2 cards in hand that can pay maximum for it. But nevertheless, he has some options with those 2 cards as the sort of pitch and play cards. He's going to block this out completely. But the important thing here is that T is kept in the game thanks to the Frailty token and the Ponder. So that means he is going to, but he chooses not to Arsenal. So he's not going to have a 5-card hand, but this is the threatening moment where we're going to send a Dawnblade for 2. But we have a card in hand and a card in Arsenal. T has, I think, correctly assessed that the card in Arsenal after the past 2 turns of not being played is an overpower. If he's looking at this, he's going to have to commit to the block, period, end of story. He can't just say, I don't block here because he says I die here, but he's going to get the 1-card block. And here your options are Glint the Quicksilver for go again, but there's no hit, but you do draw a card, or the Overpower from the arsenal.
Look, a Dawnblade for 2 with floating cards and more cards going on is kind of like when you're dating and somebody says, hey, can we talk? It's like, I know there's so much more to this, and I know I'm not going to like any of it. That is essentially what it is. The initial Naked Dawnblade is the can we talk of dating.
He's gonna activate Quiver of Rustling Leaves. He's going to activate Quiver of Rustling Leaves. He's going to look. He's going to pop that. He's going to look. He's going to flip. He's going to give the fist bump because once you made that block, the game was over. Oh my God. Okay, someone please just take this entire game and just put it all on Twitter and share it with literally everybody you know, because that was perhaps the most insane thing that we have ever seen in Flesh and Blood streaming history.
It's arguable. It's definitely one of those for the history books types of matches, as Josh Lau went into a particular turn with a Naked Dawnblade and came out of it with a 5-stack on top of it.
5 counters on a Dawnblade in a turn on turn 3. Are you joking? And here's the craziest part. T says, okay, we're going to weather that storm, and then I'm going to put you on a casual lethal on my hand after the fact. He went from 27. He had 27 life on that turn to, what, 11? He dropped down to, 27, and Josh had 11.
Yeah, he went down to 7.
He went down to 20 damage turn and 5 counters granted, just gift-wrapped over to Josh Lau.
Yeah, it feels like a fait accompli when you're there and you're saying, well, what's the worst that can happen? Well, that's the worst that can happen sometimes, is that you just stack a Dawnblade 5 high and then you basically kind of let it run away from you. Again, there's no shame in losing to Josh Lau and Dorinthia. T-Tebow still very much alive in this tournament. It is round number 4, around the bend, friends. We're going to take a quick break. That was one hell of a match that we need to mentally recover from. So don't go too far. It is the PTI event here in Atlanta. We will be right back. Oh, hi. Welcome back.
We're on a working lunch. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, well, hey, listen. Yeah.
You know, like how Brad Pitt eats during like every scene that he has in Ocean's 11?
Yes.
That's, you know, and it ingratiates him with the audience because it kind of humanizes him a little bit. Well, we're gonna eat, I guess, while we do this.
We'll try our best. Again, we're a working lunch.
Show your plate.
Well, I'm not. It is horrible.
I'll show your plate. Come on, look at this.
We stacked it high with potato salad and multiple sandwiches that I've been trying to eat at lightning pace because we have been here. You and I were here at 8:30, and we've been trying our best to sort of just get going. But we've got another banger of a match for you.
That last one was quite good. Quite good.
It was. It was exciting. There was a lot of trickery, a lot of thinking through the various lines, but it was very ultimately won by Josh Lau with a wonderful play, Dorinthia versus Lexi, Dorinthia standing tall. But we got another banger for you. Let's go ahead and take it to the match, friends. We get round 4 underway. It is going to be Levia versus Lexi, and it's going to be Jeremy versus Damien. So a great matchup here as Levia finally getting to sort of maybe dodge some of those Icelanders that can be so problematic.
All right, so now one thing I really want to point out is that this is not the traditional Levia fare. In fact, Ethan Van Sant darted back from behind the curtain because the man has been running around like crazy. He's just like super committed, and he burst across and he said, all right, we're up. We got a Lexi versus Levia, but this is a Levia that's just rolling every turn on scab skins and looking to just get lucky. And here it is. Rolling every turn.
Hey!
God, the 6. And that's going to give a buff with the Skull Crusher. It's going to give exactly 3 action points. And this is, I mean, yeah, if you've got it, you've got it. You're going to start off just randomizing it up. Going to have that Savage Feast discard an Endless Maul. It's going to go on over there. It's going to trigger the draw card. And because we have multiple action points since we rolled super hot, we are going to draw off the top and be able to kind of just send this across, threatening 7.
All right, so show us those Skull Crushers real quick here, so we can talk about what those are going to be doing in this matchup here. Because I mean, everybody knows what scab skins do, but hey, whenever you roll a 5 or 6, your brute attack gain +1, and whenever you roll a 1, they gone.
Yeah, now this is important to understand because it gives it to everything at brute attack. So it does give it to Mandible Claws, which means if you have the resources after the fact, you can send the old Mandible Claw out there for 4 and Mandible Claw out there for 4, and that's exactly what we see here. Now, choosing not to take the Arsenal on the side of Damien on turn 0 and instead trying to send extra damage across and on over in perhaps a way to just try and compete toe-to-toe with the damage that Lexi can provide. But also, in doing all of this, you're not allowing Lexi to do the fantastic turn 0 play of Voltaire and set up a 5-card hand.
Exactly. And that kind of onslaught there of rolling the 6, having multiple attacks, and having the Skull Crushers improving those attacks means that on Lexi's side here, well, they're valuing their life total versus than having a bigger hand. And I can kind of see where you're coming from there because you don't necessarily want to start the game, let's say, at like 30 or something. That would be dangerous here. We're going to load up a Remorseless.
Sending on over that Remorseless loaded up. This is going to come across 4 or 5 with the go again. And paying the extra resource, of course. That leaves us with 1 resource floating. We have 1 activation on Voltaire. And the game has officially begun as both players are going to be trying to dodge and deftly dip and dive and duck and also dodge past some of these on-hit effects on the Lexi side and sending and rolling dice all over the place on Damien's side over here.
Nourishing Empty, going to block this out a little bit, as some of it's going to leak through, and anytime that you're going to do an action, well, you're going to take a little off the top. Your Boltyn shot also going to be loaded up, firing for 3. That's the blue. So go again from the +1. Hey, double Nourishing Emptiness. Why not? You see Damien chuckling, saying, I had them both.
And the activate, or the effect, I should say, of that Remorseless is officially on the arena. So just keep that in mind as whenever you play an action card, it is going to cause a -1. But instead here, we're just going to go Mandible Claw. And this might buy us that arsenal that we were looking for. No roll here on the Scab Skins. No need. You're not going to be sending anything if you're just going Mandible Claw pass.
Why does Hero not have Crown of Providence?
Well, Romping Club used to be an option as well for Levia. There's always the Hexagore that you can play too. But frankly, when it comes down to the Mandible Claw, you get two of them. So it's a great way to sort of go ahead and get the go-agains going. And having those sort of connecting with something like Blood Rush Bellows means that you have built-in offense that is actually quite significant.
Well, it's fantastic too if you're looking to get value off of Skull Crashers. And Skull Crashers is not something you see played in Classic Constructed. It does have a home in Blitz if you're playing KO, because you can kind of roll into it a good bit as well, because KO rolls dice quite often, has ready to roll available, but certainly not something you see in traditional Levia lists. I do want to point out one of the best new cards to the game of Flesh and Blood is that Scowling Flesh Bag. And go ahead and tell us what's... No, I'm just messing with you. He just picked up his fork, took the biggest bite of potato ever, and I tried to set him up to explain that. Nevertheless, Scowling Flesh Bag, a fantastic card, allowing you to intimidate on your opponent's turn and take a card away from them, try to kind of slow down and stymie their offensive output in a lot of different respects. Very, very underratedly good. Maybe not even underrated anymore at this point.
I think it's just a great option to have here, even if it's a sideboard option. Here's the Blood Rush Bellow. So this is the big turn that we're going to be looking for here. We're going to be tossing away the 6. That was calculated. And what happens with the Blood Rush Bellow? We're going to draw 2. All of your Brute attacks are going to be +2. You got 2 floats. So you do have options. Double Blood Rush Bellow. Let's go.
Wow. I mean, when you're running hot, you're running hot. The deck is giving, as we see. I mean, the past 2 games, we've had some just giant blowout plays. He's going to start with a Claw. Claw coming across for, casual 7. 7 go again seems pretty decent on a
I'm telling
turn.
you. I mean, Mandible Claw here, very effective with Levia. Also very effective at defeating The Rock for the WWF title in the late 90s for Mankind.
I mean, I'm also going to look at this and I'm just going to say, fundamentally, like when you're saying, I can send a 7 with go again. If you're playing as Boltyn, they got to build up their soul, and then they get to play Celestial Cataclysm. Here, we just have to double Blood Rush, and we got a Celestial Cataclysm on the board.
Look,
fantastic.
I have said this through and through. If you have followed me throughout my Flesh and Blood career, I have said this from the get-go, is that if you're playing Levia, it's very easy. You roll 6s, you throw 12s, and it's easy to go. I mean, I don't know why anybody is having trouble playing Levia to this level. I have tutored, and I've really counseled Ethan Van Sant about Levia for so many years.
High-level commentary.
They just don't get it.
Thank you for revealing this to us. Going to bottom that card because Codex of Frailty is not an arrow. One of the only downsides to Codex of Frailty is it's not an arrow, so there you go. There's another point of contention on why that card is just underutilized in a lot of respects. I'm just going to say this. Double Blood Rush turn presenting 19 damage doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel good. I don't think it's worth it. Probably shouldn't have done it. Flipping up the Arctic Incarceration, giving Frostbite.
Okay, that's a start. All right. Well, I mean, at any point here, Jeremy's going to have to begin the return fire here, as Lexi is capable of doing it, creating a Frostbite and Winter's Bite, taxing a card out of hand. And keep in mind, you still have that Arctic Incarceration at the tail end of this turn, potentially. Yep. The question is depending on what is left, perhaps Jeremy might hold on to that Arctic Incarceration to buy a turn later on. Here is a 3 of a kind. So Lexi looking and digging for any kind of offense to equalize this game, as so far it has been all Damien, rolling 6 and Blood Rush bellowing his way to massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, pushing 19 total on that last turn, and then Jeremy says, well, instead of that, I'll just take the damage, and then I'll play 3 of a kind, which is my power card, and going to send that Infecting Shot over, loading it up with that 5 and go again. This is threatening a Blood Rot Pox on hit, which is going to push 2 extra damage, but at this point, Damien is sitting at that 35 life lead, might feel comfortable. Oh, no, look at this. He's going to pop the Frostbite paying. I believe he paid the extra.
There should be an additional payment here. I believe there was one paid from the Winter's Bite. There should be an additional
resource being used to pay through the Frostbite. I think he gestured. He just flipped over the counter. That counter is probably just going to get removed. Yeah. But we did have the Banish draw, too, and probably the +1 defense played on this turn.
All right, well... I mean, there was the payment for the Winter's Bite, then he pitched to that to pay the 1. Then there's the Frostbite created, and Art of War should technically cost 2. There should be 0 left in the pitch zone. But
let's see if it comes into play or if he's just leaving there because there's nothing ever he's going to pitch to at this point anyway. So it may not actually end up mattering in any form or fashion. But on a turn where you're going to want to try and save some life, is it worth using the Art of War? He's going to use it defensively here to try and stop some of this damage. We've got another opportunity to maybe put some cards in front of this one. This is a 4-attack drill shot with Go Again. This is not going to buy the Husk. I think this is super easy to just throw Command and Conquer. And ending with Arctic Incarceration in that respect is going to create 3 Frostbites. Now, that was sort of face up. And so it begs the question, is this the time we use the Art of War defensively? Maybe we have to do it on a 3-arrow return. Or, we're just probably going to see that Frostbite kind of stack up on our side. But leaving us with 1 card and passing on over is the name of the game for Damien.
There was a consideration here where Jeremy could have just actually sat on that Arctic Incarceration knowing that Damien was down to just a single card. Maybe it's just a pitch for Mandible Claw. You could hold the Arctic Incarceration, or if you have a slow turn or you suspect that Damien is trying to hold his cards in order to return fire, you could just save it and throw it later. But then again, it does occupy an arsenal slot that you might not want to have there. But we're going to start the chain here with a loaded up Searing Shot red that is 4 Go Again on hit, lose an additional life.
And he just took it straight away. Both these players know what they're doing in this matchup. Hamstring Shot getting loaded up. He's going to husk that. That right there is huskable in Damien's opinion. And then finally, Endless Arrow. And I think he's just going to give him the value on that recursion. Going to drop down to 26. And Endless Arrow is going to bounce back. You technically already had a card in hand, so you're not necessarily losing out as far as, giving them extra arsenals. They were already going to have one anyway, so taking the damage and saying that's probably fine. Let's play a little back and forth.
Roll Scabbies. All right, fine. It's going to be a pulping, however, 6, and we're going to be discarding a card. And if the card discarded is a 6 or greater, which it is, pulping is going to gain Dominate, and it also has the effect of if it's not blocked by two cards from hand, it gains Go Again.
Yeah, so 2 non-equipment cards. So technically you could block with defense reactions, but who plays those?
Well, not in Lexi. That's the thing.
So this is going to be 6 with Dominate and basically going to guarantee that Go Again. This is going to extend the turn. We did get rid of a Slithering Shadowpede, but as you can see, we're not really building up our Blood Debt. We're not really trying to, play things out of Blood Debt. That Slithering Shadowpede isn't going to have it. Whoa, look, I think he's got a Dread Screamer in hand. So we're going to get our first real cycle of Graveyard into the Banish Zone here.
Let's find out what he peels here, because in that Graveyard, I believe, is there's the Hat. There's the Art of War. There are some whiffs there. So we'll see how the odds line up here for Damien. Again, the Dread Screamer, if it finds a 6, it does gain Go Again. And no cards left, no resource pitch, but he does find what he needs, so no problem. Those are banished. There's a Go Again associated to this, so 6 Go Again on the stack here for Damien, presenting Jeremy, wondering what needs to be done to withstand this onslaught. Levia, relentless here, and still in a life lead, but the Blood Debt is ticking up. But again, with the Levia ability being that, hey, if you banish a 6, you ignore Blood Debt for that particular turn. It just becomes the sword of Damocles over your head. If you eventually just miss, it falls and it crushes you.
There's the block here with the Winter's Bite, only blocking for 2, but dropping down to 9. And so here's the interesting thing. We've had 1 activation of Scab Skins and 1 landing of that die, but everything else has just been pure gas and pure damage. And Lexi's been taking the damage down to 9, but going to try to return some fire with Premeditate into Codex of Frailty.
All right. 2 non-attack actions linked up together, both from Outsiders. Premeditate, Codex of Frailty, very important cards, very powerful cards for the Ranger class. We're going to give a Frailty token to Damien, which does have implications here because those Mandible Claws now are going to be have their nails clipped just a little bit. That is
that's a Remorseless that he grabbed from that Codex of Frailty. Gonna try and cover this up. Gonna snap it so that we can extend this turn and send the Endless Arrow. Get a little bit more value out of that. Perhaps as some recursion effects, but Damien seems comfortable with taking the 4 here, going to 22. The Ponder will trigger.
but also the Endless Arrow will trigger here. So you got to grab that first before you start the Ponder. Nope, maybe he covered it up? No, I believe not. I think actually they missed the Endless Arrow trigger. They were returning to the hand. Nevertheless, we have a Ponder trigger and the Arsenal.
That's interesting here. But I think what Damien was evaluating there is the 4 damage from the Endless Arrow worth not being able to banish? Because if he's taking more than 4 blood dead, it's better for him to take the Endless Arrow damage and return fire with this card here, the Endless Maw, and banish 6s to avoid the blood debt from hand. So this is much better from a value perspective. Much better, makes much more logical sense to do this, especially since on Jeremy's side you're at 9.
I think we've had a bit of an issue here with the way that and both these players are playing at lightning speed, but with the way the previous turn resolved and how Endless Arrow was technically on the stack and should return to the hand, it is a missed trigger, and I believe that is going to just resolve into the graveyard there. And then we also have the Ponder that triggered, and that kind of caused a card draw there, allowing the Arsenal. We're gonna have a little bit of a judge call and see how the judge will rule it.
I think ultimately, it looks pretty cut and dry if it is what we think it is, which is essentially, the miss trigger of the Endless Arrow, which is once it hits, it goes to hand, and then once you reconcile the Ponder token, you have missed your opportunity for the Endless Arrow. It goes away. We've seen this on stream before. It does happen. It's pretty cut and dry in terms of how this goes. It's just the judge is going to explain. Okay, well, unfortunately, you lose out on the Endless Arrow, and as it stands now, Damien and Jeremy both 3-0. Lexi versus Levia. This Levia doing it a little differently, a little bit more with style, has kicked off the game by rolling a 6 to say this is what you got to deal with.
Got to prep for Vegas next week. You got to get ready for your rolls. You got to get your wrist prepared to get the right spin on the die.
I feel like that's the case. Is just Levia players, Brute players in general, having a blast in Vegas at the craps table.
The craps table, just sending those dice down the way,
wearing their gambler's gloves. I will say
somebody out there that can consistently roll heavy, with the right technique. I doubt it, but I bet you there's someone that's practiced that. That'd be hilarious.
Will say this. I have seen the wonderful Scorsese movie Casino. You don't want to try that. You don't want to try that. Don't do it, friends. So Endless Arrow was a mistrigger, and we're back to business over here. I think things are just getting reconciled. Ultimately, a Frailty token is looming over Damien here, just kind of clipping the nails off of those mandible claws very slowly.
Off of Endless Maw. I think that was played from the Arsenal, which is why it's representing 8. Normally, I think it represents 9, and so it is a little bit nerfed here. But you know what? 8 damage when your opponent's at 9 is almost casual lethal.
I'll take it. Sure.
Would you?
Sure, possibly.
Yeah.
I'm taking a look around here. I see Samuel Dandorino drinking some Simply Cranberry.
No, actually, that's Ethan. You're on the cranberry juice, right?
Oh, darn. I was wondering where was that from breakfast? Is that all the way from breakfast?
Yes, all the way from breakfast. You can see I took maybe half a sip.
I know. No,
great job.
I don't know how some of that might be evaporation, man. Hydrate, brother. Hydrate. Okay. So we're resolving something here.
Oh,
and
wow.
It's going to be a selection of a card to be lost.
I think there was an instance here, but where because we looked at the hand, we're kind of I don't know what exactly we're calling it, but we are going to essentially say that these, I guess, one card should be in hand. So he's going to repair the game state and say that Endless Arrow is in hand, and Damien selected a card that's going to go on the top of the deck simply because we knew that there was going to be that Endless Arrow in hand no matter what. So it looks like it's not going to go to the graveyard. Instead, it's just going to go in hand. We're repairing the game state in that respect, and the Arsenal stays as the Arsenal, and there's an Endless Arrow in the hand instead of I think it was an Infecting Shot.
Onward and forward we move as there's still an 8-spot Endless Maw, which is just a shade away from lethal here. Jeremy thinking about how to approach this.
Knowing that there is a 3 of a kind in hand now makes for some interesting implications. There's nothing you can really do about it at this point. You've pushed the Endless Maw forward, of course. But we know there's a 3 of a kind lurking there in the hand, along with that Endless Arrow, a Boltyn Shot, and a Falcon Wing. A very powerful hand when you're looking at it all said and done. But then again, you don't necessarily want to go to 1 just to be able to play some of that. So we're going to see a block here being lined up possibly by Jeremy.
Did manage to go ahead and, again, when in the recovery of the game state, the Endless Arrow is recovered to hand. And Tunic. All right, let's block 4 here. 4 going through. It's coming down to 5 here. The Tunic had nothing left on it, so ultimately Jeremy probably suspecting, hey, I'm probably not going to see 3 more turns, so there's no point in letting this go. And Jeremy now has an opportunity to put a dent in this still hefty life total that Levia has been harboring, and it's going to be a good start here as one of the 3 of a kinds is going to lead off the play here with a infecting shot being flipped over by the Lexi. Now, keep in mind, 3 of a kind, the downside here, well, you can only play from hand, so no fun and games from something like Rain Razors to just sort of catch Damien off guard, but it's still a powerful card. Drawing 3 is a massive, massive advantage in Flesh and Blood.
Loading up a Searing Shot, choosing the Go Again option represents 4 damage and 1 life loss, a 0 for 4 with a life loss, and he signs the bill for it. Says, I'll take that damage. We can continue on. Dropping down to 17, but still very healthy. Going to load up a Hamstring Shot. Now, this one is a little bit sticky, but oh my god, he's holding the 3rd. Yep, count it, 3rd Blood Rush Bellow.
Well, 2 of them were back-to-back on one particular turn. Managed to sing Kumbaya all the way down to Jeremy into a precarious position of low life totals. But hey, another Infecting Shot, I believe.
Infecting Shot. Blue comes for 3. It's going to give him the Blood Rot Pox, which represents 2 extra damage on the following turn.
Damien down to 9 health here, so I think Jeremy actually had a very successful turn. The question is, how badly is Damien going to absolutely squeeze Jeremy here and just really squeeze all that life left, because the Blood Rush Bellow turn is pretty nasty. Blood Rot Pox isn't frailty, so those Mandible Claws are still going to be nasty. Here he goes, pitching away. 50-50 chance.
Swing big, unfortunately, the card that goes. I'm not sure what else he's holding in hand. Nevertheless, he is going to get the +2 buff across the board. The Hamstring Shot is going to cost 1 extra on your first attack. I believe it applies to the attack, which includes your weapon. And so we're going to swing that Mandible Claw for the casual 5. Go again. Going to cover that up, take 2, down to 3.
Well, each one of these claws
down to 5, I guess.
Each one of these claws was lethal, so easy way to just go ahead and say, I'm going to keep cards in my hand and keep the mystery alive. And you've got 5 now, so we're going to take another little bit here. And
what's the big attack that we follow it up with? Oh, the other swing big from the arsenal for the casual 10. Going to give them the 5 there and take exactly 5 for lethal. And you know what? We had some rolling going on, but really this wasn't about rolling. It was just about steamrolling off of the back of that Blood Rush Bellow.
Well, I told you, when you can roll 6s and you can do crazy stuff like that, Levia is easy. This is what I have been preaching to Ethan for so many years, is that it's an easy hero. What are you complaining about? And ultimately, I'm glad that Damien is here finally to sort of put a real spotlight on what this hero can do, as I am having holes burnt into the side of my face by Ethan on the side here.
He's a better man than that. He's just smiling through the pain of the words that you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, out of all the malarkey that's going on over here, the biggest crime has been the fact that they put grapes in my sandwich. What are you putting grapes in my sandwich for? I don't understand this place, but I guess I'm not that cultured. Do you put grapes in your sandwich, chat? I don't know. I'll eat grapes. I like grapes. But in my chicken salad sandwich? Come on.
That's probably pretty good. I don't know. It's like a burst of flavor.
No. Don't ruin my food with fruit. We don't do that. All right, so 4 rounds are in the books, and Levia is alive and well. We need to find out what a Briar is up to. I think there was a bunch of them out there. I think there's a lot of chatter going on. The fact that now that PTI events are awarding Living Legend points, she is basically on the cusp. And
Ethan, I want to hear from you. Come on in this. Let us know what you're thinking about the tournament thus far, and what you think about that Levia, and where you're sitting as far as, like, you know, I don't know, grapes on sandwiches is a thing. I want to hear from you.
So pretty much you just want a lunch break, right? You want me to fill time? It's okay. I can
we're going to all talk together. That was the point. It's like a panel. It's like a podcast. We talked about this earlier. We're like sitting over here and you're chiming in like the band standing.
Oh, okay.
I'll grab my food too then.
Yeah, come on.
Still cranberry juice all over the all over the laptop. We can't have that happen. All right. You know what we were going to do, Ethan?
No, I want to hear from Ethan.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
All right, fine. Here, we'll cut it back. I was moving the transition away anyway, so we can make this easier. Look,
cool.
Look, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Well, look, let me tell you. If you roll 6s, if you draw 3 blood rushes in 5 turns,
exactly,
right? Then Levia does look pretty good. But let me also posit the scenario where you roll a 1 on turn 0.
Yeah.
And you lose Skull Crushers immediately, and Lexi gets to load their arsenal, right? And you just don't draw any blood rushes. Like, what does that game look like, right?
So you're just saying
incredibly spiky hero, and I mean that part hasn't changed.
You're just saying don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. I mean that's what happens to me. I do eat that bad luck. That's why we've kind of abstained from playing for a bit.
So you
gotta
get over it, but because you take that hit, it allows other people to ride the wave of the good luck.
Absolutely. Damien's 4-0, and let me tell you, he has been rolling insanely hot. I mean, before the event started, he came up and said that Skull Crushers Levia took him to 2nd place at the Super Armory yesterday, so he was feeling pretty good about playing it in CC, because he's a Prism player, actually. Like, that's his main deal. He's a Prism player.
Yeah. And
he's like, look, these capstans are actually pretty good. Like, they just kept hitting yesterday. So maybe I should just play this in CC.
He's just making bad decisions all the time.
I like that.
And he did. And he keeps rolling super well.
It is what it is, right? Sometimes you just got to make it happen.
What the?
That's okay. I kind of like that. That's a fun flash. Let's do it again.
It won't let me switch back to you guys. What's going on here?
I think that's a mercy kill.
Maybe so. They don't want to see us eating.
No, they don't. What we did say was at one point we were going to have a Swedish fish, an Sour Patch, an M&M.
No, a peanut M&M.
A peanut M&M.
They are different things.
And a Skittle, and eat them all at once and describe the flavor.
Okay, we can definitely do that.
I don't want to do it, but
so apparently,
I'm stuck here. I'm trying to figure this out.
I kind of like it. It's cool. We're all just hanging out now. But now everyone is awkwardly staring at you.
Just go stand behind him and cast.
Really?
Wait.
This ain't right.
Let's just go over there. Hold on. We'll be joining you.
Why are you taking your headset off, man? We got. See, there we go. So yeah. So ultimately, like the whole point of this is the fact that I know this is sort of like ruins the entire illusion that we're like in different dimensions, but
no one thinks that but you.
I'm trying to paint a picture here, Steven, and bring your gigantic bread. Anyway, so so far the tournament has been great, but again, we want to sort of figure out what the heck's going on with Briar, right? Briar is very important.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Do we need to make space? You're good.
I thought he would flank you on the other side.
Well, I can't reach. If I pull the cords down with me, this entire thing dies. Is that what you want?
Maybe you
definitely
could put
not.
the bread down.
Oh God, we're good.
It's okay, don't worry. We're professionals
Look,
here.
if you kill the setup, then I don't have to pack it up and fly it home with me tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Is
So
that what
maybe
happens?
that's a plus.
Just abandon it?
I'll just leave it. Yeah, derelict out here.
Forget it. All right, so we do have a lot of time again left in the round. We should have probably rock a giveaway or something. Didn't we say we had some giveaways or some stuff to do?
Oh yeah, we should do a giveaway. We got 2 boxes left.
We got some boxes
of Dust Till Dawn.
Yeah. So how about this? How about we take a brief break so that we can eat like normal people?
Why did we come over here? All right.
I'm trying to maintain some decorum here. We're going to take a quick break because Ethan also has to figure out how to get the camera back to the table, right? And then we will do a giveaway upon return. Is that fair? I think it's because you said you took away the transition.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I got to like redo whatever.
Redo the transition.
Got it. We're going to contact NASA and have this all sorted out. We're also going to get the UN involved because there's clearly some next level stuff going on. We will be right back with a giveaway of some Dust Till Dawn cards. How about that?
Well, maybe this screen doesn't even work. Well, let's see.
Let's find out. All right, little bit of a correction here. So that previous Levia we saw, the record was not correct. That Levia, unfortunately, was 1-2. But hey, it was an exciting game anyways.
Now 2-2.
Now 2-2.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. But we will be giving away this box of Dusk Till Dawn, which is incredible. Now, we're doing this the old-fashioned way, which is the box break giveaway. However, we have amended the rules. We have increased the level of difficulty, and here's how it's going to go down.
Okay.
When we give the signal, which Ethan will do in chat,
okay,
you need to. This is the easiest way we're going to do this, which is the bot will pull the name, the first name. However, you have to type the card name precisely correctly. Precisely correctly. It's not case sensitive, so the capitalization doesn't matter.
Okay.
But if you misspell it, that is on you.
Oh, that seems spicy. But we won't reveal it until the moment you're supposed to type
Correct.
it.
Well, we're going to show it to Ethan when we get it so he can load it up in the bot. But ultimately, why can't... There we go. Wow. Thank you very much, sir.
There it is.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, we're going to do the standard fare of... hold on, let me move my, my Georgia T and make it happen here. Yeah, it's a little bit lower. Why not? Perfect. Excellent. The illusion of me wearing pants is still intact. We love it. Let's get to work here.
There we go.
Why is this one just fight? Okay, well, I am clearly...
My God.
This is why I don't hold children.
What are you doing to that poor box?
It is what it is. All right. Do you want right or left?
It didn't matter. It has not mattered with this set at all.
For
this set, I have been absolutely destroyed by you over the past 2 months of us doing commentary.
Now nothing matters. Nothing matters.
Absurd, insane,
okay,
just crazy.
So here's
my luck is so bad. I feel like I should just bring like a judge in. Do you want to come open these packs? Are you interested in opening these? Does anyone else want to open? No? All right. I'm just going to get crushed anyway. 1, 2, 3,
Again,
4, 5.
For the rule book, ladies and gentlemen, the contents of this box will be given away to whoever guesses the cold foil. We will not tell you the cold foil until after it's guessed, and you are not allowed to guess until we tell you. And I know you're flooding the chat right now.
I'm going to look, actually. I want to pull up
Of course, because you cannot be trusted. This is anarchy, people, but we have to have rules. Otherwise, well, hey... It's just a gigantic mess. So if there is a serialized card that we open in here,
yes,
that is the caveat. We have to tell you that we are not giving that away. We are going to auction it off for charity. So that is the one caveat. Otherwise, everything else in this box is yours. And the rules are, once everything's opened, you have to, once the signal is given, you guess what the cold foil is. You have to spell it correctly, and the bot will pick out your name and choose a winner. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Don't guess now. I know you're guessing now. I know you can't take
they're
directions.
doing okay. They're doing all right.
Are they good?
Yeah.
I'm impressed. You know what? I take that back. Good for you. Good for you. Let's make it happen.
Oh, just kidding. They're guessing.
Yeah, of course
Black
they are.
Lotus. Hanabi Blaster. None of those.
None of those are things that pertain to this conversation, but it's okay. What'd you find?
Tribute to Demolition. Ian.
All right, nothing
Good
here.
buddy Ian Kinderdine. Hey, look. Widespread Ruin.
Wow.
That was blown out. Sorry about that. everyone.
Impressive.
Yes. Non-foil Majestic. Exactly what
you
you're
know the
looking for.
best packs. Have you opened a 3-token pack?
No, I haven't.
I opened a 3-token pack. I don't know if it was like an error or something, but it was a quite the feels bad. Quite the feels bad.
Try to keep everything on the old up and up here as we flip through here. Shade and Swing.
Sure, we can't.
Rune Chant.
We can't give away the.
Nothing going on in this pack. Got a Deathly Whale. Card's good and exactly Vincent.
Did you get any? How many have you opened, by the way? I mean, like for yourself.
Several.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that so that I don't embarrass myself with my lack of pulls.
Oh, I have a cool card.
Several.
One of the very few cards in the game that does not have a pitch value, which is pretty rad in itself. You can't see it because of
Dimensional Vortex.
Dimensional Vortex with an extra X in there because it's cool in the 90s. It's like having your Xbox Live account name with like X's and all kinds of symbols all over the place.
Yep. Yeah, Dimensional Vortex is a card that I think will really, really do some stuff in Ultimate Pit Fight because it says you may play this for 2 less from your banish zone, and it costs 3, so you pay 1. Each hero banishes a card from their arsenal, and you just get to do that. Blood Dripping Frenzy. Blood Dripping Frenzy here.
Ooh, I got a
Majestic. So
Herald of Rebirth. And this is the same thing I opened last time. It was the full art Herald of Rebirth. Red, which is great. So, all right. Well, here, that's a cool card. We'll put that on the side as well. We have not found the cold foil yet.
That's not a cold foil, we promise.
It is not a cold foil. You don't know what that is. Maybe it's a serialized card. Maybe it's not.
It's not.
Maybe it's a cracked bubble.
Serialized card.
Maybe it's not. Ooh, that's a nice one.
Look at you.
That's a nice one.
Oh, what?
All right.
I don't understand our life. How this is just
I have
functions.
said this multiple times. I am luck adjacent. Anything that is luck related that does not immediately impact me will be good. Any luck related instances that directly impact me will be bad. And ultimately, it all evens out. Beckoning Light, Majestic Rainbow Foil. So that's a nice one there. So we got a Majestic Foil as well. Again, if you're wondering what we're doing, we're opening this box, and somebody can win the contents of this box. You just have to guess what the cold foil is, and not yet. When you get the signal,
a nice one. A foil Anthem of Spring, foil Majestic Anthem of Spring, which is a really cool Briar specialization.
Very cool.
Also got my own extended art Herald. It's a Wartune Red. It's a great one.
Double
it's a really, really good one.
That's a very good one.
Usually, I've found after opening a lot of this, there's a couple in a box, like so 2 to 3.
My average was 1.
Is it really?
I think the average.
You opened one. You opened 1 box.
Well, no. I mean, I
have
opened tons of these boxes, not for myself, but ultimately the average seemed to have hovered around 1. I mean, a double box is great and such, but what has your experience been? Have you guys
I've
opened?
actually always opened 2 or 3.
Yeah, well.
That's why I was shocked by that.
Ooh, I have the I have the Shadow Brute Pulverized, which is a Shaden Death Hydra.
Oh, everyone knows that card is just underutilized right now. It's underrated though. Ethan Van Sant's going to play that in his next version of the list.
Suspect that is correct.
Got a foil Wall Breaker. Oh, I got a Majestic here.
Not
a cold foil, but it is Grimoire of the Hunt.
I don't have that, so I'll just take that one. How about that?
I actually really want the Rainbow Foil Anthem of Spring that I pulled. I would take that, but I'm not going to because it doesn't belong to me.
Well, I'm just going to take all of this stuff, and we'll just say that
someone in chat will.
Nah, we'll just say that something won, and then we just won't send it to them, and I'll just keep it. Is that cool?
No.
Dang it, it doesn't work that way.
Actively not cool.
It is actively not cool. You're correct.
He needs Neosporin on his hand, a.k.a. Tear Through the Portal. Got a little cut there, see?
Oh.
Hey, look, I got your non-foil Beckoning Light.
So
whoever gets this box is
double Beckoning Light.
Foil and a non-foil, which is kind of cool.
Ooh, Luminaris, Celestial Fury.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm. That exists in the game. Flesh and Blood.
It exists in the game of Flesh and Blood. Hey, does anyone know the correct number of serialized cards that have been publicly announced and open?
Ooh, I don't actually know
Does
that.
chat know this? Because I'm very curious. I think I've only been aware of 4.
Ethan, do you know?
I believe the answer is 5.
Okay. Of 20.
I believe.
Is it it's of 20, right?
It's of 20, but I mean that's obviously public knowledge. Much like like when the One Ring was opened, it was opened almost on the first weekend. It was just never told until the deal was essentially secured.
Sure,
so
sure.
it's possible that many of these have been opened and they've just been,
Sat on. Actually, that's a really good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Well, I mean, if anybody's happy about that, it might be LSS for people who are hunting for these, where it's like, hey, now, a Figment.
Yeah, I opened it. I saw the Figment, double-sided Figment. So we got another Majestic there. Microphone. Absolutely destroyed that microphone.
You did. Okay.
All right, last pack Magic. Nope. Got a beautiful Angelic Ratha. It's a great little
It's a beautiful
foil.
card.
I wish I could get that foil to really pop on camera. It's kind of doing
It's
it.
popping.
Yeah, it feels very cold foil, even though it is just a rainbow. But I think I like that. I like that effect on
It's
all the
cool.
lightning cards. You know.
All of the light and like the light illusionist cards look absolutely brilliant. All right.
Yes.
So
Why don't you pass.
pass those over to here. I'll yeah, you got it. There we go.
Wait, 1 second. I need to have my.
Oh, is this your movie theater move? And then arm goes around me.
Mm-hmm.
You had me at hello.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
You have it.
I'm gonna explain it to chat since I'm running the bot.
Do it.
All right. As soon as Flake and DM kick us off with the guessing game with their clap, which is not yet. I'll also drop a message in chat. The bot will be able to. Oh wait, do we even need to do the bot? Hold up a second. Why are you guys clapping?
No,
I don't know
I'm
what they're
not.
doing. I
I'm
don't know.
being blinded by the sun. Look at this.
Wait. Are we doing the clap or do we need a giveaway?
I just need to know
giveaway
what the
bot.
heck this guy is doing right now.
I'm being destroyed by the sun. Do you not see this? This is
Okay.
insane.
What we're gonna I want to recap what is to be won here, okay?
Okay.
So we can if you guess the cold foil correctly, when we tell you to, I know you're just going crazy right now. A rainbow foil beckoning light. You get a Shaden Death Hydra. You get a full art red Wartune Herald. Full art red Herald of Rebirth. Blood Dripping Frenzy.
Uh-huh.
Dimensional Vortex.
Wow, okay. That was a way to say that card.
Figment of Triumph.
Uh-huh.
You get a Beckoning Light non-foil.
Yep.
A foil Anthem of Spring. Grimoire of the Haunt.
Uh-huh.
And Widespread Ruin. Plus the premium cards.
That's a lot of Majestics. What is that, 9?
That was a lot of Majestics. That was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry, it's
11?
9. It's
Oh.
9 because of the two full arts.
Oh, gotcha,
center,
gotcha.
so it's
Yeah,
9
there it is,
Majestics.
there it is. That's a lot of Majestics. Okay.
Are you ready?
Okay. Well, hold up. What is happening?
Okay, so
Can anyone enter just because of the keyword? Because then it will randomly draw from multiple people who enter the keyword, right? It won't pull
but
like
then
the first
people
person.
are just gonna keep. It's usually the first person
Right.
to enter.
So then the clap actually does.
Yeah,
work.
so then we want to clap,
better.
and then we want to pick the first person to type
Yes,
this correctly, yes. So I don't think the keyword pays off.
The
I
keyword
do
does
that.
It
not
was
pay
just a
off unless-
random, it was a random
Yeah,
draw.
Keyword is more like, hey, everyone type in, we love Flake, and then someone randomly will
Aw.
win.
We do.
no one's.
You're welcome.
No box is worth that lie.
we love Flake, and then just no one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no,
Oof.
we're fine.
Oh.
I don't need that reassurance or
that
that
affirmation.
that grim reality. All right.
I need a parasol. That's right. I do need a parasol. Okay, so let's just do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to clap, and then the first person to type this correctly, the cold foil name,
Correctly.
correctly, will win everything you see here.
Perfect. Are you ready to clap? Are you ready to accept our
I'm ready
clap?
to enter.
Wait.
Okay. That's the clap.
I thought you
Go,
wanted.
go, go.
I thought you wanted Skittles.
Oh wait. Oh
What?
wait. Let's see. Oh, well,
It was already done.
that was easy.
It already got caught.
That was easy.
Right there.
That was easy.
Yeah.
Right
Very
there.
early.
I think it's
That
it's
was easy. Brad.
Brad Burkhart.
Burkert.
Betcher.
Betchart. Sorry.
Betcher.
My bad.
What happened?
Because it was a radiant view.
We were gonna grab. Oh shoot, I'm not muted.
I know it's okay.
Radiant view. Yay! Congratulations. Hey, not only did you win this, but tell them what you won, Flake.
You also won this other rainbow foil legendary card, of which I
keep going.
don't know. It's a hat and it does things. It looks like Morbo the Magnificent. I don't know. All right, let's wrap this up. So congratulations to you. Thanks so much for playing. Do we have another box to give away by the end of the day?
I think we have one more. Yeah,
one more box to give away. So let's do that. Maybe do you want to do like a Twitter kind of like cosplaying kind of fun thing? I think we do because I don't want the chaos of opening these boxes and having everybody spam the chat with
You
stuff.
destroyed this box, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow,
I did.
this box is wrecked.
It was
absolutely wrecked.
Okay, friends, thank you so much for playing. We do have another few rounds here of the PTI. We're going to 7 rounds deep here. We're trying to get some information.
They love you. They said they love you. Sorry, Ryan.
That's very kind. I appreciate
on your screen,
that.
it may say that you won, but based on the official chat records, I believe we saw.
You can, you can file a protest directly to the United Nations, and we will have a binding resolution.
We have been told that 2 minutes, and we will receive the next game in the series.
All right, so this leaves us the perfect amount of time to have what we call a sugar menagerie, which is we're going to have a peanut M&M, we're going to have a Sour Patch Kid, we're going to have a Swedish fish.
How do you feel about Swedish fish?
I don't know. Sometimes of all the fish, the Swedish ones feel like, why are you halving this? Well, this guy wants to half. This guy is trying to comp out on an agreement that he made. The whole thing.
I feel as though in order to get like a full kind of balance of everything, you try to match the overall.
Give me this, and we do give me this, and we do this.
Oh, actually, that's way better. Okay.
Now you have this super fish that has been cobbled together Frankenstein style. No, you're doing the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I know.
And you need a Sour Patch Kid. All right, now eat it.
Yeah, get yours ready.
Son of a gun. All right, I'm gonna make. Hold on a second. We're gonna make some sort of gummy taco. Oh,
you need to hurry because we need to.
Hold on.
We need to move.
What do I need? I need a Sour Patch Kid. I need a Swedish fish. Okay, hold on. It's all reds and yellows. All right, are you ready? Cheers to this absolute.
You went reds and yellows. Oh man, I got the true mixture of all the flavors.
Here you go. Here we go.
Ready?
Yep. Let's have fun with this.
Yeah, we are. We're still alive.
This is
Tell me your experience.
This is the culinary equivalent of getting kicked in the nuts. I don't know how else to explain it. Not my favorite.
Honestly,
but not the worst.
I'd do it again.
By all means, applause. Not my favorite.
I'd do it again.
All right.
See, it's like a little bit of like a chocolate with sweet. It's like a chocolate covered strawberry, except worse.
Yeah.
That's what it's a chocolate covered strawberry, except wow.
We're going in intro. I have to jump
Hey,
in.
man, if anybody needed some sunlight.
Re-rail us.
All right, we're going to be walking into round number 5 here for the Battle Hardened. That what happened yesterday. We're past that. It's the PTI. You see what Sugar does to us. It's Nathan Crawford this time versus Aaron G. Hey, now, these are the two heroes I want to see the most. Briar versus Bravo. Everybody curious of Briar's progress through this tournament.
See, here's the thing about Nathan. Nathan has been a Briar faithful for basically the entirety of Briar's existence, as far as I know. But he is the avid champion of Briar. And if anyone were to take Briar into Living Legend, I personally would want it to be Nathan. I encouraged him at the last event that we were both at to take Briar out for a spin because I want to see him get to the finish line with this hero. One he's put so much time into. He knows kind of like the back of the hand. I don't know the list that he's running. I'm expecting it not to be a fatigue Briar. I'm expecting it to be more Channel Mount Heroic, but we're going to see because he has cooked up some great Briar lists over the years of being able to play it. Nevertheless, Starvo on the other side of things will be a tall order to ask for. Just kidding. Sorry for triggering everyone. Can we play We Don't Talk About Starvo? No, that doesn't exist anymore.
Actually, you ready? I didn't test how loud this is, but get ready.
Oh god.
We don't talk about Starvo.
Oh, that got loud.
All right, here we go.
Okay, well, hey, while my eardrums are picked up off the floor, we'll figure this one out as we're going to go ahead and shuffle up over here. Now, again, if this is a fatigue-style Briar, Bravo might be one of the remedies to actually beating through this because of the fact that it has built-in Dominate. We saw this yesterday, how the Bravo player actually opted for just casual damage and try to circumvent the, or rather just sort of gloss over the Dominate effect that is built into the Bravo ability. And in this case, that's kind of what you want to lean on. Now, if Nathan is playing a more traditional aggression list with Briar, then you're going to see a Bravo that's going to be more opportunistic. It's going to be more of take turns off, weather the storm, try to stop the on hits, swing hammer a little bit more freely, and eventually try to just outpace this Briar and just weather the storm, get all of those major threats out of the way, and then you're going to see the turnaround. You might see early pitches of Crippling Crush, early pitches of Spinal Crush, etc., those expensive attacks to come back on second cycle when a lot of those red attacks that Briar's going to be sending are expended.
Yeah, but see, Nathan knows that, and I think he's playing a more traditional Channel Mount Heroic list, and I think he knows that the threat is possible for, like, there to be some pseudo fatigue strategy that Bravo can tap into, playing for sort of a second cycle and being able to save some red attacks for that. He is good enough and more experienced in general than anyone almost ever on Briar in general to know how to combat that. And so I'm very expecting to see him navigate his way through this matchup. Now, whether or not he wins or loses, that is neither here nor there. We're not going to know that until the end, but I think he's definitely got his game plan drawn up.
Both players just getting ready to rock and roll over here. It's game time, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get it going. 4 rounds in the books. Both players very much alive in this tournament. But again, once you have one loss under your belt, it gets kind of scary because there will be X2s, I believe, that are going to make it into this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Yesterday was X1 or better. I don't know if...
I'm not sure.
Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. I mean, when you have one loss under your belt and it's still, in the mid sort of phases of the tournament with 7 rounds, you're moving into round 5. You do not want to take a loss at any point, obviously. But I mean, if this early, it could spell doom on breakers potentially. But ultimately, here we go. As RNG, I think that this the smaller the tournament, the less
margin for error, if you will. Yeah, that is going to be the question mark, is where both these players are sitting. You don't want to pick up an L on this round. This is sort of that critical moment. Having a loss in a previous round from this point is going to be a bit dangerous on breakers. And so from here on out, you just want to win every game you play. You just want to picture it as a 1-game series and finish to the end. Now, Dyadic Carapace, a card I literally just picked up from over at the MinMaxGames booth in trades, a fantastic option because it blocks for 3. We're not using it for the arcane barrier that's built in. We are simply using it to block extra on dominated attacks, and that's perfect here. And you can also take a look. You see Snapdragon Scalers and you see Rosetta Thorn. You know that this is exactly what you expect with Channel Mount Heroic Briar.
We might find the perfect hand to open with, but there's lots of options here for RNGs. Holding on to Imposing Visage, also holding on to a Warmonger's Diplomacy. You also have a Spinal Crush. So there's an opportunity here to actually dominate the Spinal Crush and just go absolute hambone here. But the other option is you play the Imposing Visage for a showtime, and you go forward and set up for one of those other turns. But so the options here might be a little bit paralyzing to a degree, because sometimes you have these cards in here to be like, oh, you know what, if I go first, I would love to have this. But when you have multiple options, it becomes a little bit more difficult, because you could have done the Spinal Crush. But we're going to go with the Imposing Visage, which is going to go ahead and take an action out of the deck. It does have the Go Again effect here, so he's going to find the Showtime. Showtime then comes into play, going to find an attack that he wants, and it's going to be Crippling Crush. So all the setup in the world that you possibly need is ready to rock and roll. You've got the Showtime, which is going to draw you a card. The Seismic Surge is going to reduce the cost of this Crippling Crush, and you haven't exactly given Nathan an opportunity to thin.
That's exactly right. When Nathan doesn't have the capability of using this turn 0 to kind of sculpt their own hand, you're basically putting the ball in your own court and just holding on to it, grasping for dear life, saying,
Yeah, I got all this activated, but I'm gonna take a big lead. Now the big deal is that Showtime, Showtime, I believe, is no longer floating around there. It needs to be out there as an aura on the field because that does draw you a card at the start of the turn. That's a big deal. It's easy to miss that and clean that up in the wrong way, but that does need to be out representing on the board state.
There you go.
There it is. Showtime back at it because it will draw you a card.
Oh, that's a tough hand that he drew into. However, he's got double Zealous Belting in hand, and that's a great card to have. But you got to find blues to pay for your Crippling Crush, and you want to also find extra blues here to actually dominate that Crippling Crush. So are you eating the 7 damage here? Keep in mind,
you're drawing a card, though.
Yeah, you're drawing a card, and the way that these decks are built typically is you're looking at a 2-to-1 ratio almost of blues to reds. So you've got a 66% chance, more or less, of drawing into a blue to sort of clean this up. But Aaron is saying no blocks here.
Yeah, it's 7 coming across, and the Earthwar Surge doing a little bit to buff up the Lightning Surge from hand, and possibly just sending it on over for the 40 to 33 life lead, and that's going to trigger the Embodiment of Earth token, which Nathan is going to grab, and then the Simple Arsenal. Yes, we are floating a resource, but no go again on that. No Embodiment of Lightning to be able to let us extend the sword on our turn. Would be great if we did, though.
Okay, so 2 Zealous Beltings. How many blues? I see 1 blue. I see, is that a yellow in hand as well?
2 blues and a yellow. Yep,
yeah.
2 blues and a yellow, which does mean that we can do some pretty nutty things on this turn with the 5-card hand and a possible Crippling Crush.
2 blues and a yellow means that you have to make a decision here. Do you want to dominate the Spinal Crush or the Crippling Crush, or do you want to send a Zealous Belting? You can potentially do both, actually, as this is going to be 5 go again. Keep in mind that the Seismic Surge pop, meaning the Crippling Crush costs you 6. So with 1 float, you can go Zealous into Crippler, but you won't be able to dominate it.
No, nevertheless, you are also threatening pummels every which way till Sunday on this line of play, because Zealous Belting can be pummeled, and then you're also, I mean, everybody knows at this point that the Arsenal is indeed a Crippling Crush, and so we also have to think about what you might need in hand to be able to send that. But we could even take some other weird lines with this. If Nathan's trying to see if, maybe there is a pummel in there, maybe I should block with this or that or the other. It's gonna kind of nerf his hand a little bit this turn.
Well, keep in mind also that Aaron just ate 7 damage. So Nathan might be thinking, all right, well, you have to pay for the Crippling Crush, and if it's not dominated, what else do you have? And you're right. So he's going to go ahead and make it happen here to go ahead and send the Zealous Belting and hold on to the, send the Crippling Crush the old-fashioned way, no dominate, but also holding on to a Zealous Belting, which is a great card to have in Arsenal. When you're looking at Bravo and cards that you're comfortable keeping in Arsenal, Pummel, D-Reacts, Zealous Belting, those are the targets here, as well as something like Crippling Crush. Your power cards. You don't want to put a blue in there. You don't want to put something that is just going to fester there. It's going to have low impact. You want cards that are going to drastically impact the game state.
Now, he could choose on Nathan's side of things to chuck the Carapace and the Grasp here alongside of the 4 block on this Gentleman Heroic. It is a 4 block because we do have Embodiment of Earth, and we could see, both equipments being employed here. This blocks for 8 and avoids the Crush effect, and you're leaving yourself with a Ravenous Rabble for 4, and I believe, what was the other card? Let's see if we can kind of get a peek. Should be another 0 for 4 if I remember correctly. Either way, you're leaving yourself with a 2-card hand that can represent damage on this turn cycle. And so when we're looking at this, the very powerful turn of Zealous Belting into Crippling Crush is essentially just kind of leveling the playing field. It is a scar for a scar. So you can still go scar for a scar after this, but you're not getting to go again. So you're probably going to start off with the Ravenous Rabble, depending on what the Arsenal card was. Can you remember the Arsenal card?
I can remember a Arsenal card, not the Arsenal card. Ultimately, Scar for a Scar is going to open things up. No go again, though, because Nathan's at 36. So a very paltry attack that can be met here with a Sink Below. Just nice and clean. He's going to go press it, which is fine. I mean, you got to clear the hand out as well. You don't want to just sit on a lightning press.
Well, the nice thing is this allows for him to Arsenal. First of all, it gives an embodiment, which is great, but it also allows for him to Arsenal one of the best sort of combo starters or chain starters in Ravenous Rabble in your deck, and it also gets a card out of the arsenal that could stay there for a while in Lightning Press, especially if you have to be defensive, and so he's able to cycle that around. Now, the benefit of that previous play that Aaron made is that it ended his arsenal with the other copy of Zealous Belting, and so you do have a fantastic setup as well. Both these players know exactly what they're up to.
know exactly what they're doing.
Nathan just insta-locks the take, and we're going to follow this up with a hammer. Again, this is the beauty of the 2 blue play with a Zealous Belting, is you create a Seismic that helps you in the follow-up turn, and you're dealing 11 damage for the 6 attack. I think that's pretty decent. He's going to put an Arcanic Shockwave in front of this. It's a 3-block, taking an additional 3 off the top over here. And what I have to say here about the fact of Briar is that Briar is a very aggressive hero, and in this particular build, and we saw what Aaron did with the Zealous Belting into the Crippling Crush. Didn't take a whole lot of damage because of the fact that there's so much equipment that Runeblade gets, and we're going to go ahead and figure it out. Finds the red. All right.
There was a big decision point here of playing out Ravenous Rabble because there's another one in hand, and Ravenous Rabble red, finding a blue on top means that this turn loses way more value than it should, but he lucks out and gets the red off the top, which means 4 go again into 4 go again. Reveal. He's gonna rub it again. Rub it again. 4 go again into what's likely gonna be 4 no go again.
Yeah, I love it. Nathan with a little razzle dazzle play over there to make sure that hey, you're on camera. Let's make it exciting. As the back-to-back Ravenous Rabbles are finding reds off the top. 4 go again is the nature of the beast here. Do they even play Gorganian Tome anymore?
Yeah, I think you can definitely play Gorganian Tome. I think it's definitely something you could cycle, but I think at this point, you're really trying to line yourself up for Ravenous Rabbles, your 4s, your go-against, and really your big Channel Mount Heroics as well is what you're looking for. Unfortunately, we had to block with 1 early, and so digging around for it. But I really like how Nathan has very consistently tried to play for an arsenal so that when he draws into his next version or next copy of Channel Mount Heroic, he has a 4 attack in the arsenal. Like right now, he's sitting on the 4 attack in Arsenal. I think it's in Twine Lightning.
Ooh. All right, here's the big boy play again. I asked you yesterday, it's been a while since we've seen pulverizes in these lists. This is it. And again, it costs you 10. It's super expensive, and it's normally a 4-card block, but with the Seismic Surge taking 1 off the top here, it costs you 9, and it's going to basically say on hit, your first attack is -4, and that's basically the baseline for every single attack that Briar is going to be sending at you, and it's coming in for, you need to 2 dice.
122 damage.
Correct, or 12.2, whichever.
12.2 damage. Now, this is a tough block for Nathan to make because, obviously, 1, he's already used a lot of his equipment, but 2, he's generally, because you're playing this more Channel Mount Heroic heavy deck, you're playing a lot of these generic 2 blocks, right? So you're very likely, even though you have the embodiment of Earth token, you're very likely to run into the issue of having 2 blocks in hand, like, for example, the Tome of Harvest. That is technically a 3 block right now, and, a bunch of 2 block generics as well. So there's really just no recourse here to stop a bunch of this.
Facing down a Pulverize, the decision here is if you're left with 1 card and 1 attack, it effectively becomes moot. It's like 0. Yeah. So it's basically 2-card block or 4-card block to a degree here, because you don't necessarily want to be left with a card in your hand that does nothing. So in the hand, we see a Bramble Spark, a Tome of Harvest. It looks like an Entwined Lightning, as well as a big forearm, a Popeye-style forearm in front of it, just guarding the information. But ultimately, seeing cards like Arcanic Crackle and Entwined Lightning bring us back to the days of more lightning-heavy Briars, which had Ball Lightning, but again, that card is banned. But with Lightning Presses, etc., it's a throwback a little bit here, but it is the more aggression-oriented build. It's a little bit more risky, but cards like Arcanic Shockwave does deal arcane damage on top of it. And if you look at Aaron's kit, he's not running the arcane boots.
No.
So he is not respecting any of the arcane damage and doesn't give a hoot about Rosetta Thorn.
But at this point, I mean, you've got 14 damage that your opponent's got to respond to on this chain link, and you're just saying, why do I even care? I mean, if this is half of your life total right now, if you want to go ahead and take this, drop to 14, the next thing that you do is going to come at me for 0, so I just can, laugh that off. And then what else are you going to send at me? A couple of, paltry attacks that I don't care much about.
Yes, poultry attacks, maybe some chicken nuggets, some...
Borvo cares not.
Borvo likes poultry attacks. Borvo dips his poultry attacks in barbecue sauce. All right, so 14 for Pulverize, a card from Everfest. And when this card was basically announced, or rather when Everfest was announced, and they were sort of teasing some of the cards that were coming out. Do you remember that Twitter campaign where Flesh and Blood was saying, you will see a card with the fattest attack value we have ever printed, and it was Pulverize. And I believe that stands today. There's no attack, I think, greater than 14.
Except the emotional attack when someone plays a white border card. It's the only thing that is stronger than Pulverize.
It's okay. Everyone will catch up emotionally. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. So it does happen precisely like you said. Let's cut that life total in half. And frankly, this it's going to be a fused Bramble Spark. So maybe some of that -4 is going to be caught up by the fused Bramble Spark, as this Entwined Lightning is only coming in for 3, but it does have Go again.
Yep, this is fused. So Entwined Lightning coming for 3 damage. And basically allowing you to start your turn, but you've revealed 2 of the cards. One of them is basically a dead card in your hand in the form of Tome of Harvest because you don't have an arsenal anymore. Instead, it will be used possibly for like a Grasp activation into a Rosetta Thorn. You've played a non-attack and an attack, so your Rosetta Thorn's on for 2 and 2. Playing the second Entwined Lightning, chuckling about it. When you have it, you have it, right? And this allows you then to keep the Lightning Surge in hand to drop it into the arsenal at the end of the turn, but it also just enables the Rosetta Thorn and Grasp combo that we just talked about for extra damage.
So if you're wondering why there was an embodiment of lightning that was immediately turned over, it's because the initial Entwined Lightning inherits the text from Bramble Spark that says this card deals 1 arcane damage. So the arcane damage is actually emanating from the Entwined Lightning. It is connecting. Therefore, that card did do damage. The embodiment is secured. So right now, 4 Go again on the stack. Hey, Aaron's saying, hey, well, I'll meet you at 14.
Both these players just like content to make sure that this round timer does not hit zeros. Gonna make the Rune Chant, gonna send the Rosetta Thorn like I talked about just a moment ago. It gives you the very straightforward play line of the arsenal there and the pass.
So this is why I find that trading damage with Briar without Arcane Barrier is a little bit dangerous, because you feel like a boss when you're like, yeah, I'll take 10, you take 10, and then ultimately there's inevitability on the side of the Briar who just has to either create Rune Chants or put Rosetta Thorn online. You are on a clock. There's no way for you to essentially circumvent that unless you've got things like Sigil of Solace.
But you get to do this.
Yeah, we like this play.
Your attacks. You know what else is inevitable? Borvo. Borvo is inevitable with Intimidate.
Let me also plug real quick. Brandow TCG, the person behind the pixel art that you've probably seen across a bunch of altars, is here in chat. And that is Brandow TCG's Anothos on display.
That is incredible. I was, listen, as a Bravo main, these are the kinds of things that I wish I had on my side here. But a beautiful piece of art, exactly, the pixel art. It looks like it's from Super Mario World for SNES. I love it to death. It's incredible. Wonderful, wonderful thing.
Old school Final Fantasy, right? Or Legend of Zelda style, back in the GBA days, playing like Oracle of Seasons or something like that. That's what it gives me the old vibes of on pixel art. Nevertheless, staring this down, and I do believe the last card in hand was a Pummel. There's no resources up for it, but it does mean it could go into the arsenal and then float around there and try to win the game.
So here's where Briar feels like it's a little unfair, because you're just going to go ahead and, hey, I'm going to just 90-degree these in front of this and drop a 3-block that's actually a 4-block, but could still be a 2-block that's a 3-block to cover this up. It's a lot of numbers that essentially add up to 7.
Card right there. Could be everything. Could be anything. Could be a boat.
It could even be a boat. You're correct. The on-hit effect here, again, Terra Sunder connecting with the hammer, creating a Dominate. On-hit, discard 2 of your choice. Now, this is, like I said, it feels tough to connect damage with Runeblade because of the fact that, hey, they have so much equipment that covers these breakpoints. As Aaron thought that he had a freebie here, but one off the Carapace, one off the Grasp, and the Crown of Providence is going to cover this up with the Command and Conquer. And look at that.
Great example of how good Carapace actually is, being able to now block 3 like this. Gives you a mini fridge of your own, or really, I don't even want to call it a mini fridge at this point. It's just a fridge. Very important point to make. Aaron is full on his equipment suite. He can block heavily. What he can't do is stop Arcane. So everything you've been saying is 100% true, and Nathan smells blood in the water. He says, I'm going to make a Rune Chant every single turn. You're going to have to do something about this over the next few turns, because my goal is to go Rosetta for 2 and 2 from now until the cows come home.
And that's what he's doing. You can see now, and just prioritizing creations of Rune Chants and activations of the Rosetta Thorn. This is a perfect perfect turn for Nathan Crawford here, because what he's doing is he's just saying, all right, well, it's 7. That's a break point. Plus, hey, why not? Here's a rune chant, and let's go Rosetta. 3 of that damage, no matter what you do, is unblockable. We don't know if there's something like Oasis Respite in the deck for Aaron, which could basically completely cancel out Rosetta Thorn. Sigils of Solace can buy you a little bit of extra time. However, at this moment, Aaron G down to 6. If Nathan Crawford can cobble together 2 of the exact same turns, he will win this game in a short order. Aaron, though, has done some good work bringing Nathan to 14 off the back of some Pulverizes, some Zealouses into Crippling Crushes, but he needs to figure something out. Now, the give of equipment here means that he's got something good.
Well, I think Aaron understands that he's on a 3-turn clock. At this point, literally 3 Rosetta swings and he's dead, guaranteed, unless, like you said, there's an Oasis Respite, and he understands that he has to play several big turns in a row that really steal cards out of Nathan's hand, and if he doesn't do that, then he's dead on the spot. And look at this draw. Drawn into 2 Bramble Sparks makes things really uncomfortable, but I think his plan is to play out an attack and then pummel it, and see if Nathan respects the pummel at this moment. So he's going to start by creating a Seismic Surge, sending the Command and Conquer. Pummel's an arsenal. He's got
Look
one
at the
card
smile.
I think Nathan immediately was like, okay, is there a pummel here?
I love it. This is to be in this position is so comfortable because your opponent is either going to overblock, and that's a win because you still get to keep your pummel, or is not going to respect it, and you're going to surprise them with damage and 2 cards off the top here. And what's great for Aaron still has 4 block available. 5 block available just from his equipment, which is going to cover a whole lot of breakpoints.
Yeah, Aaron also chose not to block the physical damage, I believe, of the Rosetta Thorn. I think this is the right call. I was about to talk about this, but the pummel really doesn't matter too terribly much because Nathan can just take the damage. It's not lethal if he gets pummeled. He discards a card, he plays a 3-card hand, and again, all he cares about is non-attack, attack Rosetta 2 times. Make me get off this line, otherwise I will kill you, guaranteed. And that's a great card. So he's got the Fuse, he's got the buff, he's got the card in the hand for the attack, he's got the Swarming Gloom Veil. He says, hey, this is a pretty good card, and that's just going to close it out. Does he have it?
He does. Well, he's got the Arcane from Bramble Spark, Arcane from Rosetta, and the resources for the Arcane from Bramble, Arcane from Rune Chant, Rosetta. That's 4. So again, isolating the avenue to victory there for Nathan Crawford, and this is the danger of being a Bravo player that just freewheels and trades without the protection of Arcane Barrier. I personally would never go into a Briar match, and again, sometimes if you've got it and if it's a high octane, high risk Bravo that plays a lot of reds and a lot of pummels and wants to race, sure, that's viable because maybe those boots are going to help you, maybe the iron rods are going to help you, but just think of the amount of damage that could have been prevented by pitching a blue, preventing for me, the second that you see something like Arcanic Shockwave, you know that pitching a blue means I can block a Rune Chant, an Arcane Shockwave, or an Arcanic Shockwave, and one from Rosetta. Yeah. So it does help you out in the long run, but ultimately, I think that he saw his path, which is just beat face and
find arcane damage was the play for Nathan. He recognized it early. If you're not running the boots that allow you to stop it, if you don't have null rune, then I'm just going to find my way that way. And honestly, taking all that early damage from the Bravo player spelled that victory and that path to victory for Nathan. He sniffed it out, he figured it out, and he got there.
Yeah, it's easy to say. Like, once the Bravo player is basically in single digits, you're just doing the math. You're like, okay, a blue and a Rosetta swing feels good to me if I can just give up some cards to do it. So you put it on a clock. You're obviously susceptible to big dominated effects and pummels, etc. But it seemed like they were both freewheeling, and ultimately the perfect hand there was on Nathan's side of, hey, I got 4 sources of arcane damage here, or 4 arcane damage I can send at you. You're at 4. It's game over. Nathan knew, even when the Command and Conquer was presented, he knew that it's like, I got this.
I can take it because I have Bramble Spark fused, which is a point of arcane plus a buff, but you don't even care about the buff because then you make a Rune Chant and you send it on across as long as you're able to get go again on your attack, which he had. Didn't really matter because the Rosetta's coming for 2 and 2, and that closed the game out. I believe Ethan Van Sant said he wanted to get Nathan for an interview. Is that correct? Okay, sweet. He's going to be coming on over. He's going to talk to us about, talk to us a little bit about that match, but also about the prospects of Briar hitting the LL side of things.
All right. Well, he's just dusting off the pommel. He's picking splinters out of his teeth for just getting bonked for so hard, but he did manage to get there. And again, dangerous prospect. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend.
Come on over here, hop in right here so that you can get all comfy.
All right. I will be representing the Bravo conglomerate here as the unfortunately getting beat sauced. You took it on the chin, but you also dished it out pretty well there, and it's a difficult thing to swallow when you're facing down not just a zealous belting into a crippling crush, but a pulverized following up. Was it ever dicey for you, or did you ever get to a point where you're thinking like, I might just be getting outraced here?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever just eating a pulverize. But I just took one bite at a time, and the hand lined it up. I mean, when I did the analysis on the hand, the math just made more sense with the 2-2 blocks to just go ahead and get that in there. And when the math doesn't lie. So
the other question here is the fact that when you're setting up, and even from the get-go of your opponent revealing their equipment piece, you see no arcane barrier. And when did it click for you at a certain point that that is your avenue of attack? When you've realized that the Bravo's just completely comfortable trading damage with you, and you find you're like, all right, well, late in the game, it's just Rune Chant Rosetta, and then you're on a timer. Is that something that you catch right out of the gate, right from the beginning of the game, or is that something that sort of eventually becomes your avenue when you realize that the opponent is comfortable taking damage?
Right. So basically the avenue that I take against Bravo in that specific matchup is just do better numbers, right? They can dominate. I have the fridge for when I really need it, which we saw with the Crippling Crush and the Terra Sunder to stop the 2 big on hit effects that really mattered, and just be able to produce better numbers. Now, when I looked at the equipment at the beginning, I did notice no AB, so that means I know it's just not a fatigue match, and I just focus on value. Simple as that.
Now, Living Legend is looming large, and I believe that PTI events now are going to be awarding Living Legend points. You are synonymous with this hero. This is a hero that a lot of people trust you to perhaps bring to the promised land. How would you feel if you were the name associated to, finally crossing that bridge?
It's kind of bittersweet. I would love to be the person, obviously, getting the opportunity to spoil Anthem of Spring and then take her over the finish line would be amazing. It'd be the cap to an amazing year for me. But at the end of the day, I love playing her.
Yeah.
And so losing her at the same time in the same match, it hits different. It hits different.
I can see there's a little bit of an emotional response there because you're not even just thinking about beyond this tournament, but even after that, is the natural landing spot for you going to be Vincent or Viscerai? Is it still within that Runeblade family, or do you have something else that you're kind of leaning towards once this all reconciles?
I think that'll depend on whether LSS believes that Warmongers is at an appropriate power level. If Warmonger stays, I think no way for Viscerai, and then with the current card pool, I think Vincent's a perfectly fine hero. There's just a few avenues that really good players know how to exploit.
That's no problem. It's just at Brian Go on Twitter if you want to go ahead and just everybody just bombard him with that. The other question here is for the Living Legend format. Briar crosses over. Suddenly, it opens up more options in that. And let's say James decides, you know what? This is it. 6 heroes is where we want to be. Once they sort of flush that, or whenever that may be, is that going to shift your focus and say, hey, you know what? This is going to be my format?
Oh, I'll have to get my fix. I mean, I'll have to play it some. Maybe I don't focus on it. And I'm not even sure if LSS really has like a competitive view for that format, but at the same time, I will definitely play it because I'll take any chance to play Briar that I can. But at the end of the day, I'm a competitive player. I try my hardest to do as well as I can. And so I'll always just focus on whatever LSS deems is like the most competitive format.
Sure.
But I would love to dabble in it and keep playing Briar a little bit.
I don't want to take up too much of your time, but at the same time, we do have another 20 some odd minutes in the round. So I'm going to ask you some more questions, and you're going to have to take it, brother.
Let's do it.
The other thing I noticed about the deck that you presented is that it had a lot of, I want to call them blasts from the past options, things like Arcanic Shockwave, even Lightning Press, Entwined Lightning, leaning more towards the lightning-oriented build. And now, obviously, you won't have access to things like Ball Lightning, but the original builds were very similar to what you had to a degree of having a more lightning-oriented build. Was that something that you returned to? Have you always been along the lines of just really leaning towards lightning and that strength?
I've always been a fan of cards like Entwined Lightning, just because it has like a 13.5% chance to fuse if you're only 3 lightning cards or your 3 lightning surges, which is not a very high number, but it's just convenient when it happens, like we saw in that match where I got the double fuse on.
In one turn, yeah.
I mean, we take those, right? And so I paid very little opportunity cost as far as deck building is concerned to incorporate that into the list, but it's magnified way more as a 2-step around Warmongers, right? It's just so easy to take that lightning card, actually run 2 Electrifies Red as well into the list.
Sure.
And so like it's so easy that if they Warmongers me, I can fuse the Entwined Lightning, play another 0 for 4, and then arsenal the non-attack that I was denied the opportunity to play due to the Warmongers.
So speaking of Warmongers, again, it seems like every set has its boogeyman, its very discussion heavy card that has printed. It seems like they're always non-attack actions to a degree. In this case, if Warmongers were to get changed, do you have any kind of direction that you would like to see it to go?
I think LSS does a great job at balancing this game, and so I can't speak for I don't know what they know and what's coming and things down the line. So we have to take that in stride. And yeah, I just don't have any opinion on what I think. I think Lexi's pretty good, and there's not a lot of decks that can actually compete with her.
Right.
She has the resources to kind of counter what we thought was the counter to her, aka Trench, combating Warmongers, and even that Hornet Sting is still gets two value sometimes with the ping damage, and also it gives you more armor in the situation to stop those on-hit effects, which Lexi was historically very bad at.
It's a very responsible and I would say just kind of well-rounded response. It's just the calculated and balanced, and that's the thing is we don't know what's coming around the bend. We don't know what Warmongers is out there for, but what we do know is that in this current meta there are certain classes that are kind of being stifled by the fact that you just buy a turn for free in certain cases. I'm gonna let you go, but I have one more very important question which I have been plaguing DM Armada. He's been wrong the whole time, but I just want to ask you, given the choice, M&Ms or Skittles, what do you believe is the superior choice? Choose wisely.
Peanut M&Ms is not an option.
You quiet down back there, Stephen Armadas. You quiet your mouth. You quiet your mouth right now.
Well, what I can tell you is I see a bag of Swedish fish laying here, and the answer is not that.
Okay, that's fine, no problem.
That is the answer.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
who needs
not
that garbage?
Swedish fish.
No problem, but this is the option that we have.
I gotta go with the M&Ms.
Yes. I hope you win everything in life forever, my friend. Thank you so much. Any shout outs you want to do before you head off and get prepared for the next round?
Yeah, I just shout out to the teammates and all the support there, and then also fabtcg for sponsoring the card, guys. It's an amazing opportunity. I really love what those guys do over there.
Beautiful. Nathan, you're the man. Good luck
so
moving forward. I think there's a lot of people that are pulling for you to just finally, bittersweetly, bring Briar to the promised land. So good luck to you, friends. We've got more rounds of the PTI here in Atlanta, Georgia. Don't go too far. Again, presented by MinMaxGames, Magnolia, and as well as Savage Feats. We will be right back after this. And
Skittles are the best candy on this table. Welcome back, everyone. It's round 6 of 7 at the PTI event in Atlanta, put on by MinMaxGames, put on by Magnolia Games, put on by Savage Feats, put on by DM Arma. There is a Super King rising from the grave. No, you are going to be watching a great game here in round number 6. We have 2 players that are going to be bringing the heat, so to speak. No, unfortunately not Kano. This time around, there was only one Kano represented today.
No, we have good heroes.
But over there, we've got Levia. Good hero?
Sorry, we have good hero, singular, yes.
Lexi.
There you go.
Okay, there we got there in the end. Gonna be on stream today. This is a Levia sitting at 4-1 that just took down Joshua Lau
on
Dorinthia in the previous round. So we're gonna see if they can keep it rolling here in round number 6 and push their way into a 5-1 record, alongside of someone named Michael Fang that we saw in round 1 on Lexi.
Sounds good to me. Again, this is round 6 of 7, so X2s do have a chance in this. You can just turn your head that way. It's perfectly fine.
All right, deal.
We've got...
oh my God, there's more candy over here.
I know,
Wait,
more candy.
Stop. I
said
to us. Skittles were the best, but look what we've got.
Oh, is there a Haichu? Toss me one.
Haichu?
I don't know what this is. There's some sort of...
Oh, caught it. Caught it.
Skilled. And you hit the button to swap. That was
button swap. Caught.
Freaking impressive. This is why we have you around, sir, because you do great work and you managed to... Peach? Gummy
yeah, well, what are these? Like, this is a Kit Kat of some sort of...
Japanese candies? Are these Japanese
but
candies?
I don't know what the flavor is. Ultimately, it's okay. Hey.
Cappuccino flavored... I want to try that. Well, maybe later.
We've got flesh and blood to get, dude. The players are getting locked and loaded again. We said Michael Fang is going to be ready to roll. It is the Pro Tour Baltimore champion versus a 4-1 Levia. And again, same amount of rounds as yesterday, but less than half the players. So the X2s do have a chance to bust through. So these X1s are not out of it yet, but ultimately you can. This is a win and in for one of these players, I believe. If you get this, you're probably locked for one of those top 8 spots. A very pivotal game over here. Doesn't mean doom for one of them, but it does mean that the next game is going to be incredibly, incredibly dangerous. So Michael Fang on Lexi Livewire versus Steven here is going to be on Levia.
Now, both of these players sitting at 1 loss, like you mentioned, and this is a sort of a pivotal game. You don't want to really drop to 2 losses, but the other thing you have to think about is where that loss actually occurs. Because if the loss occurs later in the round, you can feel a bit more comfortable. But the way I always look at this is you should consider every single tournament a 1-game tournament. Round after round, you're just looking to go 1-0.
Yeah.
Every single round. That is really the best way to think about your progress in a tournament, is that you are going 0-1 or 1-0, and the hope is that you go 1-0 over and over and over again. You try to disassociate yourself with the long game and then like really getting kind of hammered down into the particulars of tiebreakers and things, and just focus on what's in front of you. Don't let the moment get too big for you. And someone that's really good at that is Michael Fang. He's done it on the highest levels. And here Steven is going to adopt that same strategy and try to send it on over into the 5-1 on Levia, which I think one other man, Sant, over here, probably rooting for that.
I would agree. I think it's nice to see Levia get their day in the sun, as it were, perhaps taking down a big event like this. But there are some significant players still standing in the way. Briar's still alive out there. Like we mentioned when I had the conversation with Nathan earlier, people rooting for that outcome. Lexi Livewire, again, always polluting the top 8s, but very rarely actually converting on taking it to the house, as it were. But if there's anybody that can get it done, it's Michael Fang, who has been there in some of the toughest circumstances in the biggest fields amidst some of the best players in the world and converting. Now, this is not the hero he did it on in Baltimore, but this is what he believes is the strongest deck in the field, and he has piloted it so far to a 4-1 record.
Now, over on the other side of things, I guess at the end of this previous round, I was looking at that top tables over on the corner. Did I see Brodie Spurlock lurking around there?
Brodie was playing against Daniel Rutkowski.
Yeah.
And was had Daniel against the ropes before I had to sort of peel away and come back to the booth. But not sure how that one actually resolved. But again, Brodie's still on Lexi, and Daniel Rutkowski is on Icelander.
Icelander, yeah, I think I saw that as well.
Let me jump in real quick. I don't know if you said this already. I was trying to fix the sun. So back in round, what was it, 4, when we asked to put the Levia on stream, the judge had said that there was an undefeated Levia, and I said, sweet, let's grab that one. They grabbed the Levia that was actually 1 and 2. So we never saw the true undefeated Levia. That was Steven. So Steven is now back on camera, finally. This was the undefeated Levia in round 4 that we thought we had on camera, but now he's here, still rocking 4-1. So the other Levia is actually not in the running at all. That person was already 1 and 2. So just to clarify how you kind of are picturing the top tables right now.
And I do believe he came over after the fact and mentioned that he actually, I think he said that he lost that round that we would have had him on. And so he went to 3-1, I think. So that round 4 loss might be better if Michael Fang perhaps lost, like round 2. We know Michael Fang picked up round 1 because we watched it on stream against Mara Ferris, but depending on where that loss comes, things can split a little differently. Nevertheless, the light of the sun beaming down onto Michael Fang's side, is that going to provide him some sort of a mental advantage? Will he miss a tunic trigger because he can't see the card? I don't think so. He's a better player than that.
So far. After the grind of yesterday, he did make it into the top 8, so he was playing for about 10+ hours yesterday. Not to mention, we've already gone through about 6 hours, 5-6 hours of gameplay today. So, the mental fatigue is incredibly difficult to reconcile. And for all those who say, how hard can it be to play this much? Well, you try it. It's not easy at all. You to stay focused, just to stay, just energized and making sure that you do not let any of those cobwebs kind of mess up your gameplay. But we're going to open up over here. Steven just sending a Mandible Claw.
Mandible Claw for 3 here, and pitching I believe it's a Diabolic Offering. Is that correct? Diabolic Offering, a nice little fun card that was passed around to some content creators in a beautiful cold foil treatment. You mentioned earlier, Ethan, that that's a bit of a pricey card to include in your deck.
Oh, yes. I believe it's like 400 plus right now. It's ridiculous.
I do believe that is the case. It is quite spicy as far as that, but you can here's the nice thing, you can get that card for pennies on the dollar if you're just running the non-foil.
Correct.
All right.
Bless you, Blake.
I stand blessed. Sorry, the sun in my eyes plus a little bit of this what is this pollution? Oh, right, Skittles have caused me to sneeze. It's okay, we're back at it as
I'll tell you, you're not supposed to snort them. I don't know why you were doing that, but
it's the best way, baby. I grew up in the 80s. We snorted everything. So let's go for
the stream is now dead.
What are you talking about? It could be everything. It could be life. But
moving on.
You're the one who mentioned it. Let's keep going though. Why not? Let's start with the Lexi Livewire turn here as we're going to be drawing up. It doesn't seem like much happened, and Michael Fang able to go ahead and load up. I believe what is a searing shot here. And starting the turn with a full grip.
Looks like a Heat Seeker, actually.
Is it Heater?
Yeah, Heat Seeker might be there in the arsenal. That is a turn 0 load on the activation on Voltaire. Of course, when you're swinging the Claw, you're giving a little bit of opportunity to just kind of chuck everything in front of that. There was no real recourse for go again. I believe we didn't do anything there that could allow it. Nevertheless, we move on to Michael's turn, and he's going to start off by feathering this pitched card, and there's a Searing Shot.
Searing Shot away. All right, going to load up a arrow. Usually option is always going to be go again. It is a Remorseless. Firing said Remorseless for 5 go again. So again, no D-react from Arsenal. Not that there are any to worry about at the moment. However, any action taken is going to tax you by a life. And if there's any hero that can have the opportunity to have multiple action points, Levia seems to be one of them.
Now, this is interesting. I'm just now looking over on the side of Steven. He chose not to arsenal a card, playing a 4-card hand. I wonder what this speaks to the composition. I wonder if we can maybe push in at some point. He could kind of fan out his card. Wow, look at that on cue. He just kind of fans out his cards right there. As he kind of just got one card, maybe he just didn't want one of those cards to make its way into the arsenal. But strange to not have an arsenal here after turn 0. That's one of the advantages you get. Really, going first is being able to throw something into your arsenal first. And of course,
The same thing kind of goes for Lexi being able to do the exact same play.
Follow-up is an Endless Arrow with the break point of 4. 4 go again. Second activation of Voltaire. And on hit, return to hand. And we're going to be sending the Hooves of the Shadow Beast, mixing it up here with a 3-block to go ahead and fully cover this. No combat tricks here from Michael Feng. Content to just get some cards and maybe some of that equipment erosion out of the way. No problem. We're going to end the turn here, so there's still the heater in place. But Michael Feng content here, I think, to have a 6-card hand moving forward. What could that be? Well, it could be something like a Winter's Bite. It can be a Rain Razors, even a 3 of a kind to just open up that slot and continue the onslaught. So Remorseless did hit, I believe.
It did indeed. So the effect is online whenever he plays an action card, I believe is how it is worded. He's going to take a point of life loss. But you know what happens if you just send the Mandible Claw? Nothing. Nothing happens.
See if you missed it.
Oh, I love this. Okay, so the banter between the players is always fun to get an ear on. As you can see, Steven is not only just announcing the turns here and the plays as you do, but also just kind of inviting Michael to kind of have an opinion here to say like, all right, let's see if you have something for this. What do you got for this little scratch and claw that we've got going on? As the first Mandible Claw, the left hand, would you call that the left or the right hand?
I would say the left hand of the. You're looking at it on the right, but I would say it's the left hand. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a curious case. I would say it's the left.
Yeah, if you're holding it, that seems like it would be the left. Nevertheless, sending the left claw. It's kind of like the left Twix, but on over there and threatening 3 damage.
So yeah, the left claw going southpaw here. A little scratch and burn, but Michael is not yet committed to any kind of block. It's only coming in for 3. It's not beefed up by anything like Blood Rush Bellow or anything along those lines. And is Mandible Claw the only claw in terms of the weapon type? I mean,
it is. Yeah, the only claw in the game. Mandible Claw and nothing else. So it's not competing for a slot compared to anything else. Also interesting to note, because we've started the game off by going turn 0, Mandible Claw, turn 1 of our actual play, Mandible Claw, we've given the tempo kind of over to Michael in a lot of respects, but maybe we're thinking of playing a much more conservative, measured game plan and just having a high life total as much as possible. This is also allowing us to not take remorseless damage. We had the blue, and we have something else in hand, but that could be something that we can't play. I'm not sure we actually made out what that is, but it does also have the capacity to go into our arsenal this turn.
Michael Feng is going to accept the damage here after really agonizing over the decision here. Given a little bit of a squint and kind of a frown to the whole situation. I think he likes his hand, but not terribly, and maybe suspecting, I'll take the 3 here. How bad can it be? Well, the Tunic's going to go to 2. Michael Feng's got a 6-card hand here. You've got a Heat Seeker. We're locked and loaded. The question is what is that mystery card in Arsenal? What will it be? We're going to reveal it right now. Is it a Winter's Bite? Is it Rain Razors? It is a 3 of a kind. So we're going to start the turn here. Rocking a heater with no go again built in. This might be a big turn that is going to open up with a Heat Seeker and probably have a snappers on the tail end.
Yeah, so we're starting off with Heat Seeker. Like I said, this is a 1-for-5 arrow. We're going to assume that this won't be the only thing on the turn unless Michael is sort of sniffing that Steven is trying to somehow fatigue him. I mean, the choice of Diabolic Offering is not really much of a tell, or is it, man? Zan, would you say Diabolic Offering is a tell as to a deck archetype?
No. So the only way to really play it defensively and get value is if you combo it with an Art of War and Guardian of the Shadow Realm turn, outside of that, basically, it's very bad to play as a defensive option. So generally, it tends to be used aggressively as like a blue pitch Graveling Growl.
Exactly.
So no, this is still, from what it looks like, a pretty aggressive Levia, and from what I saw Steven doing at other tables, he's very much, a Blood Rush Levia deck.
Yeah, I think Michael's perhaps looking at the way these 2 turns kind of panned out and maybe kind of scratching his head in a lot of ways, kind of like I am, wondering where, and then chucking the Husker very early, wondering where this is headed. Obviously, we're definitely going to snap this. It makes a lot of sense to snap this, and the Rain Razors over the top is actually a huge get here.
Yeah, because it's not only just going to create the go again from the Snapdragons, but Rain Razors means that, hey, we're going to not only connect for damage, but the on-hit from Heat Seeker is going to be helpful too. And Rain Razors is now going to mean that 3 of a kind is going to create a significant significant attack combat chain here.
This is a great response. He's going to use Grasp of Darkness to prevent the next two, and that is going to stop the on-hit from Heat Seekers. And it does kind of solve that problem, as it were. It goes into the Blood Debt. You are going to kind of have that in Banished and count that as Blood Debt. But starting off that Rain Raises is allowing you to then play this 3 of a kind if you choose to, and send damage on down through the rest of the turn. Here we're going to instead just load up the Searing Shot and send the Searing Shot for 6. Not choosing to play out that 3 of a kind just yet.
6, but on hit, lose a life, so it's effective 7 if you let this pass. It costs you nothing, and there's one more activation of Voltaire, 1 floating. If that's another 0-cost arrow in hand, there's a situation where Michael Fang might opt to just hold on to the 3 of a kind and maybe block out if necessary, and then play it on the Tunic turn in the follow-up here.
I think that's exactly what he's thinking. I think it's almost like a pseudo mind game here, showing the 3 of a kind, because you're saying to your opponent, I could technically do something with this, but instead I'm going to save it for yet another opportunity. He's going to chuck some stuff in front of it. Scowling Fleshbag is going to nerf the turn a little bit, which actually, by the way, is way better on this in this moment than if 3 of a kind is super active.
So this is a very significant play, because this also might coerce Michael to say, well, I'm going to just use my 3 of a kind here, which it looks like what he's going to do, because he doesn't want to end this turn. So why lose value off of the Rain Razors? Steven putting Michael in precarious position of saying, all right, well, if you want to let this Rain Razors get more value, you're going to have to give up a significant piece for perhaps just 1 extra arrow.
That's right.
I think what he's hoping to find here is like a Boltyn shot red.
That's exactly right. If he can find a Boltyn shot at all and try to connect with it, he can continue this turn. Notice the very bottom there of the screen. We do have Quiver of Rustling Leaves. You might expect it closer to the hero, but it being over there is still active and available to do the Quiver effect to try and get another arrow there. Going to pitch and then fire an Infecting Shot. We can assume that this is no, I think he's actually just going for the buff. So he took the +1 option here, and he's going the +2 on the Rain Razors. So I think this is the final move of the turn. 8 damage.
Well, look at what was committed here on Steven's side. It was the Carrion Husk. All the equipment essentially was committed here, and yeah, it cost you it cost you a Rain Razors, it cost you a 3 of a kind, and your Snapdragons. But I think that this is just a fair trade on Michael's side, because he's managed to actually bust through a lot of the that equipment set that is going to insulate a Levia against a lot of these devastating arrows. And frankly, 8 attack on an Infecting Shot plus the two that are just coming around the bend with the Blood Rot Pox. That's a big turn here from Michael. I think Michael is very happy for how this laid out.
Yeah, this is a really interesting turn cycle to sort of break down after the fact, and I'm sure there's going to be a couple of great players and great content creators that could really hack their way through what the numbers and the ratios and like what everything represents on that turn cycle of giving up the equipment, especially when you have a Blood Rush Bellows sitting in Arsenal, and how you can trade back and forth here. Second Diabolic Offering pitched to play this Blood Rush. He's going to give him 2 options. Option 1, a 6 attack. Option 2, probably also a 6 attack.
I love Steven being very vocal and verbal and like communicative in this matchup. It just kind of it turns it a lot more personal. It turns it into it's less of a solitaire game. It's more of a hey, you and I are in this together kind of situation, and whoever comes out the victor, it's all good. It's good it's good camaraderie, and I love to see that. I like it when my opponent is communicative in our matches.
I agree, and it's always great to play alongside or just to talk to Michael Fang as well. He's a fantastic individual, and I'm sure he's enjoying himself alongside of Steven. They both seem to be playing this very crisply, and we've got 2 power turns back to back. You had the 3 of a kind on Rain Razors, and you've got a Blood Rush Bellows sending a claw with a 3-card hand. Second claw coming this way. Another 5.
All right, so Rumbler gets pitched here. 1 float, another 5 spot, 2 cards in hand with 1 floating. This can be dangerous, as these claws do have go again. I mean, what could be the worst thing here? Is it like a swing big that follows suit here? I'm not sure what the other 2 cards are in hand. I might have missed them. I'll take a look here.
Looks like we saw it for just a moment. Mark of the Beast, maybe? In something else. I didn't quite catch the second card, but it looked like Mark of the Beast was perhaps lurking around there in the hand. We do have 2 Blood Debt. We're we're floating over here with keeping track of that over the course of the game, the 2 Blood Debt being the 2 pieces of equipment that were given up last turn. Outside of that, we are not banishing currently, so therefore we are not building up and accruing more, but still on the hook for those 2 over the rest of the game and at the early outset of turn 3.
5 off of the Mandible Claw. No on hit, really. They are supercharged here by Blood Rush Bellows. So a 5 into a 5. Blood Rot Pox still, hanging over Steven's head here. But Michael Fang just thinking he's going to take no blocks here again. He likes his hand. I believe he might have a
Pretty good.
he might have a Winter's Bite in Arsenal. I could be wrong. It might actually be the Falcon Wing. I think that might be Falcon Wing in his arsenal right now. His Tunic is going to go to 3.
Yep.
Not sure what else he's got in hand. It looks like missed it again, but what do we have there?
Sitting on, if he has another 3 of a kind, it looks like that was a 3 of a kind on top there. Yeah,
there it is.
He was able to draw into another 3 of a kind. This is the benefit of playing things like 3 of a kind, because not only does it give you a power turn, but it also draws you closer to your 3 of a kinds. The same thing can be said of Blood Rush Bellow as well. Blood Rush Bellow also draws you cards and digs you closer to Blood Rush Bellow. He's choosing to Arsenal here and moving right along. Let's see if he pitches into, yep, he's going to choose to play defensively and pitch into the Blood Rot Pox.
All right, well, sustaining a little bit of that life. And
that's the one I chose.
Michael Feng now.
He was trying to decide whether or not he wanted to send an attack, perhaps, or stop some of the damage. He was on the hook for the Blood Debt, of course, but he also had the Blood Rot Pox hanging over him, and so he chose to, instead of taking 4 damage, he chose to take 2.
There's the Falcon Wing right out of Arsenal the old-fashioned way, so a good way to start your combat chain. Doesn't need the aid of Voltaire in order to attain Go Again. It comes stock with the base model.
Yeah, that's right. It does indeed. It's 3 Go Again built in, and I think we're about to see a Tunic being taken here alongside of 3 of a kind. It's not the most groundbreaking play in the world, but you know what? It wins you games.
It just chips away at you. Both players taking a look at what they've already committed to the game. And follow-up here is going to be a Codex. He's flashed it. He's committed it. A Codex of Frailty is going to be able to reload a card from your graveyard, rather, to your arsenal. It's going to donate a Frailty token, generate a Ponder on your side, and he's going to go ahead and stick this Infecting Shot red into the arsenal, and he still hasn't used his bow.
No, choosing to discard a Heat Seeker here. I wonder if he's on perhaps an all-red hand of some sort. Instead of playing out the 3 of a kind, he's kind of waiting on it, and he's loading up the Infecting Shot as well. Could also just be using this as an opportunity to swap out a Heat Seeker for an Infecting Shot. There's the 3 of a kind. He's going to draw the 3 cards, trying to basically upgrade his damage output when you're thinking about it that way. If I can give my opponent a Blood Rot Pox, I'm pushing 7 total damage versus a Heat Seeker that just gives me another arsenal slot, right?
Using the Lexi ability to reveal the Infecting Shot, and now this allows New Horizon to open up that second arsenal slot. First activation of Voltaire is around the corner. It's likely going to be a it's likely going to be the Go Again option that is selected. What arrow is he going to choose to fire here? You know it's going to be bookended by that Infecting Shot. The first salvo was the Falcon Wing into the Codex of Frailty. What is next here? What does Steven have to withstand? Already down to 23. Michael Feng at 27. Both players at 4-1. Looking pretty here to move into the 7th and final round of Swiss, but no guarantees yet in terms of who will make it into the top 8.
As he looks like he's pitching a Searing Shot red, which is normally one of those cards that you really favor because it is a 0 cost. He pitches another 0 cost red in Falcon Wing, but why is he doing it? Because he can send 5 Go Again Blood Rot Pox into another possibility on that Blood Rot Pox as well. He drew into a bunch of reds. He probably would have loved to have found something a little bit more colorful, maybe a yellow or a blue, to be able to pay this out. But you know what? Being able to send Infecting Shot and Infecting Shot's pretty solid.
I'm noticing now that it's Cracker Jacks as the arm piece here. It's not Hornet Sting, so an opportunity here to buff up an arrow if necessary. Maybe just put somebody over the top. There's a second Infecting Shot. Blood Rot Pox is piling up here. Levia already not looking too pretty. just as she is. Her personality, though, stellar, gorgeous. However, Blood Rot Pox is not something you want to smear all over that face right now. But a second layer is being threatened here as Michael Feng continuing the onslaught as a second infecting shot is threatening.
Wow,
looks like he's just taking it.
Yeah, very comfortable to take the damage, take the Blood Rot Poxes, and wanting to play this 5-card hand. As you saw, we drew all into red cards in the draw on the 3 of a kind. Those are going to go and get bottomed. We do have the arsenal thanks to the Ponder. Very, very powerful, but let's see how Steven wants to play this. He's been conservative in keeping his life total high until this exact moment. Does he have another Blood Rush Bellow?
I mean, Michael is kind of just as curious as we are. He's like, what the hell's going on here? I just got away with 2 infecting shots. But hey, Dread Screamer Red is going to be pitching away, and we're going to go to the graveyard. Now, there's did he say 3 misses? I might have heard it.
He said 3 misses, indeed.
And Michael Feng is going to be the one responsible, perhaps, for Steven's doom here. It's completely possible. Only 2 Blood Rot, though, so it's not like the end of the world. But 2 Blood Rot Poxes on top of that is 6 damage that is potentially going to, disturb Steven's comfortable, I'll say, 13 health.
Yeah, right, 13 health. Not quite comfortable, but let's see if Michael has the just the skills to pay the bills as far as showing, and he does end up hitting 2, I should say, of the 6 attacks. He did also burn that Scowling Fleshbag, which is a miss that is in the graveyard.
So I believe there's 2 Blood Rush Bellows in the graveyard. Or is it one?
One currently, yep.
So I think there's 2 other whiffs there. So I think he's safe, if I'm not mistaken. If what he said earlier was true of 3 whiffs at the moment here, basically any attempt to banish 3 out of the graveyard is a guarantee. So I think he's safe there. Ultimately here, the low percentage whiff has been averted, and there's a 6 go again here from the Dread Screamer.
There's a
Pulping.
Yeah, that's a great follow-up because Pulping is possibly going to get Dominate. 1 card in hand, 1 discard. He misses, doesn't get the Dominate.
Which is pretty good.
Now,
that's
it just misses the Dominate. The go again effect is still potentially there. There is circumstantial go again. It just means that Pulping misses Dominate.
But it would be basically a guaranteed go again if you hit there on the Dominate. Instead, you're asking Michael to commit 2 cards to stopping the go again. And that's why we heard Steven say, which is pretty good, because it gives Michael the opportunity to give him cards, and I bet you right now Steven would love for Michael to donate cards to the cause, as long as he doesn't have a 3 of a kind in hand.
So he has banished a 6, so the blood debt is canceled for this turn. It is piling up. But beyond that, 2 Blood Rot Poxes are what awaits him once the end phase occurs. He will be on the hook for 2 instances of 2 damage unless he pays essentially 3 apiece here. So he's not going to do that. He's going to go down to 9. And Michael, I think, said, yeah, okay, we're good. 1 floating here, though.
Oh, I did. You're right.
Hey, Michael, good guy, Michael, saying, dude, no freebies here. You're good. And ultimately, I think you may have just Steven may have just seen the whiff off of the pulping and thought, hey, I missed my 6, so no blood debt turn off. But we forgot that Dread Screamer also was able to banish the 6.
That is exactly correct. He's going to draw up his 4 after dropping down to 9. Look at that, plus the arsenal. We didn't see what the arsenal was on this turn, but if it is indeed that previously shown flashed Mark of the Beast, then that is sitting there in the arsenal, which cost 2. We didn't have the resources for it previously, but here is a Searing Shot.
Searing Shot was, well, I was already there, got flipped up by the Lexi. We're going to open the salvo here with an Endless Arrow. 4 attack on hit, comes back to hand. 1 activation of Voltaire, 2 floating. Good position to be here for Michael Feng, especially when Steven is at 9 health. And if you can pop off 3 arrows here, you can basically say, and keep in mind, it's not just the arrows and the damage that you're going to be perhaps blocked out. It's the fact that if you can just sustain an attack pattern that is peeling cards out of Steven's hand, he will succumb to his own blood debt. He will not be able to banish. So Michael knows here, if he can just sustain pressure, he's in a good spot. It's just an inevitability factor. Now we're going to block out some of this damage. The Endless Arrow comes to hand. Steven loves to see that. Michael loves to see that.
Yeah, blocking with the Blood Rush Bellow there, trying to cover up some of the damage, but that is a key card to have in hand. And instead, choosing to give that up, feeling probably a lot more defensive here. I love how I haven't mentioned it, but I love how he's running the Lexi sleeves, and he's up against Lexi, and staring down a remorseless, which is going to do some serious work if it's allowed to connect.
Dude, that is the ultimate flex. If you have sleeves for every hero and you sleeve up against that particular, like that, Shiana should do that. A Shiana player should have sleeves for every hero they play against and put those sleeves on. Obviously, that takes way too much time, but pulping is going to be taken away from the Reckless Swing, so 2 damage goes to Michael. He did banish a 6, but it's not on their turn, right? So I don't think Levia gets the...
Well, he discarded.
Discarded. It wasn't banished. You're right. You're right. I usually don't even read Reckless Swing because I usually just die to it and move on salty.
That's about right. Sending the Searing Shot, which is representing 4 or 5. If it connects, it is representing 5. He's going all the way down to 2. And this is in dire straits. If he plays a couple of things, he accidentally blows himself up off remorseless triggers. But I think we might see another claw performance here on this turn. If we have the resources for it in the pitch. Might see the draw up. The claw. Could it be?
Oh, did you hear that? That is so awesome. He says, like, we're doing this on my terms, friends. Basically, what Stephen is doing here is saying, hey, you don't win, I lose. That's the difference here. All right. So
he's going to pound it out. He's got, unfortunately, didn't have a way to turn off Blood Debt, and that is all she wrote in that respect. Kind of a funky little game, if you will, but picking up the win is that Michael Fang guy. Moving on to, what, 5-1 now?
He is 5-1 indeed. Michael Fang, the sure thing, is going to be probably locked and loaded for the top 8. I think that's a safe bet to say, whereas Stephen on Levia gave us one hell of an entertaining match, you got to say. And hearing some of those whispers through the microphone here, basically saying, hey, we're going to do this on my terms. You're going to win, but it's going to be my way, which is he just said, I got this. Just evaporated, spontaneously combusted to his own blood debt.
Pocket smoke. Woof. Just disappear.
Yeah. Ripped Dale Gribble, a.k.a.
Pocket Sand.
Oh, it's Pocket Sand. Yeah. Rusty Shackleford himself. Ultimately, what are you munching on here?
Eat this peach gummy candy. I'm going to try this. Someone brought us... Whoever did this, I don't know who did this. Oh, these are great. Have you ever had one of these?
I think people are literally just dumping their pockets in their garbage here, and we're just mistaking it for edible things.
You ever had one of those?
No.
Hokkaido? Matcha milk candy. No, Hokkaido's the place.
Oh. In Japan? No, I don't.
You should try that.
No, it says, what is it? Matcha milk candy.
It's really good. Those are great. Those are fantastic.
A matcha, I don't know. This is kind of small.
One of those?
Are there any matcha grandes?
I don't think so. Toss it to me.
No one catch that? Fine, whatever. They're not all gold, ladies and gentlemen. Nice catch.
This is impressive.
Nice
this guy over
catch.
here, he's top notch. Top notch. We got a haichu. You ate a haichu, right?
Yes.
Yes,
I did.
I've never had this.
They're delicious.
Is this good?
I want to know what these pink Kit Kats are.
The consistency of them is only to be described as chewy. They're true to name.
How much hell? Chew? There are like
different kind of chew. It's a very different kind of chew.
Okay,
low or high?
Hold on a second. Show. I don't know if you can see. You can't really see this, but I don't know if the resolution is correct, but ultimately this is what happens when you drop your gum on the carpet. Like there's all kinds of specks and weird stuff in here.
Thank you for touching that. I was about to eat it, and instead now.
It's fine. I'm pretty sure I don't think whatever I put in there is any worse than what's already in there.
What is it? Is it? I think it's like pieces of strawberry.
Why are you deconstructing this?
Well, I want to know what I'm eating.
Yeah,
I think about those things.
And you didn't even figure it out.
Yeah, strawberry and apple. See, I looked at the wrapper. Wow, that is so chewy.
Exactly, chewy.
Hey, perfect time to put something super chewy in your mouth. Is right when we're about to announce that round number 7 is around the corner. I think we've got. Did we ever figure out what the final giveaway was going to be? If we're going to do like a Twitter kind of thing?
Ooh.
Yeah, I was like, it's a cosplay thing. Here's the deal. I think we should probably settle the debate of what the best candy is. Maybe if people tweet at us with their favorite candy in their hand.
Ethan, that haichu is really good.
There's tons of flavors too. I've not tried
more. Now I'm kind of jealous that I'm left out on the haichu.
Okay, I am like on that bandwagon. That has so much flavor.
There's none left.
Is that all just straight sugar, or what is that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely.
Let's see. Ingredients: sugar, regret, and then it doesn't matter because the rest of it is all colors with numbers next to them.
It says it contains soybeans.
It does say that.
It's got to be healthy, right?
Not just sugar.
Red, apple, and strawberry. Man, that was very flavorful. I don't know. What is chat saying about haichu? Do we have an opinion, chat? I think it was pretty delicious overall, personally. But
I'm trying to give away a box of Dust Till Dawn.
Is there a live bracket where I can check the standings? I don't know that answer.
I don't believe there is.
What do you think about that?
We can probably give you.
Yeah, I can grab last round standings.
Yeah, once the round 6 basically finishes and all the results are in, we will get you the round 7 standings, give you all the XOs, the X1s, the X2s, and we'll go from there and try to figure out what heroes they're playing. Again, it's a PTI event, so we don't have the same kind of infrastructure to get all you wonderful people all the information at light speed, but we'll do our best. We will do our best.
Yep.
And aside from that, we need to figure out how we're going to give away that final box of Dust Till Dawn.
What's the thought?
Well, I said that we should do a Twitter thing where people tweeted us their favorite candies.
They have sour high chews? Yes. Okay, let's do that. Hey, tag us in a post on X. Go ahead and tag us in the
Don't
post.
call it X. I'm not calling it X.
We're taking you off air. You can't say that.
Tag us in a post on X and make sure that you tell us what your favorite candy is.
I can't even block you anymore. He took that away.
I wasn't gonna say it. Please and thank you. Maybe it is. What is this? Whoa! I can smell that. Wow! Smell that. That smells like so much like artificial peach. I don't know if I want to eat that. Yeah, but tag us. Let us know what your favorite candy is, so that we can give one winner a box of Dusk Till Dawn. We're just gonna give it to you. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be easy. So just tag us. Tag MinMaxGames as well. Why not?
Yeah, tag. Who else can we tag?
You can tag
Brian Gottlieb.
Tag Brian Gottlieb as well. I'm sure he'll love to hear that.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
I
Don't.
bet you,
No, I have to work with him next week, and it's gonna be he's gonna blame me for this. And people blame me for stuff. So let's move forward. And
they do.
Yeah. So we've got some time here. So how about this? We're gonna let this simmer. Tweet at Armada_DM, tweet at WatchFlake, tweet at MinMaxGames1 with you having a picture of you and your favorite candy. Your favorite candy.
Yep.
And we're going to pick one of them to basically give away a sealed box of Dust Till Dawn. How does that sound?
That sounds good to me.
I think that's exciting. I think that's great. So we'll let that simmer again, and we will absolutely shamelessly favor those who are funny and creative. I think that's always the best way.
I do have an executive veto. You are not allowed to say cowtails. I think that's the most disgusting candy.
What's
in
a
existence.
cowtail?
I think it's called a cowtail.
What is that? That doesn't sound
I
appealing at all.
I came across it once at a gas station, and I regretted ever spending a dime.
What kind of gas station are you going to?
Yeah, cowtails. That's what they're called.
A cowtail. Nope, not. We don't have that in
The
Canada.
less you know about this, the better.
I'm worried to Google that.
I think that
That's
Canada,
a risky Google.
like part of the whole thing of Canada having like healthcare is because we purposely just say, you know what, our healthcare cannot handle some of these foods being allowed in this country, so we just say no to garbage like cowtails. I don't even know what the hell that is.
I don't want to know, so
Yeah.
please don't tag us in that.
All
I
right.
will say no.
You have your homework, friends. You guys have about, let's say, 10 minutes or so, 10 to 12 minutes to go ahead, feed us some
Saying
tweets.
cowtail is good.
No, they're dead wrong. Dead wrong.
They're dead wrong.
Dead wrong, brother. Better than a cowtail.
Dead wrong.
It is our subjective opinion that you are objectively wrong, is what we're getting at here.
It's just caramel wrapped around cream.
Cream? Where's the cow aspect of this? I thought it was like beef jerky dipped in chocolate or something.
Think of like a Jack Links or something. Like it's a stick.
Okay.
So it's supposed to look like a cowtail because in theory, if you cut a cowtail off, then you've got like the bone on the inside.
Who
and then you got the meat on the
verified
outside.
this?
You
So
earlier
that's what it
you
looks
were
like.
trying to get us back on track, and now we're talking about
Dear Lord. And
tails off
yeah.
of bovines.
And now it's going to be like, all right, well, these are severed hands dipped in molasses.
Supposed to look like it. I mean, let's be honest. Okay. That's a thing that we're talking about apparently right now on the stream with 600 of you joining us.
It's all good. We're going to get that sorted out. We'll take a break. He's going to burn off his sugar rush, and we will be back, and we're going to pick a winner. So now's the time. Tweet at Armada_DM, at WatchFlake, at MinMaxGames1 of you and a picture of your favorite candy, and our favorite one is going to win a sealed box of Dust Till Dawn shipped directly to your door. You don't even have to leave the house.
You can if you
The
want.
world we live. Yeah, you can if you probably should.
Most of you can leave the house.
Yeah, go pet some grass. Don't even touch it. Just pet it gingerly. All right. We are going to take a break. We'll be back soon. Don't go too far.
Hypnotize
Final round here in Atlanta, Georgia, as the PTI event presented by MinMaxGames, Magnolia, and Savage Feats is about to conclude, and this one has some living legend points associated with it. I hear rumblings, Stephen Armadist, that there is a Briar in contention that should be a lock for top 8. I could be wrong, but
Nathan Crawford?
It is Nathan Crawford,
That's
none
great.
other. If there's anybody who's going to be taking it across the bridge, it should be Nathan Crawford.
I agree. I would love for him to have the honor of sending his favorite hero off. And I know it, like you mentioned, and he mentioned in the interview that y'all did after his win on stream, that it would be very bittersweet for him to sort of, see her go and to say goodbye in this format. I think if anyone should do it, it should be him specifically.
Here.
That's how
today.
I think.
Why not? I mean, it's completely possible. So yesterday, however, we were playing some fun games with the, what are the Gem IDs, or what are they called?
Guess the Fab event code.
That's right.
That's it. Guess the Fab event code. And we, there was one, I was just kind of miming some of them or charading some of them. There's one I just didn't want to do because it looked ridiculous. So I said, instead of me, why don't you do it? And we'll put up a box of Dust Till Dawn for the winner.
Yeah, that's right.
And you responded, and we have a winner.
Congratulations. Michael picks up the win with the best Orchid skunk he could muster up. That is a pretty solid. Look at I like the tail edition. Do you see the tail?
I do see the tail. I think that's 2 garbage bags.
It looks like 2 garbage bags put nested together.
Yeah.
But you know what? That is incredibly solid.
Hey, I dig the brick laid backsplash there of the on your kitchen counter. I love it. But thank you so much for that. So what you got to do is you have to email peter@minmaxgames.com and say, hey, I want a sealed box of Dusk Till Dawn. Here's my address, and here are 4 things that are amazing about M&Ms and not about Skittles. Include that in there because it is incredibly important. You stay right here. You stay right here. We're not done because we have another giveaway. We had teased it earlier about, hey, what's your favorite candy? And we have been getting some very great responses.
Something called a cow tail? That's interesting. I've never heard of that before. Also, I really do like this one. Fritz Cola. I have heard of Fritz Cola. I've never had it. I've heard it's incredibly, overly sweet. And that is actually what it says here in the tweet, I think, as well.
And caffeinated. There was also a couple people who just knew how to play to my weakness, which was they just sent me pictures of Star Wars and put the name Starburst behind it. And that's my vote. All right, let's get to round number 7 here as the final round of Classic Constructed is underway. This is I believe, a win and in if I'm in for one of the players.
Yeah, so explanation behind this match. We scoured the top tables for a non-Lexi matchup. And the reality was Lexi was all the way down through table, I believe, 8 or so. So rather than go with a Lexi into other matchup, a lot of those players have been on stream anyway. Brodie begged and begged to be on camera. He said his Lexi list is actually quite spicy. And then Matt W. also has never had a win on stream. He's 0-8 on stream. So the two of them asked to be on camera here. So even though it's a Lexi mirror, we obliged because the two of them had different stories to complete here. Brodie wants to show the spice. Matt wants to finally win.
I think if you go 0-10 on stream, you get the Brendan Patrick Award.
Oh my God,
that's the savagery we like.
Yeah, that is
savage.
There we go.
Savage
feet right there. That is so savage.
It's all good. Hey,
gosh, just don't say that to his face, or he will crush you with his bicep.
he will. Well, he is actually training Brodie.
Not only
he's
he's
physically
training
Brodie.
and he's also cosplaying Bravo at all times of his life at this point.
All right, well, it's Lexi Mirror, and I think when we were discussing what to put on camera, the consensus was, hey, get used to it because this is what's going to be littering nationals. Of a lot of players are going to be bringing Lexi because, frankly, she's exceptionally strong.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I was like, I mean, if players are going to be bringing her, I mean, you have to get ready for it because, let's be honest, this is going to be all over the place. Lexi has already been all over the place. I mean, you look at the past 5 or 6 events that we've covered, and many of them, like we've talked about, the two of you and me have covered together as a
nice little fun unit. And yeah, Lexi's literally everywhere at all times, and she's not going away anytime soon.
So, Brodie, talking about the spice, I mean, if we're just going to talk about the discrepancies in the equipment first, I mean, Perch Grapplers versus Snapdragon Scalers. So, covering a breakpoint versus a free go again, as it were. Cracker Jacks versus Hornets thing. So, a potential 2-point value of block, or one block plus a potential 1 damage, versus the 1+ damage of Cracker Jacks. And then Brodie said spice. I thought he was going to show up with, like, Ragamuffin's hat or something and really blow us away. But no, it's New Horizons for both and the tunic for both.
Now, you were mentioning this, that in a previous round where he was playing against a different opponent, you did see that instead of Cracker Jacks, he was playing the Shock Charmers, which is a really, really fun addition, especially if you can stack those on-hit triggers or really on-damage triggers. And that is not the case here, because in a Lexi Mirror, it might just go burr, and we might just race to the finish. So this could be a quick round. It just depends on how these players choose to play. And we also might see several uses of the Spurlock Maneuver.
Yeah, so, well, this one is going to go again. Brodie's biggest enemy is the clock. This young man has time to burn. Us old fogies, as it were, don't have as much time, but ultimately the clock winding down again. Brodie's got his cards in hand, and this is a hero now that he should probably be very familiar with. He's played it in a few tournaments by now, and it doesn't take much for Brodie to pick up a hero and essentially become a master of it to a degree. So he's opening the turn here, which is a very... it's a tough decision to make, because you load the bow and fire, but ultimately you're also giving your opponent an opportunity to load the bow in response. So we'll see how this goes. Both players might actually just end the turn with cards in arsenal and drawing up to 5, maybe even 6 card hands, depending on what they're going to dunk in there.
Priority back to Matt W.
This is great. I love the banter. I mean, Brodie's a fun guy to be around. You know this, as you like to claim he is
he's my little brother, yes.
Little brother,
yeah. Well, I mean, living vicariously through his success, I feel like I have some sort of guidance for him. He also has expressed a lot of interest in broadcasting, and I support that big time. But I told him, I'm like, dude, while you can do this, while you can go to tournaments and win them, trust me, the EV is hyper plus on winning these things, my friend. So, get it while it's hot, and when it comes to competitive lifestyle. But there's plenty of runway for Brodie to make the transition to the booth. But for now, he is just terrorizing these competitions.
Now, there could have been a spicy play here where he tries to bait out the possible double arsenal over on Matt's side, kept the CNC in hand, and then pitched some cards and jammed over the CNC and threatened the arsenal. That could have been some spicy stuff, but instead we're just content to pass on over Matt, not falling for the bait and not loading up as well. And Matt starts his turn. No mulligan available to him. Felt good about his hand. Let's see, he's got looks like a Winter's Bite along with a couple of other, there's the Infecting Shot, a Heat Seeker in there as well.
Looks good. Looks good to start off. First activation of Voltaire is going to be pitching away a blue Infecting Shot, I believe. And when it comes to rounding out the blues in the Lexi, there were some options for, sometimes you have blue Headshot, let's say, whatever you can get extra value on. And a lot of people right now are just essentially leaning on the blue Infecting Shot because the on-hit does do 2 extra if necessary without really any conditions besides the on-hit. So, he's going to pump this one up as well with the Rain Razors.
Any other reactions?
Yep. After Rain Razors goes on through, this will pump up all the way to 8.
32.
Dropping down to 32 on turn number 1, and we're getting the trigger here. Very content to not go too crazy, to just play out the hand that we have in front of us, not stringing together multiple arrows, and instead we're just buffing up there, trying to filter the hand. Certainly conservative. Swapping over to the giant 2 die. Look over at the die on the hand cam.
Yes.
Just to see the monolithic proportions compared to everything else.
Yeah, put the hand cam up real quick here for Brodie's side, because it's not just a matter of how big the dice looks here. Look at it in comparison, towering over the other already enormous dice.
Oh, man. What a thing. What a die. All right, coming with the old 5 attack Withering Shot, threatening the on-hit Creator Frailty, which is a huge one in this matchup. I think these Withering Shots are one of those key cards in the matchup of just the mirror in general, because you do have the capability of really nerfing your opponent's turn.
When you're building these Lexi decks, there's some staples that then just basically insta-locks that go in there, like your Boltyn shots, your Endless Arrows, your Infecting shots for damage, etc. And when it comes to meta-analysis, well, Withering Shots is one of those picks because Frailty does, in fact, nerf your opponent's attack pattern. Plus, it also, and I'm saying this because it's also has effect on, let's say, it's not prevalent, there's not a lot of them, but like Kodachi Fais are out there somewhere too.
So sorry, yeah, it's really what in the world is Brodie is hand shuffling his sandwiches.
Brodie, yeah, Brodie right there is oh god. What he said yesterday was I think it was a 6 sandwich day.
God,
not sure what today's at, but
absolute giga chat over here, hand shuffling sandwiches while waiting. Is that like mind games? Do you think like Matt is like intimidated by the hand shuffling of sandwiches?
To me, it reads a bit like Icarus here, Brodie. Brodie, his ego is a little too high. Just saying.
Listen, I have to lean a little bit towards what Ethan's saying over here. Ethan, Brodie did admit today to me saying that he was playing a little loosey-goosey. He did miss some triggers. He did actually miss potential lethals in some of the games as well and had to clean up his act. But this is one of those things where he said it, right, Ethan, that he wanted to play on stream?
Yes, but he claimed it was because his Lexi list is spicy. And I remain unconvinced of that.
Well, Brodie, I'm sorry to say, salt is not spice, my friend. It doesn't look like there's anything that's going to really tingle the tongue right now. But ultimately, it's funny for somebody like Brodie, whose main nutrition is white bread and ham, knows anything about spice.
Thank
but
you
ultimately,
for saying that, because if you hadn't said it, I was about to say it. So he's going to flip over and gain the Frostbite from the Winter's Bite coming across there out of the arsenal. Matt unfazed by the hand shuffling of the sandwiches, and Brodie trying to pull like the drip drop Dando maneuver of getting into your opponent's head.
It's part of it. It absolutely is. Matt has been very stoic in this matchup and just kind of let all of Brodie's verbal onslaught just kind of roll off the back. But this is a nice opener here. You flip the Winter's Bite, create a Frostbite, and then tax the hand, moving in with just a blue drill shot for 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Table got icy cold and focused. Matt in a very slow, methodical position, and now all of a sudden the hand shuffling on the actual hand, and Brodie's starting to tank a little bit about his next turn, about his prospects on the drill shot. Of course, drill shot is one of those cards that when it hits, it's going to put a -1 counter, and that can do some serious work against something like a Perch Grapplers and even a Tunic, which you may or may not want them to actually extend at some point, but being able to say you can't use Perch Grapplers for its full value is a scary prospect. But then again, you're sitting over there on Brodie's side. You've got the resources for pitch. I mean, you've got the resources to play. You've got a Rain Razors in hand.
It feels bad to throw Perch Grapplers in front of this, right? But ultimately, it's like, do I want my Perch Grapplers to block this too and waste them, or do I want my Perch Grapplers to block 1 down the line? You can't just let the drill shot go through. I mean, it's such a, low to the ground, inconspicuous attack, a drill shot for 2, but look at the headache that it's giving Brodie here. He's actually kind of contemplating. Now, we know Brodie takes his time, and Brodie really likes to think through his play lines here. But I think what Brodie's thinking about is that this drill shot represents a lot more than just 2 damage. It represents not necessarily easily blocking out like a red infecting shot later on.
Really, really weighing his options on here. And we've seen it a couple of times on stream, a drill shot connecting and sort of it just being innocuous. Just, oh, yeah, I'll toss a counter on that. Not too big of a deal. But when the end game happens, when we get to the end game and players are really trying to, eke and claw out those extra points of damage, having an extra block on an equipment really ends up mattering. And if you're not going to full commit to blocking this out, then you're saying that you later in the game are trying to have to put yourself in a better life total than your opponent, so you don't have to worry about taking those incidental points of damage.
All right, we're finally getting a resolution on this combat chain link, and it is going to be met with Frostlock blocking 3 of the 2.
And then when you pass again, I'm gonna Voltaire, break Frostbite. Yep.
Okay, there you go. So just with some of the floating resources, he's going to actually activate the bow with the may of the game text. You may load, and he chooses not to. That's a choice he can make. This is a free country, and he decides not to load an arrow.
That's right.
Bust through the Frostbite. It's August 20th.
I'm glad to hear you understand this.
Hey, no problem. I can't wait. 4 from the Endless Arrow. being presented here by Brodie Spurlock again. Cost you nothing. On hit, recur the arrow. And I don't think this is necessarily a match that's going to go to fatigue, but just having a free 4 attack to close out a combat chain is a nice thing to have. This is a card that when you pick it back up, usually you just drop it in your arsenal for like the follow-up turn. You flip it over, and that's what basically ends, hopefully, a 3-hour turn, 3-arrow turn.
A 3-hour turn.
Well, I mean, we say that. It's Brodie. It's completely possible.
So I think this is an interesting decision point because you can look at this and go, okay, we're never obviously Snapdragon Scalersing this because we cited in Perch Grapplers. This is our only thing we're doing on this turn. We're probably going to recur this into the hand if we're allowed to hit, but we may just consider taking the Infecting Shot out of hand, dropping that into the arsenal, and then having the ability to load Endless Arrow with Go again to have a couple of times where we recur it. And, you know, if our opponent gives us a card, or in this case, 2 cards to cover this up, we're more than happy still dropping Infecting Shot in and setting up for a turn next turn.
Giving up a red Boltyn shot, I mean, I know that you're running 9 of them, but the red one is a particularly important arrow, in my opinion. I think that those red Boltyn shots are tough to give up. I think that just a go-agains are great. But if you've got the Tunic, like you pointed out to me right here, the Tunic's going to be online next, and I suspect that there's a 3-of-a-kind turn. That just makes everything feel better.
Yeah, I mean, if it's almost telegraphing at this point. When you see Lexi actually block a couple of cards, they're like, all right, well, 3-of-a-kind's around the corner, and you're probably just floating that Tunic resource onto your next turn so that you can go Tunic 3-of-a-kind.
Here we go. Brodie making a decision here. There's no go again off this arrow, right? It was...
I don't believe so unless we missed that because we were so distracted by the hand shuffling. Maybe we were intimidated by it.
All right, so he's going to Rustling Leaves here.
Okay. No reacts.
Finds a Searing Shot.
Quiver's dead.
Yeah, he's going to drop the Searing Shot in the arsenal. He's going to set up a second arsenal. This is a Rain Razors, so this effectively provides him a 6-card hand on his next turn. So this is one way to kind of turn a blue into a better arrow. And if you miss, you're still fine.
Revealing. Oh, is that a hammy? It's a Hamstring Shot.
Yep, Hamstring Shot there, which can be paid for with the Tunic if you want to at the end of the turn. You could also just be playing a couple of arrows that have beneficial effects. The 3-of-a-kind has been drawn up for Brodie on the other side of things. He just drew into it. He's got his Tunic online, so he's set, loaded for bear. He's got in the arsenal a Rain Razors. He has in his hand a 3-of-a-kind. He has a Tunic resource. He is literally set to just take whatever damage is presented and send it back if he wants to. The other option is because 3-of-a-kind is so good at reloading your hand, you can basically consider all the cards in your hand like a husk, right? Like a pseudo husk. It blocks 6 or 8 or 9, and then you just get them all back by drawing off the top.
5-spot Drill Shot here, loaded up with the +1 from Voltaire. Again, threatening to put a -1 defensive counter on one of those equipment pieces, probably destined for those Perch Grapplers, which are built-in block 2. This might be a 3-block with the Perch Grapplers together to cover this up and actually get some value out of those Perch Grapplers, but we don't know. Brodie's got an idea. He's got a secret spice, a recipe that he doesn't want to share, but we're waiting to see what it does. He's got a 3-of-a-kind in hand. It looks like a Winter's Bite as well, but he's still staring down a
Frailty as well and a Remorseless. So it's a very powerful hand. He's got all the tools in the recipe to really just kind of do some insane stuff, but he's looking at, like you said, this Drill Shot that was given +1 off the Tunic counter. And there's a 1-cost Hamstring Shot. This doesn't have Go again. You could think about someone like maybe Snapdragon Scalersing here, but both these players, I mean, normally we've been watching Lexi's just go into it, right? Just like fire, fire, fire as much as possible. Both these players slowly but surely kind of positioning themselves, almost posturing back and forth. And he's just going to take the damage down to 26, 27, 27.
All right, Boots are going to catch a -1 counter. And it looks like Matt's done. So still maintaining the Snapdragon Scalers for future threat. Again, I think we're still in the earlier stages of this matchup. But again, on these turns that Brodie's about to pop off on, like just off of what you said he's holding, this could get nasty. You said there's a Rain Razors, I believe, in Arsenal for Brodie?
I believe the Arsenal is a Rain Razors here. And I think he's going to start with that, favoring that card. You have to clear that no matter what because you do have the Rain Razors. You do have the face-up card already. Now we're going to follow that up with Tunic, 3-of-a-kind. I think that he's also looking at Codex as well.
Oh yeah, he's gonna. So he's using the Codex of Frailty in this moment because 3 of a kind would turn off the ability to use it, and he's going to go and fetch. Let's see, a Falcon Wing so he can extend the turn.
Get the Falcon Wing. It's a free attack. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to load it. It comes built in. Go again. We talked about this, and like you mentioned, you've said this for the past couple of days about how important this card has become. Not necessarily. It's not always the target for Codex, but given the fact that the 3 of a kind's following this up, Matt might be reading this and saying, "Hey, if you're opening up with Codex." What's the deal here? Usually you end with that.
Right, but you also look at this and you're thinking, okay, well, this is the only thing that's happening on this turn. This isn't too terribly bad. You're not revealing the information that you actually have a 3 of a kind until after you've pushed some amount of damage. And you're using Codex now to turn a Remorseless, a 1-cost arrow, into a 0-cost with Go again. And you are already showing a 0-cost in the arsenal already. It's a really interesting kind of back and forth dance that he's doing. He's going to pay for it with the Winter's Bite floating 2, drawing the resources, keeping the Tunic online when you have the resources already. And let's see what he draws into. He's got a Heat Seeker, he's got a Drill Shot of his own,
and an Endless
Arrow.
All right, no activations of the bow yet. Huge advantage here as you can have 3 more arrows. This is going to be potentially a 4-arrow Rain Raisins turn. You got to love it.
Gosh, the raisins all over the place.
Go again.
I know we were talking about the different types of candies, but if there's anything we can probably both agree on, chocolate-covered raisins can go to hell.
Those exist, and that's a pox upon mankind.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we agree there?
I unfortunately live with someone whose favorite movie snack is chocolate-covered raisins.
Unfortunately.
No, that's unfortunately.
It is unfortunate. It is. Because every time we go to the movies, it is priority number 1, chocolate-covered raisins. Not popcorn, not a slushie.
Oh.
No, it's bad. Those things are like $7 a pop too.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Movie theaters
sorry
are
for your
terrible.
loss.
Oh my God.
You know, stay strong in the face of adversity.
It's like mummified grapes. Like, get out of here with this nonsense.
At least it's enrobed in chocolate, right?
Hey, there's a silver lining there, but not perhaps for Matt W. here, who's going to be facing down another onslaught. He's going to be covering up the Endless Arrow, probably rightfully so. I think that's the right play over here. Let's just make sure that arrow doesn't come back to haunt us. But with another float, there is still potential here to get nasty. Heater.
Yep, Heat Seeker coming across with the Go again, and this one's pushing for 7. This was a well-crafted turn, and when you draw it up like this, you know how to put it together. You're able to push massive amounts of damage. Don't forget there's a Ponder token on the back end. We feel very comfortable firing away this Searing Shot at the end of this turn. We could even possibly consider Cracker Jacksing if we wanted to, but this is already pushing for 7. You've taken 2 cards away already. Can you get even more? That's the name of the game for Brodie here, trying to set up these big combo turns in a way that, you know, a lot of Lexis can do, but maybe they just go for the more conventional, like 2 to 3 arrow turns every single turn. And
all right,
covering the 7.
Yeah, let's go. Getting the deluxe insurance package, full coverage. And we're going to reveal a drill shot, which is going to go to the bottom of the deck. 1 damage goes to Brodie, so he gets the short end of this stick, as most of these arrows have been blocked out so far. But there's still another chapter to this story, the final one, which is a Searing Shot for 6, which is essentially converting for 7 damage here, which is going to bring Matt down to 24. Brodie gets some work done here, and you got to think that when you're looking at your opponent who plays Rain Razors into 3 of a kind, those are the turns where, unless you have something that even blows that out of the water, you got to say, well, I'm just going to probably try to protect my life total. There's no way that I'm going to just sit back and let this happen, because there's no way I'm winning this trade.
Yeah, he definitely gave him every card that he had available to him. He's looking at that Tunic, thinking about taking that Tunic up, drawing into a new 4-card hand is Brodie. And because we're able to play 3 of a kind, we have a better likelihood of finding another one or one of our other power cards. Gonna pass on over. No cards in hand, no pitch available. So unless that face down card's a 0-cost arrow, we're not shooting anything on this turn.
26 to 24, Brodie in a slight lead life-wise here versus Matt W. Already used 1 3 of a kind, 2 3 of a kinds for Brodie.
Used 1 thus far. Yeah.
Yep. Paired it up with a Rain Razor's turn that had a 4-arrow salvo. One of those juicy turns that Lexi salivates over, dreams about, as basically it was a pass and go back to Brodie here. Going to go ahead and use the Lexi ability, revealing the surprise she's hiding in the arsenal, which is, well, it's a Searing Shot.
Yeah, it looks like only a blue Searing Shot, but this allows us to have the second arsenal slot and fire off the Heat Seeker with Go again. Go again coming across. I want to point out the correct and judicious blocking of Matt on the previous turn. If you don't cover up that Heat Seeker in its totality, then you're giving a second Arsenal like just faced up into your opponent's Arsenal zone there, allowing them with the Ponder token to set up a 6-card hand. And Brodie would have loved that, but seeing it, understanding it, Matt choosing to cover up the Heat Seeker specifically and taking the incidental damage means that Brodie here on this turn is only playing a 5-card hand.
Matt doing some mental math here, figuring out how he wants to commit to this block. It looks like he's relegated a lot of the momentum here to Brodie. Happy to be a passenger and stay alive, I suppose, and maybe just wait for some of these big turns to sputter out. Eventually, these players, I mean, ultimately, Lexi will maybe draw dead to a degree. I know that that's a tall order to just sort of aspire to. It's not much like, where Briar can easily brick off of non-attack actions, etc. As Lexi is very arrow heavy, doesn't necessarily need a lot of help off of non-attack actions. They exist, they're in there, but really the turns that pump the brakes on Lexi are where you have all reds and 1-cost arrows. Those are very, very cumbersome to navigate, and those are oftentimes the windows where the opponent can find an opportunity to clap back. But in this case, Matt W. very content to just block out some of these more imposing arrows.
Yeah, let me just jump in here real quick, because Team Magnolia apparently was employing a fatigue in the mirror type of strategy. Oh, were you gonna say? Okay, I'm muting.
I was about to bring. Oh man, you're exactly right. I think exactly what Ethan Van Sant, none other than Van Sant, is getting at here is being employed, because he feels very comfortable sitting on those 2 Arsenal cards and saying, you know what, I can deal with a majority of what you're sending my way. If I take incidental damage here and there, it's really not that big of a deal, because at the end of it all, once you've expended your biggest red arrows and you're just working on the axis of yellows and blues, I am much more comfortable. So if we are engaging in what looks to be like a fatigue strategy, then maybe from this point, we just have to consider our red arrows, paramount keeps, but really our opponent's red arrows, the threat. And here, where you would normally say Withering Shot is, one of those dangerous cards to allow to hit, if we're not planning on really sending a lot of damage back our opponent's way, it's not that bad.
All right, let me expand on this then, because in the top cut yesterday, Team Magnolia was facing, I believe Matt McInnes, actually, who we saw make the final. He was playing against Michael Fang, and Michael Fang was not expecting that matchup, that Lexi mirror that was played in top 4, I believe, to go to a fatigue state. But that's what Matt McInnes pushed it towards, and that's what he ended up winning strategy-wise with. So Matt W., another teammate on Team Magnolia, we could see him try to employ this strategy on another Wolfpack member in Brodie, but at this point you would expect that Brodie kind of saw the outcome of that match, talked to Michael, debriefed, and knows how to beat what Matt might be doing here and just slowing down the game, preserving life for a bigger 6-card play.
Yeah, and that is a great insight to know from that semifinals match we weren't able to catch on the other end of things as we were watching the other semifinals match, and that makes it for a lot of extra drama to know if, first of all, if Brodie did indeed kind of confirm that plan and the way that the game panned out yesterday, and to see if he's taking it into account. Maybe that's why we saw that big change in demeanor early on, where he felt very up and was shuffling sandwiches, and then both players slowed everything down, and maybe he started to realize, I actually have to really prioritize these arrows.
Maybe the secret spice is knowledge.
The friends we made along the way.
Or knowledge.
We're going to go Lexi?
Sure.
All right, so flipping up, that is another searing shot. We're going to go pitch the blue. Winter's Bite sending a searing shot for go again is my thought here, is I would suspect that's the plan. Again, breakpoints are difficult to sort of, actually reconcile with over the top. Is that 2? Oh, is it a blue? Oh, it's a blue searing shot. My bad. Well, 2 on hit 3. Sure, let's get some value. Looks like we're going to be dropping down. No! The raisins. And when you thought it was chocolate-covered peanuts, it was raisins.
Chocolate-covered raisins, not what you want to see. But this is a good way to sneak in damage if your opponent is trying to play defensively and fatigue. Like, if they're not going to cover up this, innocuous blue arrow that does have go again, then this is the time where we can make use of Rain Razors. If they were to block that, maybe we don't see the Rain Razors come out because it's not getting as much value. And in a fatigue-style matchup, you need to get the maximum value out of all your cards. And here, Matt now looking at taking some damage already. Might need to consider full blocking, or really kind of not necessarily full blocking, but definitely value blocking in a lot of respects.
The tough part here is that if you're going with the fatigue strategy, you're committing, what, 2 cards to this? You're still taking it on hit. So you're basically trading like 2 cards into 1. Now, obviously, the Rain Razors, etc., but you're not just trading 1 for 1. You're trading 1 for 1 plus giving up little incremental pieces of life. As looks like he's just going to take this and follow this up with a 6 attack of the Searing Shot on hit 7. Matt finally saying, well, we're going to have to turn the tables here at some point. And if it is full fatigue, I don't know if I can keep up here, as Brodie has been cobbling together some very scary turns.
Yeah, this was one of those turns that might have not been super expected from Matt on Matt's side of things, where that Rain Razors, if you have it, it's going to punish on that first arrow, and then the rest of these arrows that are available to fly over are quite painful. But sitting at that 10 life total, did have to commit some to the blocks, take some damage, but starting off with the Falcon Wing, that's been face down in the arsenal for 3 turns.
3 go again. Cost you nothing, but it does free up a very important arsenal slot here to start using the bow and loading up.
23.
So, Brodie happy to take this. There's no extra credit seen to this attack. It's just what you see is what you get. He's going to go down to 23. Matt W has also been sitting on the hamstring shot red, which I believe the on hit there is your first attack costs 1 more.
That's correct. And looking over at Brodie's hand, he's got an Arctic Incarceration red. He has 2 different infecting shots, both red, and a Boltyn shot red. So an all red hand, Tunic is not online, and he's staring down a Remorseless as well. This may be a time where we consider playing a little bit more defensively. But unfortunately, if you do that, you have to give up some very powerful cards. And it could be that we just have to make that tough call and then go on to our turn trying to rest back some tempo with something like Arctic Incarceration. Let's see how he chooses to play this out.
Remorseless on the stack here, following that Falcon Wing. Brodie looks to commit 2 cards here. Hasn't pulled the trigger yet. Thinking about it. Has that amazing 1998 Casio. Showing it off.
Okay.
All right, so a Boltyn shot and an infecting shot are going to meet this halfway. There's the hamstring shot.
5. Yeah, I'll go down to 18 from that.
All right, so Brodie happy to take this. I think he's going down to 18, and he's got 2 cards in hand. What's the play here?
Well, I mean, he's got 2 cards, both of them red, and it does seem like it would be perhaps an easy play to just do Arctic Incarceration pass. You don't have to overpay. The other option is to maybe just Arsenal one and hold the other, but it just seems right to Arctic Incarceration and hope that you can, force your opponent to kind of pay up as far as their possible all-red hand is concerned. And you get the Arsenal card, too.
I love this card. Arctic Incarceration, it costs you nothing. It just puts 3 frostbites on your opponent's side of the board, and sometimes that's just good enough to say pass and go. And, I mean, the ultimate play is sometimes you just bookend this at the end of a turn, just catch your opponent on by surprise. They think, hey, I've got a great hand. I don't care what damage you do. I'm going to send it back. And then you just end the turn with Arctic Incarceration, completely blowing up whatever plans that they had. But in this case, Brodie had to do something. So this should be enough to at least stifle what was coming back. Brodie taking some damage on the chin here to preserve an arsenal, but also slow down Matt W's turn.
Do you guys want to hear the flavor text on Arctic Incarceration? I don't think I've ever read it before.
Yes, please.
Tales be told, the kiss of an ice nymph draws the last breath from a soul lost to the bleak expanse.
It's pretty good, right?
Pretty good?
Oh, you know what? The more you look at that art, I didn't even notice that there's like a silhouette of those ice nymphs that are kind of like caressing this dude who's basically gonna bite it out there in the. That was me missing my bus in January in the middle of a snowstorm coming home from high school in Montreal, right there.
I believe that.
Absolutely that.
Paying around the problem and having to pitch very powerful cards to do so. Rain Razors and Codex of Frailty making their way into the pitch zone just so that you can send a 6 damage hamstring shot. And looking over at the life lead hero here, found another 3 of a kind on a Tunic turn, no less. Probably feeling pretty okay to take this. You may have the resources to pay through some of the problems here, But you could also play judiciously. You could play some, try to cover this up and just recover the cards into your hand as well. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. He's just going to cover this up for 6, not have to worry about the extra payment. And, you know, it's really nice to be able to go Tunic into 3 of a kind and basically just draw back those cards that you got rid of.
Oh, that might be the plan. We'll see what Brodie's holding on to there. Didn't quite catch what's left in the hand here. Tunic to 3. Announce it. And survey says, yeah, we're going for it. We're going to go use the Tunic, 3 of a kind, draw 3, no problem. We're back up to a 4-card hand. That's that seems feels pretty good. Not arguing.
See how he draws it up. Is he? I think they're both looking for. Oh, they're saying something about streaming. Probably about the danger of the playing in the stream. Oh, and he finds a Codex of Frailty. Unfortunately, you can't really get that into the arsenal unless you clear out your arsenal spot and then hit with a Boltyn shot.
Well, we'll see what Lexi's holding on to here. I mean, the best thing that Brodie can have right now is like a Falcon Wing or something in hand, or sorry, in the arsenal to go ahead and fire that away. Right. You got to flip it out anyways. We'll see. Again, he played the 3 of a kind, so he is now constricted to playing only from arsenal. So no Rain Razors, no Codexes, no Winter Spites, none of that jazz. So Brodie evaluating, going to trigger the Lexi ability, which is flip your arsenal over. If it's an ice card, get a frostbite. If it's a lightning card, get a go again. If it's anything else, just get a big fat smile on your face. And why not? Hey, it's an infecting shot that's going to be met with another infecting shot. It's going to be pitching away a yellow Boltyn shot. So 1 to load, 1 to fire, 5 go again, no float, and on hit blood rot. Matt running out of runway here with 10 life left.
If we could pop over to his own hand, if we could see what Matt is holding on to. He's feathering 2 of his very powerful cards as well. He's got an infecting shot, 2 infecting shots in hand technically, but he's looking like he's trying to consider whether or not he wants to give that plus the Boltyn shot here in block. And he has an endless arrow as well.
It's a lot of reds.
Yeah, and we don't quite know what else is in the arsenal. I don't recall if we know that card right now, but being able to just kind of full block this and then hopefully full block the second infecting shot and avoid the excess damage might be the name of the game.
All right. Well, smothers that arrow. No problem. And followed up by another one.
Now we know Brodie's holding on to a Codex of Frailty as his last card, and this is going to kind of be all she wrote on this turn, but being able to arsenal Codex of Frailty, he's going to have to flip it up in order to gain access to the second arsenal zone after all is said and done, but he's going to also be considering his options over the next turn cycle. He knows that he needs to clear that Codex of Frailty and make use of it. At the very least, he needs to reveal it on his next turn. But trying to find the best possible line of play after drawing his cards and saying pass is Matt. Brodie with full tempo here.
Drawing back up, and that's all you can do after just staying alive, and that Codex is going to be important, but you have to flip it over, so there's going to be no secrets. He's going to know it's there, but what can you do? Is that a Command and Conquer in hand?
It is indeed.
Maybe that's the
Command and Conquer right there for the matchup where the arsenal matters the most.
That could be pretty nasty. It might be like arrow, pull some cards out of the hand, right? And then blow it up with the Command and Conquer. That might be the spice that Brodie was alluding to here.
Well, I guess the question becomes, does he have his own all-red hand? We can't quite make out the colors there, but yeah, he's pitching that. He might just straight up have his own all-red hand that he's going to have to fight through, but the Codex of Frailty really helps with that.
That it does, absolutely. Codex of Frailty can just go ahead and basically just get fetch an arrow from your arsenal, from your graveyard. If it's a 0-cost arrow, you have nothing floating, no problem. I mean, Brodie's 2 turns away from having a Tunic up to help him out, but in the meantime, he might just go get something like Searing Shot, Endless Arrow. There's plenty of opportunity here. In my opinion, I think if you're this close to the end, you get Searing Shot. You just try to get the extra tickle at the end there, the extra life loss, but who knows? I mean, we'll see how this first resolves. You could see Matt W. sees the Codex and wondering, okay, what are you getting? I mean, if there's one floating that you can actually go ahead and convert on, my guess is you just get Infecting Shot. I mean, that is the most potent of the arrows from a damage perspective.
Yeah, I think he's got an all-red hand, though, so I think he's going to load and fire another 0-cost arrow with a second Voltaire activation here, and that's going to allow for, another 0-cost go again. Oh, no, that's a blue, is it? Is that a blue? Let's see if he represents extra resources.
Yes.
Okay, so that changes the complexion entirely because that basically opens up just about anything we could possibly want and get from the graveyard into our own arsenal.
3 meets 3. Boltyn on Boltyn action. Let's find out what the remainder is. It's going to be a Codex of Frailty that is going to not discard anything because there's nothing to discard. But he's going to go fetch an arrow with 2 floating. What is he getting? It doesn't have to be an arrow. It can be any attack action. He could go get. I don't think there's already a Command and Conquer in Arsenal. Sorry, in the graveyard.
Right?
But that would line up exquisitely.
I think you definitely consider something like a Heat Seeker here as well because it gives you your own 5-card hand, and we know that Matt is definitely feathering 2 cards, trying to make Brodie run out of threats. So if you get a Heat Seeker and that somehow connects, you could maybe get a second Arsenal slot and try to set up a big turn. You could also get a, like you mentioned, Infecting Shot, which just allows for another on hit.
Brodie already relying on a Ponder token to get an Arsenal at the end of this turn. 2 floating cards. What is he looking for here? What have you found, Kid Wonderbread? Looking through that arsenal, trying to find the most important and perfectly placed arrow.
Yeah, maybe considering.
I have made a mistake.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's not.
You know what? I think he may have been thinking there was a Command and Conquer in his graveyard, and you could see. And I told you this ahead of the stream. I said that Brodie had been making a couple misplays today. I don't know if it's distraction, fatigue, or just not his day, but ultimately, Brodie admitted to me, he said, hey, I haven't been playing cleanly today. There's a lot of games that I had been making mental mistakes, so he's just going to go for the Infecting Shot. I have to believe that he thought there was a Command and Conquer in his graveyard.
Exactly what he just said on stream is that he thought that there was going to be a Command and Conquer that he could go fetch. And honestly, Cracker Jackson and Command and Conquer for 7 would have been a huge bomb of a play on this turn. But I think Matt feeling very comfortable to try and stabilize here on Brodie's slow but sure grind out of red arrows.
I guess
people make mistakes. We're all human, even the best of us. And Brodie competed all day yesterday. He was here for 12 hours or so at the venue. He's already grinded through 6 rounds, so it has been a difficult trek for many players. Fatigue is certainly an option, and the result of that is sometimes you make mistakes. But he's going to be flipping over a Falcon Wing, a great start, a great sort of consolation prize, you might say, but starting it off with a Withering Shot.
Yeah, to close this game out, he's going to need to find his other copy of Rain Razors, his other copy of 3 of a Kind in some sort of combination there. And he's going to have to find a way to fire like a 3-arrow turn with some scary on hits, sequenced in such a way that really does threaten extra damage or extra big turns. He's going to need to put together 5-card plays because if we're thinking that everything in Matt's deck can essentially block 3, of course, minus things like Winter's Bite and Arctic Incarceration, then you're going to have to, over the course of many turns, vault over that standard 12 block.
Fully blocking this out, giving up some big pieces here. You know that you're committed to the fatigue when you're just happily giving up Endless Hour, Remorseless, especially against the Lexi here. So off to the next combat chain link here. Where are we going? It's going to be, all right, he's breaking the chain. He's just going to go ahead and Arctic Incarcerate. I think what he's playing here is he understands what Matt's position is here. He understands that Matt's trying to shut him down. So what he wants to do is, 4-card hands are definitely not going to do it. It's 5-card hands might leak a damage or 2. He's got to go for the 6-card hand. He's got to really make this happen. And I think that if he's hoping for that last and final Rain Razors, he might have this perfectly timed. But
if he finds another Codex of Frailty as well on a 6-card hand, then he can really send the damage and try to close this thing out. But Matt is doing a very good job. And look at this, pitching the 3 of a Kind, pitching the Codex of Frailty. Those are circling around in the deck. This second cycle is going to be absolute gas for Matt.
He's going to have to find some arrows to connect with those. I mean, you can 3 of a Kind, but if you're drawing into blue arrows and garbage, I mean, it's going to be tough. Now, Codex of Frailty can go fish out some of those cards from your graveyard, no problem. But these 3 Frostbites look like they're just there for show. Perfect. No problem. Like Joey Fatone of Instinct, really contributing nothing. And now it's a 6-card hand and a Falcon Wing to open things up is a good start. 3 go again. Tunic up and rock and roll.
Yeah, I think Brodie is definitely feeling, like you mentioned, a little bit of that fatigue, or just a little bit, sometimes, like you said, it's just not your day, a little bit of maybe the struggle of trying to get everything right, knowing that it's been a little rough in the outstretch of it. But here's the thing. You're sitting at 5-1. Both these players sitting at 5-1, playing for their tournament lives, trying to make it into the top 8. And the time is ticking. We're getting close. But trying to block out here is on the Remorseless. After taking the damage from the Falcon Wing, this is a 3-arrow turn. At least it looks like it's going to extend on over to the dreaded 4-arrow turn. And this is why you want to set up 6-card hands, because it is guaranteed to deal some damage.
We're waiting for those Cracker Jacks to see what those are supposed to connect with. And if your intuition was correct, having those connect with the Command and Conquer would have been backbreaking. Yeah. Unfortunately, a little bit of a mental trip up there for Brodie Spurlock, to his own admission, saying, hey, I messed up here. But he's going to continue to fight here. Going down to 3 is Matt W., and that's a terrible, terrible reality that that every arrow is, as paltry as it may be, is going to be potential lethal.
Doing the Spurlock maneuver, as you like to call it, looking through the graveyard of the opponent, sending that final drill shot on over, giving you the 5-card hand of the arsenal next turn, and I think Matt is more than comfortable giving some number of cards to block here and just continue this whole fatigue strategy plan. Lots of red arrows being burned through, and as you see, we're starting to fire these yellow ones, yellow Boltyn shot making their way. Of course, yellow Boltyn shot's a fantastic card. It's one of the best cards in the deck simply because it's a Boltyn shot. But being used on offense, starting to see the deck dwindle on the side of both players, really.
Matt W. looking to meet this yellow Boltyn shot. There's the Tunic is up, worth noting. And the drill shot, my bad. Just blocking 2. And, I mean, you're going to put the -1 counter on the New Horizons. Why not? Last bastion of hope for equipment block if necessary. But look how long that combat chain was.
Yeah.
Cracker Jacks, again, looming large. What is that going to connect with?
Well, but the interesting thing is if you go to 1 and you just so happened to have access to Hornet Sting, you might have been able to line up a guaranteed kind of lethal, but instead choosing the Cracker Jacks, probably because you want that spice of being able to send CNC for 7, which is just a disgusting card.
Yeah.
7 breakpoint. Here we have the willingness to go to 1 on Matt's side simply because you don't have to worry about that block there. Here's just a bunch of blue cards and 1 red Remorseless, and like we've been talking about for the past, 8 turns or so, playing for the fatigue has been the name of the game on Matt's side of things, and really having to figure this out and seeing if they can close out is Brodie.
Gonna flip the card. What do we got going on? It is a 3 of a kind. But the thing is, 3 of a kind here can be pretty punchless if, like you said, if you're just loaded up on blues now. But we did see that Brodie did pitch Command and Conquer about 3 or 4 turns ago. So that's coming back on the wheel. Remorseless is a tough egg to crack here, frankly. And Matt W., but the thing is, if Matt W. just says, hey, dude, I'm not even going to be attacking you, maybe I'll just block 3, take 2, and die. Can't do that. There's nothing you can do here. You have to basically commit every single set of cards here to this. And he's going to just not even worry about breakpoints here. There's no razors. What I think is going to happen here is that the second Brodie has a 3-point attack, Cracker Jacks is going to try to bust that up to 4.
Well, that's, I think, even better. I think what's going to happen is he's looking for a turn where he can take 2 cards like this, and, he guarantees on the first attack to take 2 cards, and then he swings that CNC for 7, and no matter what you're doing, you're having to give up, a New Horizon to stay alive. That's the kind of play that I think Brodie has to set up to try and close this game out, or he has to find his last Codex of Frailty or find his last Rain Razors, because I think there's 1 left floating around in the deck and has to line that up with a 3 of a kind turn.
Pitching a Falcon Wing like that too. Again, it's good to have that later in the game as well if this doesn't happen for you. Oh, man. Matt W. is not liking this because it's not just a matter of how many of those cards. There's the CNC, but you're not playing that yet.
The Frailty, though. But you can't get that there. But you know what? You might be able to set up some sort of a 2-turn type lethal where you take the cards and then you drop Codex in there, and maybe you're able to kind of filter your way around. But unfortunately, the Command and Conquer can't be played on this turn. Can't Crackerjack's CNC, but you might be able to set it up for later.
Here's the Boltyn. I think this is Boltyn Blue getting a boost from the Rain Razors for 4 go again. It's going to be a 2-card block again. All right, load up. We're not done yet. It's going to be another Boltyn shot. This one is even fatter. This one I think looks like it's for 6, 7.
Then I've got the endless arrow.
Yeah, he had just enough to be able to finally put it together. There it is, and oh man, that's a tough pill to swallow, but almost had it at the end, being able to maybe just get Brodie to fatigue, but Matt not quite able to cross the finish line in what was a very solid game plan, and almost got there, just didn't cross it.
Yeah, and both players clearly members of the Stonecutters as they did the secret handshake at the end of it, but they're going to be friends through and through by the end of this when they go to their clubhouse meeting. But ultimately, Brodie Spurlock at 6-1, locking himself in. Matt W. Possibly also into the top 8. We do not have word on that, but from what I have discussed with players is that I believe there will be 3 X2s moving through. And frankly, if your last loss is in the round 7, I think you're in a good shape over there for Matt W. So we might see him yet again. Ultimately, though, that wraps up the Swiss rounds here in the PTI event in Atlanta.
Yep, don't go too far. We are going to be back with a full breakdown of our top 8 as this round concludes. We'll let you know what we're looking at. Will Briar make the cut? Will we see the possibility of an LL? Or is Lexi going to continue to try and stamp the best deck in the room stamp on it?
Wow, that was such a stamp of authority.
There it is.
A Bravo card. We'll catch you in just a bit.
Hello, real quick, everyone. Jumping in here, I still need to make the actual bracket graphic, but just so you all can have it, it will also get shared onto Twitter, so you'll have it there. But you can screen grab it now if it matters. This is the top 8 of the event. It is 5 Lexi, like we surmised earlier going into this round. What I missed was the Icelander in first. Totally missed that at the top tables, actually. So there we go, 5 Lexi. Icelander, Briar, and then Levia, the player who we had on round 5, made it in at 8th seed at X2. Funny enough, it was a Levia mirror in the last round for them, and the other Levia player was not live for top 8, so he scooped in the Levia. So we had a guaranteed Levia top 8, which is pretty sick. And I do believe we're going to leave it up to you all to decide who to watch here. I would love to see the Levia personally. Levia versus Icelander is a pretty interesting matchup. But the casters have opted for following the story of the Briar. So I'm going to leave it up to you all in the chat. We're going to make a poll right now. We'll do this live. Sorry, 1 second. What match to watch? There is either Dan on Ice versus Steven on Levia, or there is Josh on Lexi versus Nathan on Briar. Oops, sorry, let me fix that capitalization. So in the meantime, while we finish up, we're eating some dinner real quick before we get to top 8. There's deck checks anyway. While we finish that up, go ahead and vote in this poll, and as long as nothing comes up like yesterday, we are going to honor the poll results here. So do you want Dan Rakowski versus Stephen Powell, Icelander versus Levia? Obviously, I am heavily biased towards wanting that matchup. Dan Rakowski, teammate. Levia, favorite hero. So that's my vote. I'm going to vote on my own personal Man-Sand account on my phone real quick. But the rest of you go ahead and vote while I make the top 8 graphic and while we get some dinner and then come back for the games. So don't go too far. I'll add this screen to the break screen. 1 second. Let me do that. Add this to the break screen. Add directory. That way you all will see it while the music bops around. And then vote. Here you go.
what's going on? It's time for
Hey, what's going on?
Well, I know I was kind of caught off guard. I thought I had an extra second or two. I was collecting my thoughts. Ultimately, we are here for the top 8 of the PTI, and I think you all have spoken. You want to follow the Briar journey through the elimination rounds.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to have I believe it's the 5 seed, yes, Nathan Crawford. Yeah, the 4-5 matchup. Nathan Crawford on Briar is going to be taking down Lexi. Josh is on Lexi, so it's going to be Briar v Lexi. There's a lot of Lexis in this top 8.
I think there's a 5-pack of them, but it's all good. We got a Levia mixed in. We got a Briar. We also got an Icelander. So we are going to, I think, follow the Briar story. Hopefully, see how that concludes. Whether it gets to the final or whatnot. But ultimately, here we go. There's the breakdown for you. The PTI is one heck of a prize because that sort of is your golden ticket to so many different events.
Now, this is the interesting part, that very top part of the bracket there, Daniel Rutkowski. We saw him yesterday. Dan was on Icelander, kind of picking it up and running with it, and sitting at the 1 seed today, playing against the 8 seed Steven Powell, which we've seen on stream once before. A very fun game to watch back. Both players clearly enjoyed themselves. But in the 8 seed, And do you want to tell the viewers a little bit more about that deck? Did you hear the news about how many cards he's actually playing?
Who?
Oh, okay. I'll tell the story.
Okay,
Make it happen. This is news
Come on,
to
this
me.
is insane. Listen.
He walked in and asked the judge, "Is it all right if I don't register 80 cards?" And the judge said, "Well, yes, that's a lot as long as it's not over 80 cards." He says, "Okay." During deck checks for top 8, sure enough, 70 cards.
Who's playing 70 cards?
Do you know why?
Levia.
Do you know why Levia is not playing 70 cards? So he registered exactly 60 cards and 10 equipment because he doesn't sideboard.
Okay, so this is the fascinating thing about Steven is that this is also his first ever event that isn't an armory. He has only played armories, and here is Steven, also possibly one of the most joyful, just energy, inducing energetic. Well, he is energetic, sure, but he also just inspires that kind of energy within you. He has just been so happy. He's just said, "I'm just happy to be here. This is a great experience." He admitted, he said, "I don't know anybody here," and then by the end of it, he's made all kinds of friends. And I don't think that this is a memory that he'll ever forget. And hopefully, we'll follow that journey along as well to see where Steven ends. But I mean, the dude registered a 60 card deck and 10 sideboard slots, almost a la Blitz.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, it's Blitz, but CC.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. Go back really quick to the bracket because I want to talk about the other side of that. In the other side, we're looking at Will Bradshaw versus Michael Fang in a Lexi mirror, and Brodie Spurlock versus Matthew in a Lexi mirror. And then we have the match that we're going to watch is Nathan versus Josh, and that is going to be the real interesting storyline to follow if Nathan Crawford has the capability of taking his favorite hero to the finish.
Well, if anyone's going to do it and walk her over there hand in hand, it's going to be him as my assessment here. But we will have to see because there's a couple more rounds that he's going to have to win before he gets there, and there's no margin for error here. You lose, you're out as the top 8 is about to begin here as Nathan Crawford and Josh are just kind of sleeving up and ready to go. The decks have been checked. Everybody's on the level. There is Nathan, Josh as well, just counting up. Team Magnolia, the card guys, both representing teams that are such pillars of the community here in the Flesh and Blood competitive scene. And frankly, I mean, we had the interview earlier with Nathan, and you can get the vibe that this hero means so much to him, not just because it's a hero that he enjoys playing, but how much time, how much investment he's had into it, and how many people trust his judgment and his assessment of the hero itself. So hopefully, that I don't know how to say this without sounding biased. I mean, if anybody, let me say it this way. If anybody's going to win with Briar, I am happy that it's Nathan. However, Josh on Lexi is going to be a incredibly difficult opponent here in this matchup.
Yeah, so a few weeks ago, I believe Nathan and Josh Lau commentated the Battle Hardened, I think it was Hong Kong. And there was a very real chance in the finals of that game, down to like up just a point or two of life left in the game, that Nathan had the capability of casting the game that sent Briar to LL. And it ended up being taken by Dash in the closing moments. And the moment that Dash won that game, Nathan actually shouted in joy that there was another opportunity for him to play his favorite hero. I think actively that he does not want to see Briar go, but I think he's still going to be playing to win, and he'll feel that bittersweet moment if he does manage to get there.
Both players are just finalizing the sideboard, shuffling up, and getting ready to rock and roll here again. We went through 7 rounds of Swiss at the PTI event here in Atlanta. It has been quite a weekend. Incredible people, new friends, old friends, and friends we're stuck with, right, Steven?
Yes. Thank you for your vote of confidence, my friend.
No problem.
We are in the throes of the sideboarding portion, and we've got, let's see, what do we have stocked up while they're kind of going through the process of making their choices as sideboarding. We have some Sour Patch Kids here.
Mm-hmm.
Got some Swedish Fish.
Yep.
We have the Peanut M&Ms, one that you're not a big fan of, but I think it is okay to not like things. I'm not going to hate on your choices.
Not happening.
Skittles, which are great candy.
Agreed.
We have not even opened the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Are you a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup
I
fan?
love Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Me too.
You want to know my secret selfishness here is the fact that I was hoping nobody would, and then I can put them in my bag and eat them on the plane tomorrow.
I kind of figured that's exactly where
But
you were going
don't.
with it.
Eat them if you want them, okay?
Now let's open them together. We'll kind of like crack them as we go through the top 8. Let's do it. Let's on stream.
All right, fine.
Ready?
No.
Okay. Well, ready or not, here it comes. Top 8.
Oh, we didn't announce the candy winner.
Well, I was getting to that as the segue, talking about the candy. So here's the thing about candy. We asked y'all to submit your favorite candy, and not only that, we very specifically we said submit a picture of you with your favorite candy, and we would select a winner that would receive an entire box of Dusk Till Dawn. And do you want a candy? Oh, okay. Yanji Lee wants a Reese's, and I'm not gonna lie to him. He deserves one because he's a cool dude. Y'all were just having a great time over there, just sitting back. I liked that. I liked walking over there.
I don't know if I got any new ones. I did get a new one.
We asked you to submit your photo along with your favorite candy, and
that's a pretty good one. I mean,
perfectly timed.
This literally was the most recent, but it's also possibly one of the best. I'm voting for this.
Is it Cowtails?
It's not.
Cowtails?
Somebody sent a picture of Cowtails.
Yeah.
They are absolutely, you're disqualified, not just from this contest, but from all future contests for polluting my mind with the reality that is a Cowtail. Disgusting.
I would try it. I like that one.
Which one?
Not that one. I don't like that one. I not like that one either.
Somebody sent us a picture of canned peas. That's definitely.
Am I doing it right? No, you're not doing it right. First of all, you're not in the photo. Second of all, it's peas.
What about this one?
That's pretty good.
All right, we're going to decide after this match. Sorry for the teaser here, but we're going to have to figure out. One last chance. If you guys want to win a box of Dusk Till Dawn, send us a picture. Tweet at Armada_DM, at WatchFlake, and at MinMaxGames1, a picture of you and your favorite candy. And the one we like the best, we're going to send you a box of Dusk Till Dawn. That's
right.
Simple. All right. It is Nathan Crawford on Briar, his bread and butter, his number one versus Josh on Lexi here. Lexi's polluting the top 8 like crazy. They are everywhere. 5 of them lurking about. But can Nathan knock one out of the tournament and bring his dream of bringing Briar to Living Legend status one step closer?
And the way the seeding broke down, actually looking at the top 8, there's a real possibility that it's not going to be a Lexi mirror that you might expect, and instead it's going to be another hero versus Lexi. We are guaranteed a Lexi's going to come out of the one side of the bracket. Question is, who comes out of this side?
Good question.
Well, we're going to find out, right?
That's what we're here for.
I mean, I'm not going to stop watching.
I'm not going to stop watching, and I'm going to be speaking a little bit too. So, both players, again, just double-checking, making sure everything is on point here.
All right, I guess at this point, we'll just go back to the cast.
And we're going to go back again.
What's going on?
Yeah, we were given false information by
Do you want, Ethan, do you want one of those Reese's?
No, I'm good. I just had a heavy waft of Reese's as Yanji sat and ate it right next to me.
He did. He sat down, and he kind of like leaned in.
And leaned in and said, "What's going on?"
That's what he did.
Yeah.
It was a sight to behold. That being said, you can help yourself to one. There's 2 left, I think.
No, remember that cranberry juice that Flake mentioned in like round 2?
Mm-hmm.
I'll have you know, Flake, we're halfway through it.
Halfway through the cranberry juice.
I'm going to tell you something about this Ethan Van Sant character. Go ahead and look at this. This guy, literally from the moment that last game ended, was staring like this at his computer and typing. And they had actually gotten some dinner for us. And so, like, we went to eat some, and, I came back around, I was like, I should fix him a plate. I'm going to go ask him if he wants, like, some food. And I came over, and he was like this, like, in hacker mode, right? Hey, Ethan, let me fix you a plate of food. And he was like, just a second. Just a moment. He kept working. And so I was like, all right, I'll circle back around. I went and talked to some people. I came back. I noticed he's still going like this, right? It's like, Ethan, I'm going to fix you a plate. What do you want? It's like, almost done. 1 second. The guy didn't stop working until what? Did you actually get food?
I did. I ate the chicken. It was really good today, actually.
It was really good.
Citrus flavored carrots.
Carrots, yeah.
Vegetable soup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The vegetable soup I didn't grab a spoon for, so that's on hold.
Did you just call it the vegetable stoop? It sounds like a it sounds like a place where vegetables hang out. Hey, I'll meet you at the vegetable stoop. All right, peace out, Carrot.
I think this time we're actually ready.
Well, all right. Let's make it happen. Back to the game as they're, I think they're ready. We're going to find out in a heartbeat here. All right, so once again, Nathan Crawford on Briar. Josh is rocking Lexi, as many have at this tournament. Okay, now we're already into it. It is a Sonata Arcanix that, did we get a hit here?
It looks like he's gesturing that he put a card into his hand. It's the one that's kind of like, tilted there across several things. I think that's what he's indicating, and that would represent one arcane. And look, yep, that's exactly what we see there. One arcane is taken for Josh on the other side of Lexi. That will eventually make its way into Banish Zone, and the turn will truly begin. Well and truly will begin for Nathan Crawford. And this matchup to me just feels like, are we going to get a race? And who's going to win said race?
Well, there's another inevitability factor here, like we mentioned in the match where Nathan was playing against Bravo. Oh, God. Okay, let's go again. Let's create a lightning token. And what are we peeling off the top? 3 cards. We found attack action, non-attack action. Finds it again. And what do you take here? Is it a lightning surge that you save for later? That's a great card to play out of Arsenal. We're trying to figure out what else Nathan's holding on to here, but he's got a free go again, so that is definitely an option. But the Arcanic Crackle, if you can load that up with a lightning card, again, looking at the equipment piece here, we're talking about avenues and inevitability, no arcane barrier. We saw how Nathan exploited that late in the Bravo match.
Yeah, so he's going to try and decide, but I mean, he has 3 Sonata Arcanixes.
In his hand?
He has a third one in his hand.
Why are we whispering?
Because
I think he knows too.
Because the odds of that are
astronomical.
Stupid.
All right, let's chat. What are the odds if you're running a 60-card deck to draw all 3 Sonata Arcanics in your opening hand? That's a question for the mathematicians out there. So we'll figure it out while you guys are sorting that out. We're going to sort out what's going on over here.
Of them, they've hit back to back.
Well,
if he plays the third one on turn 0 and then hits on the third one on turn 0, like, what does that mean as far as like the just overall statistics of the universe? Like, has something changed?
I don't think you play 3 here. You play the second to develop the lightning, but the third one's not really going to help you because you're just filling your hand with attack actions.
Sure, but the memes.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, hey, you want to throw away this dream of bringing Briar to the promised land off of meme?
I mean, people will remember this forever one way or the other.
You want to know what chat says right now?
What does chat
I
say?
love this. Such a brute answer.
If they say 50-50, I'm going to absolutely flip the table.
50-50.
Of course.
Either happens
or it doesn't. You son of a... No problem. And this is why I don't play Brute. Okay, it either happens or it doesn't. I swear to God. All right. Well, I don't think we're playing the third Sonata, but he might actually go for the memes. You see him rocking it, but he was actually holding back as Josh is laughing about it too a little bit here. Yeah, he's going for it. Let's go. Why not?
Do you see? See? You know what? Look, you said that's the stupidest thing you've ever said.
I did not say that. You take that back. Absolutely.
You were like, Armada, I hate casting with you. I'm glad that I'm not going to do it anymore after this.
That's true.
And then you were like, this is a dumb play. And you know what I said? For the memes.
For the memes. He's got it, too. He hits it.
For the memes.
And he pitched into it. He only finds 1, though, but a snatch is not bad. We get a go again built into the embodiment of lightning. Only 1 arcane damage. But look, he's actually chipping away. And it is kind of funny. But, hey, you know what? Let's make it happen. Let's get there with the 3 Sonata Arcanics out of the mix. That's filling your hand with attack actions. Well... see where this goes right now as where do you go from here because you're still on turn you're on turn 0 essentially.
You've dealt 3 damage already.
Yes, well I didn't. Nathan did.
Well, emotional.
Oh yeah, no, the emotional damage, I'm always on the receiving end, but he does have go again built into the embodiment. What do you connect it with? You have the lightning surge, which you don't want to give up.
It's a snatch.
It's the snatch. It's got to be the snatch, but it feels like an easy block. But I think the mission here for Nathan, besides the chip from the arcane, is to present attacks that Josh is otherwise not inclined, that is inclined to block, which then prevents him from loading the bow.
Well, that's exactly it. I mean, if you can go into turn 0 when your opponent clearly wants to, go Voltaire and load, and so they can play a 5-card hand immediately and hit you with the opening salvo, if you can take that away from them, then you have the capability of nerfing their next turn just to be playing an honest game. And here's the bait.
Gonna see if he wants to go ahead and load up and drop his hand to a 2-card hand, and now you have something like E-Strike 7 off the lightning, the embodiment of lightning go again, and then snatch, and you're guaranteed a possible arsenal here.
3 damage already chipped away from the arcane damage associated to Sonata Arcanix. 1 floating here. This could just be a, like you said, maybe you just send the Snatch and Rosetta Thorn and just be happy with even just leaking the 5 damage from all the arcane that you've done. Nathan Crawford knows that arcane might be the path to victory here, but he has to weather a volley of arrows until he gets to any type of position where he gets even close. Josh, wondering, is this a maybe, talking about Team Magnolia, I think it was you that was saying they're taking a fatigue approach to this. Maybe this is the same option here. Can you withstand a Briar offensive versus a Lexi offensive? This is very difficult, but
it feels very difficult, especially because they have the spike turns of a Channel Mount Heroic. But here's the 7 that is, basically going to quote unquote go again, giving the 2 cards there, and then you can either Arsenal the Snatch, or you can play the Snatch and then get whatever you want out of Arsenal. You could also just send the Rosetta Thorn and keep the Snatch guaranteed, which feels really good because it's representing 4 damage. And that just seems like the right play. You have the resource for you. Might as well get the free 4 damage and get an Arsenal. Everything coming up Nathan's way. Absolute insanity, absurd, crazy, other superlatives.
Great start here. Oh, you love that.
If Briar's going to LL, this is how she's going to do it, says Nathan Crawford. And you know what? If you're going to LL a high roll hero that in a lot of respects can really just spike tournaments, it's one way to do it.
Make it happen, Captain. So, going to load the Voltaire here, the first activation, pitching a blue infecting shot. Option being likely go again. Gotta think that's what the case is. All right, the world's largest. I believe that was one of those gigantic. That was a stone pulled out of a pyramid of Giza, I think, and then chiseled in with numbers. Remorseless is the first order of business, as it's going to get the go again effect.
This has a fantastic utility in this matchup because you know for a fact that Nathan wants to be able to play cards, play action cards, send those, and sitting on what looks like several blues. I think that is an Arcanic Shockwave. No, wait. No, it's an Anthem of Spring. It's Electrify. That is an interesting addition that sometimes you don't really see much in the mix overall. Of course, that nimbleism there is fantastic with the Snatch that's an Arsenal.
He said he runs 2 of them just to sort of shore up a little bit of the lightning. He needs to fuse with, for example, the Entwined Lightnings and such. Yeah. He mentioned that if you have an Entwined Lightning, there's a 13 point something % chance you can fuse it. That's what he had mentioned in the interview. So, and a lot of that is just beefing up those numbers with the Electrify. He said those are not reliable numbers. When it happens, and it's great. These cards are also good and without the fusion, and ultimately, he's doing his best here to just push through, if possible. Again, the embodiment of lightning pushing the defense value of Electrify to 3, and the grasp covering up the rest.
So let's see if he puts anything in front of this 5 attack. Drill Shot, this is going to put a -1 counter onto one of your blocking equipment. This sort of incentivizes you to use said blocking equipment so that you get the value out of it. It also could just mean, and there's the this round's on me. It could also just, you push it out there and you try to just cover this up completely. Get the value out of it right now. You know you're going to get that minus counter if you don't cover it, and so either Crown of Providence or, like a Dyadic Carapace block makes a ton of sense.
All right, what's the follow-up over here? As Josh draws up to 4. It's a Snatch in Arsenal, I believe, or is it the Lightning Surge?
He could have also played the Lightning Surge or put the Lightning Surge in Arsenal. In this scenario, they represent a variety of the same thing, basically, but choosing to put the Lightning Surge in the Arsenal means that you have the access to the go again, and you can play into the Rosetta Thorn swing for 2 and 2 if you want to take that route, which is guaranteed damage.
Yeah.
But giving up an Arsenal slot to do so does feel a little funky, and your opponent's on a 6-card hand next turn.
Well, this is the thing. They're on a 6-card hand, so what is that 1 card in Arsenal going to do for you when you have to block out a massive attack pattern, right? So I think you have to take the damage while it's presented to you. You have to lean on the fact that there's no defense towards Arcane. So pitching that card for Rosetta Thorn. That last card is blue. You can create a Rune Chant and swing Rosetta. Ultimately here, blocking 6 of the 7 breakpoints are incredibly important in this as the embodiment of lightning. So he is going to pitch a blue, create a Rune Chant, and swing Rosetta. I love this. Again, leaning on the free ride you're getting with arcane damage.
Well, knowing it's Anthem of Spring and knowing you have a blue, meaning that you can create the Rune Chant and send the Rosetta Thorn, it's a guaranteed slam dunk. If that's like a red 0-cost attack, then it's almost always going into the arsenal simply because it lets you block out, like you said, but then send 4 back, and you can win a turn cycle that way. Knowing that it's a blue in hand, this is always the heads-up play that you make, especially now because you have an embodiment of Earth on your side, so your hand is going to be perhaps a little bit more insulated in the blocking department and more capable, especially when your opponent is giving up 2 cards to being able to swing back.
I can see that if that was a snatch instead of an Anthem of Spring,
right,
that would probably be an instant dunk into the arsenal because, right, like you said, it's a free card with a breakpoint and an on-hit relevance here. In this case, the blue being able to create the Rune Chant and swing for 5. That is absolutely the way you go. But
so powerful.
Ooh.
This is powerful too, and it doesn't line up with a Tunic turn, but it doesn't really matter because it's replacing those blocking cards, and this is why, again, whenever you see a Lexi throwing cards in front of incidental damage, it's possibly a signal that they're holding 3 of a kind and they're ready to jam it down and kind of prove why this is one of the best decks in the format.
Josh, leafing through the cards, trying to figure out the best way. You know that this is going to be bookended potentially by one of those. I think there's a blue infecting shot in the arsenal here. And Nathan, I would suspect if that card, if that hand can connect for some fun here. Let's take a look at Nathan's hand.
I think he has a Talisman of Warfare in his hand.
All right, Nathan heard us. He doesn't want us to see.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Nathan.
There's a Talisman of Warfare in his hand.
Well, I think there was a CMH in there and a blue Earth card, in which case you're probably playing to protect those 2 cards in order to play them and then pass. But we'll see. Nathan might be poised to just take it here to go play CMH and arsenal a card, take a lot of damage, and then just absolutely slam it back. Still, Josh doesn't look like he's found the ideal pattern yet. He's got cards in hand. Let's take a look at Josh's hand real quick because he played the 3 of a kind, then kind of is waffling on it. I'm not sure.
That is a Talisman of Warfare. Oh my God, pull up Talisman of Warfare and look at how crazy this is in this exact matchup with no AB. Talisman of Warfare says, go again. When a source you control deals exactly 2 damage, Rosetta Thorn, cough, cough, to an opposing hero, destroy it.
No.
All cards in all arsenals. In this exact matchup, that is insanity if he can manage to establish it on the board and then Rosetta for 2 and 2.
And I believe, does this card have a cold foil version? Buy. Snatch buy it up. Buy it up, everybody. Quick, do it now. All right, so here's we're going to start it off with a Boltyn shot with the +1 for the go again effect. It's 5 go again on hit. There's no reload. There's no nothing because there's a infecting shot blue that's just sitting there in the arsenal. But yeah, man, what a card to pick up over there. The Talisman of Warfare, especially since Josh, again, and here's another little poke and prod at the significance of Bullseye Bracers because Bullseye Bracers has AB1 and you need to do exactly 2 arcane damage in 1 pocket, and that's Rosetta Thorn. But if you had the Bullseye Bracers up, you can see that the talisman's on the board, and you could just AB1 and say, well, you can't use it, sorry. Oh, man, that is going to be fun to see. I wonder if Josh knows that Nathan runs this card.
Well, I believe deck lists are open information in this top
that is
8
true.
format,
Yep.
so you can definitely look at it and go, oh, he's got Talisman of Warfare. But the question is, do you ever live in the world where you can just play around it? I mean, like, not really. It's not like you can, do anything about that unless you really just want to side in your Arcane Barrier equipment.
5 attack on the drill shot. A lot of the block ability has actually been used, so this might be a matter where the gloves just got thrown. The gloves and the carapace just get thrown in just because.
To see how he chooses to proceed. You've got an Anthem of Spring in the hand as well. Looks like we have 2 Autumn's Touches, I believe.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue fat attacks. There's a lot of fuel, not a lot of fire.
I mean, we could technically play Big Briar, quote unquote, for just a minute and keep the Anthem of Spring plus the Autumn's Touch and just send that. But that's, there's a blue Autumn's Touch. And it's much better here serving the blocking role because you're getting a second one. This blocks 7. Which is super, super buff.
I love it. Nathan providing change. It's just so good here. He's going to stop it up, and you see Josh saying, okay, all right, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Dust Till Dawn, for printing cards for Briar. Fun.
So we're going to get the creation of the Rune Chant and the Rosetta, and this is, yet again, even though it is not presenting the arcane damage, it is presenting one Rune Chant. We didn't obviously play the non-attack to attack, so we can't get the 2 and 2, but we are getting one guaranteed poke here, and it's allowing us to arsenal that talisman, which maybe we can find a time to play it, and maybe not so much on a 3-of-a-kind turn.
Well, you're holding on to it because it is an action. So therefore a non-attack action. So it does work in conjunction with what Briar wants to see for Rosetta Thorn. So there's no point playing it now and just wasting the potential. If you play it now, you're wasting a potential 2 arcane damage that Rosetta Thorn could have done.
Sure.
Yeah. So it might be a matter of playing it, alongside something like a, I don't know what, just Ravenous Rabble, and then pitching to Rosetta, and then
100%.
Yeah, it's great.
It also opens you up to avenues of playing it plus Entwine Lightning, or Scar for Scar. If you take a bunch of damage, in this case you draw 2 Scar for Scars, but you're at such a life lead that it's almost like a moot point. But you know what? Maybe you just bank on your opponent having 2 back-to-back 3-of-a-kinds, and then it's okay, right? And now you can get a life deficit, then you can be swinging Scar for Scars forever.
And I like how you said this, where you're like, well, it's not off the Tunic, but hey, this turn is. So he gets the free pass with the Tunic resource into the 3-of-a-kind, drawing up. Now the restriction is you can only play from Arsenal. Infecting Shot Blue, coming out willy-nilly. No help from Voltaire, so this is most likely going to be a Snapdragon helper here.
Correct.
To make sure that this combat chain doesn't just stop dead in its tracks right here.
Yeah, he is looking to push this 3 damage. It's been sort of living in the arsenal. He's gesturing to the dice as he tries to figure out where, I guess, he can most easily delineate the attack, or maybe he's just kind of trying to pick his favorite color. There it is. Okay, he's just like, yeah, I'll just pick the giant monolith of 3 here. But yeah, 3 no-go again, which is a huge signal that we're looking at Snapdragon Scalers, and then you're looking at Voltaire activations, and maybe even a Quiver trigger.
Yeah, Josh slamming it down there. I believe the Borg Queen lives in there.
The cube. What a great Star Wars reference. See, you're not going to have to deal with me much more. Don't worry. You're almost to the finish line.
Oh, my God.
The Snapdragon Scalers granting go again on the attack. And it's only coming for 3. It's going to present that Blood Rot Pox. Pitching into He's still just angry. I will say, I always thought the Borg was one of the coolest sort of races in Star Trek. I really did. I thought that was a really neat idea. People slowly succumbing to technology.
You're forgiven.
It's not necessarily a, like a point of what's happening in our, not a commentary of that at all, but it is cool.
All right, 100 flake bucks to the first person who photoshops Elon Musk as the Borg Queen.
Oh my! Okay, well, this is gonna take.
We're getting off the rails. Let's go into the next one here. That is a drill shot for 4 with the go again. Again, there's still some defensive value out of those that Grasp of the Arknight and the Carapace. So this is something where throw a card in front of it, perhaps. Yeah, 3 blocks might be hard to come by for Briar without an embodiment of Earth.
We know he drew 2 Scar for Scars as well, and that makes it a little bit uncomfortable. So that plus whatever else is possibly in hand means that he has to kind of puzzle out his next turn. You don't have the life deficit. Scar for a Scar is turned off in that respect, so you're going to have to like Snapdragon it, which doesn't feel great. Yeah, there's some weirdness in the hand that we draw, and this is possibly one of those times where we look at Briar and go, this is a downside to the spikes that the deck can provide and hitting 3 Sonatas in a row. This is maybe the opposite of that.
Yeah, one of the things I've learned is as much as you may like a hand, you'll always get another one. So sometimes you just got to toss it away. You got to just say, well, is it worth it? Let me work it, Then you just put your thing down. You might flip it, but you're never going to reverse it here because you can't necessarily just disrespect the drill shot and lose the value on your equipment. But at the same time, you could see him kind of saying, man, I protected my health total. I should be below this. You're Lexi. What were you doing? I need these Scar for Scars to mean something. And right now, they're just fat 2 blocks that do absolutely nothing. But he is taking the damage here. Maybe Nathan is saying, hey, maybe you got more than this. Maybe you're going to actually blow me out where one of these Scar for Scars matters. But that means that the next attack has to be 8 damage, and that is a tall order.
Well, or it could be Boltyn shot.
Oh, yeah. This might be something where Nathan says, okay, now we're talking. Yeah, feed me. Let's go. If you take me down to 25 and reload and fire, that means that my Scar for Scars can work. But it's such a weird thing to say to take the damage. It's not what he's thinking here. But Bramble Spark and the Scar for Scar.
He's going to respect. He's going to cover this up. He's using the last block on the Grasp of the Arknight along with a Scar for Scar plus Bramble Spark, like you said. Not Scar for a Scarf. That's a different card entirely.
Don't ruin it.
Scar for a Scar. Got to enunciate, my friend.
All right. Well, the Bloodrot Pox still hanging there, reminding him, going to deal 2 to you, buddy.
And see, this is that awkward point that we were just talking about. Like, now we have a Scar for a Scar that doesn't really have activation effects, and we're going to have to, like, Snapdragon Scalers. And look, I think Josh is chuckling about it. I think he realized that, like,
some of us love press.
Yeah, this is difficult. And I'm wondering with the
some of us love snaps, some of us love like lightning press.
Yeah,
maybe we're trying to figure out if he's got lightning press.
I'm wondering if at any point here there is a. You think that there's like if there's a there's a blue if there's a blue in hand, you can conceivably say create a rune chant, maybe swing, hold on to the Scar for Scar. But I think what Nathan is saying, hey, it's still 4 for free. It's still a break point. It still gets me closer to the end game here, so we might as well just send it. But again, Nathan caught a hand that it was poorly timed, unfortunately for him, and it seems like the theatrics of the first round 3 times Sonata
are definitely paying dividends in the rest of this matchup. These players are chuckling about the variance involved in the game. In a game that's often described as very low variance, we have had some insane games this weekend. And I'm absolutely here for it. Deciding whether or not you're going to actually cover any of this on Scar for Scar. Thinking strategically on Josh's side of things. If we have another 3 of a kind and do 3 3 of a kinds in a row, which would be bonkers, then we're probably okay committing cards, but we also just might want to cover this up and value block. If we're not going to make use of that card, value blocking makes some amount of sense. Going to take 1 point of damage off the reveal for Hornet Sting, and then we are going to snap this. Question is, do we have a non-attack, and then can we send Rosetta damage, or are we just going to send another 4? It could be like Entwine Lightning, or it could be just like any innocuous 4 attack to follow this up for 8 damage.
You got the Talisman.
You do have the Talisman to play that out, and then you can just go Talisman into the Rosetta Thorn as well.
That is a sigh emanating from a dude who is just not happy to see those cards in his hand.
I think maybe he's trying to get maximum value out of it. Yeah, he's going to play Talisman of Warfare. He's going to pitch the Lightning Surge, and he's going to send the Rosetta for 2 and 2. And look, I think Josh was like, yeah, that might have happened. But I think he wanted to try and get him on a turn where he loaded 2 arrows and has like really planning for a 6-card hand, and this is his play.
That's some fun discourse there. Yeah,
like, you have Oasis. If you have Oasis, then you're gonna cover me, and I'm gonna be a little sad right now. But otherwise, you're gonna be eating this one.
All right, well, Talisman of Warfare.
What's crazy about this is he was able to bait out a value block, quote unquote, on a previous attack. What was like super innocuous too. It's like, I have to Snapdragon Scalers this Scar for a Scar. It's like, all right, I'll value block that. I'll play my 3-card plus Arsenal hand, and then all of a sudden it's like Talisman of Warfare into Rosetta Thorn means you lose the Arsenal, and now you're taking even more damage on the backswing.
Points at it, says, yeah. What are you going to do, bucko?
And that card goes away. That's a good card too, Searing Shot, a very, very valuable card in general as a 0-cost chain ender.
It's getting closer. Poking away again. The fact that the Talisman was able to complete this, just crush it if necessary. The 3 cards he's just shown in front saying, oh, well, yeah, this was 4 at one point.
It's going to take the damage here on the Bloodrot Pox. Don't forget about the Bloodrot Pox trigger. And then it's going to be the old pass on over to Josh's turn with the 3-card hand. Let's see if he has anything else that he wants to kind of trigger. I'm not sure what they're waiting on as far as stoppages. Maybe a judge is coming over to, I don't know, just look at Talisman of Warfare and go, wait, this is a card? Is this in Flesh and Blood?
What the hell is Everfest?
Just trinkets? This was a thing?
It was. It actually was.
Carnival slots and things like that. There's the points. There we go.
What was your preview card for Everfest?
It was blood on her hand.
Oh, you got a brilliant card. I got it was an item. It was the something of oblation. I forgot what it was. You could tell how clearly amulet of oblation. Yeah, you can clearly tell how impactful that card was.
Now talk about a 3-card hand. This is a fantastic one. You've got the premeditate into the Codex of Frailty, and this is going to force a card out of Nathan's hand. And he's like, every time I think I just get a little ahead, and you just go and
like, are you kidding me?
You go and do a Lexi thing. Why are you doing this? You're grabbing your attack, you're putting it down there. Now I gotta drop something dumb into my arsenal and discard a card, and this is the worst.
But again, you're not dead yet, buddy. I mean, I think that Nathan Crawford has probably faced his fair share of Lexis. It's just annoying, again, that you catch a bad hand after such a rocket start, and ultimately you do pull off the cool play with the talisman, and you're rewarded with 3-card, just bomb of a response.
He's looking at this going like, I mean, what do I put in the arsenal? Maybe I'll just chuck this lightning surge. I mean, it's going to come in for 3, but like, I guess that's the one. I think this is what he's also talking about. Like, why am I still at higher life total than you? I can't take advantage of freaking Scar for a Scar. For 3 guaranteed go again, I got to play this lightning surge instead. It's basically Scar.
But he's got to dunk a card from his hand back into the graveyard, right? So he's going to figure out what that card is. It looks like he's decided on Snatch. It's a tough one to give up, but he might be saying, well, I don't know if I'll have. Maybe he's got another one in hand. We'll see.
At this point, with Boots gone, and you've already used them, then Snatch basically just becomes a chain ender unless you can create an embodiment of lightning. And I don't know. We're getting to that mid to the end game, and you may not have the capability of holding a hand to go 2 non-attacks and just a Snatch for maybe a draw card go again.
Momentum in this game, and I'm not talking about this specific game. I'm talking about Flesh and Blood in general. Was such an important aspect to take a grip of and try not to relinquish. And Briar can have a stranglehold on it until it just slips through the fingers and it is lost to the ether as Nathan finds out how quickly things can change.
He's taking the damage. Oh, look at this. And they're at life parity, and you got to take that remorseless stuff. And he was thinking to himself, now that we're even, if I just play one thing, I'm at the life deficit. Where's that Scar now?
You're not wrong. If you go down to now they're at parity and Remorseless is online. You drop a Scar for a Scar, you take 1 damage, Scar for a Scar, kablamo, go again.
Exactly right. Gonna draw up and pass playing a 5-card hand next turn, but gonna play out this mysterious lightning surge from Arsenal. Who would have thought?
I would have thought.
It was okay. Well, then you've
it's
been
it's a 50-50 chance.
It's a 50-50. It's either there or it's not. That's the math of it. Just like everything. Everything in life is a 50-50.
Well, Lightning Surge from the Arsenal grants go again to the card. It is a 4 attack. Lightning card. Nathan staring his opponent down. Like he's playing good cop and bad cop here.
He's asking these questions of Josh, trying to suss out the thought process behind something. I guess New Horizon was mentioned. He's trying to. Oh, look at these two. Look at this.
And then, I said it, it was even worse. It was even worse.
I want to sit next to them both doing this.
I know.
This is incredible.
I think that we should just stand over them like those Muppets, Stadler and Waldorf.
Let's pick up the setup and let's go on over there. Just get close. Just commentate over their shoulders.
Yeah, just looking over. I'll look over Nathan. You look over Josh, and we'll just say.
It looks like he's got another Talisman of Warfare in his hand, and so therefore.
Well, what does he have? Let's take a look at Nathan's hand. Oh, God dang it, Nathan.
You son of a gun. He's got a this round's on me, a Talisman of Warfare, and then a 3rd mystery card. But this does have to go again. It is dealing 3 damage. CMH could be the last card in hand if it is. The E is being represented.
So the reason why this is 3, and the reason why that is an enormous 3, the 3 that's on the board actually came from the giant 3 that was on the that we just saw there, but it's a 3 because it came from Arsenal, and Frailty will make it okay. All right.
The kaiju of dice comes to destroy the Japanese city. We were eating Japanese candies earlier, and now it's just bled on over into the game here as the die that just Who thought that was what we needed? That size die. Is that necessary? Do you think that die is necessary?
Well, the one that we actually wanted couldn't fit through the door, so that's what we relied on. That's what we ended up on.
I just need someone out there in the world to like make a YouTube video where they bring in an giant inflatable die.
So, not joking, for Pro Tour Lil, I did my absolute best to bring a giant inflatable die because I was going to present it to Matt Folks.
This is why we're friends. This is why we are thinking on the same wavelength. We need that in our lives. And looking at this, thinking about how he wants to play out the rest of this turn, and he's going to show it again.
All right, let's blow up those arsenals, baby. It's a 3 go again. Now, this is still a pretty decent play. And look, all things considered, despite the fact that Nathan has really been fighting himself more than he has been fighting Josh, in this case, he has actually cobbled together a fairly significant turn here. Going to blow up the arsenal. A rune chant alongside the arcane damage from Rosetta Thorn means that the Talisman of Warfare is going to go ahead and just eviscerate that arsenal. Now, Josh still has 4 cards, so...
Wow, what a great one, too. Is that a red infecting shot? He gets the value off of that, and is still looking at a 4-card hand. Talisman of Warfare says goodbye. Rune Chant's already resolved, and we're sending the Rosetta for 2 and 2. And the 2 already leaked through, so now we're on the 2 physical. Oh, scratch, that's 2 and 1. You're correct. They both catch it at the end of it all, but now down to a 4-card hand and 12 life.
Josh strategically shutting off that scar for a scar value the whole way through, by choice or not.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of when Briar and like Cheerios Briar was really popular. When you got down to those low life totals, it's like you have the skull cap on, right? Okay, well, I'm going to take all your damage. I'm at 1. Time to die is what you ended up saying.
It was the worst. I mean, it was actually in your it was better to be at 1 than it was to be at 2, for sure, in that matchup here. Nathan using the Jedi mind trick now, trying his best to recover here. But that was a pretty good turn. The problem is that Lexi with a 4-card hand can do some devastating maneuvers here, as we're going to start with the first activation of Voltaire, loading up an Endless Arrow. 4 go again.
Yep, 4 go again. This threatens, of course, the recursion effect of it going back into the hand. And Josh, at this point, you could see he is chuckling, and Nathan just livid that he's using the massive wad of dice there, covering up all the art that we want to see.
They weigh nothing, too. They're made of like clouds and dreams, frankly. There's really nothing to them, but they are absolutely enormous. Oh, I like how...
This is 40 chess is what's going on the table right now.
I don't know if Nathan's trying to convince Josh of what he should be doing.
This indicates you're trying to rain razor this. This seems like some Sam Dando level, like trying to predict what's coming down next.
Oh, Nathan!
Josh is like, prove it.
Prove it. Well, there's the proof in the pudding. Is the rain raisins is going to go ahead and make this pudding a little extra juicy. As we're going to get on top. The Endless Arrow is going to bounce back down. Second activation of Voltaire fires off the second arrow. And this one also for +1, meaning it's a 7 attack arrow when in conjunction with the Rain Razors.
Mm-hmm.
Nasty, nasty business. Now, Nathan, if you take this, your Scar for Scars looks so good.
He's holding on to a 3-card hand. He's already committed one of his 3 blocks that was actually turned into a 4-block card, which did cover that up until the Rain Raisins came down. And trying to recurse this back into the arsenal so that he can play another 5-card hand next turn. But Nathan being a life lead here, and I think holding his CMH in hand perhaps, probably trying to find a way to set that up. But the hands have just not lined up as far as having an Earth card plus channel Mount Heroic. So sort of teetering back and forth as to how he wants to play this out. It's going to be in these low life totals where he's going to really try to just jam down the arcane damage and really kind of close the game out that way. Your opponent's giving you the out, giving you the option to play for arcane damage as a finisher. So do you just commit to trying to get Rosetta online every single turn from here? And if you do, how can you play your 3-card plus arsenal hand best to do that?
Still thinking about what to block with, if anything, here. Again, the on-hit being card comes back to hand. How many Talisman of Warfare are you running, Nathan? What do you have up your sleeve?
He's going to commit a 2-card block, one of those being Bramble Spark, the other one being Channel Mount Heroics. This blocks hugely here because that Channel Mount's getting buffed and the Bramble Spark's getting buffed. That covers everything up. 7 is covered completely. And we're going to play a 1-card Arsenal hand. Let's see what the 1 card is. Something like a 0 for 4 is oftentimes the best bet.
0 for 4, or the other option here is perhaps to pitch a blue, create a Rune Chant Swing, but he's going to go Swarming Gloomveil for 3. But if it hits, go again.
No.
Well, it creates an embodiment.
That is correct. Yeah, I guess that would function that way. But nevertheless, creating the embodiment is actually a really big ticket item no matter what, simply because it allows Nathan to play more defensively when he draws into, stuff like Force of Nature or another CMH. At this point in the game, if he can stick a CMH on board, he's probably pushing to victory. But if he can't, at least if he draws it, he can use it as a 4 block almost.
Oh, they're worried about presses, and we know that Nathan plays them. We saw them in the previous couple of rounds earlier, and ultimately Josh saying, well, there's none here. In fact, there's not many cards here. I don't know what the hell's going on. It seems like we've been at this for quite a while here. Now, all things considered, Nathan, even though it has been a quite there's been so much friction to his turns. They haven't been as buttery smooth as he may have liked, but ultimately he has put in work as this is going to create an embodiment. The Go Again is now online. He does have another action, but does he have a follow-up? We're going to find out. He's looking at it.
Wait, was that an Arcanic Shockwave in the arsenal? Nope, it's just going to be a clear and pass. Drawing in to... Ooh, we got a Force of Nature. With that Embodiment of Earth, you can possibly just clear out a, a breakpoint attack, which is a great card to have in hand. You also have some powerful other cards. You've got Swarming Gloomveil in hand. You have an E-Strike in hand. Depending on what the arsenal is alongside of that, you might be able to do some big stuff. And see how we progress here. And Premeditate's a great card. Do we follow that up with Codex of Frailty again?
Oh, Nathan's just going to submit the cards to Josh's Onslaught here. And again, I want to say, Nathan has put in some good work here. Despite the fact that the turns have not been so crystal clear, he has brought Josh down to 9. He has converted on 31 damage. Pitching the blue Winter's Bite here, coming through with the Codex. You're spot on, but this one's a Codex of, is this the Inertia?
Mm-hmm. Codex of Inertia is going to pull the top card into the second arsenal slot. It's going to give you a Ponder as well. And it's going to give, more importantly, the Inertia token to Nathan. So this is essentially saying you're going to need to use all of your cards at your disposal because you're not getting an arsenal unless you've got your own tricks up your sleeve. And Premed pushing this all the way to 8 on hit, create a Blood Rot. On hit, create a Ponder. On hit, feel bad.
Said it before, it's like we're the same person.
Go on. Anything else?
No, that was it.
All right.
That's all the on
That's still a lot. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. 8 damage from this infecting shot is also going to come in with a Blood Rot Pox in tow if it does actually connect here.
If the other card in hand is a 3-block non-attack that's actually buffed up, then you can actually maybe consider covering this up with just 2 cards, but I don't think we saw that as the case. We shall see as this plays out. He's presenting with the audacity. Oh, he says all in his mind is what he says. Here, take a look at my graveyard. Help yourself. And Nathan says, I have it up here, friend.
It's incredible how high the stakes are for Nathan in this matchup and how he has actually weathered a storm of some bad draws and some very significant offense from Josh, but both players seem to be super jovial and happy about it to a degree. I love that. I love how players can still have a good time while the stakes are relatively high here for both players. Again, this is the top 8, the quarterfinals of the PTI here in Atlanta, presented by MinMaxGames, as well as Magnolia and Savage Feats. So Flake alongside DM Armada bringing you all the action. And we even have Ethan Van Sant just chilling over there, making sure that everything is going smoothly, which it has. It has been an incredible production through and through. I'm super happy to be here with everybody. And see, they agree. They agree. They're having a good time. They know they're happy that I'm here too. Thank you so much, Nathan and Josh.
That makes one of us. We are so. You're welcome. We are.
Do you have a plane to catch?
It has been a fantastic, just entire event. These have been just great games that we've gotten to watch. We've seen some crazy things.
I'm gonna throw you somewhere.
And it has been a fun time had by all. No, you don't have to throw me anywhere.
I don't have to.
No, you don't have to. You just want to.
Free will, baby. All right.
All right.
Nathan's still agonizing over this block here. It's 8. It's a tough one to cover up, but ultimately, if you've got 2 non-attacks that block with 3, well, you do have the embodiment of Earth to help you out. But is he worried about a Rain Razors?
Well, I think at this point, though, because you haven't made that snap block, I think he's just going to, yeah, exactly. He's just going to take this. Going to pass over the Blood Rot, going to get the double ponder effect. This does have the go again effect as well. Got the one. Oh, my God. Off the top of the deck, you get a Remorseless. You had the one resource. You were set up, loaded for bear. And you nail the Remorseless. Now, this creates huge problems because, one, it puts casual lethal on the stack with the Blood Rot Pox over there. It also, if it connects, put casual lethal on the stack because if you play 2 things, you die. And he really wanted to just get out of this with a no-hand block, but oh my God.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that you absolutely do not want to see, especially for Briar, and especially for a Briar player protecting their hand to potentially close out the game. You just swallowed all that damage, and now you're going to face off against a Remorseless that, let's be real, is not exactly a strong attack on its own. It's what the implication is if it does hit, all of your actions are going to tax you. All your attack actions are going to tax you by 1 life point. And if Nathan was hoping to chain together 2 or 3, well, that might just be enough to take him all the way down and die. Unfortunately, he cannot just absorb this. So he's going to reevaluate his position here, block this out, and maybe turn a winning play into a get closer play. And the worst thing here is that 2 ponder tokens await Josh, meaning that this isn't even a silver lining of, well, you know what, I'm alive, I'm going to send some damage, and you have no arsenal. No. Josh is not only going to have an arsenal, he'll have a choice of what goes in there.
Yeah, this is going to be a 5-card hand guaranteed for Josh. And Josh was listening to him say, yeah, that's the line you were going to take. That's a great line, having E-Strike and this. And he's like, but unfortunately for you, you have to deal with this onboard lethal. But keeping the E-Strike in hand, along with the other card, E-Strike bottoming a card is a possibility. See E-Strike bottom, and do we just push the 7 across and take the 2 Blood Rot?
We shall see. He's opting in this case for the mode being Mystery Meat. We don't know. It's definitely not draw a card. I can tell you that much. I am certain. Again, 50-50. And a true 50-50 of what this is. My suspicion is that it's the +2. We don't know what's in the arsenal, I don't believe. It's the CMH, so this is definitely going to be the +2. So it's going to be Channel Man Heroic and Arsenal here. So this is going to be E-Strike mode +2. So this is 7 attack. Doesn't quite get you there. There is certainly a world where Josh disrespects this. But if Josh disrespects this, he'll have Nathan at 5. He will have to convert. If Nathan finds an avenue to create 2 arcane damage from the Rosetta Thorn, it is lights out. And that can be just devastating. Both players still just happy to be here, and that's great. If they are nervous, well, they are not showing it.
I wonder if Josh is holding on to his 3rd copy of 3 of a kind, because if he is, then he might just be chuckling at the good fortune that he's had over the past 2 turns of being able to line this up correctly. If he's holding on to that, then this is an easy 2-card block, or even, dare I say, a 3-card block. I dare to say.
Dare you?
Now take the Tunic resource, play the 3 of a kind, and you can play your brand new 4-card hand. Nevertheless, I think they're talking about the fact that if Nathan does manage to pull this off, he's 1 step closer to getting that LL point.
Oh, Josh takes the whole enchilada. Now, this puts him into range where if he cannot convert over here, Rosetta Thorn online will end the game. This is a risky gambit for Josh, but that means you've got confidence that you can convert here, or at least peel enough cards away from Nathan that it won't happen. So Nathan drawing up here.
Where did the Arsenal card end up going for Nathan? Ah, yes, the Inertia token was still on the board. After all was said and done, and we were looking at a possible, 1-turn lethal next turn for this Briar player. Got to remember, you got to cover this up. But Rain Razors over the top can be devastating on this turn. That's going to push that to 6. It's going to bring in the on-hit effect. We're going to fire on over the Infecting Shot. This is going to be with Go again. It looks like it's just a blue, so in this case, it's coming for 5.
Now, this is nasty because at the end of the day, This is an infecting shot. You cannot let this hit, but you don't have many cards left in hand to actually block this out. Nathan had an opportunity here to just maybe get out of this turn with holding a blue so that he can create a rune chant and swing, and that may have been good enough at least to survive an extra turn. But the fact that this turn was matched up with a Rain Razors, Nathan kind of sees the writing on the wall.
Well,
Josh had it the whole way.
He's got a great blocking hand, though. He's got, is it 2 Anthem of Springs that generates 1,000 Embodiment of Earth tokens? It is. No, it's 1 Anthem of Spring alongside with the Unity trigger. This is going to give you another Embodiment of Earth. This is going to cover this attack up completely. And his final card is a non-attack action card as well, which actually, on this turn, allows him to block enough here because this blocks for 5 and lets him go down to 1. It's the only card he could have possibly had in this exact sequence to live. The dreaded 4 non-attack action card hand saves his absolute bacon thanks to the brand new card that almost didn't get seen because Briar almost LL'd.
Well, all right, let's take a look at Josh's hand real quick over here as he's pitching the Winters by what is coming up. It looks like, is there another? No, there's no Razors, I don't think, but this is a Remorseless. This is such backbreaking card. Again, there's nothing you can do. We're going to.
Oh, no, and he just and that just does it. Oh, both these players having a fantastic time, and Nathan wanted to take it all the way. He mentioned it earlier. He felt bittersweet about the possibility, but you know what? I guess the sweet part of this is that he gets to play it at least one more time from this point forward.
Yeah, no Briar LL right now, and many hearts are broken. Silver lining is Nathan gets to continue to compete with his favorite hero. Unfortunately, he will not be the one bringing Briar to the Living Legend status today. He might be bringing it to a future event, but ultimately at this moment right now, hey, you can see everybody.
There they are.
Yeah, there's Josh. Well, that's right. There's Josh. And there's Judge. All right, cool. So it is quarterfinals are wrapping up. We still have some matches, I believe, that need to be completed. Frankly, Brodie Spurlock's playing, so who knows? We might be here till tomorrow. But we do have some great matches. Lots of Lexis still in the field. We saw one just punch through. But the top of the bracket has a Levia that we need a resolution on, and they are playing against an Icelander. And we just got word from Space.
This is just from Ethan. He's right there.
Within like this confines of time.
Yeah, there's space within.
Sure.
The space between us and never mind.
Icelander won that matchup. So I believe it was Daniel Rutkowski.
That's correct.
Defeated Stephen Powell, who this is his first ever non-armory event. Managed to actually make it to the top 8 in spectacular fashion on Levia, losing to Daniel Rutkowski.
So that means that we have one Icelander.
Daniel Rutkowski. There we go.
We have one Icelander. And we have all Lexis.
Hold on a second. Do a good photo, okay? Don't be boring.
Take a really fun
Can you do a good photo? You're on stream.
We're all watching.
Come on.
Make a happy photo.
There we go.
You got Coke's a commotion. Come take a photo over here now.
Come take the photo with the booth. Let's go.
All right, there it is.
Everybody line up behind us.
Wait, no, they're actually taking the real photo. Oh, go, don't miss it.
That's Stephen Powell. That's the dude who was rocking with Levia, who was crushing it there. So there's the photo that they're doing here.
This is why you tune into this, because you're getting the full behind-the-scenes features.
It is. They're doing the photo like it's a Little League baseball team. Good for you guys. Take a knee. Have a juice box. You got this.
Orange slices.
No. Look at Michael Fang at least. Move your head, Flake.
Oh, and so
Michael Fang.
Michael Fang.
There you go.
Yeah, Michael Fang does a different pose, I think, every single time, which frankly is kind of hilarious. If you can top 8 this frequently and have like an array of different poses that you can dig into.
Why are you moving that back? We were enjoying the behind-the-scenes extras. All right, DVD's over.
All right.
Well, there it is. We're back.
I guess they're all done, I suppose. I think the top 8 is all completed, if I'm not mistaken.
At this point, I mean, they wouldn't.
Just pull them out.
Hey, we're gonna go take this picture. I know you're calculating your ratios and all that.
All right, here's an update real quick. On the other side of the bracket, Will Bradshaw beat Michael Fang in the Lexi mirror, and Matt W got revenge over Brodie.
Ooh.
Wow.
And once again, this was not caught on stream. Matt W is completely his stream record, as we just saw, continues to escalate into 0-10 or whatever he's at now.
Yeah.
But off camera, he can beat Brodie. But off camera, it's a breeze.
Well, that's it. Now, off camera, you're succeeding, and then on camera, you morph into Brendan Patrick. These things happen. It's all good. We are going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come back with the semifinals of the PTI event. Hope you like Lexi. We'll see you in a bit.
welcome back to the PTI event here in Atlanta. We are moving on to the semifinals. Michael and I both just played in the quarterfinals. We're both on Lexi today, but unfortunately, we both lost our respective games. Michael, how'd your game go?
Okay, well, I had an IP penalty. I registered shock tremors instead of null rune gloves today, and I didn't take the null rune gloves out, and it was appropriate. And I had a very close game with Will Bradshaw and Alexi Mir. This is deja vu, but same thing from yesterday. We both got to do like things. He did play an extra 3 of a kind, which maybe that's the difference maker. But it was a close game. I have no complaints. I played my best. I actually feel like I played that as perfect as it could have been.
That's good. And you just couldn't quite get there because of the IP, but that's life.
Yeah, the IP was just close enough. Like I got Will down to like 1 or 2 or 3. I can't remember.
Gotcha.
He had to block him in the horizon too. So.
Oh wow, yeah, that is close.
Yeah.
It's actually funny. Both of our top 8 games were against the player we played in the last round of Swiss.
Yeah, that was so weird.
And then, so I played against Matt W. actually on stream in round 7, and I kind of had a really hot draw and ran away with that game.
Yep. I saw the live totals, 18-0.
Yeah, and in that game, he got to choose first, second. In the top 8 game, because I beat him, I got to choose first, second, but it was the total inverse. He, like, ran away with the game and stomped me.
You chose for him to go second, or you went second?
Yeah.
He just ran away with the game?
Yeah, he just totally crushed me, knocked me out of the running. So, but it was a fun game, though. It was good to get to play him again.
Yeah. We made top 8. Woo!
Woo, we did it.
And we get the opportunity and the joy of being able to cast and commentate with you guys. So,
yeah, I'm excited.
That's a win.
It's definitely a nice, like, we don't get to be playing the semifinals, but we get to be here doing this.
Yeah.
I think the match we are bringing to you guys next is Daniel Rutkowski on Icelander, also made the top 8 yesterday, versus Joshua Kihi on Lexi.
Yeah, this is quickly become what this weekend is all about, I feel.
It's definitely the matchup of the weekend, yeah.
The 2 ice heroes against each other, and the ice heroes that are just kind of doing and performing better than all the other heroes. That's honestly how it feels. I know we just had Briar on stream, Nathan Crawford. He said he did make that game close, but ultimately, the ice hero prevailed. Daniel also beat the Levia, Steven, and so now we have an all ice, a 4 ice hero top 4, which is very similar to yesterday, and also triple Lexi. So
yeah,
that's what this weekend's about. Not sure if we can call it the breakout of Lexi.
She's been around for a while, but it's kind of like the resurfacing of Lexi for the Dusk Till Dawn format.
Exactly. Resurfacing feels so accurate because every single tier list had her originally just like at the top by herself, and then with these like back-to-back wins by Icelander kind of earned her spot back in that S tier with Lexi, and well, we're seeing that play out. And I think a lot of people that are making tier lists, this is something interesting to see, and I wonder how it's going to shake out nationals next week and the weeks coming, because we do have a lot of nationals upcoming. So
yesterday we saw Lexi reclaim her title and go all the way up to first place. But today there is one Icelander in this top 4 of 3 Lexis. So maybe Daniel Rutkowski can take it all the way, take home the 5th win for Icelander this season. To recap the metagame for anyone not familiar, we have basically had 2 Battle Hardens and then the Brawl, all won by Icelander.
Yep.
And then also the Calling Birmingham won by Icelander. And then in addition to that, we had a PTI event won by Dromai, a PTI event won by Dash, and then finally the Battle Hardened yesterday won by Lexi.
Yeah.
So it's like 1 Lexi, 1 Dash, 1 Dromai, and then 4 total wins for Icelander. So she's definitely been kind of proving herself as the current top dog of the Dusk Till Dawn format.
Definitely accrued the most number of prestigious wins post Dusk Till Dawn, post the Bullseye Bracers ban, and she's definitely a force to be reckoned with. I think every single possible top 8 has had an Icelander, except for maybe that PTI tournament with the one that Dromai ended up winning.
Yeah, maybe that one or maybe the one with Dash. One of the 2 might not have. But in general, 1 or more Icelanders making every top 8.
Yep.
I think we're going to jump into the match. We have the players getting set up. Let's do it. So on the left, we have Daniel Rutkowski here. U.S. Nationals finalist from last year, as well as making the top 4 of Worlds.
Yep.
Showing up strong this weekend on Icelander, a hero we have seen him, I guess, draft at Worlds and also play in Blitz there, but never played this hero in CC before at a major tournament.
Yeah. This, Daniel's not known as an Icelander player. In fact, he's usually been across the table from an Icelander opponent. But he's definitely picked up the hero. He's had a lot of narrow games. He did mention, kind of just passingly, that he's had a lot of close games where he starts this cycle of being down like 15 plus life, saying, I need to have a Channel Lake Frigid, and I need to Ice Vein you a couple times. And boom, he plays a Channel Lake Frigid, Ice Veins once, Ice Veins again, keeping the Channel Lake Frigid. And I've seen that happen twice already.
Yeah.
And so he's had a kind of a, I want to say a hot run, but it's an ice hero, so maybe a cold run? I don't know.
Cold run indeed. Yeah, Icelander, one of the heroes that can close those life total gaps the best. So Daniel is the higher seed here. He was the first seed. I think maybe he was undefeated in Swiss.
Yep.
And so he has chosen to put Josh going first. We heard he is actually 6-1, but he won.
He did concede the last round.
Gotcha.
Playing to Nathan Crawford.
Yeah, he started off 6-0, so top of the bracket there. Josh is starting off with a Voltaire activation, choosing to give a red sedation shot go again. This is a tech arrow we've seen some Lexis starting to play. Basically, I think it's primarily for this Icelander matchup.
Yeah.
As Icelander's getting more and more popular, you want to have ways to threaten inertia, because obviously one of the most powerful parts of Icelander's hero ability is just being able to give you a frostbite on your turn, play a blue from Arsenal, disrupt you, and if you give Icelander inertia, she can no longer Arsenal.
Yeah, it's interesting. I played against Matt McInnes, who's also on Team Magnolia with Josh Keehee, and he played Sedation Shot into me in the mirror as well. And it was relatively effective that turn as well, because often in the Lexi mirror, you're also trying to Arsenal, and your Arsenal is just like this revolving door, where you're constantly like, sometimes playing a 1-card hand, just shooting your Arsenal. And it was actually impactful. It made me want to block it, so.
I like the description of the revolving door for Lexi's Arsenal.
I mean, that's what it feels like, right? Like you play it, you flip one, and you play another one, you set 2 of them, and it's just this constant, really cool interplay with your Arsenal.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty accurate way to describe it. Looking at Josh's equipment here, we've seen actually quite a few different loadouts from Lexis. In this case, he has the Trench plus another AB for AB2. Some Lexis are playing the Null Rune Boots to take that up to AB3. Some are playing just Trench or even no AB. And then the most interesting one for me has been the Shock Charmers that we saw yesterday in the top 4. And you and I both tried that in our list today after seeing that Lexi player. And so it's kind of cool that there are so many options.
Daniel has a really, really interesting choice here. He has 2 very, very good cards to play on this turn. Either the Findle's Fighting Spirit or the Insidious Chill. Both would be just amazingly good plays here on turn 0, or turn 1, rather.
Interesting. He also has a Channel Lake Frigid hiding in the back of the hand.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of decisions to make. The most quote-unquote efficient play would be to play the Chill and pitch the Channel away to Waning Moon for 2. But we'll have to see how much Daniel values hanging on to the Channel Lake Frigid, and if he's going to quote-unquote IP himself to keep it in hand.
Looks like he's going for the Findle's Fighting Spirit, and likely maybe going to Arsenal the Channel.
Arsenal the Channel, or perhaps he might even opt to Arsenal the Insidious Chill and try to get Channel in play on the next turn. The logic here is basically that your Channel costs 2, you pitch a blue for it, and so if you can Channel when your Tunic's on 3, you can make the efficient play of take Tunic, spend the 2 to Waning Moon.
And it's really good timing, because his Tunic will be on 2 next turn. Because he would be looking to Arsenal the Channel next turn, right?
Yeah, and if he wanted to try to play it with the Tunic on 3, he would have to wait 1 extra turn. It looks like he went ahead and just Arsenaled right away. Wants to have access to the most disruptive card in his deck. There's another red Sedation Shot from Josh, flipping it up with the Lexi ability. Basically, the way Lexi works is it is an action. You have to show the card as an additional cost, and then the Icelander opponent gets a chance to respond, and then if they say no response, or basically whatever they do, once it resolves, if it's an ice card, gives your opponent a frostbite. If it's a lightning card, your next attack gets go again. And if it's just a generic ranger arrow like this, it basically just creates that second arsenal zone with New Horizon, because you now have a face-up arsenal to be able to shoot arrows out of. It's the revolving door you were just talking about.
Yeah. I think it's kind of interesting. Daniel did opt to put the Channel Lake Frigid in his arsenal after Josh decided to block with 2 cards. Typically, I want to Channel Lake Frigid my opponent when they have 4 cards in hand, card in arsenal, and they have to first activate Lexi. This is kind of like an interesting decision, because it also puts a 2 block in your hand, the Insidious Chill.
Yeah. The idea here being basically that, like, Channel Lake Frigid says every game action your opponent takes costs an additional 1. So to get the maximum juice out of that card, you basically want them to have as many cards in their hand as possible, rather than being able to use those to efficiently block, because now that's 2 more cards that are each hopefully taxed by the lake.
Yep. But I think this is not too bad either. same logic also applies to the fact that if you don't want your opponent to do much, and they have 2 cards in hand, Channel Lake might stop their turn. So,
and here Josh is just going to likely pitch a blue. Yep, just shooting that sedation shot for 5. He doesn't have the resources to Voltaire anymore with the channel in play. Going to set up an arsenal, and we'll see what Dan wants to do here. His hand is all 2 blocks. Like you mentioned, keeping the chill around means he cannot cleanly block 5 on this with 2 cards.
I think here we really are seeing the power of sedation shot. If this was infecting shot, if this was withering shot, like it would not force Daniel to block 2. Daniel does have an interesting decision here. He could block 2 or Waning Moon for 2.
Right.
So
valuing keeping his life total high. I think that makes sense in this situation since you're about to develop an Insidious chill.
And keep a Channel Lake around.
Right. You want to be able to tick the chill 3 times, and once you have that chill in play, you basically want to, your bias becomes defend over attack.
Yep.
Because you want to give yourself more turns to try to draw into Aether Ice Veins to be able to trigger it.
Yeah. I think that all this play so far is relatively tight. And I think he's actually in a really good spot here. With Channel Lake Frigid going to 1. He doesn't have an arsenal, but that is okay. Josh has to deal with this Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, he's only taken 2 damage this game and has managed to develop multiple permanents. I'm not sure, or actually, I think maybe he's taken 5 and life totals aren't updated, but, or maybe just 3. I actually don't remember what happened the turn before, but I believe he took 3 from the sedation shot, right?
Yep.
Oh, it's because he gained a life with Fiendals, so has taken 3 damage and gained a life.
Makes sense. Yeah, Josh has a lot of actions that he's going to want to do. This kind of reminds me of how Chain felt. I don't know if you remember Chain, like making a shackle cost a resource, doing this cost a resource, Rosetta was going to cost 2. Just a lot of taxing effects and a lot of actions that you, like individual actions you take.
Yeah.
All get taxed by the Channel Lake Frigid.
Absolutely. Josh is flipping up a red infecting here. Because the Lexi ability, it is an action. It's something you have to do. It is also taxed by the lake. So, and here's a 3 of a kind. It costs 2, but hopefully it can draw him into a couple resource cards so he can have a somewhat normal turn even through the Channel Lake effect.
Yeah, he's really looking for like maybe 2 blues here to help him shoot 3 arrows. But if he's able to shoot 3 arrows here, I think that would be really, really bad for Daniel. This Channel Lake Frigid was supposed to make Josh just maybe shoot 1 arrow.
Looking on Dan's side, he has, I think, 2 Ice Eternals in his hand, as well as a Red Fiendals and a Blue Emeritus Scolding. So one option that is technically open to him is arsenaling an Ice Eternal to proc the chill. I doubt we'll see him do that this early in the game, but it's something much later on if you're having a hard time triggering your chill that you can kind of go for as a last ditch.
Yep.
So it's not unlikely that he might want to set that Blue Emeritus in Arsenal since his Tunic's going to be going to 3. And like we were talking about, that's a really nice little mini Wombo combo with Waning Moon.
Yeah, and he definitely misses the fact that he could have had a cold snap in there. That's for sure. And that sedation shot, just I think it's hard to understate how much it's impacting this game.
Yeah.
But there's a world where he just blocks with that Emeritus as well. It's not exactly what he's wanting to do. Trading damage like that may not be the best strategy.
Yeah, since you have the chill in play, you want to just block as much as possible.
Yeah.
Preserve your life total. Oh, and it looks like Josh has lots of reds here. He's just going to give +1 to this arrow, come in for 6, and hopefully get a double arsenal there with a relevant card. But even if it's another arrow, he can use his Snapdragon Scalers to fire both, or he can just always ship it away to gain a resource off Trench.
This is huge for Daniel, and it's an arrow that not too relevant here. Remorseless is just going to tax his Findle's Fighting Spirit by 1.
So gain a life, lose a life. It's all the same at the end of the day.
And Daniel is taking advantage of this, that play that you mentioned, being able to arsenal at Emeritus Scolding, which of course is an efficient play.
Yeah, so kind of looking into Dan's mind here, he has the option to just block 6, like you were talking about, and preserve his life total because of chill, and doing so would also stop the 1 from Remorseless.
Yeah.
But so it's kind of a balance from the Icelander side. You want to continue chipping your opponent down in order to like eventually be able to hit them with a Strider's kill, and Dan wants to efficiently use his Tunic here, but especially with Insidious Chill in play, we might see him take a lot more defensive lines as the game goes on, just trying to find those Ice Veins.
Yeah. I think here there is this implied value of being able to arsenal as Icelander. So maybe he's not maybe excited to arsenal the Emeritus Scolding here, but it's still a card that causes Josh to have to think.
Yeah,
Josh
for
is gonna
sure.
have to, activate Lexi, flip, ask for permission to move on to the next step. So
Yeah, that's a great point. Josh, as Lexi, you don't have to, but often Lexis will warp their play a bit to try to play around Frostbites, which is very reasonable. So there is added value there, even though you're not actually going to give a Frostbite. Josh is blocking 6 here, taking 1 damage, so definitely protecting his own life total. It's possible that he's red screwed again. He's blocking with 2 red arrows. Hopefully not for him. I'm really curious to see what this card is in his arsenal that he hung on to from last turn. Going back to Josh's turn 4 here.
we don't have his list, but this could be anything. He still has Snaps, and he still has Trench. Ah.
That was another 3 of a kind. So that is definitely good for him. He only has 1 other card in hand, so he's going to hopefully be able to draw into a clean 3 arrow plus arsenal play. 3 of a kind, one of the strongest cards in the game.
We've so powerful.
Kind of one of the stories of this weekend, just like in the Lexi mirror, it's often who drew more 3 of a kinds.
It is true. It is true. It has dictated the pace of so many games. I did think that here it's especially punishing because the first one actually was pretty bad, I think. Josh was only able to shoot 1 arrow.
Yeah, with channel in play, you really wanted to draw some blues off that, and he drew 3 reds and a yellow.
Yeah, that's just not what you want to see.
But this turn, there's no lake in play. We're going to activate Voltaire, come in with an infecting shot for, I believe that's a red. Yep, 5 go again. No floating. So I think a best case scenario for Josh's 3-card hand here is 1 more blue, 1 more arrow he can fire with go again, and then just a nice arsenal to round out the turn.
Yep. It could be a yellow if it's a 1-cost arrow or a 0-cost arrow, but 1 more resource card, 1 more arrow, and being able to fire that infecting shot that's just chilling in his arsenal.
Let's zoom in on Dan's hand here, see if we can see what he's working with. He's kind of hiding it from us, but I think that card in the front might be a red Ice Vein, which is exactly what we need with Insidious Chill in play. Yep, that's a red Ice Vein, 2 ice cards, and the red Finals Fighting Spirit. Blocking with Fighting Spirit doesn't feel too bad because you get to gain the life. It is functionally a 3 block, not for purposes of blocking breakpoints, but you still get 3 value out of the card. I think Dan is weighing his options. If he wants to fire off the Emeritus Scolding and Tunic Moon, he's not going to have enough blues to play his Ice Vein this turn, fused. So if he wants to play it this turn, he would have to pitch one of those blues to Waning Moon. It's possible he wants to just opt for a block 5, stop the Blood Rot, gain a life, fire off the Emeritus, and arsenal Ice Vein and just hope it's safe for next turn.
Yeah, he's going to have to take a lot of damage if he wants to Ice Vein this turn.
And he's choosing to give all his armor here. So he wants to Ice Vein, but he does not want to take Blood Rot. This does make sense. You're basically getting +1 out of each of your 2 armor blocks, which is reasonable, but it is a little dangerous. Blocking with the Coronet Peak this early gives you less flexibility on all of your hands. And most notably, if you have another Channel Lake Frigid at any point in the game, it can make it a lot harder to play because by far the most common way to keep Channel is just pitch 1 card to peak.
Absolutely. This is a risky move. It's definitely a bit of a gamble. Daniel's basically weighing his Chilling Ice Vein kind of at the status that it's like, this will help me. Oh, well, this drill shot looks a lot worse now, for whatever that's worth.
That's true. Still threatening the Tunic, but the rest of the armor is gone. Dan just kind of insta takes it. He knows he needs to keep all these 3 cards. So a -1 goes on the Tunic, and we're going to end with that other infecting shot. Lots of potent on-hits from Josh this turn.
Yeah, this turn is kind of rough for Daniel. As you can see, Josh is ending with 1 resource. And so that, and the fact that Josh played a 3 of a kind, really disincentivized Daniel from playing his Emeritus Scolding.
Yeah, extra resources on the Lexi side are not what you want to see.
Yeah, it just makes Emeritus Scolding, which is already barely on rate with Tunic, 2 card 7, just a lot worse.
But here is the Aether Ice Vein. These Ice Veins are going to be the plays of the game. Hopefully for Daniel, he's able to play all 3 of them out. Josh has to think here. He has AB2, so he has a couple options. Since it is pretty telegraphed that a Waning Moon is coming at him this turn, he could choose to try to pitch 2 blues, AB a total of 4, and then pay 2 for the Ice Vein effect. It depends a lot on how many resources are in his hand. I'll be curious as this game goes on to continue looking at the Null Rune Gloves and the impact it has, and comparing it to AB1, AB3, and of course the Shock Charmers we saw yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential here for those that are aspiring to be Lexi players, you could trench here, double load your arrows, AB a little bit, and just try to make it so that the Insidious Chill trigger, or actually not the Insidious Chill trigger, sorry, the Ice Vein trigger just doesn't matter. There's a lot of ways to kind of like tussle around this from happening because of the power of Trench, the power of Voltaire being an instance, and you know, there's cool ways to navigate it. I'm always, these are the thinkers. When you're on the Lexi side, you get to, I don't know, just creatively kind of navigate this.
Definitely. Josh,
The double reds though.
yeah, it doesn't seem to have any resources, so just discarding to each of those tax effects, taking, I think, all 7 Arcane here, and going back to his turn with 2 cards plus an Arsenal. We know that Dan's Arsenal is the Emeritus Scolding. Josh has to kind of be wondering what it is. He maybe could still think it's a red card, because in this situation, it would make sense for Dan to have to play the way he did if he's just got another red attack hiding in there, or it could still be any disruptive blue. The Arsenal could basically be anything.
It's likely not a cold snap. That's if from me trying to be in Josh's perspective, because the cold snap would have been played likely when Josh activated Lexi. That's kind of the timing window often.
Yeah, and Dan can fish for another blue to hopefully still get to make his Ice Vein play.
Yeah,
if that's the case.
Yeah.
Here comes the Emeritus Scolding. Josh is activating Trench here to gain a resource, and Dan is just saying, we're going to fire off our damage in response.
Yep.
Don't know what you're up to, but want to get all 7 on the table. And it looks like Josh is taking it all the way down to, I think, 24.
I think that's showing what Josh thinks and feels about this matchup. He does not want it to go long. He wants to end the game. He's willing to trade life. He does have AB2, but he's not in the business of AB2ing.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. Like we keep talking about, Insidious Chill is such an impactful card, one of the strongest cards in Icelander, and doing everything you can to try to make it so that even one of those 3 ticks never happens is really where you want to be as Lexi. If you can make the game so fast that the Insidious Chill dies with 2 counters on it, that's incredible for you.
That's a huge win. Here we have Josh loading the Boltyn shot, giving it +1, and now it's coming in for 5 with Go Again.
Threatening the reload on hit if he does have another 0-cost arrow in hand. This could actually be irrelevant on hit. Dan, likely, depending on his hand, can't respect the reload here because it's mostly just gaining 1 action point, being able to play the arrow now instead of later. But it depends what he has. He might want to block 2 cards if he doesn't have a super clean 3-card play on his own turn. Or 1-card play, or 2-card play, rather.
Yeah, interestingly enough, he did block with E-Strike and a card for 5.
So that might mean that he has a really strong card in his hand he wants to hang on to. Oftentimes we'll see Icelanders opt for the E-Strike 5 draw play. Dan is running Brothers in Arms. I think we just saw one pitch, so that makes the 5 draw a little bit worse.
Yeah.
Every card you have like that you really don't want to put in your arsenal makes you a little less incentivized to make those plays, but I suspect his arsenal is a card that's so good that it's not worth it to him to take a blind draw off the top.
Well, he's not going ahead and just arsenaling, so... Oh, it looks like he passed priority, and Josh is opting to Trench while it's still Daniel's turn, and also load a Falcon Wing.
Interesting. I am curious what that last card in Josh's hand was. I don't think we ever saw it.
Yeah, we did not see it. It's kind of interesting. What Josh is doing here, for those that are kind of wondering why would you do this play, is by doing it this way, he's not giving Daniel the window to respond to him activating Lexi. And to me, that means he might have kind of a red heavy hand again.
Could be red heavy. It could also just be that the card in Arsenal was a blue arrow, maybe something expensive that just didn't make sense with his hand. So he wants to just switch it out.
I feel like it couldn't have, likely wasn't a blue because of the way he played around Ice Vein.
He did block with 2 reds, so it wouldn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Or discard 2 reds, rather.
I have a feeling it might have been a drill shot, is my guess.
And then if Boltyn shot hit, his plan was just to reload and shoot it out.
Yeah.
So pitching a blue here, he's going to activate Voltaire for the first time. Dan's just saying, send me the bill. We actually don't know what Dan's arsenal is right now, so working with the same information Josh has.
He does have Sync, Fate, Scar, and a Frosting.
It looks like his arsenal is...
Aether Hail.
Yeah, I think a blue Aether Hail. So only 1 blue in his hand, but it looks like he doesn't have that many cards that cost resources, which is nice.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. It's a Falcon Wing for 3, and he has 2 Sync, a Sync and a Fate.
Here's a prime target for one of those G-Reacts, though. Searing Shot coming in for 4 go again. Josh has 1 card left in the hand. And
you know, Daniel probably has to think about this. The last arrow is likely for 6. that's my expectation.
And even if he does want to block with one of these D-Reacts, which one do you cash in? Maybe the Fate first because your hand functions as is, and there's nothing in particular that you desperately want to sync here, so you just want to take a peek at the top and give yourself more information and options later.
For sure, for sure. It could be that there's a world where you sync away the Fate, actually, I think. If you're just trying to draw something more relevant.
That could definitely be an option. Looks like he's going for the Fate here, considering his opt. If Josh were to shoot a threatening 1-cost arrow for 6, Dan does have the option of blocking with either the Scar or the blue plus the D-React and still stopping the on-hit. He has a lot of modularity in this hand.
Yes. And it looks like Josh is probably announcing +1 because usually when he announces go again on his Boltyn, he puts the go again on. Yeah, so +1 here. Daniel does have another decision to make again. If he gives Frostbite to Josh and Josh is reloading a 1-cost, well, that would mean that Josh wouldn't be able to play 0. And Daniel will pretty much know immediately whether or not it's a 1-coster. If Josh pays for this, pays to AB, then, oh, he doesn't pay to AB. So, yeah, Josh kind of plays around the Frostbite really well here by functionally wanting to load a 1-cost here and planning out his turn that way.
Yep, so 5 damage coming in from Icelander. The Frostbite will resolve, and now Josh can load with Voltaire. There's a drill shot coming in for 5. Dan's hand now is just the Scar for a Scar and the Sink Below, so he does have the option to cash both of those cards in, but their drill shot doesn't actually have an on-hit anymore since the Tunic is taken, so very unlikely we will see a double block. It's possible he wants to cash in the Sink for 4. It's interesting. In this situation as Icelander, you basically have to think both of the cards in your hand are worth 4. You could immediately cash them both in, block 4 with the Sink, send 4 with the Scar, but then you have no arsenal, and your opponent can play with a lot more confidence. They don't have to be worried about what you might have. So this makes sense from Dan. He wants to hang on to the Sink Below, basically to stop an on-hit effect and to bluff other things being in his arsenal.
Right. He wants that to be worth 5, and by blocking there, it's only really worth 4. He really wants to block like an Endless Arrow or a Searing Shot and really get that 5 value or more.
And since Josh has no arsenal this turn, there's no fear of Lexi ability giving you a Frostbite and trapping the D-React or anything like that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So 4 coming in, technically does have go again because Daniel has less life. So theoretically, from Josh's side, you have to be thinking potential follow-up here could be Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yes, not when Josh doesn't have an arsenal.
That's true. The only way
also isn't as playable when Trench is around. Because Josh could just name War, trench away his thing, shoot 2 arrows, and call it a day.
Yeah, it seems unlikely that Dan would have played his hand the way he did if he has Warmongers. But if you have a 3 of a kind on Josh's side, it's always something like in the back of your mind. It's a possibility.
Sure. Yeah, if Josh blocks a card here and Daniel plays Warmongers, I think that could have a lot more effect because usually the only reason you would block here is because maybe you have an extra blue or you have 3 of a kind and you want to play it.
Yeah, so going down to 15. Kind of zooming out here, 13 to 15, the life totals are close. It's Josh's turn with a full hand. I think that if Daniel is able to cash in those 2 counters on Chill with some Ice Veins, he is actually quite ahead in this game. But if he's never able to do that, he could just die. Josh has the tempo right now. So I really think the game is going to come down to what can this Insidious Chill take from Josh. Can we take it 2 times? Find out soon. Drill shot coming in for 4 go again.
Also, how expensive, how much blood does Daniel have to pay to keep cards in hand to do those Ice Veins? That's also something worth considering.
Yeah, he's at 13. Ooh. Every Ice Vein is a 3-card play. And here is 1 in his hand, but he only has 1 blue card. He does have the Sink Below that we already know about, so it's possible he wants to sink away maybe the Scar, try to find another blue to get the Ice Vein out. Drill shot is coming in. Oh, it looks like he said no blocks, and Josh has a Rain Razors. This could be big. If Josh has like another arrow and a Codex, this could be a really impactful turn. I love that we have the -1 counter on the Storm Striders. Yeah. Blocks for -1.
I think that actually what's going on here is Josh only has 1 card left. He starts with a 4-card hand. He didn't have an arsenal.
Yes.
Scar, so he only has 1 card left.
Oh, it's the fine. It just goes like that. Yeah. So I'll have to use 2 of these.
If that card was a 1-coster, it might have been really bad for him if he ate a Frostbite. So this could have been a risk. Playing that Rain Razor. Oh, but of course, once again, it's a 0-coster. So he was Mad chillin', he would have been fine. This is actually for 7, I believe, right? Or is that a blue one?
I think it's a blue searing shot.
Okay,
So not the pressure Josh wants. I think Dan did draw into his blue, and he's just taking it all. I don't know whether he kept the E-Strike or the Scar. I'll be curious to see. Maybe based on the way he's playing, he kept the Scar, and he's going to go Scar into Ice Vein.
Yeah, that definitely could be an option. I don't know either. I don't think it would have been wrong on either side. Looks like he decided to keep the Scar.
So coming in for 4-go again, it's 5-15. Josh is going to lose 1 extra card because of this Insidious Chill that's going to proc, and then the Yellow Ice Vein as well will strip 1 from him. So I would say Dan is looking favored here, but Josh still has all of his equipment. He could definitely find an avenue to a win. First thing up on the menu for him to decide is, does he want to block on this physical attack? He has to imagine that Dan might have another one of these Ice Vein plays.
Yep.
Especially with a chill in play, the way he sunk and then no blocked. It's not unlikely.
Yep. Josh is actually in a very precarious position because of the way Stormstriders works. And you can tell he's taking time to pause. He took some of the earlier damage a little bit more freely.
One interesting note is that if Josh wants to, this would be an opportunity to block with his New Horizon for 2.
Yeah, just cash it in. Super Iron Rot.
Super Iron Rot, indeed. It would limit his flexibility for the rest of the game, but, you know, when you have an Arsenal and you block with New Horizon, it has a trigger that blows up your Arsenal. So if you do want to try to get 2 life out of that, you really want to do it when your Arsenal's empty, and it's possible that chance will never present itself again.
It is definitely possible it will never present itself again, but that's not a very efficient block. Oh, he does do it.
Giving up the trench as well. This is interesting. Because he has the Norman gloves, he feels a little bit safer giving up his second AB. He's pausing here. He's considering.
It was the pump fake.
Okay. I was like, well, okay. That's
No. Players are laughing, having a good time. Josh is considering. I think maybe he doesn't want to give up the second AB because that really can play a big role if you have your opponent low and you're just attacking with, like, say, 1-0 cost arrow and you have several cards left in hand. 2 AB is basically plus 2 life.
Yeah.
The second AB, you know, assuming your opponent's going to go damage spell from Arsenal, Stormstriders, damage spell from hand, being able to block 2 more damage could be the difference in the game.
There's definitely a world Josh could just not be able to have a turn after his next turn. Like, he might just die on at the beginning of his, or at the end of his turn, but at 15, it's like just outside of the kill zone.
Yeah, just outside, but the Yellow Ice Vein is about to come in.
Yep, and that represents 4 more damage, and that's when the kill zone does start occurring. I mean, there's different numbers for different kind of like situations, but usually the total max, like maybe 2 or 3 damage from your Arsenal, 3 damage from the Waning Moon, that's 6, 5 or 6 damage, and then maybe 3, 4, or 5 more from a Stormstrider spell. So usually, like, the rule of thumb is like 9, 10, 11. There's going to be a danger, a little bit of danger, a little bit of scariness for Josh.
Definitely. Playing against Icelander in these endgame situations, you really have to think about all the possibilities. How do I win this game? How do I continue to strip enough cards from their hand without leaving myself in a vulnerable position where they can just kill me in response? Classic Wizard dilemma. That's the reason Icelander starts down 4 life at 36.
Yep.
Tano starts at 30. They have this endgame reach, so it's supposed to be balanced out in their life total. As the opponent, you have to be constantly aware of that. It looks like Josh is just locking in the block for 2, taking 2 down to 13, and here comes the Ice Vein from Dan. Yellow Ice Vein pitching Frost Hex and fusing with a Polar Blast. So Josh does know the contents of Dan's arsenal for this turn cycle.
Yep.
That's nice for him. Lets him make kind of a more informed play. Let's try to see if we can zoom in on Josh's hand here and see what he's working with.
Definitely saw a Heat Seeker when he was fanning his cards earlier. This Ice Vein plus the chill trigger, we see a premeditate. Up, the Heat Seeker hits the grave from the Insidious Chill.
Now have to deal with the 4 Arcane and discard or pay additionally. I don't think Josh has more than 1 blue in his hand. I think I saw maybe a red Searing Shot, a Codex, and a blue.
I think it was premeditate. I definitely saw a premeditate.
Oh yeah, I did too.
I don't think he even has a blue, actually.
Yeah, maybe his hand is just... Okay, let's assuming that his hand is red Searing, red Premeditate, a Codex of Frailty. What are you thinking here is Josh? You're going to have to give up one of them to the Ice Vein hit trigger. A potential play is try to go for a Codex, but being able to... Icelander being able to give you a Frostbite off Polar Blast makes that really rough. It's possible he's just going to have to pitch the yellow and go for Searing Shot as his best line. It's not looking great.
Well, he could do that, and that would mean he would have to load the Searing Shot with the yellow, AB1, and then discard the premeditate.
Right.
There's also a world where he overpitches to the AB with that plays probably strictly better. He pitches the premeditate and the codex to AB2, and then he gets a float 1. He loads the Voltaire. On his turn, he just throws the Searing.
That's certainly an option for sure.
He would be at 11 at the start of this, and he knows that Daniel only has a Polar Blast in his arsenal, so that only represents 3 damage from the Waning Moon, plus whatever amount of damage that Stormstrider's spell would be, and even Red Emeritus would only be 6. So Josh is going to survive the turn. I think that's the takeaway that he should have, but he's not going to be in a good spot. He's not going to be able to pressure cards. He's going to be able to at least take 1 with that Red Searing, and I think that, honestly, now that we've talked about it, that might be his best play here.
Another option for Josh, something he has to consider is if Daniel's next hand does not have an Ice Vein, and Icelander sometimes can't use her 5-card hand well. We know Polar Blast is not a damage spell, it's a draw, and the most damage you can create is 3 off the Waning Moon. So it's possible Josh wants to opt for a play where he does a little bit of AB, discards or pays, and then just goes to his own turn and passes. Doesn't try to present a threat, just wants to draw into a bigger hand, get some blues, have a little more protection before he starts pressuring Dan's life total.
For sure. But it seems like all of the plays that we expect from Josh require him to AB this. I think the maximum amount that he can, which is 2.
I think so. The only play I can see where you don't AB is just take 4, discard premeditate, try to load Searing Shot on your turn. But in that case, you would actually die to something like Red Emeritus.
That wouldn't be possible. He has 3 cards left in his hand because he discarded the Heat Seeker. He has a yellow, 2 reds. So one of the plays that he could do is he could overpitch to the Insidious Chill. To the Ice Vein and float 1, pitching the premeditate and the codex, and then Voltairing the Searing Shot when the Ice Vein trigger applies. Does that make sense? Because he has a yellow and a red, so he could overpitch to the Ice Vein, pitching a yellow and a red.
It looks like he's taking 4 down to 9, just dropping the premeditate in the yard there, going back into his turn 7.
That made sense to me, Michael. That made sense. Thank you for explaining it. I got it.
Wait. Oh, this is what I meant is one of the options for Josh is he just discards premeditate and hangs on to the red and the yellow.
Yeah, but that's letting the Ice Vein trigger matter.
That is true.
Whereas if you pitch the premeditate and the codex, overpitch basically, and have 1 float, pitching AB2 to the Ice Vein, you could have 1 left, and then instant speed Voltaire the Searing Shot. And so on your turn, you just start the game with the Searing Shot face up, and you just chuck it at Daniel.
Yeah, so basically Josh is choosing to take 2 extra damage, not AB, in order to be able to give the Searing Shot +1 on his turn. Which,
yes,
exactly. Given that there's a chill in play, he's valuing dealing 1 over preventing 2. You can make an argument for that. It is really dangerous with his low life total. It's a careful balance. He's got to hope that Dan does not have an Ice Vein play in this hand.
Yeah, functionally what's going on here is Josh is paying 2 life to try to do 1 more damage. Because the original line would have been to just throw a Searing Shot, which by itself is already lethal and would have taken a card out of Daniel's hand. Or, as you were alluding to, maybe he just goes to his turn, he has a Searing Shot face up, and he just says pass, and prays that Daniel cannot use his hand functionally or effectively. Instead, here we have Josh going down to 6. He takes the full blast from the Waning Moon, which he kind of has to. By the way, he's committed to this. And he's saying to Daniel, give me a card.
Give me a card, indeed. 5 to 6 here. Life totals are close. Icelander does have the Stormstrider, so it's a rough time for Josh. He needs a lot of things to go right in the sense of Daniel's draws, but he does have AB2. He could draw a strong hand off the top and hopefully get Dan in a blocking pattern where he can pressure enough to leak lethal. But with a chill in play and Stormstrider still looming in the corner, it's looking like Icelander's game right now.
This is going to be a tough one. Josh did not really want to protect his life total in the last couple of turns. And it looks like Daniel has a Blizzard in his hand, I believe.
I do think he has a somewhat unfortunate hand here. Sink below to block 4, but his best play without sinking is just an Aether Hail for 2 and Waning Moon for 2 on his turn. Still presenting Arcane, threatening, to push Josh down to the inescapable lethal range, but no Ice Vein play. So this is kind of what Josh needed, like not a lot of gas from Dan. Maybe there's a window to claw back in here if Dan just blocks 2 cards. Yeah, he's going to go for the sink, though. This makes sense. Sink away the Blizzard. see what he draws. Worst case scenario, it's a random blue, and he has to go 2 and 2 with the hail.
It's an E-Strike.
There it is. That is a very clean 2-card attack for 7 and set damage. That's what you want to see as Icelander here. Just take cards from your opponent, and then if they want to pressure your life total on their turn, it's quite possible they give up too many resources and die.
That E-Strike is so clutch. That gives Daniel a clean play. He gets the Arsenal Aether Hail, which is very not embarrassing at this point in the stage of the game. And Josh is just presented with big questions here.
Coming in for 7, we saw Josh earlier opt not to block with the Trench. He has that option again. It is very dangerous because it's quite possible that at this point in the game, Trench represents 2 life using AB and only 1 blocking. But of course, the AB takes your resources, so it takes away from the offensive you can put on. Daniel's at 3, and as low as that is, it's kind of healthy given this situation. It's not 1. If he was at 1, then maybe you can, try to present 4 go-agains that are forcing 2 cards out of his hand.
Absolutely. This is... Daniel has navigated this game so well to be here. Last turn, he was literally debating between blocking of 2 cards and blocking of just a sync. And when you have that luxury, you know you're in a good spot. It's still a lot of thinking, but yeah, if you're Daniel, you have to be feeling good about this. And if you're Josh, this just feels like it's like you need a miracle to win.
Josh is taking his time here.
And I think the craziest thing about this game is Josh's life total is at 6 and Daniel's at 3, but Daniel's just like in such a more dominant position. And it's like one of those things where you have to understand how Stormstriders works and how instant speed works to understand how badly Josh feels right now.
Yeah, it's the classic Wizard gameplay in Flesh and Blood. The life totals do not tell the full story. Stormstriders is often worth a reach of minimum 5 or 6.
Yep, absolutely. Looked like Josh did block 8, by the way, on that E-Strike. He's realized that he cannot keep trading his life that aggressively. He's definitely deep in the danger zone.
I think we're on Josh's turn, and he's just passed back to Daniel here. Daniel, considering what he wants to do, his arsenal's a blue Aether Hail. If he wants to just fire it off, that presents 5 damage. If Josh has blue, he could AB 3 of it, go down to 4. Regardless of what Daniel wants to do, he's definitely still looking ahead. Interesting. So he's got his Tunic on 3. So it's possible he could pitch the yellow Ice Vein here. Yeah, I think maybe that's what he's going to go for. He wants to be able to...
His hand is red Ice Vein, yellow Ice Vein, Channel Link Frigid, and Ice Eternal. He's actually just going to go for it. Okay.
Oh, yeah, he has a red Ice Vein. So he can present a total of 10 damage. The most Josh can AB is 3 with a blue.
This one looks like it's... Insidious Chill triggers. Josh is forced to pay. Takes 5. Goes to 1. And that is a wrap, folks.
There it is. Daniel Rutkowski moves on to the finals on Icelander. We have another Lexi mirror in the semis. So once again, Lexi will be in the finals, but this time it is not 2 Lexis. There is an Icelander to challenge the throne.
Icelander could get LL points today.
That's true. PTI events now have 2 LL points on the line.
Yeah, we were a lot of people were thinking about that Briar, but nope, it's another Ice Hero day.
Ice Hero day indeed. Yeah, I think chat was really rooting for Nathan to take it all the way.
Yeah. And yeah, it looks like there's some banter. Yeah, a lot of reds. That's been the story of the day. When you're against an Ice Hero, you don't want a lot of reds. You want like 1 blue, and then if they're giving you frostbites, you want 2 blues, and that's just part of it's a deck construction thing. I think we're seeing a lot of Lexis. It used to be 15. 15 blues used to be the gold standard. We're seeing 16. We're seeing 17. I played against Will. I got to see his deck list. 19 blues.
19 blues. That's it. I think I haven't heard of 19 before. Definitely 18s, though. You're definitely right that as time goes on, it just keeps creeping up and up and up. The more Icelander wins, the more people play it, expect it to show up. You've got to prepare your deck for it. I don't think we've seen, at least I haven't seen any AB0 Lexis this weekend.
Yeah.
Everyone's coming prepared. They know Icelander's going to show up.
Yeah. I'm glad. I think that's part of the way the meta shifts, right? Like, I don't blame, I can't remember who it was, that Battle Hardened, where he was in the finals.
Yeah, Nathaniel Snyder on Lexi.
Yeah, I don't blame him for not having AB. No one expected Icelander to be quote unquote even playable.
Sure,
let alone winning tournaments. So, but now I think it's less forgiving to show up to a tournament with Lexi and not have any AB. So,
absolutely. Yeah, so I think the Lexi mirror is still going on. It's Will Bradshaw, one of the card guys, versus Matt W from Magnolia Gaming, who is also a sponsor of this weekend, this event.
Yeah.
So one of them will be moving on to the finals versus Dan Rutkowski. We will be.
I love that.
Oh yeah,
That's such
you
a
can see them
cool.
playing right behind us.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably be handing off and transitioning to
Flake and DM Armada.
yeah.
Alrighty, we are going to cut to break. We'll be right back with the finals, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
The finals are just a moment away as I bask in the sunlight of this wonderful earth that we live on. How are you, man?
Doing great. It was a great weekend.
Was it a great weekend?
Yeah, I can't complain.
Well, you can. We're just not going to listen or care. Ultimately, though, this is one of our wonderful judges, Judge Hunter, has joined us here because he wants to do something. First of all, thank you. Ethan is actually shielding us from the sun. This dude does everything. Ethan, can you cut to it? No, I'm just kidding, man. He's looking at me like I'm an ass. We wanted to just, before we get to the finals, as the players are actually just getting settled, you can see them there just getting ready to rock and roll. Is that them? No, that's just Michael Fang. Who cares? You have a judge pack that you want to open, and you wanted to do it on stream because it is fun. Is there anything that you want out of this? First of all, tell us a little bit about what is in the judge pack for those who don't know.
So the available hits in the judge pack are Therion, Coldfoil Therion, Coldfoil her Javel. We have Cash-In, Wounded Bull, Arclight Sentinel, and Pummel, Red Pummel.
Red Pummel?
All Coldfoil.
Yeah, and that's stuff that you can't really open out of packs. You can't get them anywhere. They're only exclusive in this Series 1 Judge Pack.
Yep.
We've seen Red Pummels be sold, Arclight Sentinels be sold like crazy. What are you hoping for?
For the two you just mentioned.
The Pummel or the Arclight Sentinel?
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you an offer here. You can trade that for what's in my pocket.
It's probably a WWE figurine, if I had to guess.
But which one? That's the question. Is it Jake the Snake Roberts? Is it CM Punk? Which one is it?
I think you're a John Cena guy. I don't know.
You know what? It's funny about John Cena. I don't want to go on a wrestling tangent. When I was watching it, I used to hate him, but now that I'm like an adult with responsibilities, I see him, I'm like, man, what a wholesome, good guy. Can't believe I booed this dude. All right, fine. So we're going to rip this judge pack right over here, and in the chat, you tell us what you want to see, as well as telling us whether you're a John Cena fan or not. He's actually standing right behind us, but you can't see him, so it doesn't matter. You want me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why me, man?
You're the professional.
I'm the professional? Have you seen me open packs?
If I open it, I'll get the gavel.
Okay.
So I'm trusting you.
All right, so now you're going to get half a gavel. Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Let's knife and fork this. I don't know why you handed me a knife. I don't know what dude, there's like Brodie's chicken breast residuals are on here. We're not going to do that. All right, we are opening the judge pack with the most careful of hands here. I offered. Hunter doesn't want to do it.
He can do it. He can do it.
Oh, I can, but I want you don't want to do it.
If you're,
I'm terrified, man.
Twisting my arm.
Well, I'm clearly not. But make sure that everybody over here sees it. Go nice and slow. Build up the tension. Come on now. Here you go. Don't tear it in half.
Oh.
All right, lift it up. Make sure the camera's got it. All right. Now, you want the Arclight Sentinel or the Red Pummel?
Yes.
I also want those. Again, wait, before you look at it. Both pockets. Trade it for what's in both pockets.
Tempting. I'm still going to take the pack.
Okay, that's a good thing because there's nothing in either of those pockets. Right. So you're good. And the winner is... Bum.
Oh, we got the gavel.
Anything but the gavel. Hey, I touched it, and now it turns to absolute...
Snowflake's fault.
It is. That's what it is. All right. Well, dude... Thank you so much for the hard work you do judging, my friend. I know that it's a gavel, but you're going to be judging some future events as well, I imagine?
I got Nationals next week.
You getting a judge pack there?
Yep.
Are you excited? What are you going to do with 2 gavels?
I guess, no, it's two-handed, unfortunate.
Yeah. So here's what I'll do. I will be nowhere near it. I won't touch it. I won't think about it. I won't breathe it. Nothing will happen. It'll be unperturbed by anything flake-related, so you should be safe. You'll open it. It'll be an Arclight Sentinel holding a pummel, so you'll be fine.
Nice.
Deal?
Right. Yes.
Awesome stuff. Hunter, thank you for your hard work, my friend. All right, we've got the finals for the PTI event as DM Armada is going to wheel in here as, again, I am in the rotisserie mode here with the sunlight absolutely scalding me. We're good, though. We are absolutely good. Maybe I just do a little switcheroo. If I just kind of lean over like this. There we go. Now I'm in the shade. Now I'm comfortable and in the shade, and we're gonna have a good time. There's the Ethan's gone. Let's do this. This sounds much more comfortable and relaxing, and I hope that y'all are doing well. I don't have the chat opened up, but I do have the contest for the candy. The candy that we were talking about, and what was your favorite candy? What is it going to be? Here's Brodie. Brodie, you want to ride shotgun until DM Armada decides to be a human being?
Hello there.
Okay, all right. Side by side. You're Flake now. I'm Judge Hunter. Welcome, Brodie.
Yo, what's up, Judge Hunter? How's it going? I am Flake. I am Nah,
Watch yourself.
I can't fill the shoes of Flake.
What I worry about, frankly, is the fact that the sunlight is going to go through those glasses of yours and probably burn a hole through your skull. So just be careful.
I am like right in the sun. Actually, it's crazy.
That's why I went over here. Age before beauty.
Alas.
Yes.
I think
what is actually happening? Do I need to change the names?
No, we're good. It's going to be DM Armada. We're just trying to. I'm just honestly getting out of the rotisserie mode of the sun, is what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was a slow roast, but it was good.
Basking in the sunlight.
Yeah, you're fine. You're
Hello
fine.
there.
I think when you turn 18, you just shed your skin and become a new person.
I might be mistaken, but I think that I am actually DM Armada now because he has a flight to catch at the airport.
Oh, are you?
So I think I am. It is me. I am the owner of the YouTube channel.
Well, no, you're Flake.
You're Flake.
I'm Flake.
I'm Judge Hunter.
DM Armada doesn't exist anymore.
All right, so you know what? You don't know anything about the candy contest, do you?
The candy contest?
Perfect. That's the right response. So you're going to pick the winner here. So what we did earlier is we have a box of Dust Till Dawn that's going to go to somebody. We basically were talking about what's a better candy. Excuse me, Skittles, M&Ms, blah, blah, blah. DM Armada's not here to defend himself. He's probably actually listening to us in his Uber on his phone. So, hi, Steven. You're always wrong. What we're going to do here is we're going to pick a candy. We went out there and we said, send us a picture of you and your favorite candy. We're going to pick one person. They're going to win a box of Dust Till Dawn. So I'm going to go through some of the options. You've got Vishra, who says he likes TJ's dark chocolate peanut butter cups.
Okay.
Let's see what else we got here. There's more peanut butter cups. There's Ravenous Babble, peanut butter cups from Aldi.
All right.
We don't have Aldi in Canada. I imagine that's some sort of grocery store.
I don't know if I've ever had peanut butter cups.
This is my favorite. It's from Adam. It's basically a picture full of Star Wars characters, and it just says Starburst. And I think, in my opinion, that's the one I like, but you're the one deciding.
Starburst is one of my favorite candies. I like it.
Almost Good Fab has sent us a picture of peas, of sweet peas.
Sweet peas. That is a hot take for best candy for sure.
I will say, absolutely. You must have been popular on Halloween. Absolutely. There's a Rory Palmer with a box of fruit roll-ups.
All right.
Sweet deal. He's actually eating the box of fruit roll-ups. You should probably take them out of the package. There's our good friend, Solid NG, saying, well, it's Bello and candy from Brazil with raspberry flavor.
Nice. And also showing off a Vincent there, Vincent and Blitz.
For sure. And the Crazy Brewer, it's a Fritz Cola, a German cola.
All right.
He also makes sure he says that he is not sponsored by Fritz Cola.
And good to know.
I think another one is the Armed Pit. It says Haribo gummies.
Okay.
And Marcus the artist with the Lion Bar.
Lion Bar. I don't think I've seen these before, but I like the drawing of the lion on that.
We've got the Snickers bar with Vincent as well by Jim Said.
I like this one. I like the Snickers on Vincent.
And what else we got? I think that's it. So which one of these deserves the win?
All right, we've got a lot of good candy contenders here, and most of these I honestly haven't had myself, but I think what we're going to have to lock in is Rory Palmer with the fruit roll-ups for the reason of best picture, best photography.
Yes, you can barely see it. There is Rory Palmer. Again, can't even wait to take them out of the cardboard box, let alone the plastic wrapper. Says, screw this. We're eating the box. So Rory Palmer is the winner of the contest for a box of Dusk Till Dawn. I don't think I've ever eaten a fruit roll-up in my life.
I think I maybe had one a long time ago.
Yeah, it doesn't come between two pieces of white bread, so I don't know how you could possibly consume it. So, all right. We've got the finals. I'm going to be riding shotgun here with Brodie Spurlock, Kid Wonder Bread, who can do it all. And you didn't just throw the game away because you wanted to cast with me. Is that what happened? All right, fine. I'll just say that's what it is.
That'd be a great excuse, but no, I got killed fair and square by Matt W. He moved on to the semifinals. He just lost to another. One of my favorite players, Will Bradshaw, moving on to the finals with Lexi. Super friendly guy, one of the card guys. And I think it is time for us to jump into the match. We've got Daniel Rutkowski on Icelander versus Mr. Will.
Mr. Will, indeed. Daniel Rutkowski, known primarily, cut his teeth as a Fi player, right? Really made his name as one of the masters of the fiery Draconic Ninja Fi, and Second Willie B, I suppose, is a name that we're going to go for. But it's going to be Icelander versus Lexi. You have one of the first ever appearances of a Ice hero alongside Oldham in Tales of Aria. But I think maybe Icelander lately has been crossing the finish line as the Ice hero of choice. But Lexi winning yesterday at the Battle Hardened. Both players, honestly, just both heroes really potent right now.
Yeah, two of the top dogs for sure. Can Icelander secure her 5th win of the season, or can Lexi kind of cement this weekend as her comeback resurgence, take home both events? That is what we're going to have to see in this next finals match. Dan Rakowski is a player who, it's interesting. We talk about some players are total specialists. You think Mara Ferris, Dromai, Josh Lau, Dorinthia, they play their one deck and they're amazing at it. And there are other players who hop around a lot. Michael Hamilton has played like quite a few heroes. Different players, like kind of try to follow the meta and switch around. And I think Dan's a player somewhere in the middle. He's not afraid to play the best deck, but so far at tournaments, we've seen him mostly stick to the same thing. His number one CC deck that he's played to success is Fi. He also played Chain when it was legal. He played that too. I believe a 2nd place finish in Battle Hardened, the first ever Battle Hardened actually, losing only to Charles Dunn in the finals on, of course, that breakout Starvo deck. Oh man, back when Starvo was a breakout deck.
Back when it was a breakout deck. Back when people were figuring it out. Oh, I just have to run all the elements and we're good to go. All right. It's go time, ladies and gentlemen. Icelander represented by Daniel Rutkowski here at the finals of the PTI event in Atlanta. Again, 7 rounds of Swiss are all history now as the 2 final competitors here, Willie and Daniel. And Icelander at 36 health versus Lexi Livewire with a robust 40.
Both ending the day at 6-1 in Swiss. Daniel got his final loss, I think 1 round later than Willie. So choosing whether he wants to go first or second here, it looks like he's chosen to go second. Same thing he chose to do in the semifinals, putting Willie on the play, as some might call it. He has the first game action, and it looks like that's a three of a kind in his hand. That's a nice thing to see right off the bat.
Not bad, but is this something that you want to fire off on the first turn of the game? Is this something that you think is better suited to maybe just tuck in and fire off? Or are you trying to capitalize on the fact that Icelander is playing with no arsenal right now?
She has no arsenal. She has virtually no way to play cards on your turn, assuming it's a stock Icelander deck. So it's not unlikely we'll see Willie just load one of these arrows up, set the 3 of a kind in his second arsenal slot, and just say, I'm going to have a really strong 6-card hand for next turn.
Beautiful. And on Daniel Rutkowski's side, I believe he's holding on to a Finals Fighting Spirit red. Trying to get a peek at what else is in there. It might be an Ice Vein. I can't quite make it out. No, it looks like a, is that an Ice Eternal? Anyways, it's play right now to Willie, who's loading up, like you mentioned, an Infecting Shot face up, as well as another card in Arsenal. But now it's down to Daniel Rutkowski. He's going to open up with an Aether Ice Vein yellow, fusing it beautifully with a Blizzard. And you got to like to have a Blizzard at this juncture in the game where you're staring down a 6-card hand from Lexi. Having a Blizzard at your disposal must make you feel a little bit safe.
This is definitely a strong opening from Dan. Ice Vein and Insidious Chill are basically the only 2 ways in his deck to cleanly play a 3-card hand going second outside of Scar for Scar. Scar for Scar is perhaps the best one, but can't always have it. On Will's side here, it looks like he's got multiple drill shots in his hand. I think that is that another 3 of a kind? I'm not sure. Will's gonna Arcane Barrier. So what I think he's doing here is Arcane Barrier 1 with the blue, and then spend those remaining 2 resources to just pay for the Aether Ice effect. Getting the extra +1 AB while still paying for the tax, but mostly wants to hang on to his hand. Looking at Will's equipment, he has chosen to go with the Shock Charmers, which throughout this weekend, it's been really interesting to see the different Lexi's approaches to the Icelander matchup. Arcane Barrier 2 is what we saw in the semifinals. Arcane Barrier 3 has been played sometimes. Sometimes they only have AB1. In this case, it's AB1 plus the Spell Void 2, which we saw in yesterday's semifinals really play a key role in taking down Lucas Oswald for our Lexi that moved on to the finals yesterday.
So so Daniel, we're going to just adjust here to that's going to be 2 Arcane because Waning Moon is being played on Daniel's proper turn here, but he did pitch away the Blizzard. And I just mentioned how that card can insulate you against some of the bigger attack patterns because it's not just the 2 tax that you got to pay in order to continue with the go again. It's the fact that it does also create a Frostbite. So it's like 3. You need to just sort of surrender a blue just to continue your attacks here. But like you mentioned, a 3 of a kind in hand, 2 drill shots. Looks like Willie is ready to rock and roll. I think that was a Heat Seeker in hand. Face down in Arsenal. But Daniel Rutkowski ready to rock and roll. He's got a CLF in hand, another Aether Ice Vein as well. But we're going to start off with a 3 of a kind. And looks like the fireworks are about to begin.
Yeah, so it looks like Will on turn 0, I think, just opted to set 2 arrows in and immediately commit his snaps, which is perfectly fine. You want to just get that extra card, add extra pressure, and really start poking the life total of the Icelander down as fast as possible. From Dan's side, he does have an arsenal, so threatening disruption, but I believe we saw it's a red Fiendl's Fighting Spirit, so he's not going to have any way to interact with his turn unless he drew another Blizzard, which I don't think he did.
All reds plus a yellow Boltyn shot here, and you might have the the fuel to fire this turn off. But against an Ice Hero that can disrupt you, you kind of want to have found a blue there with the 3 of a kind. Unfortunately, we're starting off with a heater with 5 go again from, 5 no go again yet from the Heat Seeker as it was loaded up early. So like you mentioned, Brodie, this might be a good opportunity to just fire off the snaps and start the pounding.
Yeah, should be a 4-arrow turn as long as Dan doesn't have any disruption. From Willie's side, you got to be thinking about all the things that could be in his arsenal here as the Icelander. We know it's a red card, so we know that he is likely going to be able to pitch that yellow. If he has 2 0-cost arrows, he can shoot both of them and fire 4 arrows and still end his turn with an arsenal.
So the 5 go again is no problem as Daniel's happy to take the damage over here, and he's going to get the go again effect off of Snapdragons. Willie is continuing the combat chain here, but again, 3 reds in hand and a yellow is not necessarily the amount of resources if Dan chooses to start getting nasty. For example, if that was a CLF in the arsenal here, Dan could have absolutely just put the brakes on this entire turn. But like you mentioned, if that's the finals fighting spirit that you mentioned earlier, Dan might be content to just block out and send a 7 spot on the way back.
Willie has a really interesting choice with his resources here. Originally, the 2-0 cost play made a lot of sense because it allows you to arsenal the Heat Seeker. But now that the first Heat Seeker has hit, he does have an option to pitch away 1 extra card and shoot another Heat Seeker. This basically allows him to present 1 more damage. But fascinatingly, because it is exactly 2 Heat Seekers, it's actually quite dangerous. If both of them hit and both of them flip arrows face up, you kind of have a bricked hand next turn. So I think maybe Willie was considering that line, but he can't afford to take the risk.
All right, so Falcon Wing is going to be +1 by the Voltaire. 4 go again. A great arrow to have to start a combat chain, but hey, why not? It's a breakpoint with go again. So you're buffing it up by the second activation activation of Voltaire is going to load up another one of these arrows. It is going to be a red drill shot. This one for 4 again. So it's going to be a 4 go again off the last activation of Voltaire, but the combat chain is not over here, and I think Willie might have suspected, all right, you don't have an ice card in your arsenal. That's probably a red attack.
Yeah, I think at this point, with no disruption played from Dan's side, Will thinks the coast is probably clear. It's looking good for him. It's nice to draw drill shot on kind of the first real turn of the game. Put pressure on the armor so that later on you can force your breakpoints through or demand extra cards from Dan. Also, this turn sets up nicely for future codexes. You have multiple good 1-cost options. Drill shot is a impactful 0. And Falcon Wing as well can be really nice occasionally for a utility play with Codex.
The -1 counter put on the Gauntlet, and the last order of business here is the Infecting Shot that was tucked away earlier on in the turn a little while ago. And he's just going to go ahead and throw is that a Polar Blast? Or sorry, Cold Snap and a Aether Ice Fade in front of it to block 2 cards in hand. Now you got to assume that one of those is going to be the CLF, and you're going to pitch the blue card to just send the Finals Fighting Spirit here. Willie wondering what you're going to put in there after the Heat Seeker. So you did manage to put the Pathing Helix in there. And the question now remains, at 23 health, can Daniel not just withstand the onslaught here, this volley of arrows from Lexi, but he's got to feel good that, you know what, those on-hits were not terribly devastating. One of them helped Willie in terms of loading up in the arsenal, but here comes the Finals Fighting Spirit. It's going to recover one of those health points because Daniel is playing at a deficit, and he does hold on to 1 more card, and I believe that is the CLF.
I think it is, Flake. I saw it as well. The Tunic is not on 3 yet, so it's possible Dan will try to hold this for 1 more turn cycle to get the efficient play with the Waning Moon. But if Willie keeps his whole hand and is trying to go for a big turn, you can absolutely just fire it off and kind of stop him in his tracks. Make every single game action from Lexi cost an additional 1. And since every arrow you fire requires you to spend Voltaire first, that is seriously taxing.
Now, you played a lot of Lexi in the past couple, this whole weekend. You've played it up until this weekend as well. You've been well prepared on it. You're well versed in it. And when you're playing against Icelanders, which I'm sure you've done a lot of, is a situation like this where you're ahead on life totals and the Icelander just presents a vanilla damage like this, like Finals Fighting Spirit. How much do you respect this? Do you still treat this as a race, or do you still give a little bit of respect to these big attacks that are coming your way?
So it's interesting. With no Insidious Chill in play, there's no inherent pressure to force the Icelander's life total down. And you can block 3, you can attack for 3. It's not immediately obvious which is better, but it can be dangerous here. Will is keeping a full hand. If there is something like a channel like Frigid, you can get punished for keeping more cards in your hand because that kind of extends the channel's reach, taxing 2 more cards that you, for example, would have blocked with. In this case, though, I think Will's hand plays pretty efficiently, and he just said, I want to hang on to everything. My cards are better attacking than blocking. I don't see a particular reason that I get advantage for blocking here, so we're just going to send it.
Yellow Winter's Bite, a style choice, I think, as many players just rock the 3 blues, but yellows, and I've even seen reds in some of these Lexi builds just to, supercharge the disruption effect as yellow demanding 2 or discard, and he's going to go ahead and pitch the Emeritus Scolding, which I'm sure you'll be happy to see later on if he gets there. And I would suspect that Lexi that has this kind of aggression and this kind of potency, does Dan conceivably have an opportunity to see that Emeritus Scolding again, or is this game going to be over before the second cycle?
I think this is one of those matchups that can go either way. I would guess that we aren't going to get there, especially the way both these players are playing so far. Life totals are already kind of chipped into, but it's certainly possible that we're going to get all the way to the bottom. It can happen in games where you don't expect it. My guess is no. It's interesting because Dan had to pay 2 with a blue there. He did have the option to go for a CLF play where he can now pitch a blue, play CLF, and he has 2 floating to Waning Moon. But I think he's a little bit blue light in this hand. It looks like a blue, a red, and maybe another. Yeah, I think it's 2 red. So he just can't afford to get it out and then still pitch an ice card to keep it around this turn.
So Daniel here just contemplating the damage and the otherwise repercussions of a Heat Seeker hitting over here. 5 damage. He's already on the hook for 12. That's been punched through here by Willie. And the looks like he's going to commit here. So he's giving up one of those Channel Link Frigids and a Scarf for a Scar to just full block this. But we're not done yet, as there's still another activation of Voltaire. Pathing Helix is shown. He's going for the Codex of Inertia here, which is absolutely backbreaking for an Icelander.
Yeah, you have to be really sad to see this here as Dan. This Channel is the kind of card that's incredibly impactful in the matchup, one of the best cards in your deck, but at this point in the turn, you no longer have a blue. You have no way to even get it out of your arsenal, much less get full value out of it. It's straight up just taken away by that Inertia token. Incredibly impactful play. We've seen this card, Codex of Inertia, played by multiple Lexis as primarily a tech against Icelander, and it is seriously showing itself off here with the power that it can have. I think that Willie might have just flipped a 3 of a kind into his arsenal.
Well, think about this. Willie has actually squeezed out 2 CLFs out of Daniel Rutkowski now, none of which have actually seen play. He's going to see one from the block here, and the other one is going to get chewed up by the Inertia token. So when Willie finds out what comes out of the deck and what gets tossed away from the arsenal here, it is going to be absolutely, it must feel great at that point where the Inertia token is going to deal with one of the biggest boons that Lexi has to deal with to convert against Icelander.
Yeah, Willie's just going to flip the 3 of a kind face up. This is a really nice hit off of the Inertia because it means that any card off the Ponder will be a clean second arsenal that he can hopefully still play out. It is interesting, as the Lexi, you can basically double arsenal any card because you have Trench of Sunken Treasure. Anything can just be shipped away for a resource, may as well take the +1, but in this case, hopefully he'll be able to actually use both as full cards. I think that Dan is considering blocks. He has that, what I think is a red Fiendl's Fighting Spirit in hand, so he could block and gain a life. Oh, he just cashed in the Favor Scene.
Yeah, so the Favor Scene was in there. He took a peek at what's on the top of the deck here. Now, take a look at this. This is kind of, it's like we said, backbreaking, because Channel Lake Frigid being able to jam that out on a turn where Lexi wants to pop off and you just pump the brakes on their entire game plan. It's so devastating to them. And now the Inertia token, as you can see Dan saying, all right, well, not much I can do, but see you later, as it goes to the bottom of the deck. And now Willie doesn't know that it's a Channel Life Frigid. He's not one being blocked. And if you're right here, where these players might not see second cycle, Daniel Rutkowski has one more CLF that he needs to draw into in order to help him out here. He does find a Scar for a Scar. Looks like a Blizzard as well.
Blizzard can be interesting here. I feel like we really just witnessed the absolute ceiling of Codex of Inertia. You cash in one card, not only do you take a card off the top, plus get a Ponder, you basically have these 2 arsenal zones that were both created single-handedly by the Codex. You also straight up just ship CLF to the bottom. It is at the minimum trading 1 card for 3 cards, and honestly, the 3 of a kind is worth a bit more than a card. The CLF is certainly worth a bit more than a card. That was like a 1-card 10 or 11 or 12.
Yeah, again, it's Brian Gottlieb at lss.com. If you want to send your hate mail, go send it there. Don't actually do that. I swear if you do that, It's going to be my ass. Codex of Inertia, though, like you mentioned, when you talk about the amount of juice that you can squeeze out of it, that must have been the tallest cup of deliciousness, because Willie got everything and more out of that card. And he's opening up with a Winter's Bite Blue, asking Daniel Rutkowski for a resource. Is there any situation here where Daniel Rutkowski might just give the Tunic resource here?
I think it's quite likely. I think from Will's side, you're not thrilled that this is your play. You'd much rather be a Yellow Bite in this particular case, but because you have this 3 of a kind, I think he's just flooded with resources, and he may as well just go ahead and trade it in, because he's not going to be able to use his full hand.
So he does actually go ahead and use the Tunic resource, and 3 of a kind's the next play. What is he drawing into? Well, there's another Winter's Bite. He finds, is that a Frost Lock?
Yeah, looks like he drew into some blues as well as arrows. This is, I think maybe it's a Yellow Bite and a Frost Lock. So just the amount of resources he needs. If he has any extra, he does have the Shock Charmer sitting on the table, so any unblocked attack can kind of be pumped up with your excess floating.
So yeah, this is a different story from the 3 of a kind that he opened the game with, which was a lot of reds and a yellow. But now he's got fuel. He's got the fire, and dang it, he's got the desire to get Iyslander to a position where she's going to have to make some bad decisions. But again, it's a completely different ballgame, Brodie. When you're playing against an Iyslander without an arsenal, you feel almost like a weight is lifted off your shoulder. There's so much more leeway that you're given to actually effectuate your plan. When you're playing against Icelanders, what is your sentiment once you do finally get to them to a position where they are not playing with a arsenal, as he does fuse this Frostlock to open up the attack?
It's really nice. I mean, that's why he put the Codex of Inertia in his deck. He wants to take Iyslander off the arsenal. It worked just about as well as it possibly could work there. You've got to be feeling really good from Willie's seat here. He's got all the tempo. He's got a huge hand. The life totals are still relatively close, though. Stormstriders, as always, looming in the corner over there, worth like minimum 5 or 6 value. So they're at virtually even life. Dan still has some equipment to block with, but Willie is definitely on the offensive. Dan needs to find some powerful disruptive plays to maintain this kind of life total parity.
All right, so Frostlock is going to get fused here to give it +1, and if this hits a hero until the end of their turn, well, they can't play cards with cost 0. Well, that means that you can't play your Frosting, you can't play some of the other nasty things that they are able to do, but ultimately beyond that, the most important part of Frostlock is that the fact that cards and activate abilities of opposing heroes are going to cost an additional 1 this turn. But that's just this turn. The thing about it is that there's nothing in the arsenal, so Frostlock is not going to be as binding as it may be if Iyslander had something in arsenal. But again, Iyslander can operate in those thin margins of instant speed where Iyslander would probably just be reacting to this Frostlock before it resolves.
That's right. If Dan wants to cash in this Blizzard in his hand, he's going to have to do it right about now. Otherwise, it's going to cost an extra 1. He definitely doesn't want to be pitching a card for it. And interestingly, because of the Frostlock hit effect, if he doesn't play the Blizzard now, he also doesn't have the option to pitch it to Coronet Peak. So he basically has to cash it in now or plan to arsenal it.
So the Frostlock not yet resolving, I believe, and I've watched enough Daniel Rutkowski games. He is very articulate when he says something resolves. He will think it over, and then he will say it resolves. And he's very calm, cool, and collected, and very pronounced. So he's talking it through and wondering here. And I feel like Daniel Rutkowski has kind of been on the receiving end here. He's had a tough go so far, but you've got to think that at a certain point, I wouldn't call it good luck, but Willie's string of just drawing the absolute heaters off the top of his deck has to kind of slow down at some point.
It's been really strong so far. Dan is in a rough spot here. Basically, from the Iyslander side, you have to be thinking, Will's got 4 more cards in hand. He just fired a blue arrow at me and showed me a blue, so it's very likely he has what feels like infinite resources almost. So playing this Blizzard is likely not going to get Dan any value. So even though he's in this bind where he can't use his hand efficiently, he probably is just accepting the fact that he's going to have to arsenal the Blizzard. He doesn't think he can get any value from it now, so he's just going to lock it in. Oh, but he did block with the Coronet Peak. So Frostlock has not hit. Theoretically, Dan is still allowed to play the Blizzard if he wants to, but it will now cost an additional 1.
Yeah, it's going to cost you something here, unfortunately, as Dan has felt a little bit under the gun here. He's been really under Lexi's thumb as the next order of business, and this has to sort of tip you off to a degree. Obviously, there's a Codex of Inertia that's floating there. The Endless Arrow is not coming in with the +1 to sort of bookend this combat chain. There's no other ways to reload unless, kablamo, it is going to be a Codex of Inertia.
Yeah. And I think, yep, it's getting played. I think that Endless Arrow should be back in Willie's hand.
Should, yeah.
If it connected there. But flipping the top of the deck into the arsenal. Both players have to do this. And then each who does has to discard a card from their hand. So it looks like Will is going to give up that Boltyn shot and perhaps fire this if it's an arrow.
What are you looking to put in the arsenal here? Is it just the Findos Fighting Spirit for Daniel Rakowski? Something that you can just connect with a blue, gain a life back, and actually potentially do some damage back?
It could be a Fighting Spirit. It's also possible he wants to grab this Scar. Oh, right. It's off the top of the deck.
It's off the top, right. That's the inertia. Sorry, we're talking about the Codex of Frailty, which digs out of the arsenal. But what could Daniel Rakowski have pulled over there that could help him out here?
Something that could be nice is, it could be an Ice Vein, something like that. Maybe a Channel Lake Frigid for next turn. It's also possible that it's just any blue ice damage spell, most ideally Aether Hail, where you can just fire off some damage at the end of Will's turn. But in this case, he did not spend his resources. He's still got 2 cards in hand, so that's actually not what you want to see. I think the only way that's good is if he hits something that costs multiple resources and doesn't have a way to AB a ton. No. So, as Dan, you're really just hoping it's any nice disruptive spell. Any red, yellow, Aether, Ice Vein could be nice. A Channel Lake could be good. There are bad hits, though. We know Dan is playing Brothers in Arms in his deck. Cards like that you really don't want to be shipped into your arsenal.
This is a Boltyn shot. It's going to be pushed in. I don't think there's really any... There was no additional Voltaire activations. This is what he got out of the Codex of Inertia off the top of the deck. So it still has the reload effect. I mean, but you've already flipped Lexi, so it's going to be difficult to actually figure this out. But it's only coming in for 2. It's still an ugly number, though. I mean, anything at this juncture feels bad. But I've covered enough Icelander matches where even an Icelander that feels like they've just been under pressure and under this dark cloud for a whole game can turn it around eventually. Icelander's a game of attrition. She wants to sort of chip away, and doing so, I mean, you look at the list and say, all right, well, there's there's Wounded Bulls, there's Wounded Bull, and there are Fightendel's Fighting Spirit, and that's going to do some work. So I was wrong here. It's only with the +1 with the Boltyn shot that's going to get the bonus here. So that was just coming in vanilla. I forgot. Usually you see a Boltyn shot, you just automatically assume it's going to get the +1 and go again. So there's no reload, but Emeritus Scolding is a pretty good one to find.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have to just fire it off here. You have inertia, so if you want to get any value out of this card, you have to play it immediately. And earlier, I don't know what I was saying with Channel Lake Frigid. That is not what you want to hit because you obviously have the inertia. It's not going to get any value this turn. You want to hit damage. So Emeritus is not the worst. Something like a Red Ice Vein probably would have been the absolute best. But yeah, I mean, he coming in for 4 here. Hopefully gets to leak some through Will's resources.
What's fascinating about this is that it seems like ages ago where I had mentioned we started this turn where, hey, is he going to use the Tunic value to pay for the Winter's Bite? And that turn just concluded. That was a long turn. A lot went on there with the codexes and, the inertia tokens, etc. But here is the turn, the hand that Willie is holding on to, a yellow Winter's Bite. You have a blue Boltyn shot, Endless Arrow, as well as red Boltyn shot. So you've got some fuel. You can go ahead and line up and really send it hurting. And I don't think Daniel Rutkowski's had an arsenal since possibly turn 1.
It's been a lot of turns in this game without one. Also, the Codex of Frailty in Arsenal from Willie is really nice. This is a very clean hand the way it plays. You get to shoot 2 0-cost arrows, strip a card from Dan with the yellow bite, and then finally hit him with the Codex. You're kind of hoping as Lexi that Dan blocks less than 3 cards on your arrows, because if he were to block 3 and now you basically if you strip a card with the Winter's Bite and you take all 4 of his cards, he gets a free attack from the Codex. So this is what you want to see as Willie. You want him to kind of be holding some cards. You're hoping to get him, per se, with the Codex. Dan knows it's there, so he's not going to be surprised, but he's at least going to have to discard and not get a free attack like Will is going to.
Now, when Daniel, at this juncture of the game, is looking through the graveyard, what is he trying to evaluate?
Right now, just looking at the possible targets for Codex mostly. Both players are going to be able to get an attack on this turn, so Codex is at its most impactful, basically. As Dan, you have to be thinking, what could this card in Will's hand be? If it's a Rain Razors, he likely leads with Endless Arrow first, or, at least plays it on the Boltyn shot. So that's not super likely. It's also not super impactful since both Voltaire's already spent up. A Winter's Bite is one of the most brutal, but there are honestly very few situations where this Endless Arrow hit is actually very impactful, since he's likely just going to have to discard it to Codex. Now Will does have a choice, though. I think he's just going to go for the yellow bite, strip 1 more card, and then end his turn with that Codex. He can find the most threatening arrow in his arsenal. Like you mentioned, there's no disruption from from Icelander this turn, so you have no fear just grabbing something, spending all your resources on it, like something like a red infecting shot.
These Winter Spites have been absolutely brutal to Daniel Rakowski as they're just free ways to peel cards. There's no decision to be made here. It's not like sending an attack that you can just brush off and take damage for. These are cards that you have to address. It's either discard or get rid of. And we're looking at there's the other Channel Lake Frigid and Ice Vein Red in there, as well as a Cold Snap and E-Strike. So that is what Daniel Rakowski is holding on to here. And is this just a turn where you try to get out of this as scot-free as possible and hope that you can just jam the Channel Lake Frigid in the arsenal and maybe find that as a turnaround turn?
Yeah, it's unfortunate to be dropping a red Ice Vein here, but I think that's possibly what Dan's going to go for. He's going to get back an attack, so if he wants to, he can get a Scar to not require any resources from his hand. He has a lot of options on this turn. The fact that there's a Codex coming from the opponent forces him to play an attack and discard a card, which obviously kind of restricts his choices, but he does have a pretty modular hand.
Still trying to understand, still trying to reconcile with this Winter Spite yellow. Do you discard? Do you play? This might be a situation where he just wants to toss away the red card and call it a day, but ultimately, it looks like he's going to go ahead and pitch the Cold Snap, the 2-block, get rid of that, and hopefully maybe, this turn just kind of slows down. But here comes the Codex of Frailty. It is going to create a Frailty token on Daniel Rutkowski's side. It's also going to create a Ponder token, a very valuable token for Lexi. And now both players, like you mentioned, are starting with Dan, I believe, is going to put a card in his arsenal, an attack action, and then discard a card, followed by Willie.
Dan is down 14 life here, 11 to 25. Basically, it is, Icelander is the hero we've seen with the craziest of comebacks. Like, it is still a game, but Will's on the offensive here. Dan's kind of being tossed around by these codexes, forced into plays that aren't the most optimal for him. So he really has to find a window to disrupt, slow Will down, and then be able to chip that life total down to get him into the key Stormstrider's range. Channel Lake Frigid could be the vessel to do that. Maybe he's just going to block 2 cards here. Maybe he's going to send the E-Strike. That's up to Dan, but it is looking like Will's favor right now to me.
So Stormstriders oftentimes, especially for Icelander, you see that card as basically a finishing maneuver, right? It's there to just sort of close the deal and finish the game, but ultimately Daniel Rakowski might have to use it just to stay relevant, just to extend his opportunities here to see another turn, just to maybe fire it off and peel some cards out of Will's hand to maybe equalize or at least sort of settle down. But it looks like he's just going to go ahead and toss away the E-Strike to satisfy the Codex of Frailty, and then we're going to go ahead and load up this Heat Seeker, and Dan is going to give up a Aether Ice Vein here, take some damage, and the on-hit ability of the Heat Seeker says, all right, top of the deck, face up into Arsenal, and he finds a Searing Shot.
Searing Shot red also gets to draw off the Ponder, so he can stick another one in there for, at the very least, 1 resource off Trench. I think Dan sequenced his discards there in a somewhat heads-up way. He had to pay 2 with the Cold Snap, and then that way he can discard the E-Strike to Codex and keep it as an option for future Codexes. I don't remember if he's played an E-Strike already this game or blocked with 1, but now it is in his graveyard along with Scar and Fiendals and the other things we've seen.
Scar for Scar is going to come in for 3 go again. Now, it is printed 4, but the Frailty token means that your weapons and cards being played from Arsenal get -1 attack. But I think Daniel now feels a little bit better. By the time he finally got an Arsenal, it feels like it was the Easter when he was playing with an Arsenal, but he finally has something, and he does have an exceptional card down there. I believe it's Channel Lake Frigid that he's holding in his Arsenal right now.
It is a Channel Lake Frigid, but that is the 3rd 3 of a kind in Willie's hand.
It's just lining up at the worst times with a Rain Razors as well. So he's going to pitch to it, hold priority here, and then fire off with the Rain Razors. Is this the time? Look at Daniel's face. He's like, you got to be kidding me. Give me a second to breathe. Give me a little bit of leeway here. He doesn't seem to be getting any kind of reprieve here, as Willie has been laying it on thick.
It looks like Dan is a little bit blue light again. He's got 2 red attacks, a blue ice card, and what I think might be a red Aether Ice Vein. If that is the case, he has no way to play his channel out with 1 card and still keep it around with an ice card, which is unfortunate.
It's a tough reality, but I mean, Daniel might have to do it anyways just to survive here, but he doesn't know what's coming off the top of that 3 of a kind, as it looks like 2 cards in Arsenal plus 1 in hand here for Willie and 2 floating. So there's resources. He's going to go fire off on it. And look at Willie. Willie's like, oh, no. But I think, Willie, I think you're all right, buddy. I think you're going to do okay for a little bit over here as the Rain Razors is still yet to resolve, as in the response here, Channel Lake Frigid finally hits the board with 1 floating, pitching the Blue Aether Ice Vein here. And a wonderful Team Poland Frostbite facing Willie down here. So now the Frostbite has to reconcile. But the Channel Lake Frigid is going to tax every single thing that Willie wants to do.
That is right. Thankfully for Dan, I was wrong, and that is not a red Aether Ice Vein. It is a blue card, so he can keep this channel around if he wants to play that attack in his hand and pitch the ice card on his turn. But the other card besides that is a Scar. So Art of War. Wait.
Well, that comes from hand, and you can't.
Oh, I think it's the other card from his arsenal.
Oh, yeah, that is the other arsenal card. You're right. Sorry, the angle caught me there. But wow, Art of War is going to be played here. It's going to cost you 3, actually, to play that. So you're just going to pitch the blue with 2 floating remainder. What are the modes here? Is it just to draw more here and increase the attack value?
Yeah, I think so. We'll have to see what Willie chooses. Sometimes you choose Go Again in Lexi, but the most common is just what you said, +1 and Banish. The same thing we've seen over many metas of many decks. Chain, Phi. It's always just the +1 and Banish to draw 2.
All right, so he's going to banish a drill shot here, and Dan's like, yeah, okay, well, you have your fun there, friend. He's going to draw 2 cards. The mode, I believe, selected was probably the +1 again. There's a Codex in there. I see 2 Boltyn shots, a yellow and a red, as well as a red drill shot.
This is not exactly what Willie wants to see. He does have 0-cost arrows, but he does not have blues. It's only yellows in the hand. All of his attacks are going to be very buffed up by the Art of War and the Rain Razors, though, assuming he did choose the +1, which it looks like, if that is true, this Boltyn shot's going to be coming in for 8. Dan's at 9. It's very close to lethal. Dan Rutkowski, by the way, all the way in the finals here, he had a Sunday night flight that he had to reschedule to be playing this match. I see this time and time again. Players want to head home on Sunday, get to bed, get up for work in the morning, but then they're doing well and they can't make it.
Well, Daniel must be thinking right now, man, I could have been, eating peanuts on the back of an Airbus, but ultimately now he's pretty much on the receiving end as Lexi firing arrows aplenty here, and Art of War is very much a flavor decision for many players, especially, we're talking about the yellow Winter's Bites, but Art of War, what's your feeling on Art of War and Lexi?
It's a card that I played 3 of at the Pro Tour. I think it has a lot of strength, and there are reasons to play it and to not play it. As time has gone on, it has kind of fallen out of favor for me. It does, give you 2 random cards off the top, so it's hard to make informed blocking decisions, and I find that can be really punishing sometimes, but it does have a high ceiling, and it can sometimes just be straight up an extra +3.
Willie has been firmly in command of this game from the get-go here as the Channel Lake Frigid, it's doing its best, as we can say, as Daniel just goes ahead and tosses his Finals Fighting Spirit right into the center of the ring here as the Boltyn shot connects for 7, bringing Daniel down to 2. And now, well, here's the rest of the situation. It's a 7-attack Searing Shot. And the nasty part of this is the fact that it's not just the 7, it's that it's a 7, which is one of those breakpoints, and on hit, lose 1. So you can't block 6 and take 1. If you take 1, you take 2, and that's basically game. So Daniel Rutkowski here saying, all right, well, I guess we're going to take it all, and he's going to give out the Finals Fighting Spirit, which increases it by 1. He goes to 3, and he's blocking with, what is that, an Aether Hail? And is that another 3 block hidden behind there?
I think it was a Scar and a Fighting Spirit. So 3-card block 7. Fortunately for Dan, he does gain a life there, but it is quite sad that he's not able to keep this channel around. Willie's going to get a full 5-card hand to do his worst with. No disruption unless Dan rips a Blizzard off the top. Dan's kind of hoping for a miracle at this point. A lot of times you see these situations where Icelander's forced to block. She's trying to find a spot, but usually the Lexi rather is at 8, 9, 10, not 22. This is looking really grim for Dan at this point.
Oh, and a nasty little reality. There's another Art of War in hand, I believe, if I spotted it correctly, which can't be played. Is that an Art of War? I think the second card.
I think it is, yeah. Art of War, red infecting, and 2 yellows.
Oh, boy. You got another Codex in there as well. So Boltyn, infecting, Art of War. You've got a whole bunch of shaking going on. And is there any juncture here where you hold the Art of War as a combat trick to just go over the top, or are you just playing it right away to see what you can draw and make that decision?
I think both are possibilities, but it looks like Will's opting for the former, hiding it in hand, coming in with a 4 breakpoint here that he could push up to 5. It is Interesting. I don't think Dan has drawn the Blizzard, but if he had, Will's hand does not have any blues, doesn't have that many resources, so that could have been really impactful here. But it looks like Dan is just going to block with one card, take one, or if Willie chooses, it could be take two.
Willie holding on to the card here. He's going to think about it. He's actually just going to be content. Maybe this is a situation where he's content to chip away and just leave Dan with maybe one card and nothing left to do and perhaps finish it off. But I think what Willie wants to do maybe is just hold the Art of War. Oh, no, he's pitching it. He needs the fuel. He's going for the infecting shot for 5. Go again. And we're going to close this out with that drill shot. Dan just not happy about this.
Yeah, Will's just saying here, you know what I have is good enough. I don't need to rip blind cards off the top. I am happy with my hand, and I just need to pitch these 2 yellows to shoot 3 arrows at you. You have to give me your whole hand, take a little bit of damage, and we reset next turn. And basically, he just wants to apply as much guaranteed pressure as possible to keep Dan off of any chance of clawing back into this game. 22 is so healthy.
It is so healthy, especially against a hero like Icelander that plays the game of attrition. You want to be kind of chipping away, but in order to do that, Icelander needs to be operating with an arsenal. Willie has done an immense job of just denying Daniel that strength of Icelander to play out of the arsenal and disrupt at instant speed on your own turn. So Willie, meticulous, but also unrelenting. As you can see in his hand, another Pathing Helix. I believe there's a Cold Snap in there as well. And what else we got there? So he's going to pitch away the Cold Snap, giving himself some fuel. He's going to fire off with a Heat Seeker here. Sorry, it's a Frostlock, my bad. So he's going to pitch away the Frostlock, fire off with the Heat Seeker, and Brain Freezes, and it was that Insidious Chill, I think, hidden behind there, something like that, is going to just cover this up, no problem. Dan holding on for dear life at 2. Do you see any situations here where Daniel can actually recover with a card in Arsenal?
It's very unlikely that he can claw all the way back. I do think it's possible for him to get an Arsenal here. In this case, he has the D-React to cover it up, so he can Arsenal some damage. It looks like he's going to sink it away. He's searching for something very particular. We'll have to see if he finds it. Something like a Blizzard, to me, is one of the biggest cards that could make an impact in this situation. If Willie were to ever draw all reds, you could get him. You know, he just shoots a 0 at you. You get a 0 for 4 D-React at a timely... Oh, but that is...
He found the raisins, baby. He dug deep and actually got to it. So right now it's back to Willie. But do you have a blue card? Because we see an Endless Arrow. I think that's a Searing Shot in there as well as an Infecting Shot. So he might be setting up for it. Like you mentioned, when you have a cushion like this, Brodie, are you trying to just chip away and just kind of make it uncomfortable? Or are you going to maybe have a pretty paltry turn and try to just end the game with a big 6-card hand?
It's still a balance, but I think at this point, you're really just trying to apply as much pressure as possible. You want to make sure you're playing very efficiently and not giving Dan any chance to kind of juice you with one of these ice cards. Like, you know, we keep talking about Blizzard, but I mean, as Willie, you just want to apply pressure. Dan's at 2. He's got to keep giving you cards. He gains a life here, so Rain Razors is not lethal, but it does bring the Endless back to hand.
Oh, man. Okay, so Dan's going to go up to 3 and fall back down to 1.
He's considering whether he wants to play out his Arsenal. Is that a Brain Freeze? It's a Frosting Balut. So we're going to create a Frostbite, chip in for 1 Arcane. You only need 21 more of those, and you got the game.
Dan's on the board, ladies and gentlemen. And you got to think, there's a lot of players who might be in this position and be a little bit tilted and maybe just sort of get this to heart. But Dan always has a smile on his face. You can see it right there. And he's been there. He's done that. He's played in some of the highest stakes games of Flesh and Blood ever. And he's doing well for himself. He's hanging on by a shred here. And the Rain Razors, with the Searing Shot attached, is coming in for 7. A 2-card block.
Cashing in the 0-block Iron Rod. And that is the game, everyone. Will Bradshaw is your PTI event champion here in Atlanta. Congratulations to Willie B.
Yeah, it's been a weekend full of Lexis as Willie B wins with Lexi as Daniel Rutkowski, the #1 seed, succumbs to the might of the Ice Archer, the Lightning Ranger herself, Lexi. Icelander, who had so much success over so many weekends, now finally is just getting snuffed out by arrows and such. Is this a matter, Brodie, perhaps of just a meta that's adjusting to the fact that Icelander had been so dominant for that whole month?
I think so. I mean, we see these Lexi decks. For the first tournament, there was no AB in the deck. Over time, people started to play 1 AB, maybe 2, and then as time has gone on, there's more innovation, and this Shock Charmer strategy that we continue to see work. For Willie, the Shock Charmers itself never ended up being super impactful in that game, but that is what he chose to rock, and he won the tournament. I don't know if he played other Icelanders on his way to get there, but it's quite possible that card served him. We saw it really perform well yesterday in the top 4, so I'm curious to see what Lexi's continue to do. I don't think we know for sure which plan is the best. There's more testing to be done, but what I do know is everyone's going to have a plan for Icelander.
Yeah, you got to have a plan for Icelander, and I think denying Arsenal is certainly the way to go here, as everybody just saw how punchless Icelander can be when you don't have the opportunity to disrupt, to play out of Arsenal, to chip away. It all began with what you said, the Channel Lake Frigid in Arsenal, timing it right with the Tunic in order to one blue go Channel Lake Frigid, go with the Waning Moon, do some damage, have an ice card later to really keep it on the board. It's never happened because when you're facing down Codex after Codex after Codex, the inertia tokens just absolutely blowing up your arsenal. Daniel Rakowski was playing with one hand tied behind his back, and not much that he could have done in that regard. But again, Lexi, strong hero. The debate about which is the best hero, there's the one that performed so well for so many weekends, and here we have a dominant showing of Lexi, not just winning events, but winning events over essentially the reigning champion hero that was taking so many tournaments for so long.
That is right. Lexi is creeping back. 4 wins for Icelander now, 2 for Lexi, and then, of course, 1 for Dash and 1 for Dromai. Let's see what happens at, all of the national championships next weekend and the weekends following. There is a lot to see. I think these Battle Hardens and Callings have painted a really nice picture of the meta. There are some clear top dogs, but it is not obvious which is the top dog. And I really like that about this meta. I think there are plenty of playable decks, a little bit of oh, and there's Will. All right, we will stop talking about the meta and get our winner in here for an interview.
Yeah. Do you want to do an interview? Do you want to be the one asking the questions, Brodie Spurlock? Or no, we're rolling 3 deep here. All right.
Triple, yeah.
Willie, jump on in, buddy.
What's up, everybody? How are you guys doing? I'm doing great.
I don't even have to ask. I would imagine that's the case. It's good to have you here, buddy. Congratulations on your win. And the one question I have to ask you here is, frankly, the path up to where you are here and fighting against an Icelander. Did you come in with a build and a plan that was really hard targeting this hero, or were you more so just saying, you know what, I have a plan against this, but I'm not going to add cards to disrupt it?
Well, yes, absolutely. I swap out my Withering Shots for just blue Pathing Helixes. You guys probably saw that blue Pathing Helix off of a Ponder, or it was a Heat Seeker trigger, rather. Which that was smelly, but having extra blues is just key. I don't know why anybody in Lexi ever got off Codex of Inertia. Like, Icelander isn't gone. She's still around, and Codex of Inertia just does work in that matchup. It's so good.
In that game, we saw it just absolutely pushed to the ceiling, like basically 1 card for more than 3 cards.
Oh, yeah.
That was incredible. And you didn't know it at the time, but the card forced to the bottom there was a Channel Lake Frigid from Dan.
So good. He mentioned that after the match, actually, which is just fantastic. We fought each other in the last round of Swiss, and I had an outstanding turn 1. Got him down to single digits or just barely above single digits. And then he was like, well, how do I win this game? I win by finding my Channel Lake Frigid and going Aether Ice Vein, Aether Ice Vein, Aether Ice Vein. And that's what he did in Swiss, and he did beat me.
Well,
but guess who was the control hero in that finals? Lexi. I almost said Icelander. Lexi was the control because Codex of Inertia is great.
Codex of Inertia definitely did change the complexion of that matchup, and ultimately part of it was the fact that you basically put Dan to a position where I think he played that game where he had an arsenal for maybe 2.5 turns. And that has to make you feel good. And I was talking to Brodie. I said, when you're playing against Icelander, it is a completely different game where you don't have to worry about all this smoke and mirrors, kind of rabbit out of the hat BS that you have to deal with when you're trying to, cobble together a strong turn.
It's wonderful to start a turn against Icelander and think what tax do I have? Oh, no arsenal? It's going to be tricky for them to tax me. It's just so nice. And honestly, I got to shout out my team, calling out the card guys. It feels so good to convert. It was all the hard work and training that I did with Sebastian, Kyle, Alex, Nathan, Josh. Great players. Thanks so much to you guys. Thanks for, to Thomas out there who said I had an inferior grasp on the game. Look at me now. Look at me now.
Who is this, Thomas?
Somebody commented on the last Card Guys video saying, clearly Will has an inferior grasp on the game.
Yeah, get bet, Thomas. All right? named after a tank engine. No, we're fine. You're good. All right, my Twitter is officially blowing up right now with hate mail. My man, the other question we're going to ask you, and maybe you can sort of press the buttons here too. You've opened your share of gold foils. You know how exciting it is, especially to do it on camera. Are you going to open your gold foil?
I'm going to keep it sealed. I know that's lame. That's a bit of a fuddy-duddy, but I'm going to keep it sealed.
Hey, respectable. You got the win. You're the PTI champion. You get to do what you want with that gold foil.
Yeah.
But, I mean, absolutely congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
Great to see you take it down. Will is one of my favorite players in the scene. Always smile on his face. Super friendly. He's a great guy.
Heck yeah. And this handsome devil, watch out for him.
Who, me? What are you?
By the way, guys, you don't have to be perfect. I missed Snapdragon Scalers in one match and almost lost it. I did something else silly, like just come out and play the game. You don't have to be a perfectionist. You don't have to be like Brodie. You can still win if you're like good enough.
Oh no, Brodie made some mistakes today.
I was having a rough day. Yeah, multiple rounds. I was just like punting here and there. I had a crazy game versus Dash's Lexi where I like accidentally forgot that one of my equipment was still in play. I just put it in the graveyard. It should be in play.
The donation.
And then they attack me with a T-bone. I'm like, well, I guess I only have New Horizon left. Here's my hat. Here's my arsenal.
Yeah, well, yeah, Brodie dropped off his Cracker Jacks at the Salvation Army midway through that game, apparently. No, but that's very kind of you again. And I say this: you're not losing if you're learning. If you're making mistakes and you learn from them, hey, that's just progress. So
every single loss is what made me the better player that I am today.
And here you are, standing tall.
Heck yeah.
Taller, at least, than Thomas. Thomas, do better. All right. So you're not going to open the gold foil, but you're playing in Nats, right?
Absolutely.
Heck yeah. And what are you going to be playing in Nats?
Probably Lexi.
With your inferior grasp of the hero.
And I can't wait to see you all in Barcelona. Let's go to Spain, everybody.
I'm excited for that one. Yeah.
It's so fun. Barcelona's beautiful.
It is. We're going to have a great time there. Hopefully, we get the ticket to go as well. But, my man, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Any last words, my friend?
Hey,
not like forever. Like I'm just talking about right now. That sounded ominous.
This is cheesy, but follow your dreams and pursue anything that brings you joy. Good luck to everybody.
I don't know how to top that. So I think that's a great time, Brodie, for us to say goodbye. I want to say some thank yous, obviously, to our wonderful winner.
Definitely time to say goodbye because I need to pack up for my flight in the morning.
All right, there we go. So that's enough to say. Let's, Brodie Spurlock, thank you so much. Willie, congratulations on your win. MinMaxGames, Magnolia Games, as well as, hey, Savage Feats. You are a legend. Congratulations on a beautiful production. To you, the fans, and to viewers, I love you guys. Be kind to one another. Don't forget you're not losing if you're learning. We'll see you next time. Savage Feats, Magnolia, all this stuff. Be good. Good night.